This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The world is coming to an end. And the system is just here? Swish. The sound of running water in the faucet echoed in Meng-Su's ears. Meng-Su picked up a handful of water and splashed it on his face, trying to keep himself awake as much as possible. Looking up, looking at the face in the mirror, Meng-Su took a deep breath. The man in the mirror had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a particularly firm facial contour. The only thing that made people feel a little uncomfortable was the pair of tired eyes, and the bloodshot in the whites of the eyes. I have to work overtime just 1 week after internship. What a shady company. It seems that I have to find a way to change the situation. Meng-Su couldn't help yawning, feeling very irritated. As a college graduate, it is said that graduation means unemployment. But Meng-Su was lucky to join an unknown small internet workshop and started his life as a programmer. On the first day of work, the company boss was relatively friendly to him. Who would have thought that a week later, the capitalist's hateful true face would surface? Overtime. Hard overtime. The hateful face of the capitalist is. Think about what value you can bring to the company. Overtime pay? Yes, but not much. Meng-Su had just joined the company and had not yet figured out the process. In order to get the first month's salary, he could only comfort himself that hard work pays off. And as long as he is diligent and capable, he will be rich one day. It seems that I have to sleep in the company tonight. After yawning, Meng-Su looked through the window of the office building, looking at the busy world outside the window, and was a little absent-minded for a while. Some people were born in Rome, while others were born to be slaves. Unfortunately, Meng-Su belongs to the latter. He started working part-time in high school, and now he has become a social animal. He thinks he works harder than his peers, and his hard work is worthy of the world. But it's useless. Meng-Su feels so tired, and he can't see his future at all. Not being able to see the future, to some extent, is also seeing his future. Forget it. Why think so much? Go to sleep, and get up early tomorrow to be squeezed. His eyelids were fighting. Meng-Su took a deep breath, closed the curtains, adjusted the office chair back, put on a coat, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Valve. You have activated the perfect life system. The surrounding noises were a bit noisy, making Meng-Su a little irritated and unable to open his eyes. But the last voice suddenly woke Meng-Su up from his sleep, and suddenly opened his eyes. What sound? Meng-Su suddenly stood up, sat up from the chair, looked around suspiciously, trying to find the source of the sound. That sound was too real. It was as if it came from the depths of his soul, as if someone was whispering in his ear, with clear pronunciation, which made Meng-Su wake up from his mumbling. It's bad. Isn't it tinnitus? Meng-Su's heart skipped a beat. Life is bad enough. If I get sick again, I'll have no desire to live. Host, Meng-Su. Occupation, Trainee Clerk Level 00/10. Attributes, Spirit 6, Constitution 8, Strength 10, Agility 10. Accumulated allocable attribute points, 0. Accumulated allocable skill points, 0. Currently accumulated skill points are insufficient, and the skill training function cannot be enabled. Welcome to activate the perfect life system. Here, you will experience a variety of perfect lives. Seeing this panel, Meng-Su was stunned at first, but soon reacted. What is this? This is the fucking system panel. What's going on? Is my luck about to change? As a young man who just graduated from college, Meng-Su knows what this is all about. This is the system. I must have read too many novels online, so this is a blessing from heaven. Meng-Su was delighted. Overtime? Fuck overtime. Boss? Fuck boss. I'm free. At this moment, Meng-Su felt that he was extremely comfortable, feeling as if he had reached the peak of his life, and his heart was pounding. He took a deep breath, and tried to calm his excitement as much as possible, and then he raised his mobile phone worth just over 1,000 yuan and checked the time. 7:03. It's already 7 o'clock. Why is no one coming to work today? Meng-Su was a little surprised. In the past, co-workers would have come at this time, but today, no one was there. Today is Thursday, not the weekend. Right? They can't all go to Crazy Thursday. Right? And what's the situation with no signal? The network outage won't cut off my data. Right? Maybe they all slept late? It doesn't matter, I don't go to work until 7:30 anyway. Meng-Su yawned and stood up while humming a little tune. After moving around for a while, he looked at the tightly covered curtains, and immediately stepped forward and opened the curtains. I have to open the curtains to let the sun in. Ming-Su felt that he would have to write this paragraph in his memoirs many years later. Just write that the sun shines in. And my life is bright. Oh, I love this world. The sun shines through the window, and a beam of light shines directly on Ming-Su's face. He closed his eyes, felt the warm touch, and smiled slightly. But soon, strange sounds appeared in his ears. Huh? Ming-Su raised his eyebrows. What's this sound? Ming-Su opened his eyes and looked, and immediately saw a scene that shocked him. On the street outside the window, there was blood everywhere. Vehicles overturned on the ground, and broken arms were everywhere. What frightened Ming-Su even more was the things wandering on the street. What the hell? Is this a zombie? Ah? System. Come out. Perfect life? Perfect bull demon reward? The end of the world. Ming-Su did not hesitate, and closed the curtains again. Don't panic, it's a big deal, and panic is useless. Bang, bang. Suddenly, in the corridor, outside the company's single room, there was a crash. Ming-Su's heart skipped a beat, and he picked up a bench, quietly came to the door of the office, and looked outside through the glass window on the door. In Ming-Su's field of vision, a girl dressed in a professional oil outfit, and with a good figure, was twitching irregularly and rhythmically, and knocking on the door of the next office with her head. Ming-Su's company is relatively poor, so in addition to their company, there are other companies working on the entire floor. Ming-Su recognized this person, who seemed to be the niece of the boss of the company next door. He forgot her name, but he saw her in the same elevator after get off work. She was pretty. Just as Ming-Su was reminiscing about the past, he suddenly saw her twist her neck and look to the side, which allowed Ming-Su to see the whole picture. The originally delicate face had disappeared, replaced by a hideous appearance with half of the face skin torn off, and the other half of the face skin was drooping to the side, with bones visible, and half of the eyeball missing. Hiss. Ming-Su took a breath. At this moment, an inopportune voice rang in his ears. Along with the voice, there were also the small gilded words in front of him. A perfect day starts with a chat. Do you see that beautiful woman not far away? Chat up with her, and you will have a perfect encounter. Task release. Chat up a beauty. Task reward. Freely assign attribute points +1, add a confidant. Ming-Su? System, are you serious? Chapter 2 Favorability System? To live or die, that is the question. To strike up a conversation or not, that is also the question. Looking around, there are no available resources in the office, except for half a bucket of water. There is not even a hair. Maybe you can find a few bags of snacks in your colleague's drawer, but there is nothing else. I will go out sooner or later. Why not give it a try? Just think of this as a deep blue simulator that can add points by completing tasks. Thinking of this, Ming-Su gritted his teeth, without hesitation, directly turned the door handle, and shouted to the zombie not far away, Beauty, I am Ming-Su from Jianlin Technology Company Limited. Can we be friends? If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. After that, he quickly closed the door. Should this be considered a flirtation? Roar! The unexpected sound caught the zombie off guard. The moment it heard the sound, the zombie let out a low roar, then staggered 2 steps, searched the enemy in the air for a while, then stopped. Ming-Su's movements were too fast, and the zombie only had one eye left, so she didn't see the target. Oh my god, this is a terrible flirtation. Even if the lazy king of Qingqing Grassland came, he would be better at flirting than you. As a gentleman, how can you be so rude? I hope that next time you approach someone, you can be more perfect. Task completed. Task rating, bad. This also includes a task rating? You get a task reward. 1 attribute point can be freely allocated. Chi Wei's favorability towards you +10. Oh yes, her name is Chi Wei. After seeing the system's prompt, Ming-Su remembered the name of the zombie outside the door. But it doesn't matter after all. No matter how gorgeous she was in the past, she is just a walking corpse now. What is the use of favorability? Could it be that after the favorability reaches a certain limit, they will not attack me anymore? Ming-Su muttered in his heart. This system really gave him a headache. If there was no Doomsday, he could say that this favorability +10 was true at first sight. Even a fool would know what it meant. But now it is the zombie apocalypse. Who knows what this favorability +10 means? What if the zombie has a +10 favorability towards you, and will attack you first? The increase in favorability can make the target want to get close to you. When the favorability reaches a certain limit, the target will obey you and live in harmony with you. Okay. Okay, the zombies can't help but get closer to me. Isn't it just to increase the number of attack targets? But what does the following sentence mean? Can I control the zombies? My girlfriend is a zombie? Huh? Meng-Su took a deep breath. I still need to explore these, but what is known at present is that I have one more point to allocate. Meng-Su did not hesitate at all, and directly said, add all to strength. Increase successful, current strength value, 11. In the end times, whether it is spirit, physique, or strength, agility, these are all very important. But for Meng-Su, the most important thing is strength. As long as you have great strength, you can solve many problems. At least at the current stage. What you need most is strength and agility. Physical fitness. Spirit? It may be important in the future, but it is enough to survive now. After increasing his strength, Meng-Su felt that he seemed to have more energy, and an inexplicable feeling filled his whole body. He did feel that he seemed to have become stronger. To be honest, this feeling is quite comfortable. But along with the power, there was also a feeling of hunger. Meng-Su took a deep breath, turned around, and ransacked all the drawers in the office before finding a bag of beef cubes. He was overjoyed and ate 3 of them in a row, then got a glass of water. But unfortunately, in the entire office, apart from the bag of beef cubes, there were only half-eaten biscuits, 2 bottles of Coke, and half a bucket of water. He didn't know how long he could hold out. But Meng-Su knew very well that if there was no external rescue, he would at least be finished. A perfect life starts with a promotion and a pay rise. It's already 7:13. There are still 17 minutes left before the daily clock-in. Please clock in on time before 7:30. Employees who clock in on time will be blessed by the goddess of luck and have good luck. Triggering task. Clock in at work. Task reward. Points +5. Your boss appreciates you extra. You have the chance to trigger extra opportunities, and you may meet the company's senior leaders. Meng-Su? Okay. Okay, you clock in at work. Right? Meng-Su was confused. The time clock machine was outside the door. To successfully clock in, he had to open the door and go outside to clock in. And outside, there was a zombie with a favorability of 10 points staring at him. But at this moment, Meng-Su suddenly found a task bar in front of him. Unfinished task. Clock in at work. Optimizable task. Chatting up seeing this, Meng-Su was stunned, then he took a closer look, but found that the task rated as bad. If the subsequent performance was reversed, then the rating could be redetermined. There is only one chance. If the initial rating is above bad, there is no option to optimize. These 2 tasks seem to be completed together. Thinking of this, Meng-Su calmed down and immediately looked around, preparing to make a set of armor. The most terrifying thing about the zombies is that they are contagious. As long as she doesn't catch them, it's fine. Strength and so on should not exceed the limit of Chi Wei. So in terms of strength, as an adult male, he should be able to compete, and even hold Chi Wei down. Just take good protection. Thinking of this, Meng-Su immediately started to make it by hand. It's very simple. Take those thick printed contracts, and wrap them around the key parts of your body with tape. Try to wear a piece of paper armor. By the way, Meng-Su dragged the mop out of the bathroom, and DIY'd the scissors in the office, creating a simple spear. It seems useless, but at least it gives Meng-Su a sense of security that he is very safe. It's safer than going out with nothing. Everything is ready. Huh? Meng-Su exhaled, then without hesitation, directly opened the company door, fully armed. He stepped out of the door. Roar! The moment Meng-Su went out, the wandering zombie drooled, one eye turned red, and instantly rushed towards Meng-Su, with a hideous face, and the whole body in an extremely twisted posture, rushing towards Meng-Su. Seeing this scene, Meng-Su clenched the mopped scissors in his hand, and shouted to the zombie, Chi Wei, I like you. Can you date me? Although I don't have a car or a house, I will work hard. If you are willing, you can pay off the mortgage with me. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, at Wallace downstairs. It happens to be Crazy Thursday. Meng-Su's head was in a mess, saying whatever came to mind, see if he could optimize it a little, and give himself more points. As for the response? She has become a zombie. Can she still respond? Can she still agree? Meng-Su was already prepared, holding the homemade weapon in his hand tightly, planning to fight to the death. But just as Meng-Su was ready, a small gilded word suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. You are such a lowly man. You are so rude to say so much on the first meeting. Chi Wei has a very bad impression of you, and decided to send you a little sweet potato to hang you. Chi Wei's favorability minus 110. Then, in Meng Su's sight, this female zombie, who was originally running towards Meng Su like a wolf, actually stopped abruptly, turned around, treated Meng Su as air, and continued to wander further away. Ah? Meng Su was stunned for a moment. Okay, is this how you play? Chapter 3 Don't mess with the mentally ill. In the office next door, four ears were listening carefully to the noise outside, and they couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment at the noise. Soon, a weak voice came from under the table. Manager, is that Xiao Ming's voice? What is he doing? Confessing his love to Chi Wei. But Chi Wei wasn't Mr. Chi. The owner of the voice stuttered, seemingly unable to believe his ears, so he whispered to the manager who was lying behind the wall not far away. The manager with a big belly was lying on the wall, secretly watching the situation outside through the window, also stunned. It was too shocking. He couldn't even describe the shock in his heart with words. Punch into work? Confess to zombies? Is Xiao Ming crazy? He felt shocked. This person, mostly a mental patient. I didn't expect that he usually hides so well, and there is no sign of illness. Although he didn't know why that Chi Wei didn't bite him. The manager soon thought of a perfect solution. So, he turned around and whispered to the fat employee, who was hiding under the table. I'll call Meng Su over later. You can think of a way to make some noise. Do you hear me? Listen to me. And I guarantee that we will both live well. Congratulations. You have successfully clocked in. The harsh electronic sound echoed throughout the corridor. The sound was empty, but it caused quite a stir. In other offices, there seemed to be some office workers who had mutated into zombies. The harsh commotion reached Meng Su's ears, and he immediately took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. A normal task clock-in, you successfully clocked in 3 minutes before being late, avoiding the wrong option of being fined for being late. Task completed, task rating, a normal person. You get a task reward. Your boss gives you extra appreciation. Meng Su's expression was calm, expressionless. Appreciation from the boss? It's the end of the world, the boss is nothing. But what's the use of these points? The moment this thought came to Meng Su's mind, something similar to a mall immediately appeared in front of him. This mall only displays things that the host can afford, and will not display products that exceed 5 points. Looking at the red prompt font above, Meng Su was very satisfied. After reading it, he found there were only 3 options. They are the products marked as most valuable, and 2 products marked as useless. 5 points can be exchanged for 5,000 yuan, wow! After seeing the most valuable product, Meng Su just laughed. It's the end of the world. Brother, it's useless even if you give me 500 million? That's not right. What if these zombies are garbage and will be pacified soon? As for the other 2 products, although they are average, they are already pretty good for Meng Su. One is a bottle of Coke that can refresh your mind, and the other is a piece of compressed biscuit that can make you feel fuller, so you don't need to eat a meal. The price is 2 points each. This is good, you can eat and drink. If it were normal, only a fool would choose compressed biscuits and Coke. But now, only a fool would choose 5,000 yuan. Meng Su took a deep breath, and looked at Chi Wei who was wandering around. Although Chi Wei had an impression of herself as extremely depressed, it was not impossible that a second zombie would appear. Therefore, Meng Su planned to retreat first, and then act. Xiao Ming, come here! Come here! At this moment, a soft call came to Meng Su's ears. The voice was very soft, and it seemed a little urgent. The owner of the voice lowered the voice, and had already tried his best. After hearing this voice, Meng Su immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Looking back, he saw that there was a gap in the door of the next office, and a face was looking at him through the gap. His eyes were full of hope, and he seemed to be eager for Meng Su to lend a helping hand. Seeing this old face, Meng Su was happy. Hey, isn't this the manager? I haven't seen him for a night. Why is he so careless? Where is the seriousness when he asked me to work overtime last night? Also, why are you in the office of the company next door? What's going on? Is this the appreciation of the boss? Meng Su couldn't help but smile. When the manager saw that Meng Su noticed him, he was overjoyed and whispered, Xiao Ming, please help me, and lead Chi Wei away over there. Seeing this, Meng Su did not have too many scruples, and walked forward, planning to talk to the manager. After all, the end of the world is coming, and one more person means more strength. However, just as Meng Su was about to enter the door, He found that the wooden door was closed with a click, locking him out. At the same time, a huge noise suddenly came out of the room, as if it was intentionally attracting something. What's going on? Meng Su was startled. At the moment the huge noise sounded, Chi Wei, who was wandering at the end of the corridor, was attracted by the sound. But after seeing Meng Su, she still hesitated and seemed to have concerns. In the other rooms around, there were roars of varying degrees. It seemed that this sound also attracted the zombies locked in another office. Then, Meng Su heard the manager shouting, "Meng Su, that guy is here. You have worked hard to lead her away. After this wave of viruses is over, I will definitely promote you to Deputy General Manager. The future of the company depends on young people like you. Congratulations. Your clock and successfully attracted the attention of your boss. Promotion and salary increase are just around the corner. The first step of the workplace code is not to make things difficult for your boss. Please thank your boss loudly for his high hopes for you. Activate the task. Send the leader the warmest and most sincere greetings. Task reward, points +5. Leader's trust +10. Hee. Meng Su's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He naturally understood what was going on. In this case, then don't blame yourself. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but smile slightly, showing a kind smile, and said loudly to the manager across the door, "Good morning. Manager, why are you in the company next door? I think we should go back to our own company to work. What do you think? As for your suggestion, I don't think it's possible. You should go by yourself." Huh? The manager didn't expect Meng Su to make such a sound, and was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, he felt a huge force coming from outside the door. Turn the handle. Not good. The manager's face changed drastically. He hurriedly tried to hold the door, but Meng Su, the power was too great, and he was old and weak now. In terms of strength, he was no match for Meng Su, who had finished Fang Jiadian. The manager roared in a low voice, "Come and help. Don't let Meng Su in. Let Meng Su lead that thing away, so that we can leave here and go home." After hearing the manager's call, the employee hiding under the desk woke up immediately, and nervously moved over. But before he and the manager could reach the door together, they saw that the door had been knocked open by Meng Su. Boom! With a loud noise, the door was pushed open roughly, making a swaying sound. For a moment, the whole room was silent. Xiao Ming. The manager forced a smile, looked at the simple scissors in Meng Su's hand, and suddenly became very kind to Meng Su. "I also think that my previous suggestion is not very good. Now I think it is better to let Lu Wenning go." He regretted it now. If he had known, he would not have caused a mental illness. Lu Wenning was a colleague who was a little bloated. After hearing the manager's voice, Lu Wenning, who was responsible for making noise, suddenly trembled. Hee. Meng Su sneered and calmly left the office. The moment Meng Su left, Chi Wei rushed in fiercely. "Save me! Save me!" The manager, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, had no time to react before he saw Chi Wei rushing towards him. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Then he heard a puff, and a piece of flesh was bitten off. A low roar came from the throat, and a powerful bite force burst out instantly, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Ah! The screams were endless, and the fat colleague next to him had collapsed on the ground in fear, not daring to move. Meng Su was calm. If the fat man and the manager could react immediately and close the door, there would still be a chance of survival. But unfortunately, they did not seize this opportunity. Everything in the past is like death yesterday. Everything in the future is like birth today. Everything starts from today. Chapter for this world and I. Someone is going to go crazy when facing your boss. Your politeness is impeccable. When facing unreasonable work demands, you dare to refuse loudly. Oh my God, you are simply a role model for young people in the new era. Task completed, task rating, perfect. You get task rewards. Career recommendation letter X1, professional experience +5. Although you are a polite, good young man who knows when to advance and retreat, your behavior has caused your leaders and colleagues to have a much lower impression of you. The leader's favorability towards you is -100, and the colleague's favorability towards you is -50. I really don't know why they have such great malice towards you because of rejection. The evil of human nature is so bad. Complete the hidden achievement post 00s rectify the workplace. Get achievement reward, 5,000 cash. A good working environment is the foundation of a perfect life. Go and use achievement rewards to treat your boss, and colleagues to a barbecue to make up for this relationship. The wailing and screaming of the manager and colleagues echoed in his ears. Ming-Su carried his backpack and returned to the office. He sat in the office chair and counted all his belongings. It was still the same few things. The only difference was that there was a stack of red banknotes on the table in front of him. In this environment, it was just a pile of waste paper. The things that he had worked so hard for were placed in front of him so easily. It was really a bit weird. Ming-Su chuckled, not knowing whether it was a bitter laugh or a happy laugh. After thinking for a while, he casually put the stack of banknotes in the cabinet. In the future, maybe it can be used. By the way, there is a professional recommendation letter. Thinking of this, Ming-Su saw a flash of gold-plated small words in front of his eyes, and a frame appeared immediately. Soon, a professional recommendation letter appeared in front of Ming-Su. Career recommendation letter. Function: use this recommendation letter, you will get a career. A perfect life should start with a perfect career. The road to becoming the richest man, it's right under your feet. Effect: after using it, you will get a brand new part-time job. So awesome? Seeing this letter, Ming-Su became nervous and excited. Career? He knows too much. Warrior, mage, archer. Top, mid, ADC. Now I'm going to take off. A perfect life, start from this step. Use it. Without much hesitation, Ming-Su chose to use it. Following Ming-Su's choice, a job name soon appeared in front of him. Seeing the name of this job, Ming-Su's smile froze on his face. Get a new part-time job, flyer distributor. Flyer distributor. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A perfect life naturally requires sufficient wealth. The first cornerstone of a huge business empire is to start with flyer distribution. Ming-Su? He was stunned. Really stunned. The noise outside was very noisy, with exclamations and screams from time to time. And Ming-Su was feeling a little unwell now. And he fainted. Ah? What is this? Flyer distributor? It sounds very grand, but to put it simply, it is just handing out flyers on the street. This is nothing. Ming-Su also often worked part-time as a flyer distributor in high school. But, brother, it's the end of the world, and why are you still handing out flyers? What are you promoting? Safety doors, protective clothing, or AK-47? Ming-Su originally thought that he had adapted to the nature of this system, but he didn't expect that. There is always someone stronger than the strong. Moreover, Ming-Su thought, for a simple job like handing out flyers, does he need a letter of recommendation? Why not just find a job and apply for it? What's the point of this letter of recommendation? Soon, Ming-Su discovered the role of this letter of recommendation. Through the recommendation letter, you have obtained the exclusive professional task of flyer distributor. Please choose one of the following tasks. Distribute promotional flyers for Howhin Fitness Swimming Club. Reward: professional experience plus 3, cash plus 1,000, points plus 2. 0/500. Distribute opening flyers for Zhangwei Law Firm. Reward: professional experience plus 2, cash plus 5,000, points plus 2. 0/500. Distribute real estate opening flyers for How to Real Estate. Reward: professional experience plus 1, cash plus 10,000, points plus 2. 0 out of 1,000 for Ming-Su. Whether it is real estate, law firm, or fitness club, there is no difference in flyers. The difference lies in the reward and the number of flyers to be distributed. After taking a look, Ming-Su chose to distribute flyers for the swimming and fitness club without hesitation. Cash? It's just a pile of waste paper. Only a fool would choose How to Real Estate. If you distribute 500 more flyers, you will lose 2 points of experience. In order to be lazy, you actually chose the task of distributing 500 fewer flyers. It's really heartbreaking. You must know that hard work pays off. If you distribute 500 more flyers, you will get 10 times the bonus. Wealth is the starting condition for a perfect life. I hope the host can remember that hard work pays off. Ming-Su: I work hard to reward guests. But what's the use of this experience? After adjusting his state, Ming-Su took a deep breath, and soon, a panel immediately appeared in front of him. Occupation: apprentice clerk. Level 05 out of 10. Occupation: flyer distributor. Level 00/3. Every time the occupation level is upgraded, you will gain corresponding attribute points, skill points, and special skills. Seeing this data, what else can Ming-Su say? You can only trust it. Although he didn't think the skill given by this upgrade would be an advanced skill. It would give attribute points, which was enough. There's a saying about this shitty system. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Although this is a system for the rich that will only come at the end of the world. If it can increase attribute points, it may also allow me to survive the end of the world and wait until the day when human civilization is rebuilt. Meng-Su thought to himself. His only thought now is to wait until human civilization is rebuilt. And then he can make a fortune with this system. Task selection completed. Current progress. 0/500. Please shout slogans when distributing flyers. Sir/Madam. Learn about swimming and fitness. Sincerely shouting the slogans on the flyers, on the one hand. It is convenient for publicity, on the other hand. It may allow you to gain additional professional experience. Seeing this reminder, Meng-Su is now calm. The current time is 9:14 in the morning. It turns out that only 2 hours have passed. I thought a lifetime had passed. After Meng-Su received the glass of water, he drank it all in one gulp, and then ate half a bag of his colleague's beef granules. He came to the mirror, and suddenly thought of something. He immediately turned on the faucet, and began to collect water resources with bottles and cans. The water flowed, and Meng-Su looked at himself in the mirror. His mind calm. This world and I. We must go crazy together. Let's go. Hand out flyers. Chapter 5. Sir, do you know about swimming and fitness? He laughed out loud and went out. How can I be a worker? Although Meng-Su wanted to say this, unfortunately, even if it was the end of the world, he would still work. With a thick stack of flyers in his hand, Meng-Su stood in front of the company corridor and took a deep breath. Good news, his company was on the 4th floor, not high, and he could go downstairs by stairs. Bad news, once his whereabouts were exposed, zombies could climb the stairs very quickly. Thinking of this, Meng-Su couldn't help but have a headache. If you look ahead and behind, you are not a hero. You must have the courage to move forward to achieve success. But it is also very important to plan before you act. Bang. There was a knocking sound behind him. Meng-Su turned his head, and saw that it was from Chi-Wei. Because he was standing here, Chi-Wei could not go out, and was just wandering in the next office. In addition to Chi-Wei, there was also a zombie in the next room, which was his former boss, the manager. As for the fat colleague, only half of his body was left now. His stomach was ripped open. His intestines were scattered all over the floor, and he was twitching and struggling on the floor of the next office. He deserved to die. Meng-Su watched their fate coldly, because his favorability towards him dropped by 100 points before he died. The manager, who had turned into a zombie, was extremely disgusted with him at this moment, and was unwilling to get close to him. But suddenly, Meng-Su seemed to have thought of a great idea. Let Chi-Wei and the manager lead the way. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Meng-Su did it without hesitation. The safest way is to sweep the building. Some zombies are locked in the room. They are not smart enough to open the door. You can stuff flyers in from the outside of the door, or just pin them on the door. Wait until you finish sweeping the building before going to the street. If your strength is less than 100 points, you can't attack rashly. The 3rd floor, the 2nd floor is the cafeteria, the 1st floor is the lobby, only the 4th floor and above can sweep the building. The entire office building has 15 floors in total. It seems that most of my tasks can be completed in this office building. Once upon a time, Meng-Su hated those who randomly stuffed small advertisements. They had no manners at all. But now, hates small advertisements, questions small advertisements, understands small advertisements, and becomes small advertisements. Action begins. Meng-Su took a deep breath. Without hesitation, took out 2 flyers, and said enthusiastically to Chi-Wei and the manager, Ms. Chi. Manager Zhang, do you want to know about swimming and fitness? A new store is opening, and you can get 1 billion yuan by buying a monthly card. Seeing Meng-Su approaching, Chi-Wei and manager Zhang seemed to have encountered some natural enemy, and they quickly dodged around. But it didn't matter. Meng-Su had already thrown the flyers over. Humble words. Warm smile. Although you were very polite in handing out flyers, you actually threw them at the feet of the guests. This is very impolite. Please correct it in time. Otherwise it will affect your task rating. Meng-Su turned a deaf ear to him, and went to get a rope beside him, intending to tie up Chi-Wei and the manager and walk out with them. Fortunately, the office next door had just been renovated, and there were still a few buckets of paint, air conditioner, safety ropes, and other things. Otherwise, he would have to find something to drag them. In the broken corridor, the blood had not dried yet, and the smell of blood in the air was so strong that it was nauseating. On a glass door on the 8th floor, the blood had not dried yet, and the crooked shelves seemed to tell that there had been a shocking tragedy here. In the bathroom of the office on the 8th floor, a girl was shivering, listening carefully to the noise outside the door, and in fear, she also breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to this world? Why did it become like this? Is this the end of the world? Didn't the news say that the United States only showed symptoms last week, and there was a peninsula crisis yesterday? How did it get here so quickly? All kinds of strange thoughts echoed in the girl's mind. She was shivering a little, unsteady on her feet, clenching the broom in her hand tightly, and using various sundries to hold the door against the door, to prevent anything from breaking in from outside. Her name is Shen Zhao, a recent graduate. She had insomnia and nothing to do last night. So she got up early and came to work at 5 o'clock, intending to impress her boss. But she never expected that this morning. She saw a car overturned from the window when she first arrived at the office. The crowd wailing, and indescribable zombies wreaking havoc in the building. Because this is the office area. And it was early in the morning. Not many people came. But there were still many people on the street. Enough to make her tremble, and dare not run around. The colleague who had been working overtime in the company suddenly fell to the ground and twitched. Rolled his eyes. And within 10 seconds, his face was ferocious. He suddenly stood up and rushed to the team leader. And then, there was a bloody scene and several screams. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and fled to the bathroom. Otherwise, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. Is there anyone who can save me? Bless me. Shen Zhao could only pray silently in the utility room, hoping that order could be restored quickly, and these things could be solved. She trembled as she took out her cell phone, trying to find a way to call for help on the intermittently working network. Since the zombie crisis broke out, the network signal has been a little unstable. Only in open areas. There is barely any network. And in storage rooms like this, it is sometimes unavailable. After adjusting the volume to 0 and turning off the vibration, Shen Zhao carefully logged into various networks, but found that the screen was full of messages for help. Various messages flooded the entire network, and only one piece of news was pinned on the top of the news. I hope all residents stay at home to avoid contact with the virus. It seems that everything happened suddenly. Last night was a night of singing and dancing, and today is hell on earth. Without the slightest change, it just broke out suddenly. Everything was a little unexpected. Although many people took precautions and stockpiled some food in advance, most people were still unprepared, and even had not watched the news before. This zombie crisis came too fast. The earliest report was only 6 days ago. Boom! Just when Shen Zhao was complaining to herself, there was a sound outside the door, which frightened the girl's heart. But soon, she felt that the sound seemed a little different. Sir, would you like to know more about swimming and fitness? If you don't want to, forget it. Why are you in such a hurry? The gentleman locked in the room over there. Would you like to know more about swimming and fitness? A series of spirited voices came from outside the door, which made Shen Zhao stunned. Swimming and fitness, no more. It's the end of the world. Brother, and there are still people handing out flyers? Shen Zhao felt like he had been locked up for too long, and he was hallucinating. Chapter 6 Career Upgrade. Hua la la. The crackling sound reached Shen Zhao's ears. She heard the sound of hitting the glass, and also heard a ferocious roar. Soon, the sound seemed to disappear, and there was a rustling sound outside. At the same time, there was a sentence that she couldn't understand. Is this a high-quality order? What does this mean, a high-quality order? Shen Zhao was shocked. Should I go out and ask for help? Thinking of this, Shen Zhao moved the debris away, slightly opened a small gap. Through the gap in the bathroom, looking outside, just happened to see her two zombie colleagues with their faces on the glass, bloody and hideous, and the ground was covered with blood that had not yet dried. In the corridor, a handsome boy with bangs was standing in front of the glass door, looking at the other side of the glass, the ferocious-looking zombie, and then holding a flyer and talking. Sir, would you like to know about swimming and fitness? Our club is specially prepared for sedentary white-collar zombies. Now you can place an order and get exclusive private lessons, sexy zombie coaches, online training partners. And gentlemen, zombies must also have core competitiveness. Think about it, learning to swim, then you can be one step ahead of other zombies, making it easier for you to bite people. Think about it again. Look, if you don't work hard, you will only be an ordinary zombie for the rest of your life. Can you have a little dream? The dream of becoming the king of zombies? Understand the applause. Come and sign up for our swimming and fitness club, and try the first session for free. Two zombie brothers, I see your eyes are glowing red. Are you very excited? It's better to take action than to be excited. Place an order now. Buy 5 sessions and get 1 free. Shinzao? What's going on? She was stunned. Her eyes blinked again and again, as if she couldn't believe her eyes, and couldn't believe what she saw. It's the end of the world. Big brother. You're promoting swimming and fitness to zombies? What's the red light? Aren't zombies' eyes red? Shin Zhao couldn't complain. Now he just hoped that this psychopath outside would help him and save him from danger. But unfortunately, Shin Zhao's idea failed. After talking many times, the man turned around and left, which made Shin Zhao feel disappointed. But soon, Shin Zhao found that the man was holding a rope, and at the other end of the rope was a zombie. Wait a minute. Shin Zhao rubbed his eyes and looked again. That's right, it's a zombie. Zombies? What's going on? What kind of expert is this? Others walk their dogs, but you walk zombies? Shin Zhao's eyes almost popped out. I've been in a small space for too long. I'm probably crazy. Such bizarre hallucinations have appeared. Shin Zhao muttered to himself. After seeing Meng Su leave without looking back, he quickly closed the gap and filled it up with miscellaneous items again. Fortunately, I brought my bag with me when I came in, and I brought a lot of food in the bag, which can last for a long time. As for water? In the bathroom. Do I still have to worry about water resources? There should be no water shortage for a while. I was a little bored. Shin Zhao picked up the phone again, and took advantage of the weak signal, and couldn't help but post a new post among the many help posts. I was probably trapped for too long, and I just saw a guy handing out flyers to promote swimming and fitness to zombies. I don't know if I'm crazy, or the workers are finally tortured crazy. Dear host, I never thought that you were so good at speaking, and you made 2 customers stay there with full concentration, and listen to you for 15 minutes. Although they didn't buy anything in the end, the effect of this order has accumulated sufficient experience for your career. Congratulations, I believe you will definitely become a legendary flyer distributor. Get extra rewards. Plus 3 career experience, -20 flyers distributed. Looking at the small gilded characters in front of him, Meng Su knew that the value of the 2 zombies behind the glass door had been squeezed out, and he immediately threw down 2 flyers ruthlessly, and then pulled the rope, indicating that manager Zhang and Chi Wei, the 2 zombies, should set off. Meng Su's wonderful adventure was not smooth, but he successfully led 2 zombies to here. The method used is also very simple. There is a common name in the game world, called card walking, because these 2 zombies hate themselves and are unwilling to play with themselves. So as long as they move forward, and as long as they move backward, always keeping a safe distance. So when entering the floor, you can let these 2 zombies go in to explore the way. Once you encounter any zombies, the 2 of them standing in front of them would inevitably affect the agility of the zombies rushing towards them, making them slow for a while. They would then escape smoothly by blocking the zombies' movement. However, after reaching the 8th floor, Meng Su felt that the effect was average, because the floors above the 8th floor were all high-level offices. Meng Su's office had solid walls, while here they were all glass walls, so one could see the layout inside at a glance from the outside. And only some companies used frosted glass, which created a blurry situation. But the blurry frosted glass, you can still see the silhouette of a person. Although Meng Su was very brave and had stood in front of the glass wall to promote for 15 minutes, he was still quite scared. What if the zombies broke the glass and rushed out? It's the end of the world. I didn't expect that handing out flyers would be life-threatening. Meng Su muttered to himself, seemingly calmer than a few hours ago. TSK, if it's always like this, can my professional level advance by leaps and bounds? But then again, what is the use of this professional level? After thinking a lot in his mind, Meng Su decided to go back to his floor first. Above the 8th floor. It was too scary. More than 200 flyers have been distributed, and half of them are still to be distributed. Fortunately, there is no time limit for this task. I will go back to have lunch and distribute them in the afternoon. At the same time, I have to concentrate the resources I have collected on this trip. Even if there is a perfect life system, I have to consider the most basic material conditions of people. Points. Although I don't know what they will be used for in the future. Meng Su thinks he can accumulate them. What if he gets a Gundam? At worst, a thermal weapon will do. An ordinary silencer pistol can also make Meng Su get twice the result with half the effort. Tiptoeing, Meng Su returned to the 4th floor. The rope led 2 zombies to clear the way, just like when he came here. These 2 zombies made Meng Su feel the warmth of home. After returning to the 4th floor, Meng Su looked back at manager Zhang and Chi Wei, and nodded with satisfaction, tied the rope to a handle at the door, and looked at the 3rd office not far away. After taking a deep breath, he chose to return to his office. Gudong, gudong. Back in the office, Meng Su sat down on the office chair, picked up a glass of water, and drank it all in big gulps. After doing all this, Meng Su's mind moved, and the next second, an attribute bar appeared in his sight. Host, Meng Su. Occupation, Trainee Clerk level 0.5/10, Flyer Distributor level 0.3/3 upgradable. Attributes, Spirit 6, Constitution 8, Strength 11, Agility 10. Accumulated allocable attribute points, 0. Accumulated allocable skill points, 0. Looking at his current personal information, Meng Su immediately chose to upgrade his occupation. I want to upgrade to the promising occupation of Flyer Distributor. Chapter 7. The most important skill in the work is to learn to read people's expressions. Upgraded successfully. Your occupation Flyer Distributor level has been upgraded from level 0 to level 1. As a propagandist distributing flyers, you have to work in various extreme weather conditions all year round. Therefore, level 1 flyer distributors have developed a good mentality, a physique that is not afraid of extreme weather, and a swift speed. You will gain certain attribute blessings. Distributing flyers, you must also have certain reading people's expression skills. If you don't have good eyesight, distributing flyers to drunkard/thug/world-destroying villains, you are likely to get into trouble. You gain 0.5 agility bonus, 0.5 physique bonus, 1 spirit bonus. You gain occupational skills, reading people's expressions. Your current attribute values are Spirit 7, Constitution 8.5, Strength 11, Agility 10.5. The small characters that suddenly appeared in front of me were so dense that it was dazzling. After carefully reading all this, Meng Su was surprised. Upgrading a profession can actually give you a certain bonus to your attribute points. Although it's not much, it may be better than going to the gym to exercise after a long time. And what about this skill? Reading people's expressions? Does this require a skill? Meng Su was a little doubtful. The next second, the skill of reading people's expressions appeared in front of Meng Su. Reading people's expressions. Level 1 cannot be upgraded. Introduction, as the saying goes, keep your eyes open and your ears alert. A perfect life also requires perfect social interaction. Through this skill, you can identify the other party's current mainstream profession from the details, and check the other party's professional level. If the difference between the other party's professional level and the host is too large, it cannot be checked. Seeing the effect of this skill, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Just call it investigation. How can it be called observing people's words and expressions? I thought it was some magical skill. Meng Su muttered to himself. He felt that his spirit seemed to be a little abnormal, but after looking at the 7 points of spirit on the panel, he felt that there was nothing wrong with him. He was 1 point more energetic than before. Wait a minute, didn't the career upgrade just now only increase his spirit by 0.5? Why was it 1 point more than 2 hours ago? Forget it, it's good to be a little more energetic. Very energetic. Meng Su straightened his back, then looked around, used his points, exchanged a compressed biscuit. Do you want to exchange? Looking at the prompt in front of him, Meng Su decisively chose to exchange. After choosing to exchange, the next second, Meng Su felt something suddenly in his pocket, and he took it out casually. A bag of compressed biscuits without any mark appeared in Meng Su's hand. The biscuit was only about half the size of a palm, but for Meng Su, it was enough. Sizzle. Tear open the biscuit package and take a bite. Scallion flavor, crunchy. Feeling the taste of the compressed biscuits bursting out in his mouth, Meng Su couldn't help but sigh. His tense nerves slowly relaxed. Considering the heavy tasks in the afternoon, Meng Su thought about it, and exchanged for a bottle of Coke that can make people refreshed. Sitting in the office chair like this, with compressed biscuits in one hand and Coke in the other, Meng Su felt that. Never mind that none of this had happened, and he was still the social animal working overtime. I always feel worse. What? It's a bit quiet. Meng Su frowned, suddenly thought something, suddenly pulled the curtains away. For a moment, the dazzling sunlight came in, this feeling of bathing in the sun, very warm. After doing this, Meng Su returned to the seat very comfortably, at the same time leaning backwards, leaning on an office chair, leisure and freedom. This is right. Then he drew a sip of cola. Had Happy water with happy chair. This is the day when people should live. This is the perfect life. The outside is very quiet. Occasionally there is a heartbreaking scream, or the unknown roar. Farther away, there seemed to be sporadic other sounds. But the distance was too far, and Ming-Su could not hear them. The office building where Ming-Su was located was far away from the city. The only thing to be thankful for was that there was a subway. If not, this would be a barren place. But no matter what, one thing was certain. Order was dying. Logically speaking, according to the level of human technology, it would not be so bad. So, what was the problem? After thinking about it for a while, Ming-Su gave up thinking. It has nothing to do with me. Let's figure out how to distribute the remaining 200 flyers first. Not far away, a buzz suddenly came from the end of the road, attracting Ming-Su's attention. Ming-Su sat up straight, looked in the direction of the bus, but saw that the bus was running wild, knocking down many vehicles, and various vehicle alarms were sounding one after another. Such a loud sound naturally caused a tremor around. Ming-Su could feel that. It seemed that the whole world was in some commotion. Swish! The sound of glass breaking came from upstairs. Then, Ming-Su saw a black shadow outside the window jumping down from a tall building. One after another, like dumplings falling into the air, more than a dozen of them fell down one after another. Even if they were broken beyond recognition, with broken arms and legs, they did not stop and crawled towards the bus. Soon, the bus was running rampant, and eventually overturned, and countless zombies climbed towards the bus. It was a bit like watching a movie. It was just too far away. Ming-Su had no idea how many people were on the bus, nor did he know what had happened to make the bus so crazy. Ming-Su's spirit was quite stable. He even picked up the paper and pen on the desk and wrote down calmly, "There are a lot of zombies on the whole street. About 2,000 to 3,000. And there are probably more than 100 in the building. According to this situation, the zombies in the building are enough to meet the task of distributing flyers. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be no need to complete the task on the street." After writing, Ming-Su tore off the paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. "That's it. Let's go!" Ming-Su stood up, planning to distribute the remaining 200 flyers. The bus driver attracted so much firepower. He couldn't waste it. Could he? Crack. He pushed open the door of the office and looked at the two zombies, Manager Zhang and Chi-Wei, who were tied to the door. Soon, 2 lines of small red words appeared above their heads in Ming-Su's sight. Occupation, zombie. Level, 0. Favorability, -100. Both zombies were like this. The profession and level are exactly the same, and even the favorability is -100 points. Manager Zhang. Miss Chi, I am sincere to you, and I always take you with me when I go out. Your favorability to me is still negative. It's really disappointing. Ming-Su put the flyer in his armpit and expressed his disappointment with Chi-Wei and Manager Zhang's behavior. Especially Chi-Wei. He was sincere to her, but she had such a low favorability to him. It was sad for his family. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you all this time. I don't think I've given you 2 flyers yet. Suddenly, Ming-Su thought of something, his eyes lit up immediately, and he took out 2 flyers, and said enthusiastically to Chi-Wei and Manager Zhang, "Miss Chi, Manager Zhang, would you like to know about swimming and fitness? Acquaintances can get a 20% discount. If you don't buy, I'll break your bones." Chapter 8. I am normal. So it is this world that is abnormal. As soon as I went out, I saw the zombie with only half of its body left struggling desperately. Ming-Su did not hesitate at all. He raised the simple spear in his hand and stabbed it hard in the back. At the same time, he threw a flyer, which was soaked in the blood. Did this gentleman hear me? Let's learn about swimming and fitness. After stabbing 3 or 4 times, Ming-Su found that the zombie was still very tenacious. So he stopped this meaningless attack. Friends who often kill zombies know that the zombie's weakness should be in the head. Only a headshot can kill a zombie. After this experiment, Ming-Su also confirmed this point. It seems that a headshot can really kill a zombie. In his sight, he can see the identity of this thing with just one glance. Occupation, zombie. Level, 0. Favorability, -50. There is no doubt that this is the colleague next door. The favorability is -50. It can be seen that although this half-body zombie is a little hesitant about him, it will still attack him. If only half of his body was left, it might be possible that there would be a real fight between dragons and tigers. Ming-Su looked at the remaining office besides these 2 offices. There were probably 2 zombies wandering around in the office. Among them was a middle-aged programmer with a bald head, and a courier boy wearing a courier uniform. It seemed that when he was delivering the courier, he unfortunately encountered a terrible thing, and thus mutated. The 2 of them were locked in the last office on the 4th floor. Since they didn't know how to open the door, they could only hit the wall again and cause a commotion. But Ming-Su used observing words and expressions to look at them, but he found something special. Unlike Chi-Wei and Manager Zhang, they both had no favorability system, no positive or negative numbers, not even 0. That is, the favorability item was not displayed at all. What do you mean? Why didn't they show the favorability option? Is it because they have nothing to do with the tasks issued by the system? Ming-Su frowned slightly, thinking for a while. What makes Ming-Su even more troubled is that this zombie actually has levels. If it is a constant level 0, it would be fine. What if there are higher levels in the future? It's a bit of a headache just thinking about it. This world is really too abnormal. Ming-Su sighed deeply, looked at Chi-Wei and Manager Zhang, who were tied to the elevator hall on the 4th floor, and said to them, "Don't you think so? There is always something wrong with the world or me. I punch in on time. Usually do some part-time work handing out flyers. Like to chat with Chi-Wei in the office next door and my boss Manager Zhang. And get along with my colleagues. I use homemade tools to massage his back. So I am normal." From this, it can be inferred that this world must be abnormal. After sorting out the logic, Ming-Su felt that there was nothing wrong with him. 13:30 p.m. Lunch break is over. The company seems to be a little slack today. As an intern, you must not forget the task assigned by your boss. Go to the 11th floor and discuss the underground parking space with Manager Lin of Wanxiang International. Task: negotiate with Manager Lin. Task reward: free allocation of professional experience +2. Cash +5,000. Points +3. Free allocation of attribute points +1. Hey, Manager Lin. The sudden appearance of this line of small words made Ming-Su happy. Actually, it was nothing serious. It was just that Manager Lin of Wanxiang International had some friction with his boss over parking spaces. Okay, I'll go upstairs to negotiate and ensure that it will be completed successfully. Ming-Su nodded, holding the simple spear made of mop rod plus scissors plus tape, which was still dripping with blood, and holding 2 ropes. He strode upstairs. I'm timid alone, and I'm afraid I can't beat Manager Lin. So I asked Chi-Wei from the neighboring brother company and Manager Zhang of the department to go together. Is that okay? Ming-Su thought it was okay. Colleagues should be harmonious and friendly like this. With this in mind, Ming-Su took 2 zombies with him on the road. Tick, tick. The stairs were terribly quiet. The quieter it was, the more uneasy Ming-Su felt. He was not alone, and Manager Zhang and Chi-Wei were with him. Thinking of this, Ming-Su glanced at his 2 teammates, and then silently put his thoughts back. His heart, which had been hanging for a long time, was hanging again. Although these 2 zombies barely became his teammates because of the -100 favorability, it was impossible to say that he was not afraid of them. What if they suddenly turn against us? Therefore, Ming-Su has been concentrating his attention, paying attention to any disturbances around him, and at the same time, distributing small flyers whenever he can. It must be said that Ming-Su is in a very good mood now. The coke he drank before made him very drunk, but now it can be said that Ming-Su has a feeling of sharp ears and eyes, and a radiant face. Comfortable. I went to the 9th floor, which was empty, but the offices were locked, and there was no movement inside, so Ming-Su symbolically distributed a few flyers to each office, and then left the 9th floor. Just after taking 2 steps, Ming-Su saw a zombie wearing a property security uniform, wandering in the stairwell between the 10th and 11th floors, with a ferocious face, veins popping out on his forehead, and his neck broken at an incredible angle. Roar! The moment he saw Ming-Su, he instantly got excited and rushed towards Ming-Su. Zombie, level 0. Seeing this, Ming-Su was already accustomed to it. He raised the simple weapon in his hand, pulled the rope with his other hand, and instantly asked Chi-Wei and Manager Zhang to block the road tightly, preventing the security zombie from coming over. At the same time, he stabbed the security zombie with a simple spear, and whispered, "Would you like to know about swimming and fitness? Sir, are you interested in learning about swimming and fitness?" He felt like a bit of a psychopath. Fortunately, the stairs were not wide enough, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of. After stabbing for an unknown number of times, he saw blood all over the floor. After the security zombie fell to the ground, Ming-Su breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the zombie. At this moment, the occupation and level had disappeared. Seeing this, Ming-Su couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, relaxed his tense muscles, and continued to grope forward, walked to the 10th floor, and prepared to distribute flyers. This detection technique has another advantage. It can see whether the zombie is dead or not. Otherwise, you thought he was dead, but he wasn't actually dead, and he suddenly hit you. This is really fatal. The security door leading to the stairwell on the 10th floor was half closed, and the security zombie seemed to have come out from the 10th floor. Ming-Su took a deep breath and gently pushed the security door. After pushing the door open, he immediately used the positioning to let Chi Wei and manager Zhang walk in front. Ming-Su is now an excellent employee, and he knows the reason for letting the leader go first. After confirming that it was safe, Ming-Su walked out of the stairwell, and when he saw the scene at the end of the corridor, he was stunned, and then, he was ecstatic, because he saw that a lock completely locked the entire company on the 10th floor. And the company on the 10th floor seemed to be having a party at night. At a glance, there were 30 or 40 zombies squeezed in. There was blood everywhere, which was a hell on earth. Who escaped and locked the door again? What a piece of shit. Could it be that guy just now? It's okay. I'll avenge you. Ming-Su took a deep breath, stood in front of the 30 or 40 zombies, and smiled a standard professional smile. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to know about swimming and fitness? If you are 30 or 40 people, you can get a 15% discount. Mission completed. Distributing flyers also requires efficiency. Unfortunately, of the 480 flyers you distributed, only 3 were accepted, and the remaining 477 were discarded like waste paper. This is really a sad story. I hope you can continue to work hard and become a legendary flyer distributor. Task completed. Task rating, General. You get the task reward. Career experience plus 3, cash plus 1,000, points plus 2. Chapter 9 Manager Lin, I'm here to talk to you. Ton. After completing the task, Ming-Su drank a bottle of mineral water that he had looted downstairs, marked the situation on the 10th floor, put the mineral water bottle back into his backpack, and continued to head towards the 11th floor. The 11th and 12th floors. Both floors belong to the company Wanxiang International, compared to Jianglin Technology Company Limited, where Ming-Su works, which only occupies 1/3 of a floor. This Wanxiang International is larger in scale, and its main business is outsourced customer service. That's right, the customer service of some app software are them. For example, some food delivery, taxi hailing apps, or some home appliances. The customer service of those software is not the staff of the software at all, but outsourced to professional customer service companies by the software company, saving some costs. Anyway, for most small companies, customer service is nothing more than okay. Yes, dear. We have recorded it. If there is any real problem, it will be recorded uniformly, and when the number is too large, it will be fed back to the company of the app. Therefore, there are many people on the 11th and 12th floors, and according to what Ming-Su knows, they implement a rotation system, which means that even at midnight, there are still a group of unlucky workers who stick to their posts and handle some emergencies. Although the system is a bit out of order and can't see the current situation clearly, the information provided is still very accurate. Manager Lin is on the 11th floor. This is a bit difficult. Ming-Su took a deep breath. He was worried that the situation on the 11th floor would be exactly the same as the 10th floor. If that was the case, he didn't need to go there and could just go home. As for the mission, you have to be alive to do it. After taking a deep breath, Ming-Su adjusted his state and immediately walked upstairs, pushing open the door of the safety passage. As soon as he entered the elevator hall, Ming-Su saw a long trail of blood, which continued all the way to the elevator room. Although Ming-Su didn't know what happened, he roughly guessed with his smart little head that someone should have pressed the elevator button when the zombies broke out, which caused a certain impact. The meat scraps and bloodstains on the ground seemed to indicate that they followed the elevator? What kind of situation was this? After thinking for a while, Ming-Su didn't know what was going on. However, it looked like it was quite quiet. The quieter it was, the more problematic it was. Ming-Su led Chi Wei and manager Zhang and continued to move forward. Soon, under the big Wanxiang International logo, he saw 2 unconscious zombies wandering in the corridor to the left of the front desk. Zombies, level 0. Zombies, level 0. On the right side, it looked quite messy. There was an office door open. Meng-Su took a look, and there was no one inside. Huh? Meng-Su took a deep breath, crouched, hid behind the front desk cabinet, pulled the ropes of Chi-Wei and Manager Zhang, and the two zombies immediately changed their direction of movement unwillingly with Meng-Su's power. Bang! With a crisp sound, Manager Zhang accidentally touched some parts when he passed by, making a crackling sound, which immediately alerted the two zombies. But after seeing that it was Manager Zhang, one of the zombies sniffed the air fiercely, and then wandered around without any purpose, with a slow pace. Seeing this, Meng-Su cautiously crouched forward, thinking about how to kill both zombies. The best way is to kill them one by one. He observed the wandering speed of the two zombies, controlled the current situation, and tried his best to let Chi-Wei and Manager Zhang block the positions of the two zombies, and strive to achieve tripping peaks and separate the two zombies by limiting the number. Difficulty, it is still very difficult. But for Meng-Su, he is not afraid of failure. He is willing to try again and again. Finally, on the fourth time, paying attention to the position of a middle-aged female zombie, seeing it coming towards him, Meng-Su immediately hid behind the front desk cabinet, pulled the rope, pulled Manager Zhang back, formed a staggered peak, letting the middle-aged female zombie pass. After the female zombie passed, Meng-Su quickly loosened Manager Zhang's rope, and used two zombies to separate the middle-aged female zombie from the other young zombie. The smell of blood was very strong. But Meng-Su was still not in a hurry to take action. After all, the corridor is not as good as the stairwell. In the stairwell, two people can stand side by side, which can block the position of the zombie and allow him to attack. But the corridor can accommodate 3 to 4 people side by side. Therefore, for Meng-Su, he needs to kill with one blow, and then quickly fight the second zombie. This is why he chose the middle-aged female zombie. She is old and weak, and women are naturally weaker than men. These advantages give Meng-Su a great chance. If he failed, he would have to let go, let Chi-Wei and Manager Zhang meet with Director Lin here, and he would do it first, hold his breath, and abandon all the messy thoughts. Meng-Su could even hear his own heartbeat. Gripping the simple weapon in his hand, he listened carefully to the approaching rustling sound of dragging footsteps, and the occasional meaningless roars. Meng-Su's eyes gradually became firm, and he silently calculated the speed of the zombie's arrival in his heart, and began to count down silently. 3, 2, 1. Counting down to 3. Meng-Su suddenly clenched the weapon in his hand, and rushed out from behind the front desk, stabbing at the zombie's head. Swish! A sound of piercing flesh resounded, and in an instant, blood spurted out. The sharp end of the scissors pierced straight into the neck of the middle-aged zombie, causing the zombie to scream. He completely ignored the blood spurting from his neck and desperately reached out to Meng-Su. However, his arms were too short, and he couldn't reach Meng-Su at all. Meng-Su suddenly exerted force, and in an instant he pushed the zombie against the wall, stabbing him tightly. The noise was too loud, and immediately alerted the energetic male zombie. Not only that, but even in the conference room at the end of the corridor on the left, there seemed to be a commotion. Fortunately, the door of the conference room was closed. Seeing that the energetic male zombie was coming, Meng-Su glanced at the empty office, without any hesitation, and pushed forward, pushing the middle-aged zombie into the office, and then closed the door of the office with lightning speed, trapping the middle-aged zombie inside. Unless this middle-aged zombie can turn the door handle, there is no way out. After doing all this, Meng-Su did not stop at all. He directly picked up the simple tool and stabbed the male zombie's head fiercely. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Although the attribute points were not increased very high, at the moment of life and death, his adrenaline surged, and Meng-Su could not afford to make any mistakes. Just like that, the scissors pierced into the zombie's eye socket, and the eyeball was instantly pierced by the scissors, and blood plasma spurted out. However, the zombie still did not know the pain and rushed towards Meng-Su. Meng-Su felt a little numb and actually stepped back a few steps. At this critical moment, Meng-Su suddenly discovered that after 3 rounds of fighting, the scissors fixed on the top were already a little shaky and about to fall off. Meng-Su did not hesitate at all and directly abandoned the mop pole. Inertia caused the zombie to stagger forward and fall to the ground. Meng-Su picked up the chair at the front desk and kicked the staggering zombie to the ground. He stepped on its back and smashed it hard. He picked up the metal chair and smashed it hard on the zombie's head. The zombie kept struggling to get up, but Ming-Su stepped on its back firmly and swung the chair wildly. Blood splattered everywhere, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Ming-Su's body was also covered with blood stains. It was not until the zombie's head was smashed to pieces, completely out of shape, and the zombie, level 0 in front of him, disappeared, that Ming-Su took 2 heavy breaths and stood up. In the corridor, Chi Wei and manager Zhang were a little restless due to the bloody smell, but when they looked at Ming-Su's position, they hesitated and felt a little afraid. Under the gaze of the 2 zombies, Ming-Su, covered in blood, straightened his back, showed a brilliant smile, and said loudly to the rooms in the corridor, "Is Manager Lin here?" "I am. Ming-Su from Jianglin Technology on the 4th floor. My boss asked me to come and talk to you about the parking space this morning. Didn't we talk in the afternoon? I'm here. Where are you?" Chapter 10. Let's sort out our thoughts. First, your fierce momentum successfully attracted the employees of Wanxiang International on the 11th floor. A senior aunt in her 50s banged the door enthusiastically behind the door, making a vague cry, seemingly cheering for you. In the face of other companies maliciously encroaching on our interests, we must remain as fierce as a wolf. Well done. It's just that Manager Lin of Wanxiang International is too rude. He only dared to scream behind the door, and didn't dare to face your edge. A perfect life requires such a grand stage. Your life is perfect. Note: Chi Wei, Zhang Tao was shocked by your momentum. Task completed. Task rating, perfect. You get the task reward: freely distributable career experience plus 5, cash plus 100, 000, points plus 5, freely distributable attribute points plus 1. The lines of small words in front of him made Ming-Su feel a little excited. There is an extra bonus. This is something Ming-Su did not expect. Except for the attribute points, all other rewards have changed. However, in the task adjective, the employee I fell in love with is the guy whose brain was smashed just now, and the one who was frantically banging on the door. Thinking of this, Ming-Su looked at the office closest to him. The zombie whose throat was pierced by him was still banging on the office door, looking very manic. And Director Lin, I guess he is in the meeting room at the end of the corridor. Unfortunately, this supervisor is probably no longer human. What a nice adjective. Ming-Su took a deep breath, and then prepared to organize his equipment. The simple weapon was scrapped. Ming-Su's scissors were not high-end goods. The tip had been worn out after several battles, and the place where it was originally fixed with various tapes and ropes was now loose and useless. After thinking about it, Ming-Su did not continue to hold the mop pole, but picked up the iron chair. This iron chair is quite handy. No wonder the warriors in ancient times used blunt tools like hammers. This thing is much more useful than knives and swords. I can see if it can be improved later. Fortunately, Wanxiang International did not save money. The chairs used at the front desk are iron chairs. If they were plastic chairs, I would have returned to the 4th floor at the fastest speed and happily drank the Fat House happy water. With an agility attribute of 10.5 points, Ming-Su thought he should be able to outrun the zombies in the obstacle challenge. Thinking of this, Ming-Su couldn't help but feel confident. He picked up the iron chair covered with brains and blood, walked calmly and with high spirits, ignoring the offices on the left, and walked straight to the tea room on the right. According to Ming-Su's memory, the tea rooms of large companies would have some snacks. Of course, he still had to trouble manager Zhang to lead the way, search for resources, and go back to the company. The stairwell was still as bloody as ever. When passing the 10th floor, Ming-Su was particularly cautious. After all, the situation on the 10th floor was very complicated. Ming-Su didn't know what the guys on the 10th floor did last night, why there were so many people, and the door lock didn't look very strong. If the dense zombies rushed out, he would be in trouble. Ming-Su didn't go to the 12th floor, but he could imagine it. Because the 12th floor is the business office of Wanxiang International, there are dozens of workstations there. According to the two-shift situation, there are at least 30 or 40 people there. The end of the world is coming, the zombies mutate. Ming-Su felt that there could only be 3 situations. First, there were few zombies, dozens of people united, and they overwhelmed the zombies. Second, they all mutated. Third, some survivors hid in some rooms, and were trapped by the zombies outside. For Ming-Su, the second and third situations were obviously the most likely to happen. Since there was no special mission, Ming-Su felt that he should not touch this bad luck. Stepping over the security zombie that he had shot in the head, Ming-Su returned to the 4th floor, tied up Chi Wei and manager Zhang, and returned to the office. Although there were zombies in the two offices next door, Meng Su felt unusually comfortable after returning to his familiar environment. He glanced at the time. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still 2.5 hours before the end of get off work. After this thought came to his mind, Meng Su was stunned. Damn it. It's the end of the world. Why do I want to get off work? Can I still go back to the rental house? It just so happened that Meng Su could take advantage of this time to simply sort out the current situation. This virus is very unusual. It didn't appear at a fixed point. It seemed to appear randomly. Otherwise, those people upstairs were unlikely to be infected. It was more like they were colleagues 1 second, and suddenly changed the next second. Before today, Meng Su had seen some flu in the United States, Peninsula, and India in the news, and there were some cases in China. But other than that, he hadn't seen any topics like zombie crisis. Only when it happened suddenly, would things become silent. If such a zombie crisis breaks out in a street or even a city, I believe that it will be suppressed with absolute force, and there will be no problem. In addition, there is one more point. Why is the signal of the mobile phone so weak? My mobile phone signal is sometimes available, and now I can barely open the communication software. But the loading time is very long. If it is an ordinary virus crisis, how could it affect the signal? According to the situation, even if a zombie crisis really breaks out, there should be no problems in these aspects in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Meng Su tried the lights in the office and the water in the toilet, and confirmed that it had been a whole day, and there was still no power outage or water shortage. Facing such a situation, Meng Su had only one thought in his mind. He was attacked. This was a premeditated attack, and the scope of the attack was very wide. Meng Su felt that it might not only be Hiching City where he was, but also a wider range. Meng Su took a deep breath, temporarily buried this thought in his heart, and turned to look at Jiadian. Deep blue. Add points. Meng Su did not hesitate at all, and added this one attribute point to strength. Increase successful. Current strength value, 12. After experiencing this day, Meng Su was more certain about the importance of strength. Therefore, he did not hesitate to add points to strength. Only when he reached a strength value that could easily suppress zombies would he consider other things. Agility is also important, but Meng Su now has a part-time job, and he can improve his agility attribute as long as he upgrades. So he is not in a hurry. After completing it, Meng Su remembered that he still had 5 points of freely assignable professional experience. Host, Meng Su. Profession, Trainee Clerk level 0.5/10, Flyer Distributor level 1.3/5. Attributes, Spirit 7, Constitution 8.5, Strength 12, Agility 10. Accumulated assignable attribute points, 0. Accumulated assignable skill points, 0. The current 2 professions, both can be upgraded by allocating experience points. But if 2 points are allocated to handing out flyers, then the trainee clerk cannot be upgraded. Upgrading handing out flyers will increase agility, but what will the clerk gain? After a moment, Meng Su made up his mind. Let's see what kind of changes the clerk will bring. After all, a clerk needs 10 points of experience from level 0 to level 1, while handing out flyers only needs 3 points from level 0 to level 1. Chapter 11. The world is coming to an end. But I still want to work here. Upgraded successfully. Your occupation apprentice clerk has been upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Clerk is the foundation of the company's employees, responsible for doing some word processing, document sorting, copying documents, answering the phone, and handling daily office affairs. Therefore, the spiritual world of a level 1 apprentice clerk is very large, and the work efficiency is also very high. Your spiritual attributes and physical fitness have been slightly improved. As a clerk, you must also know how to combine work and rest. If you just bury your head in work, you will become lifeless. Not only will you not be able to complete your normal work, but your spiritual value will also decrease to a certain extent. You get 2 points of spiritual bonus, 0.5 points of physical bonus, and you get professional skills, slacking off. Your current attribute values are Spirit 9, Physical 9, Strength 12, Agility 10.5. Meng Su? The improvement feels like it's pretty average. There is no way to temporarily increase your combat power. But there is one thing to be happy about. I actually increased my spiritual attribute by 2 points in one go, which is not bad. I am really getting more and more energetic. In addition, I also got a professional skill. The name of this skill Meng Su likes it very much. Slacking. Level 1 cannot be upgraded. Introduction. Slacking off at work, reducing the frequency of your boss discovering you. When multiple people appear at the same time, you will pay attention to the work progress of others first, ignoring yourself. Passive skill can be cancelled actively. Automatically enter this state after entering the working state next time. Meng Su nodded slightly and fell into deep thought. This skill seems interesting. But there are no colleagues working with me. Isn't it triggered only when working? If there is only one person working, why would they pay attention to me first? Wait. Who said I don't have colleagues? Thinking of this, Meng Su suddenly turned his sight to the outside of the door, and nodded with satisfaction at the two zombies tied to the door. Okay. I almost forgot about you too. Shi Wei is not his colleague. She is from the company next door. But Manager Zhang is a genuine colleague. With him around, there will be no accidents. Meng Su was very satisfied, and felt that the safety of his future resource collection had increased a lot. In addition, Meng Su took out his backpack, took out all the snacks inside, and piled them in the innermost part of the office. They were all biscuits, jellies, and other small snacks. But in this situation, Meng Su didn't pursue anything delicious. The next thing was to see if he could contact the outside world and check the current situation. Meng Su's plan was very good. But soon, a line of small gold characters flashed before his eyes. The task of employees is to work hard. Trigger daily task, work. Task reward, relevant professional experience, points, cash. Depends on working time and progress. Meng Su? What do you mean? It's the end of the world. And I still have to go to work? Ah? Is there any justice in this? Is there any law? Of course. It's useless for Meng Su to say it. Forget it. Let's go to work. Even if there is any information from the outside world, it won't delay my work. Thinking of this, Meng Su could only sit up helplessly and casually turn on his computer that was stuck and exploded. Looking at the lack of network signal, he was a little bored. He casually opened the document and began to type. What to input? Just some useless information. After all, his current job is just an apprentice clerk, whose main responsibility is to input some content related to the company. The keyboard was clacking as Meng Su typed, but soon Meng Su lost the desire to work, and instead casually opened a few standalone games and started playing. Minesweeper, Spider Solitaire. These small games commonly seen in computer classes are still quite fun now. Meng Su couldn't help but nodded and praised these small games. As time passed, with a sound of ding, a small gilded character appeared in front of Meng Su again. It's time to get off work. You've worked hard all day. It's time to punch in after get off work. Complete today's punch-in. After your hard work today, you have received a reward of cash plus 1,000 and points plus 1. Keep up the good work and make your life better. Trigger task, punch in after work. Task reward, clerk professional experience plus 1. Points plus 5. Cash plus 5,000. Seeing this task, Meng Su suddenly realized that it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. What a torturous and painful day. Meng Su got up quickly, walked to the clock-in machine outside the door, and clocked out. Card in successful. As the prompt message of successful clock-in appeared, Meng Su was calm and returned to the office. He also successfully obtained the experience points and points for clocking in overtime and cash. In front of Meng Su, there was suddenly a pile of red banknotes. Including the previous 100,000 and 5,000, Meng Su now has 110,000 in cash. What are these things for? Meng Su had a complicated expression, and he piled them aside casually, without paying too much attention to them. However, Meng Su's current points have reached 6 points. The points mall is still the same. However, Meng Su suddenly found the source of all evil in the corner. I am going to collect. Points lottery? Meng Su was very surprised. Facing this thing, he felt very familiar. Penguin system. Right? Facing the points lottery. He said he hated it, and would never touch it. Especially the prize pool with 4 lottery methods: inferior, ordinary, excellent, and legendary. Even if it is drawn once every 1 point, it is the same for 10 points in 10 consecutive times. Well? Suddenly, Meng Su found the blind spot. Infinitive raffle, under cash pumping? 10,000 yuan? Meng Su was surprised. He didn't expect this. Cash can be a lottery. Although 10,000 yuan, it belongs to the sky-high price, but at this stage, for Meng Su, it is the biggest good news to draw cash. In particular, it is also marked that the first 10 consecutive draws can win special awards. I can't wait to see what the mysterious award is. Think of this, Meng-Su started rubbing his hands excitedly. I did not hesitate to have a poor quality. Lottery in progress. Congratulations on winning. Kangshifu Instant Noodles X4, Hawawa Mineral Water X3, a set of high-end suits, a wrench X1, bodyguard talent X1. Meng-Su. The things in front, for Meng-Su, are useful, but not urgent. But what does this bodyguard talent mean at the end? Bodyguard talent. After using this item, a senior bodyguard will appear by chance within a 3-kilometer radius of you. I hope the host can hire him as soon as possible. It turned out to be just a talent, not a loyalty max. Meng-Su was inevitably a little disappointed, but soon, Meng-Su cheered up again, feeling excited. Use, quickly bring a master. Friends who often survive in the Doomsday know that. A base only has consumables. Only if there are too many masters, can it develop. Chapter 12. I'm so looking forward to it. Boom. Roar. The mall that was supposed to be bustling has now become a living hell. Countless zombies rushed in, madly banging on the door of the mall on the 3rd floor, while in the mall, more than a dozen people were holding the door tightly, moving obstacles from various places, pushing and pushing again and again. What's going on? Why is this happening? A boy who looked like he had just reached adulthood looked at the hideous zombies outside in horror, panicked. Even his legs were weak, and he couldn't use his strength. Just when the boy was paralyzed with fear, an old man in security uniform shouted, "Close the door. Don't let them in." Hearing this roar, the boy came to his senses and rushed over to block the door. For a moment, these zombies couldn't rush in, and could only keep attacking. At this moment, there was a commotion not far away. A zombie that looked very burly suddenly came from a distance. The zombie's eyes were glowing with a light red light. His shoulders were high, and as soon as he appeared, he gave people a full sense of oppression. Roar! After seeing these survivors in the mall, the zombie suddenly roared, and then rushed towards their position. Along the way, there was a zombie blocking his way, and this huge zombie did not hesitate at all, and slapped him directly, instantly knocking him away, and hitting him hard against the wall not far away. Bang! With a crisp sound, the zombie's head was torn into pieces, and the blood stained the wall. The moment this oppressive zombie appeared, everyone panicked immediately. Women were screaming, children were crying, and men were also desperate. What kind of monster is this? Why would such a monster appear here? What is going on? Just when everyone looked ashen and thought they were going to die, the zombie suddenly stopped, seemed to look around in confusion, and then it accelerated, jumped down from the 3rd floor of the mall, and walked slowly towards the outside of the mall. Seeing this scene, the survivors in the mall were all stunned. What happened? We were saved? Although they didn't know why this powerful zombie suddenly left. Everyone was crying with joy and felt extremely lucky. However, although this zombie left, other zombies still came like a tide. A man who looked like the owner of a store suddenly shouted, "Back off. Let's go to the food city over there and block the route." In a moment, responders gathered. In the end of the world, unity is the important rule of survival. How can a beautiful life be wasted on wasting time? Go out for a walk, the evening breeze blows, you may get different opportunities, and have an unforgettable encounter. After get off work, don't stay in the company, go home quickly, take a hot bath, and adjust your state. There is a path to the mountain of books, and diligence is the path, and there is no end to the sea of learning. And hard work is the boat. If you want to have a perfect life, you also need a lot of knowledge. Go to the library and sit down, maybe you will have an unexpected gain. Meng-Su turned a deaf ear to these reminders of the system. Go shopping? Go home? Go to the library? Hee. Meng-Su only responded to these reminders from the system with 2 words. Hee. He knew that the reminders from the system were bound to be correct, and that he might trigger certain tasks or plots in these places, and that he might get a perfect encounter. But Meng-Su didn't say much, just looked at Chi-Wei outside the door. Those who understand will understand. But staying in the company, there is actually nothing to do. Meng-Su was bored. He looked at a slim-fitting high-end suit not far away, but he didn't change into it. Although it was covered in blood, it was inconvenient to move with a suit, and Meng-Su thought it might get dirty again. Instead of doing that, he might as well wait until it was too dirty to look at. Thinking of this, Meng-Su took out his mobile phone, but suddenly found that the mobile phone had some weak signals this time. He was overjoyed and quickly went online. Even if he didn't find any useful information, it was not bad to kill time. Help! 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 I'm in building XXX. XX community. XX city, I have 2 million, help. Haha. I've long felt that a zombie crisis would break out, and I've stockpiled a lot of resources in advance. Great. I can finally be a superior person. A can of beef in exchange for the life of a female college student, waving at me. I've read the novel. Killing zombies is like killing chickens, don't panic. Everyone. Ming-Su was browsing the news, while making instant noodles. The power supply in the office was still on, and the company always had a kettle. Squeak. While eating the instant noodles, Ming-Su couldn't help but sigh. This system is actually quite useful. It's better to have it than not to have it. After watching for a while, the phone lost signal again, which made Ming-Su lose interest. However, during the time he was online, Ming-Su received a lot of news. First, the most valuable news was to verify his guess. This biochemical crisis did not break out only in Hiching City, but all over the world at the same time. Fortunately, I didn't stay in the capital, Magic City, or other big cities after graduation. Secondly, the authorities are indeed taking action. But according to the official report, it will be a long process to completely control the situation. At least not in the next few days, or even months. Thinking of this, Ming-Su rubbed his temples and felt a little pressure. It seems that in the short term, I still have to rely on myself. Ming-Su determined a small goal. In this case, I will use this office building as a base to clean it up. With this thought, Ming-Su immediately stood up and turned on the light. And the light instantly illuminated the entire office. And Ming-Su also began to clean up. Since this place is used as a base, then naturally everything must be arranged well, cannot be so casual. Thinking of this, Ming-Su hummed a little song, and began daily cleaning. A perfect life starts from a comfortable environment. A good environment can make people happy. Trigger task: sanitation cleaning. Task reward: points +1, cash +1000, distributable professional experience +1. Ming-Su, who had just received the broom, suddenly found such words in front of him, was stunned, and then sighed deeply. If it's not the end of the world, it would be so nice. Sweeping the floor can earn you 1,000 yuan. This kind of life was unimaginable before. But Ming-Su is now looking forward to the arrival of the high-level talent bodyguard. I really don't know what kind of expert he will be. After the recruitment is successful, wouldn't I be more confident? But then again, according to the nature of the system, should I create a company? This seems to activate more tasks. Chapter 13: The Terrifying Ming-Su. The bright lights caused a commotion among the zombies on the street. But Ming-Su's office was on the 4th floor after all, and it was not just Ming-Su's family who turned on the lights. In many rooms, some of them were not turned off by the previous people, or were unconsciously opened by the zombies in the chaos. Therefore, although there were not many rooms with lights on, there were definitely some. Ming-Su swept the floor vigorously, very neatly. The zombies outside were wandering on the street. It was obvious that, under the stimulation of the night, these zombies seemed more agitated, making bursts of roars. Even inside the office building, Ming-Su could hear occasional crackling sounds, especially next door. The noise was annoying. These zombies were just like those suffering from euphoria. Sometimes there were screams. Although the atmosphere was terrifying, Ming-Su felt annoyed at the moment. What are you arguing about? Ming-Su was very dissatisfied. After sweeping the last pile of garbage, he threw the broom and vented his dissatisfaction. It's time to get off work. Even if you are zombies, can you have some manners? Becoming a zombie is not the reason why you have no manners. Can you reflect on yourself and not make such a big noise at night? Don't you know that you are disturbing the people? Task completed. The system's prompt sound appeared in Ming-Su's ears. Ming-Su did not hesitate to add a point, and added that 1 point of professional experience to flyer distributor. Although the trainee clerk gave Ming-Su spiritual support, Ming-Su felt that agility points were more cost-effective. And more importantly, handing out flyers not only improves agility, but also improves several other data points. It is an all-round improvement. After doing all this, Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction, opened the curtains, looked down from a high place, and looked at the streets that had become purgatory, and sighed, this world is too crazy. Soon, Ming-Su suddenly found that in a room on the 5th floor of the building opposite the office building, 3 men and 2 women were desperately waving at him, with a look of great surprise on their faces. Seeing this scene, Ming-Su was stunned. and then shook his head. No. What's the use of you waving at me? Can I fly over? With this thought, Meng-Su also waved to them as a greeting, and then sat back in the chair and stretched comfortably. Let's stop here today. Go to sleep. The next morning, everything was silent. In the bathroom of the office on the 8th floor, Shen Zhaozhao had messy hair, bloodshot eyes, and was holding the phone tightly in his hand, looking particularly flustered. She didn't sleep last night. Or rather, she slept. But she didn't sleep well. After being drowsy for more than 10 minutes, she suddenly woke up, worried that the zombies would break in. With this kind of repeated mentality, Shen Zhaozhao naturally didn't sleep well. The battery of her mobile phone was only 7%. But Shen Zhaozhao kept refreshing the network, looking at the messages from netizens. No hope. Wait for death. Girl, I know you want to be saved, but you don't make up lies. Right? In this environment, there are still people who can lead 2 zombies to hand out flyers everywhere? It's so funny. What kind of flyers did he hand out? How to tame zombies. Don't worry about her dying. Can you save me first? I'm safe here. But there's no food. I don't want to go out to find food. Looking at the comments and messages on the internet, Shen Zhaozhao showed despair. Parents? She didn't dare to call them. She was afraid that her parents were in the same situation as hers. If she called them, it would attract the attention of zombies, which would be terrible. Why did she have such an idea? It was because such a tragedy happened in the office next door. Shen Zhaozhao didn't know that there was someone in the office next door. In the middle of the night yesterday, she suddenly received a call next door, and the ringtone was very pleasant. However, the screams of the owner of the phone were not so pleasant, even a little scary. Indistinctly, Shen Zhaozhao heard words like XXX, I drafted it, which made Shen Zhaozhao shudder. Fortunately, she had turned her phone to silent mode early, otherwise, she didn't dare to think about what would happen. It was because of this previous experience that she didn't dare to send a message to her parents. Sir, would you like to get legal advice? Lawyer Zhang Wei is very good at civil disputes. As zombies, you will definitely face some civil disputes when you eat people. Come and get one. Look for Zhang Wei, a qualified lawyer. Ah? Oh. Sorry. The lawyer's name is Zhang Wei. It's Lawyer Zhang Wei. Don't say anything. I'll take it as your consent. Don't be anxious. You are crowding. One after another. Don't break the glass. If so, I can only use the artifact wrench I just got to cut your head. Huh? Cutting your head should also be considered as a civil dispute. Right? Then can I call Lawyer Zhang Wei for advice? Does this count as a successful sales promotion? Then I, the flyer distributor, have really completed my first order? You are right. I'll add QQ and ask. The familiar voice appeared in Shen Zhaozhao's ears again, which immediately made Shen Zhaozhao stunned. Ah? He's here again? And handing out flyers? And how come you, handing out flyers, are a bit like salesmen? Even so, Shen Zhaozhao was happy, because his appearance meant Shen Zhaozhao could sneak out of the grocery store and get something back. Although it was risky, it was worth it. After all, if it continued like this, it would only lead to eating up all the money. Of course, there was another point, which was worth Shen Zhaozhao's imagination. That was to hope that this guy who looked mentally ill outside the door would save him. Thinking of this, Shen Zhaozhao took a deep breath and secretly opened the bathroom door a little. Just like yesterday. The scene in front of him was exactly the same as yesterday. His 2 colleagues had completely turned into zombies. They stood in front of the glass wall, slapping the glass door fiercely. There was blood all over the floor, causing a foul smell. Meng-Su, who was distributing flyers in front of the glass door, had a natural look on his face and smiled as he introduced the situation of Zhang Wei law firm to the zombies. But, seeing the blood on Meng-Su's clothes, Shen Zhaozhao couldn't help but shudder, and was filled with fear. Meng-Su held a bloody wrench in his left hand, and hung 2 ropes similar to traction ropes around his waist. At the end of the ropes were 2 zombies, and in his right hand he held a flyer of Zhang Wei law firm. He talked freely, and compared with yesterday, he was more confident. This made Shen Zhaozhao, who originally wanted to call for help, scared. Such a mental patient. Even if he was rescued by him, wouldn't he fall into the tiger's mouth again? For a moment, Shen Zhaozhao thought of the plots in the apocalyptic novels, and shuddered. and immediately closed the bathroom door again. If you save money, you can still use it for a while. The corridor looks safe. After that person leaves, you can consider climbing out directly from the back window of the toilet. Another point is, the company's glass wall is of good quality. It hasn't broken yet. Chapter 14. Is Lawyer Zhang Wei here? I have a legal question to ask. Get extra task reward. +2 professional experience, -50 flyers distributed. Daily task completed. Get task reward. +2 professional experience, +5,000 cash, +2 points. The small gilded words in front of him made Meng Su very satisfied. It was a good thing that he went out to distribute flyers early in the morning. In this office building, it is impossible that I am the only survivor. Is it hidden so well? After distributing the flyers, Meng Su walked while imagining the current situation in his mind. At the same time, the screen appeared in front of him. Soon, he clicked the words Flyer Distributor Level 1 5/5 upgradable to upgrade. The flyer distribution skill is upgraded quite quickly. Upgraded successfully. Your occupation flyer distributor has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. You gain 0.5 agility bonus, 0.5 constitution bonus, and 0.5 strength bonus. The second upgrade is not much nonsense. Just adding some attribute points. The difference is that it is not much different from the last time. But in comparison, the original 1 point of spirit increase has been turned into a 0.5 strength increase. Meng Su's attribute points have also transformed into the values of Spirit 9. Constitution 9.5. Strength 12.5. Agility 11 foot. Wow! I feel stronger again! Meng Su took a deep breath, and felt that he had endless power now, and had the visual sense of leveling up in a game. Being alone in such a depressing environment, Meng Su felt that he had done a very good job in spiritual construction. After all, his spiritual value was 9 points. After handing out the flyers, Meng Su went over to Punch In and prepared to go to work. This time, there was no task at all. But Meng Su still received the task reward of successfully punching in. Back in the office, Meng Su quickly turned on the computer, sorted out the files, and took time to play Minesweeper. Work hard. As long as you work hard, you will get a promotion and a raise, and your future will be bright. Well, I will just encourage myself first, and let myself continue to work in this Doomsday. After all, it's the end of the world, and I still have to work. This is actually quite difficult. Now Meng Su only had one idea, which was to do more tasks, improve his attribute points, and wait for the order to be restored. Only when the order was restored could he become bigger and stronger with the help of this system. If the order was never restored, then Meng Su felt that he would have to take on the important responsibility of restoring the order. If he wanted to restore the order by himself, then the first step was to improve his attribute points. Although he could kill 1 or 2 zombies with his current ability, what if he encountered hundreds of zombies chasing and biting him? People still need to constantly improve themselves, become better, so that they can enjoy a more perfect life. Thinking of this, Meng Su suddenly thought of something, and took out a flyer, which was the relevant information of Zhang Wei Law Firm. Taking out his mobile phone, after thinking about it, Meng Su still didn't call lawyer Zhang Wei. After all, Zhang Wei Law Firm is on the 13th floor. Let's go and take a look. After all, his problem is not convenient to communicate over the phone, and needs to be solved in person. Thinking of this, Meng Su glanced at the time, saved the file casually, then thought for a while, went to the toilet, washed his face, changed his bloody old clothes, and put on the high-end suit he won in the lottery. It fits him well. Meng Su misunderstood, thinking it was a dress-style suit, but it turned out to be a sports suit. After changing his clothes, Meng Su picked up a handful of water, splashed it on his face, raised his head, and looked at himself in the mirror. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a high nose bridge, and a handsome face. More handsome than Daniel Wu, and even better than Eddie Peng. More handsome again. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and washed the blood-stained wrench. This wrench is very long, about 30 to 40 centimeters, which Meng Su drew from the cash lottery. Meng Su experimented with it, and found it to be more handy than the iron stool, so it became one of Meng Su's 2 magic weapons. Let's go! Meng Su felt that he had paid the highest respect to lawyer Zhang Wei, and hoped that lawyer Zhang could meet his requirements. By the way, I can improve my professional level. Meng Su walked out of the office door, and immediately heard a series of angry roars from the side. which made Meng Su feel a little noisy. He frowned, turned around, and snorted at the office next door. "Shut up. If you keep talking, I will kill you later. Becoming a zombie is not a reason for you to have no quality. Becoming a zombie does not mean having no quality." Meng Su was very angry about such behavior. If he was not worried that there were not enough people in the building to distribute flyers, Meng Su would have killed the two next door long ago. Meng Su found that, as long as he could overcome his fear, zombies were actually quite easy to deal with. Therefore, Meng Su was sunny and cheerful, and he almost wanted to sing a song called Sunshine. "Rainbow, little white horse, you are nay 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 nay, nay 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 nay." Humming a little tune, Meng Su untied the ropes of manager Zhang and Chi Wei, and took advantage of the lunch break to go upstairs to find Zhang Wei, the lawyer on the 13th floor, to solve some problems. The stairs were empty, leaving only the sound of Meng Su's footsteps, and the footsteps of the two zombies wandering in the front. "Ah!" Suddenly, there was a shrill scream from outside. The sound was loud, a bit like the high note of destroying the world. "Huh?" Hearing this sound, Meng Su was stunned. Then he quickly came to the window of the stairwell and looked out. On the corner of the road outside, a team of 5 people was advancing cautiously, and the sound came from a girl in the middle of the team. The girl was knocked to the ground by the zombies hiding behind the abandoned car. Although she struggled frantically and screamed in resistance, she could not break free from the zombies' restraints at all. And the moment she was knocked to the ground, she was bitten. The scream she made attracted many zombies. After her carotid artery was bitten, blood gushed out. The boy behind the girl was already a little scared. Just when he was panicking, a gangster behind him with a big gold chain and a baseball bat in his hand did not hesitate, and directly pushed him out. "Ah! Wang Zhan, what are you doing?" The boy was already trembling with fear, and after being pushed, he instantly lost his balance, and was caught by the zombie in front of him. He let out an incredible scream before he died. But soon, his voice stopped abruptly, as his throat was bitten. Poor Meng Su saw the scene, and could only say that it was too pitiful, and then stopped looking, and went upstairs as if nothing had happened. The premise of benefiting the world is to have strong enough strength, otherwise you can only choose to be alone. In this environment of the end of the world, it is better not to trust your teammates. Those smiling teammates may not be as friendly as the ferocious zombies at some times. However, because of the screams on the street, the zombies in the whole building became a little agitated. Not long after, Meng Su actually heard a roar coming from the stairwell. This instantly aroused Meng Su's vigilance. But soon, Meng Su determined that there was only one. Upstairs. Meng Su did not hesitate at all and walked upstairs. And the noise upstairs was getting louder and louder. Not long after, Meng Su met a zombie in a suit on the 12th floor. It was covered in blood, and its suit was severely torn. Its neck was already a little bloody and blurred, and its gray eyes were rolling. The moment it saw Meng Su, it roared madly and rushed over, exploding with primitive ferocity. "Good morning." Meng Su was calm. When the zombie passed through manager Zhang and Chi Wei and was stranded, he waved a wrench in his hand. There was only a clang sound, and his head exploded. "Can't you live well? If you die, I will lose another customer to distribute flyers to." Meng Su was full of regret. He stepped over the corpse of the zombie, and came to the 13th floor. The 13th floor was very messy, and the door was open. The zombie just now seemed to have come out from the 13th floor. Meng Su tidied his appearance, and then showed a kind smile. "Is lawyer Zhang Wei here? I have a legal question to consult. Can we talk about it?" Chapter 15. I have a friend. Zhang Wei Law Firm is in a mess. Tables, chairs, and benches are scattered all over the place. The sticky blood has dried on the ground, and it looks like a horrible hell scene. Within sight, there is a bloody corpse on the ground, bloody, and it looks like it has been bitten many times, and has become fragmented. Hero fragments are all over the ground, which surprised Meng Su. This is the first time he has seen a corpse, and it has not been infected into a zombie. So, Meng Su looked at it carefully from a distance, and made a judgment. Maybe it's because the head was eaten clean. In his sight, the body lying on the ground had brain holes all over, yellow, white, red mixed together, like a salad. "Lawyer Zhang, are you there?" Meng Su was very polite, walked forward and knocked on the glass door. The quality of the glass door here is obviously not as good as the glass door downstairs. A large piece of it exploded on the left side, and the ground was covered with glass shards, which was creepy to look at. After knocking on the door, Ming Su found that no one came out, and he did not rush in. He just stood in front of the door and said, "I am here for legal consultation. I have a friend who has some problems. You can't break into a private house." Wait. This seems to be a company, not a private house. Thinking of this, Ming Su raised his foot and kicked the door open. Ming Su entered the law firm, looked around, and searched for traces of people in the messy tables. Lawyer Zhang? Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a violent banging sound in his ears. Ming Su turned his head suddenly, and suddenly found that there was a sound in Lawyer Zhang's personal office. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be zombies. It's probably because Lawyer Zhang was bitten by a zombie. But he didn't mutate after being bitten. So he ran to the office and locked himself in? Then who bit him? There doesn't seem to be any zombies on the 13th floor. Ming Su shook his head, simply ignored those things, and stood in front of the door, saying worriedly, "Lawyer Zhang, I have a friend who, in special circumstances, accidentally killed several people with a wrench. The premise is that they wanted to bite my friend. Is this considered emergency avoidance or legitimate defense? I have a friend. This year 24 last month. His 89-year-old wife passed away. His 55-year-old stepson does not support him. Can he sue? I also have a friend who died young. He was buried at sea not long ago. He was resurrected by the nuclear wastewater from Shiri. Can he claim compensation from Shiri? I have a friend who memorizes all the knowledge in his head. So he has the answers in his head during the exam. What is the difference between this and cheating? Can I report him to the teacher for cheating?" After saying a lot, I didn't get a reply from Lawyer Zhang. In response to Ming Su, there was only the increasingly violent banging of the door, and a low roar of unknown meaning. From this voice, Ming Su seemed to hear the desire for flesh and blood. What a lousy lawyer. Not only did he not reply, but he didn't even make a cup of tea. He still handed out flyers like this. Ming Su was very dissatisfied. Just when he was about to have a good argument with Lawyer Zhang Wei, a line of small gilded words suddenly flashed before his eyes. The flyer you handed out attracted a customer for the first time. You get 5 points of professional experience as a flyer distributor, and cash plus 5,000. Seeing this scene, Ming Su was suddenly stunned. And then he was happy. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled the safety rope, and directly pulled the reluctant Shi Wei. Manager Zhang. Over. Then he took the initiative to knock on the door. Knocking on the wooden door of the office. I have 2 friends. They also came here to see the flyers. They also need legal aid. Lawyer Zhang. Please open the door. Lawyer Zhang. We really need legal aid. Legal pioneer. Zhang Yida. The knocking on the door was fierce. Even crazier than Lawyer Zhang, who had turned into a zombie behind the wooden door. For a moment, it was completely impossible to tell whether the zombies were inside or outside. Even Lawyer Zhang, who had turned into a zombie behind the wooden door, tilted his head and growled, "Roar! Roar! You are paralyzed. I'm here for legal advice." Ming Su roared back. "You want to see who has the loudest voice, right? As a lawyer, how can you be so uncultured? Even if you become a zombie, you still have to have some qualities. As I said before, becoming a zombie is not an excuse for you to have no qualities." After waiting for a while, Ming Su did not receive the second message about attracting customers, and he immediately felt a little disappointed. These zombies can't talk, so there's no way to attract customers. It's frustrating. Ming Su sighed deeply, and the disappointment in his eyes was hard to hide. But soon, Ming Su cheered up. According to the daily distribution of flyers, he could go to other places. If one doesn't work, why not bring a few more? According to the resources he has, Haohin Fitness Club is in the building in front, and Heidata Real Estate is in the gatehouse on the street. They are not in the office building where they are. That's a troublesome thing. But it doesn't matter. You have to eat one bite at a time. You can't expect to become a fat man in one bite. Thinking of this, Ming Su immediately stretched, tightly grasped the wrench, and walked downstairs. Until this moment, Ming Su began to miss the days when there were elevators. However, the current situation in the elevator is unclear, and even if the elevator situation is clear, Ming Su does not plan to take the elevator. After all, when there is no one knows when the power will go out. What if there is a power outage while riding in the elevator? In the Doomsday environment, being trapped in the elevator means death. The staircase was still so quiet. There was a buzzing sound in the air. Flies were circling, and the corpses were gradually showing signs of decay. Meng-Su didn't feel anything at all, and stepped over the 2 corpses he had killed in the stairwell, heading all the way to the 4th floor. However, when Meng-Su arrived at the stairwell on the 4th floor, he suddenly heard a series of noisy footsteps downstairs. The footsteps were very chaotic, without any rules. But compared to the zombies, they were completely different. More rapid than the zombies' footsteps. Hearing this sound, Meng-Su was a little surprised. But he soon thought of where the owner of this sound came from. It should be the 5-man team on the street just now. Oh no! At least 2 died. Maybe it should be called a 3-man team now? No, Meng-Su didn't pay attention to what happened later. Maybe a few more died. But in any case, these voices also sounded the alarm for Meng-Su. Someone is coming. In the end-of-the-world environment, in addition to zombies, we still have to pay attention to human threats. Sometimes, humans are more terrifying than zombies. An intruder ignored the access control and broke into the office building. Brave employees, please stand up and protect the company's property from being trampled. Of course, everything is based on your own safety. If safety is not guaranteed, then a perfect life is just nonsense. Trigger task: protect company property. Task reward: freely assignable attribute points +1. Points +5. Free assignable professional experience +5. Cash +50,000. Seeing this scene, Meng-Su raised his eyebrows and instantly became murderous. The company is my home. I will never allow anyone to take my property. Chapter 16. I'll dip some iodine for you, while disinfecting. In the stairwell, 2 figures were breathing heavily, looking a little out of breath. Finally escaped. Damn it, I knew Huang Jiayi was a burden a long time ago. She called all the zombies with that shout. A scoundrel, yellow-haired man with exposed ankles was indignant, cursing at his former teammate, seemingly hating the former girl. Brother John, what should we do next? Wang John, with a face full of flesh, dressed like a social person, was panting, holding a bloody baseball bat tightly in his hand. Hearing the yellow-haired man boasting, then he laughed. Ping, if I hadn't been quick-witted and pushed that Joe guy out, would we have been able to get here alive? Brother John is talking, the yellow-haired man said flatteringly, with a strong taste of flattery in his voice. At a glance, he identified him as a lackey. Okay, stop talking. Wang John stood up from the steps, tightened his grip on the baseball bat, and then said angrily, the food is in the bag that Joe carried. Damn it. He ran in a hurry and didn't bring it. See what's in this office building. Search it. Okay, brother. Wang Mao played the role of a lackey. But soon, he heard Wang John say angrily, you go ahead. Huh? Wang Mao was stunned for a moment when he heard this. What? Hurry up and go, I'll cover your back. Are you still not satisfied? Okay, brother. The yellow-haired man cursed Wang John in his heart, but still had a flattering face. After all, he was skinny, and was no match for the big-bodied Wang John, and he still hoped that Wang John could lead him through the end of the world. Thinking of this, the yellow-haired man could only carefully carry a kitchen knife and walk forward. This kitchen knife was not big, and when dealing with zombies, it was not very effective. But there is no other way. Huang Mao can only count on this now. Give yourself a little psychological hint. Huang Mao was nervous and walked upstairs. But at this moment, he heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Brother Jean, something is happening. Huang Mao leaned on the handrail of the stairs, lowered his voice, and said to Wang John timidly, there is a sound upstairs. Could it be a zombie? Bullshit zombie. Wang John spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, and then said to Huang Mao, if it is a zombie, we have been talking for so long, it would have rushed down long ago. I guess, it may be a survivor of this building. Let's go up and see if we can recruit him to find some fun for the brothers. After that, Wang John pointed at Huang Mao with a baseball bat, and Huang Mao continued to walk upstairs. But before they took 2 steps, they saw a man wearing a well-fitting suit, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He showed confidence and determination between his eyebrows, and his eyes revealed a sense of ill intention. He was holding a wrench in his hand, with some dried blood stains on it, and the other hand was pulling 2 ropes, as if something was pulling them from behind. Seeing this scene, it really made people feel stunned. This style is a bit unique. Seeing Meng-Su's dress, Wang John became fearless. Wang John's face was fierce. The baseball bat in his hand was stained with blood, and his expression was filled with a cruel grin. Boy, how many people are there? Is there anything to eat? As a social idler, Wang Zhan knew who he could offend and who he couldn't offend. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was his way of survival. Facing such a white-collar worker in a suit, he naturally didn't dare to look at anything on weekdays, fearing that if he got into trouble, the lawsuit would never end. And since he was dressed so well, he was probably rich and powerful, and maybe he knew some big brother. It would be bad if he got beaten up in return. But now times have changed. How can such an office worker, in terms of strength, be stronger than me? And he only has a wrench that looks like 20 centimeters, but I have a whole baseball bat. Wang Zhan is very confident. And, according to the previous situation, Wang Zhan feels that he doesn't even need to do anything, just relying on the language advantage. He can make this little white-collar worker in front of him tremble. Hearing Wang Zhan's words, Meng Su tilted his head and said calmly, "This is a private company, no trespassing is allowed. Didn't the security guard downstairs stop you? Damn it. I must report it and change the property management. According to laws and regulations, you trespassing like this, ahem, it's illegal anyway. If you don't believe me, I'll go to the 13th floor and ask lawyer Zhang Wei to come down and talk to you." Meng Su's voice was very serious, and he pointed out a clear way for Wang Zhan with earnest advice. It's not too late to leave now. Don't cry behind bars. When hearing Meng Su's voice, both Wang Mao and Wang Zhan were stunned. What's going on? You don't know what's going on outside, right? The yellow-haired man said with a grim smile, feeling that Meng Su was really silly and cute, even wanting to laugh. Wang Zhan on the side was even more overjoyed, feeling that he could have a good time today. If you don't accept my toast, then I'll have to drink the wine. It seems that it's time to teach you two a lesson. Meng Su was very disappointed, feeling that there was something different between people. Manager Zhang, Shi Wei, can you two hurry up? The security guards are useless, and we're counting on you two to take action. After hearing Meng Su's words, the yellow-haired man was immediately shocked, not knowing what to do, and Wang Zhan behind him had already shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Kill him first! There's more than one person up there." Through Meng Su's words, Wang Zhan had already keenly judged the current situation. There are people up there. Not just Meng Su. Let's fight quickly. Take down the suit guy in front of us first, and then talk about other things. After hearing Wang Zhan's words, the yellow-haired man woke up as if from a dream, and hurried forward, wanting to swing the kitchen knife. This kitchen knife is not very effective for chopping zombies, but it is very effective for chopping people, because there is zombie blood on it. Once it hits a person, it is likely to infect the other party directly. Of course, the yellow-haired man has never chopped anyone before, so he doesn't know how it works. But this time, it may be the first time. Seeing the yellow-haired man coming with a fierce momentum, Meng Su did not hesitate, and directly slapped him with a wrench with lightning speed. And immediately, there was a sound of metal clashing. And then Meng Su stretched out his leg and kicked. And the yellow-haired man instantly became unstable. Ah! The yellow-haired man screamed and rolled down the stairs. Wang Zhan, who was behind him, was hit by the yellow-haired man and staggered for a few steps. He was blocked for a long time. Waste. Wang Zhan's face was calm, and he was already angry. He pushed the yellow-haired man aside without hesitation, and was about to go up with a baseball bat. But when he saw the two figures behind Meng Su, his pupils suddenly shrank. Then, he saw Meng Su calmly took out a small brown bottle and poured some on the wrench. Don't worry. I dipped some iodine on the wrench, and I can disinfect it while I'm hitting it. There will be no risk of infection. After that, Meng Su raised the wrench. After thinking about it, he decided to say a line that is quite popular in the online literary world. You have already got a way to die. Chapter 17, I won't pretend anymore. I'm a security activist. I'm telling you. Looking at the two figures behind Meng Su, Wang Zhan's ferocious smile suddenly froze. Then, his expression became extremely terrified. Fuck, zombies. Wang Zhan cursed angrily, and then he quickly retreated to the back like a mouse, shivering with fear. And the yellow-haired man who was lying on the ground and seemed to be pretending to be dead, also jumped up suddenly after seeing the two zombies, not daring to stay at all. Humph, this kid is dead. The zombies will come over, and they will eat him first. Wang Zhan took several steps back, thinking so in his heart. But just when he wanted to escape, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind. And along with this force, there was also a huge pain. Wang Zhan felt a burning pain, as if he was kicked by something, and immediately said angrily, "Hack your mother. Are you crazy? Zombies are coming. Why are you still pestering me? If you want to die, get out of here. Go die somewhere else. Don't drag me down. This guy is crazy. Zombies are coming. And they are still fighting each other? Why don't they run away quickly? You are not allowed to leave. You must accept legal sanctions," Meng Su said very seriously. And after kicking Wang Zhan down, he raised the wrench and pointed it at the yellow-haired man on the side, which immediately made the yellow-haired man tremble. "Roar! Manager Zhang." Qi Wei let out a threatening roar, looking at the yellow-haired man. Wang Zhan's eyes, eager to see him, even a little bit squinting. However, because Meng Su was standing in front of them, they seemed a little impatient, and they didn't dare to get close, being delayed by Meng Su. Wang Zhan also noticed the situation in front of him, and was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. "Why didn't the zombie bite you?" Wang Zhan stared, and couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Why? Why didn't the zombies bite him? This is unscientific. Although this was only the second day of the apocalypse, Wang Zhan had seen many zombies biting people, and he knew very well what kind of horrible creatures zombies were. Who are you?" Wang Zhan's voice was trembling, and his eyes were full of fear. Hearing this, Meng Su shrugged, carried a wrench, and walked forward. "I have always been with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be alienated in return. Well, I won't pretend anymore. I am a company security activist, and I'm telling you." Every time Meng Su took a step forward, Qi Wei and Manager Zhang behind him would impatiently follow Meng Su and take 2 steps forward, revealing their sharp teeth, and their bloodshot eyes were full of violence. Huang Mao was trembling, already trembling with fear at the sight in front of him, while Wang Zhan gritted his teeth, looked at the window, after hesitating for a while, made a decisive move. Jumping off the building will definitely lead to death. Although this is the 3rd floor, it won't kill you. But because of the previous incident, the streets are full of wandering zombies. If you break your legs or sprain your ankle, you will most likely die. Thinking of this, Wang Zhan was furious, clenched his baseball bat, and roared, "Hack you! I'm going to fight you." After that, Wang Zhan did not retreat but advanced, and went straight ahead. Everyone saw it. I was acting in self-defense. Seeing this, Meng Su waved his hand helplessly, then turned sideways, and made way. Manager Zhang, who had been impatient for a long time, rushed towards Wang Zhan with a ferocious expression. Bang! With a loud bang, the baseball bat hit Manager Zhang's head hard, and Manager Zhang's skull suddenly changed shape. If it were a normal person, he would have fallen to the ground at this moment. But Manager Zhang was not a normal person. His head was hit crooked, but he was still ferocious and rushed towards Wang Zhan. Fuck! The moment Manager Zhang rushed over, Wang Zhan was nervous, and at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He glanced at the corner of his eye, but he only saw a silver-white wrench, heading straight for his forehead. "I told you not to trespass. Do you really think I am a security activist joking? In addition to being a security activist, I am also a hygiene activist. I will have to wipe your blood later. So annoying. Still moving, still moving? With your physique, you dare to hold a baseball bat? You yellow-haired guy, stop right there. If you run, I will let Manager Zhang bite you to death." The brutal security activist is taking advantage of the power of others, taking advantage of the power of corpses, beating Wang Zhan. Whether it was Manager Zhang, whose head was deformed after being beaten, or Qi Wei, whose face was half exposed, they all looked a little restless, and were stimulated by the smell of blood. If it weren't for Meng Su's tall figure standing on the street, they would have rushed up to eat with relish. Wang Zhan was dizzy from the beating and kicking. His vision was stained by his own blood, and he couldn't see clearly. He just felt a burning pain all over his body. His body twitched unconsciously, and even his breathing became a little intermittent. Meng Su hated evil the most. Show mercy? For such a human scum, Meng Su would naturally hit him hard. He could have escaped by himself, but he had to push his teammate in front of him before leaving. Meng Su felt that keeping such a person would be a disaster. In an orderly society, he was a social parasite who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Nowadays, he is even more evil. What's more, when he was in the stairwell, Meng Su also heard the conversation between him and the yellow-haired man. For his own safety, he would not show mercy. The yellow-haired man wanted to run, but was stopped by Meng Su's shout. His legs softened and he leaned against the wall, trembling. Seeing Meng Su in a suit and tie beating up his boss Wang Zhan, he dared not say a word, fearing that he would be implicated. 2 minutes later, Meng Su stood up calmly, touched the blood that accidentally splashed on his face, and then sighed deeply, saying, "I seem to have over-defended myself. It seems that I have to wash clothes." Meng Su thought about what to do after over-defending himself, and soon thought of a way. So he took out his mobile phone and said, "Well, I'll call 120 for you. The yellow-haired man over there. You call 110 and ask the police station to intervene. I'll go upstairs to find my defense lawyer later. We'll see you in court." Yellow-haired man? The yellow-haired man was stunned for a moment, and stood there at a loss. "It's the end of the world. Big brother. There are 2 zombies standing behind you. You are a psychopath." Wang Mao regrets it now. He regrets following Wang Zhan to this building. He regrets coming here. What he regrets even more is that he wanted to attack the devil in front of him. This is not a human being at all. Beep beep. I called 120, but no one answered, which made Meng Su feel very sorry. Then he looked at the yellow-haired man and frowned. "What's the matter? I asked you to call 110. Did you have donkey hair in your ears?" Okay, brother." The yellow-haired man trembled, twitchingly took out his mobile phone, quickly entered 3 numbers, lips pale. Call, brother, sorry, I didn't mean to break in. Brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong. It's all Wang Zhan, it's all his fault. He killed someone before, he should be punished, I was coerced by him. If apologies are useful, what's the point of order?" Meng Su spoke very calmly, looking at the yellow-haired man, pointing to the window beside him, lightly. "Get out of here, I'm too lazy to do it. 3rd floor, you won't die from the fall." Chapter 18 Favorability Improvement? I won't allow it. On the 3rd floor, you won't die from falling. But the zombies downstairs can kill people. What happened next, Meng Su didn't know. He could only hear faint screams coming from the street outside. Huh? Meng Su took a deep breath, tidied his clothes, faced the sign of Zhangwei Law Firm on the 13th floor, and said loudly, "Lawyer Zhang, I'm really sorry, I'm here again. Just now there were 2 masked gangsters. Maybe they weren't masked, anyway. They were 2 gangsters, they were extremely vicious, broke into our company, and injured many security personnel. So my 2 colleagues and I attacked brazenly, and accidentally hit too hard. Manager Zhang, Chi Wei was left on the 3rd floor, tied to the stairs. As for Wang Zhan, Meng Su did not kill him. After all, Meng Su is a law-abiding citizen, how could he do that? And Meng Su had to go upstairs to consult lawyer Zhang about legal issues, so he would not do that. But Wang Zhan was already so badly injured, someone had to stay to take care of him. So Meng Su asked manager Zhang and Chi Wei to stay with Wang Zhan, to give him some care and concern. Especially to have a beautiful woman like Chi Wei accompany you, you are so lucky. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, expressing his satisfaction with his arrangement. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, Meng Su did not get any legal response from lawyer Zhang. And there was only the sound of bang bang knocking on the door. Lawyer Zhang is really uncultured. Meng Su took a deep breath, smelling the bloody smell in the office, and felt very regretful. How to say it? Since he had the perfect life system, Meng Su felt that he was more energetic. Further legal consultation. The value of handing out flyers is still increasing. And you get +3 professional experience of flyer distributor. As a line of gilded small characters appeared in front of him, Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned around and walked away without any reluctance, and walked down the stairs. It must be said that, since the elevator could not be used, Meng Su's body felt like it had received an unprecedented exercise. Compared to his previous weak physique, his current physique has improved by leaps and bounds. Chi Wei and manager Zhang were tied by Meng Su in the staircase between the 3rd and 2nd floors. They were accompanied by a new partner, named Wang Zhan. It's just that this new partner is not in a very good condition. I hope he can turn over a new leaf. Thinking of this, Meng Su rubbed his temples, and made the next task arrangement. Go back to work first. The lunch break is about to end. You can slack off at work, but you can't not go. Headache. The world is about to end. Why should I still go to work? Who should I show the information I have sorted out? Besides, isn't it a perfect life system? Going to work every day. Isn't that perfect? Meng Su complained in his heart. But if the system issued a task like traveling to the Maldives or spending a fortune on the commercial street, then he would be in a trance. But now, the situation is not optimistic. Thinking of this, Meng-Su sighed deeply, walked down the stairs, and returned to the 4th floor, getting ready for work. Just after returning to the office and sitting down, Meng-Su was about to start working, but suddenly saw 2 lines of gilded small characters appear in front of him. Because of your feeding, Chi Wei's perception of you has improved, favorability plus 20, Chi Wei's current favorability towards you is minus 80 points. I hope you can continue to work hard, try to improve the favorability from negative to positive, and capture your confidant. Because of your feeding, Zhang Tao's perception of you has improved, favorability plus 20, Zhang Tao's current favorability towards you is minus 80 points. Good interpersonal relationships are the starting point of a perfect life. Looking at the 2 lines of small characters in front of him, Meng-Su was stunned, even a little creepy. Who made you like me? Damn it. What's going on? Meng-Su was a little upset. He jumped up from his office chair. Furious, he took out a wrench and planned to go downstairs to press down the favorability. Also, who fed them? I clearly arranged for them to take care of the wounded. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Meng-Su was about to give these 2 zombies a big fight. But a new message suddenly appeared in front of him. As the saying goes, a towering building rises from the ground. A perfect life requires hard work to get a perfect harvest. Working is never as good as starting a business. Dear host, if you really need a perfect life, then try to start your own business. Trigger task, start a business. Task reward, depending on the scale of the business, you can get freely allocated professional experience, skill points, attribute values, and a number of points, a number of cash. Note, this task is a long-term task. The larger the company, the greater the reward. The sudden appearance of the subtitles made Meng-Su suddenly stunned. Just when he was about to go downstairs to let Chi Wei, Manager Zhang's more sober hands dropped down. Thus he fell into deep thought. Starting a business? That's a good idea. How about I find a place outside to set up a stall and sell fried beef noodles? Meng-Su thought about the feasibility of the matter. At the same time, I can also take into account some snacks such as pancakes, egg-filled pancakes, fried ham sausages. Ah, it's really a good choice. But the problem now is, I can't find the raw materials, and there are probably not many customers. Thinking of this, Meng-Su glanced at the scene outside the window. There were zombies everywhere, and the yellow-haired corpse was still broken on the ground, looking extremely tragic. Pass. The roadside stall can't be run anymore, so what else can I do? Meng-Su is a little distressed, and feels very uncomfortable. Because apart from this, Meng-Su really can't find any possibility of starting a business. There is no way. Meng-Su was born in the countryside, his parents died when he was in junior high school, and he groped his way through high school and college by himself. There was no guiding light to illuminate the direction for himself. So all along, he didn't know anything, and he lived one day at a time. For such a person, you let him start a business. It's a bit too high of an estimate. But there is no way. Isn't the life of an ordinary person like this? Manager Lin on the 12th floor has not yet driven his car out of the parking space. This is a contempt for you and Jianglin Electronic Technology Company Limited. Your dignity cannot be trampled on. A perfect life cannot be manipulated by anyone. Dear host, please teach Wanxiang International a lesson. Trigger task. Lesson. Task requirements. Create a customer service company, defeat Wanxiang International head-on. In the ranking of Heqing City's customer service industry, surpass Wanxiang International. Reduce Wanxiang International's employees by 60%, and the company will go bankrupt completely. Tell the entire Heqing City that the emperor of the customer service industry is back. Task rewards. Allocable professional experience plus 30, allocable attribute points plus 3, points plus 10, cash plus 1 million. Through the gilded small characters in front of him, Meng-Su saw a strong anger. It seems that the system is also angry. But I'm not angry, but you're angry first. Right? Meng-Su was speechless. After stretching, he yawned and said, It seems that the direction of entrepreneurship has been decided. I still have to start from the customer service industry. Thinking of this, Meng-Su stood up again. He has more important things to do. Go down and knock on Manager Zhang and Chi Wei twice, and use a wrench to fix their brains. Then go upstairs, and reduce the number of employees of Wanxiang International by 60%. Who said that reducing employees can only be done by layoffs? Chapter 19 Swimming and Fitness Legal Disputes New House Presale Want to know? The air was turbid, and a foul smell of blood was constantly wafting out from the stairwell, making Ming-Su somewhat unbearable, and he could not help but frown. But this was not the reason why Ming-Su frowned. What made Ming-Su heartbroken, and what made him feel sorry for his failure to become a good person, was another matter. Wang Zhan left this world forever. He did not leave peacefully from the tragic scene. He struggled for a long time before his death. Seemingly he was awake, watching himself being eaten. As a result, only broken flesh and blood were left, and the ground was covered with blood. And the culprit who caused all this was himself. So, Ming-Su was very sad and ashamed. I clearly asked you two to look after Wang Zhan and take care of him. Why are you so anxious and do such a heartless thing? Ming-Su was heartbroken and looked at manager Zhang, whose head was crooked, and Qi Wei, who only had half of her face left. Look at what you have done. Although it was this man named Wang Zhan who was unjust, we are good zombies of the new era. How could we commit such a heinous crime? You really disappoint me. Of course, this is not a problem. The biggest problem is, what kind of favorability do you want to improve? I treat you like this, and you still improve your favorability? You are all M. Right? Good. Well, I will satisfy your fetish today. After saying that, Ming-Su kicked manager Zhang, whose head was already deformed, to the ground. He then swung the wrench hard and slapped him twice. Don't think that I won't hit you just because you are the manager. I will hit you today. After hitting him, Ming-Su turned around again and looked at Qi Wei, who had only half of her face left, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, and bloodshot eyes. He snorted coldly. Stand up straight. It will be your turn after you hit him. With the efforts of Master Ming, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the favorability returned to minus 100 points. Don't improve your impression next time. After doing all this, Ming-Su looked at the blood on the stairwell again and couldn't help but feel a headache. The cleaning lady hasn't come to work these 2 days, but no one can clean up the blood here. Forget it. No need to clean it up. Just leave it here. It can also serve as a warning, telling people who accidentally break in that this place is not to be messed with. After saying that, Ming-Su stepped forward, picked up the baseball bat, swung it twice, listened to the sound of breaking through the air, and nodded slightly. Soon, Ming-Su nodded and praised, not bad. It's a little weaker than a wrench, but the advantage is that it's long enough. An inch longer. An inch stronger. Then, Ming-Su took the safety ropes of manager Zhang and Qi Wei and walked upstairs. After tying them to the door of the 4th floor, Ming-Su stretched his body and went to work. There was nothing to say. Although Ming-Su was very clear about his goal, which was to clear the Wanxiang International employee zombies on the 11th and 12th floors. There were quite a few zombies on these 2 floors, so he needed to make a long-term plan. So Ming-Su thought, I should just grow up slowly first, don't waste time, and complete the requirements for starting a business. After all, start a business first, and then reduce the number of employees of Wanxiang International. This is normal. Let's work hard. Ming-Su counted on his fingers. Finish the afternoon class this afternoon, then take a nap, and continue handing out flyers tomorrow. Accumulate attribute values and skill points first, don't act rashly. The plan is in place, let's go. The next day, early in the morning. Snacks, already eaten. The cell phone only had 2% battery left. This was the 3rd day that Shen Zhaoao was trapped in the bathroom. But she was already at the end of her rope. After getting up in the morning, Shen Zhaoao was already exhausted, mentally disturbed, and her hair was messy. She usually loved beauty, but now she didn't even wash her face, fearing that the sound of turning on the faucet would attract the 2 zombies outside the door. Her mental state was also very worrying. Depression and despair flowed through her. She felt very painful. Calculating the time, it should be almost time. Thinking of this, Shen Zhaoao was a little anxious, and silently prayed in her heart, Salesman brother, when will you come today? Her only hope of survival is the big brother who, for some reason, comes to sell to the zombies every day. She silently waited for the voice outside the door in her heart. But as expected, Shen Zhaoao soon heard the familiar, enthusiastic words, Zombie brothers. I'm here again. Have you considered buying a house this time? Hayadata Real Estate has developed a new housing area again. Don't worry about unfinished buildings. Don't worry about pre-sold houses. Don't worry. Hayadata Real Estate is the largest real estate company in Hiching City. Think clearly. As zombies, are you tired of going to and from get off work every day? Do you need a good housing area? Meng Su's voice appeared again in the entire corridor on the 8th floor. Hearing this voice, Shen Zhaozhao was suddenly delighted, and immediately approached the bathroom door, pushed open a gap, and secretly looked out of the door. As she saw, Meng Su in a suit and tie appeared in front of the glass again, talking to her two zombie colleagues. The difference was that this time the flyers in his hand had changed from swimming and fitness. Legal consultation to new house pre-sale. The rest was the same. Shen Zhaozhao was very excited when she heard this enthusiastic voice. Looking at the face with some mental symptoms, Shen Zhaozhao even felt a little bit of intimacy. Just when she was thinking about how to get Meng Su to notice her, she suddenly heard a crackling sound. This voice appeared very abruptly, and then Shen Zhaozhao found that the glass walls separating the corridor and the company seemed to be unable to withstand the constant impact and squeezing of the two zombies, and it broke with a crackling sound, and the glass shards were all over the floor, and the two zombies were also freed from the office. Seeing this scene, Shen Zhaozhao couldn't help but feel a little nervous, because Meng Su was standing in front of the glass wall. Once he was caught by the two zombies, who had come to save him. Thinking of this, Shen Zhaozhao felt desperate. Roar! Two zombies broke through the glass wall, and couldn't wait to rush towards Meng Su. Two zombies attacked at the same time, and caught him off guard. If it were a normal person, he might be startled, or even knocked down by the zombies on the spot. Even if he had any weapons in his hands, it would be difficult to resist the powerful force of the zombies in a short time. Shen Zhaozhao closed his eyes, and couldn't bear to see the scene in front of him. However, the imagined scream did not appear, and instead, it was replaced by a strange cry with joy. Okay. Okay, you are so anxious to see the new house. Then don't squeeze, line up, come one by one. Hearing this, Shen Zhaozhao was stunned and opened his eyes. But I saw Meng Su holding a baseball bat, and he swung it, and then he fell over, and knocked the zombies to the ground. One hit. One zombie, 2 hits. 2 zombies. After knocking the 2 zombies to the ground, Meng Su did not hesitate at all, and with a set of silky little combos, he directly took out the wrench and blasted it at the heads of the 2 zombies. Blood splattered everywhere, and brains flowed everywhere. In an instant, Meng Su's suit was stained with blood. After a while, Meng Su stood up, stretched, and glanced at the company inside the glass wall. When he saw the bathroom, his eyes lit up immediately. At this moment, Shen Zhaozhao suddenly burst into a strong sense of fear. What a terrible psychopath! She felt that even if she was slowly starved to death, it would not be a problem. Once she was caught by such a psychopath, what kind of fate she would suffer was simply unimaginable. She had seen zombie TV series. She hesitated, wondering whether to close the bathroom door. However, Meng Su had obviously discovered her. The next second, Meng Su jumped over countless glass shards at a full speed of 180 miles per second, and went straight to the bathroom door. While Shen Zhaozhao had not closed the door, he pushed against the bathroom door and stuffed dozens of flyers in at the same time. Madam. Swimming and fitness. Legal disputes. New house pre-sale. Do you want to know? Occupation, clerk. Level 2 good. Good. I met a living person. Looking at the information provided by the observation, Meng Su smiled like a flower, and had thought of many things. This is a great deal. Family. Chapter 20 from today on. I will create a company. Hello. Zhang. Mr. Zhang. My name is Shen Zhaozhao. I am 24 years old this year, and I graduated from the Chinese Language and Literature Department of Magic City University. I came here to consult a legal issue. I have a friend. She. On the 13th floor. Shen Zhaozhao's face was pale, and she spoke to Zhang Wei's law firm tremblingly with tears in her voice. While she was telling her case, she secretly looked at Meng Su, who was sitting on the sofa next to her with her peripheral vision, fearing that Meng Su would be unhappy, and then threw a wrench at him. The door in front of him was constantly scratched by zombies, the screams coming from the street from time to time. The powerful psychopath sitting on the sofa holding a bloody baseball bat and a wrench. Each one of them touched Shen Zhaozhao's heartstrings. Of course, what made Shen Zhaozhao even more frightened was the 2 zombies at the door, who seemed to be drooling over him. One had only half of his face left, and the other had his head knocked crooked. It was too scary. God knows why Meng Su could control these 2 zombies. In the office of Zhang Wei's law firm, the sound of zombies banging on the door and roaring kept coming to Shen Zhaozhao's ears. which frightened Shen Zhaozhao so much that his face turned pale. And he even forgot his lines. His mind was blank. And he was so nervous that he couldn't speak for a while. At this moment, Shen Zhaozhao subconsciously glanced at Meng Su. Meng Su was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Suddenly, he found that Shen Zhaozhao had secretly glanced at him. Seeing that he had not received any reward, he immediately said, "No, you are just saying words. Why are you looking at me? Do I have an answer on my face? Is this the level of a graduate student from Magic City University? It feels worse than a junior college." Hearing what Meng Su said, Shen Zhaozhao was so scared that he immediately retracted his gaze and began to continue. "I have a friend. She was suppressed by her boss in the workplace. Her boss bit her. She had given up treatment and began to talk casually. Why did she come here? The reason was simple. She was still in the bathroom half an hour ago." Meng Su slid in front of her and propped up the bathroom door with great force. Then he stuffed more than 30 flyers into her hands. Then he asked her if she wanted to learn about swimming and fitness, legal disputes and real estate. It sounded like an ordinary flyer distribution, but in Shen Zhaozhao's opinion, the scene was too scary. A psychopath with blood on his face, holding a bloody wrench, in the end of the world, was so excited after seeing himself. In this situation, Shen Zhaozhao even felt that Meng Su would explode in the next second and beat him to death. Therefore, Shen Zhaozhao could only choose to obey. So he and Meng Su distributed flyers to zombies for half an hour, and then went to the 13th floor together. Under Meng Su's command, he consulted with Lawyer Zhang, who had turned into a zombie. Shen Zhaozhao felt a little weird, a little bizarre, a little absurd. Finally, after trembling and reading the entire legal consultation, Meng Su smiled, nodded to Shen Zhaozhao, and said something that made Shen Zhaozhao feel at ease. "Well done. The flyers you distributed attracted a customer. You get cash plus 1,000. And professional experience of flyer distributor plus 1. After the flyers are distributed, you get the task reward, professional experience plus 1. Cash plus 10,000. Points plus 2. Your profession can be upgraded. You have successfully upgraded your profession. Current profession level, flyer distributor level 30/20. You get 0.5 points of agility bonus, 0.5 points of constitution bonus, 0.5 points of strength bonus. Your current attribute values are Spirit 9, Constitution 10, Strength 13, Agility 11.5. After receiving the task reward, Meng Su completed the operation and upgraded his profession level. At the same time, he saw that his attribute values had been improved to a certain extent and felt very satisfied. You get what you sow, only when you continuously strengthen your own strength. Can you create a perfect life? Shen Zhaozhao. Right? Meng Su looked at Shen Zhaozhao, who had brought him an upgrade, with satisfaction. His eyes were burning, as if he was looking at a treasure. Very good. You did a good job. With Shen Zhaozhao, his efficiency in distributing flyers has been greatly improved. Moreover, he can ask Shen Zhaozhao to consult Lawyer Zhang on legal issues every day, so that he can gain experience. Even if you can't do it, it's okay. Aren't there still swimming and fitness, and pre-ordering new houses? Aren't these all experience points? They are very useful. Shen Zhaozhao's eyes were evasive, and his smile was very forced, and he seemed to be a little afraid of himself. What is there to be afraid of? Isn't he afraid of himself? Meng Su asked with concern. What are you afraid of? Did I scare you? No, everything is fine. Brother, you are kind and amiable, and you are the kindest and most benevolent person I have ever seen. Shen Zhaozhao's face was pale, and he quickly denied it, and said Meng Su was fine. Seeing Shen Zhaozhao like this, Meng Su finally felt relieved. You see, it's not his problem. After being satisfied, Meng Su suddenly asked, Did you pay? Pay? Shen Zhaozhao looked at each other in bewilderment. She didn't understand what Meng Su meant. It's just paying. Don't you have to pay for legal consultation? Look, it says 200 per hour. You just talked for half an hour. Remember to leave 200 for Lawyer Zhang. Meng Su pointed to the bulletin board next to him, and spoke to Shen Zhaozhao, as if it was a matter of course. It is natural to pay for services. Shen Zhaozhao was speechless for a moment, but he still rummaged through the boxes and took out 200 yuan in a hurry, and handed it to Meng Su carefully. What are you giving it to me? For Lawyer Zhang? Just leave it at the door. Look over there. That's the money I left for legal consultation last time, Meng Su said casually. But at this point, Meng Su suddenly had a bold idea. He wanted to start a company. There was a mission. And now there was a second person besides himself. My name is Meng Su. Meng of Mengzi. Su of order. Meng Su spoke very politely and said to Shen Zhaozhao kindly, Shen Zhaozhao, I'm planning to start a business recently. Your company doesn't seem to be doing well now. Right? Are you interested in working in my company? Shen Zhaozhao shuddered when he heard Meng Su's expression. The last time Meng Su was so amiable, modest and polite, it was when a small zombie was being beaten with a stick, and a headshot was performed in front of her. Seeing Meng Su's amiable expression, Shen Zhaozhao was very rational. Hello, boss. I am Shen Zhaozhao, and I am willing to join your company. Host, please note that creating a company is not just a matter of words. You need a perfect business license and procedures. Due to the perfect plot of a perfect life, you only need to go to the relevant institutions to perfectly handle the license. Please go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Housing Authority, Public Security Bureau, Technical Supervision Bureau, Taxation Bureau, and Bank to handle the required procedures. Of course, everything can be done in a hurry and simply. You temporarily have the company's authority. Please complete all procedures within 7 days. Otherwise it will be regarded as the first failure of entrepreneurship. Company, please enter the company nickname. Chairman, Meng Su. Employees, 3 people. Subordinate departments, none. Current company address, 4th floor. Kechuang Building. Number 32. Nanha District. Huqing City. Employee list. Chi Wei unknown position, suspected to be a security guard. Zhang Tao unknown position, suspected to be a security guard. Shen Zhaozhao unknown position. Please ask the host to formulate salary and benefits immediately. Good salary and benefits can increase the cohesion of employees and make employees feel more at home in the company. Meng Su? No, there are still many things to do. It's the end of the world. You still have to go to these departments to handle relevant business procedures? Are you sick? Also, Chi Wei and manager Zhang, when did they become your employees? I didn't recruit them myself. Chapter 21. Our business empire is thriving. Take Shen Zhaozhao back to the 4th floor. Meng Su sat on the sofa in the tea room, thinking about what will happen next. Company name. Let's call it Peace Order. Meng Su thought about it, and decided on the company name. The former represents Meng Su's desire for peaceful days, and the latter is the meaning of his name. Naming successful. Simply seeing such a line of handwriting, Meng Su was deeply moved. He couldn't help but stand up, and once again open the long-sealed curtains, letting the sunlight in. As the saying goes, you know how difficult life is at an early age. I didn't expect that I, Meng Su, have not graduated yet. And I am still in the first week of internship. And I already have my own business. I am really a winner in life. Meng Su stood in front of the window, staring at the messy streets and the wandering zombies, and felt that the world had changed in front of him. Although in the end of the world, starting a company is a bit abstract. But who wouldn't be happy to be a boss? Such a wonderful start. Please cheer for me. Shen Zhaozhao behind him didn't dare to say a word, and sat aside stiffly. She still doesn't know what happened. Hungry? Right? Have some instant noodles over there. Coming back to his senses, Meng Su glanced at Shen Zhaozhao, and pointed to the supplies he had stockpiled, and said indifferently, they are all worthless things anyway. For Meng Su, food and water, the biggest crisis of the end of the world, are not a problem, because he can exchange them with points. Although he doesn't know what other uses points have besides lottery, but being able to exchange for food is already a guaranteed reward. Even, Meng Su can use cash to draw food. After hearing Meng Su's voice, Shen Zhaozhao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then timidly took a bucket of Kangshifu instant noodles, without even soaking them, and started to eat the noodles directly, and wolfed them down, as if he had been hungry for a long time. Meng Su looked at Shen Zhaozhao lovingly, and then asked caringly, what is your academic qualification? Graduate, postgraduate? Shen Zhaozhao wolfed down the food, and after hearing Meng Su's voice, he immediately replied stiffly, major in Chinese language and literature. Postgraduate? Meng Su put his chin in his hands, and after studying it for a while, he immediately said, then I will give you 20,000 a month, don't ask why, because I love to tell the truth. Shen Zhaozhao didn't dare to speak, although she didn't know what the salary was for. She would just take the high salary of 20,000 yuan. She had already figured it out. Although her boss was a bit too energetic. But the logic was self-consistent. As long as she didn't break certain rules, nothing should happen. Working under a boss was better than starving to death in the bathroom. And this boss was pretty powerful. 3 or 5 zombies seemed unable to get close to him. Very good. I will now appoint you as a clerk of our company. Later, use the computer over there to print a labor dispatch contract yourself. Just say that we, the Peace Order Group, and Jianlin Technology Company, Limited, signed an agreement. Now you have to work for Jianlin Technology Company, Limited. Understand? Meng Su nodded and said to Shen Zhaozhao, your usual job is to type forms and so on. Jianlin Technology was the company Meng Su worked for before. The reason for doing this is that this was Meng Su's original job. He was paid 1,000 yuan a day. He could also occasionally get professional experience. Now he has caught a paru. Now he has recruited an employee. So of course, he has to let her work on his behalf to gain experience. Shen Zhao? It's the end of the world. What's the point of typing out forms? Shen Zhaozhao was confused in her heart. But she didn't dare to speak. So she could only nod obediently. Okay. The 2 outside the door are your colleagues. The one with half a face is Qi Wei. And the one with a flat head is Zhang Tao. Qi Wei used to be the secretary of the board of directors of Chixing Moving Company. And Zhang Tao is the manager of Jianlin Technology. They both felt that their original companies had no future. So they came to work at our peaceful order. Now they are probably working as security guards. I'll let them guard the door. And you can just go to work with peace of mind. Meng Su pointed at No Head and Unhappy in the corridor, and said to Shen Zhaozhao, these 2 colleagues in the security department are not very friendly. I suggest you don't talk to them for too long. And you don't need to build a good relationship with them. Do you understand? I don't care if you are eaten by my colleagues. Maybe I can help you file a labor arbitration lawsuit and severely condemn them. Shen Zhao? Zombies? Security department? Shen Zhao felt like she was in a dream for a while. She now deeply suspected that she had starved to death in the bathroom. Everything she was experiencing now was a fantasy before death. Otherwise, I can't explain all the absurd things I'm experiencing now. Why are you standing there? Go to work. This workstation was originally mine. Now I'm being generous and giving it to you. I hope you work hard and strive to become the first manager of the company as soon as possible. Meng Su's voice reached Shen Zhaozhao's ears, and immediately made Shen Zhaozhao come back to his senses. He quickly ate the instant noodles, then hesitantly came to the computer, looked at the prepared form, took a deep breath, and started typing. Although I don't know why I have to work, I'll just do it. Working. Such words appeared in front of him, and Meng Su was immediately very satisfied. Very good. Meng Su nodded, and then walked out the door. You work here, I'll go out later. Hearing Meng Su's words, Shen Zhaozhao was stunned, and then her eyes were full of expectation. Boss, are you going out? Do you need me to go with you? She really hoped that Meng Su could take her away to a paradise and find an absolutely safe house. Although it is temporarily safe in this science and technology building, Shen Zhaozhao is still worried. After hearing Shen Zhaozhao's words, Meng Su was also a little surprised. Then he turned around and said to Shen Zhaozhao, I need to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the bank to handle some procedures. Our company is a formal company, and the procedures need to be complete. We can't always be a swindler company. Do you want to go with me? After hearing Meng Su's words, a question mark appeared on Shen Zhaozhao's forehead. Her silence was deafening. She didn't know what to say anymore. It's the end of the world. Boss. Whatever happens, do we have to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to handle the formalities? Shen Zhaozhao didn't know what to say anymore. Meng Su adjusted his outfit and said casually, there are my changed clothes in the bathroom. Please wash them for me when you have time. It should be done within a week. There may be a senior talent coming to join the chairman recently. If he comes, please pay attention to entertain him. In particular, please remind him not to let these 2 colleagues in the security department be beaten to death by him. Do you understand? Meng Su was still thinking about the senior talent bodyguard drawn from the cash lottery. He should be a very skilled master. Meng Su felt that he had really made a profit this time. In this environment, a senior bodyguard type talent is so important. His business empire is really thriving. Chapter 22. My boss seems to be in a bad mental state. Meng Su felt relieved to leave Shen Zhaozhao on the 4th floor. After all, there were 2 security guards watching her at the door, so she couldn't do anything. In the end times, you must be careful. For his first human employee, Meng Su was naturally very alert, and deliberately acted a little moody in front of her. Okay, Meng Su seems to be a little moody recently, not like acting. But no matter what, Meng Su felt that he had done his best. Logically speaking, the best way is to reduce Shen Zhaozhao's favorability to -100, and then turn her into a zombie. In this way, he can have another tireless, painless zombie machine under his command. However, if he does that, it would be a bit too inhuman. Meng Su wants to be an upright chairman, not a capitalist who exploits people. Meng Su walked out of the corridor, looked at the 2 zombie employees in the stairwell, who were a little afraid of him, nodded with satisfaction, imitated the big boss in his memory, and patted their shoulders. Xiao Qi, Xiao Zhang, you 2 stay here. You are just a burden. Patting his shoulders, Meng Su felt sticky in his hands, and a smell of blood hit him. Feeling this disgusting bloody smell, Meng Su silently pulled his hand back and wiped it on the white wall. The main point is that he has no quality. Shi Wei and Zhang Tao, these 2 zombie employees, can play a certain role in the building, because they are in a closed or narrow environment, which can limit their movement and help themselves. But after going out, this advantage is gone. Moreover, it is a bit too slow to move with Shi Wei and Zhang Tao. Neither of them has much intelligence and needs to be guided by themselves. It is equivalent to bringing 2 restless children. It will only slow down their progress. Therefore, this time when he went out to handle the formalities, Meng Su planned to act alone, without any soldiers. Successful entrepreneurship, current main project, customer service industry. Get +5 distributable experience points, distributable attribute points +1, distributable skill points +1, cash +100,000. Note, due to the large amount of money, it is temporarily stored in the system. If the host needs to withdraw, it will appear in the form of cash. The handwriting that appeared in front of Meng Su made Meng Su's eyes light up. Okay, I'm just sending you a pillow when you're sleepy. Distribute attribute points to strength. Meng Su did not hesitate, and directly made a plan. Strength is the root of everything. This time, Meng Su needed personal strength, so without hesitation, he distributed attribute points to strength. After the distribution was completed, Meng Su's eyes flashed, and soon, a panel appeared in front of him. Host, Meng Su. Occupation, intern clerk level 1 3/20th, flyer distributor level 30/20, chairman level 00/50. Attributes, spirit 9, constitution 10, strength 14, agility 11.5. Accumulated allocable skill points, 1. Accumulated allocable professional experience, 5. Points, 10 points. Total assets, 162,000 yuan. Skills, slacking off professional skill, observing words and expressions professional skill. Seeing his own panel, Meng Su was very satisfied. Not bad, very spirited. In his profession, he had unknowingly added a chairman. This made Meng Su very satisfied. But unfortunately, it was only level 0, and it actually required 50 experience points to upgrade, which made it difficult for Meng Su to evaluate, and he felt that the experience points required to upgrade the profession of chairman were too much. A tall building starts from the ground, so let's do it step by step. Meng Su took a deep breath, and took a car key, intending to go to the relevant department to handle the formalities in the underground garage as soon as possible, so that he could come back earlier after completing the formalities. As for where the car key came from, Meng Su also forgot. He picked it up from the corpse of a zombie. As for whether or not you can find a car, it doesn't matter. Although Shen Zhaozhao was working in front of the computer, her mind was now on Meng Su. She had been secretly observing Meng Su's situation, feeling uneasy, not knowing what Meng Su was going to do. The boss wouldn't really go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau or the bank to handle the formalities. Right? This is unnecessary. Right? I admit that you are a law-abiding citizen. But can you use some special methods in special times? Forget it, boss. Shen Zhaozhao hesitated to speak. She wanted to persuade Meng Su, but after thinking of Meng Su's image, she didn't dare to say it. After thinking for a while, Shen Zhaozhao secretly took out his mobile phone and posted a message on the internet that was spinning all the time. The boss seemed to be in a state of mental disorder. It was okay to register a company in the end times, but he still had to go through the formalities. What should I do? Waiting online. I was very anxious. Before Shen Zhaozhao could check the reply to the post, Meng Su's voice appeared in her ears. I'm leaving first. It may be difficult for me to come back in the next few days. You can eat these supplies as you like. Don't forget to wash your clothes. Shen Zhaozhao heard this and acted like a working person. She stood up and said to Meng Su respectfully, Goodbye, boss. I will work hard. Please rest assured. Okay. Brainless and unhappy. Cough cough. Qi Wei and Zhang Tao are staring at you at the door. You have to work hard. Work from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Get off work on time. And don't provoke your colleagues at work. I am not responsible if you are eaten by colleagues. At most, I will give you a pension. Meng Su was very satisfied with Shen Zhaozhao's good attitude. He gave him a few more instructions before walking towards the stairwell and heading towards the underground garage. Meng Su's figure gradually disappeared from Shen Zhaozhao's sight. Shen Zhaozhao breathed a sigh of relief at first, but soon a feeling of insecurity swept over him. Although my boss's mental state seems to be unstable, he feels very safe. During this period, nothing happened. On the contrary, he ate well. Now that the boss has gone out, I have nothing to do. Isn't it a bit bad? Shen Zhaozhao was a little entangled for a moment. She thought about it and planned to go out to see the boss off. But after seeing the two colleagues at the door, she relaxed her neck again. Let's go back to work. Family. Shen Zhaozhao looked at the face reflected in the computer screen with resentment and sighed deeply. Come on. Workers. In the underground garage, Meng Su was in a good mood, looking at the Mercedes-Benz key in his hand, with a lot of emotion in his heart. Starting a business is difficult. The company's insufficient assets have a profound impact on everything. In order to let the host solve the funding problem as soon as possible, so a part-time activity is specially carried out. You get a temporary part-time job as a DD driver temporarily. Trigger task, DD driver. Task reward can be allocated a certain amount of professional experience, a certain amount of points, and a certain amount of cash. Meng Su? Whenever I think the world has gone crazy, the system always tells me that there are even crazier things. Meng Su took a deep breath. Looking at the parking lot in front of him, he was already somewhat calm. Driving DD in the end times, if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem so bad. Find a zombie customer, break his leg first. Meng Su has perfectly adapted to this system, and immediately pushed the door open and walked out. Creaky. The sound of the door opening and shaking appeared in Meng Su's ears, and also erupted in this empty underground parking lot. The sound was harsh, attracting the attention of several zombies wandering in the parking lot. Roar. Seeing this, Meng Su could not help shaking the baseball bat in his hand. A good life starts with smiling at everything. Please keep smiling. Host, the goddess of luck is looking after you. Being polite may bring unexpected gains. Chapter 23. Does anyone want to take a taxi? The sudden appearance of the content made Meng Su's originally fierce momentum suddenly loosen, revealing a bright and brilliant smile, facing the zombie in security uniform, rushing towards him, smiling. Isn't this Uncle Wang? Thank you for your hard work. You were patrolling the underground parking lot at noon. How did you know that I opened a company and became a boss? Security Master Wang roared ferociously and ignored Meng Su's greetings, as if he saw prey, and rushed towards Meng Su. The zombies rushed over. Meng Su swung his stick, hit the head, knocked it to the ground directly, and then went forward to finish off the zombies. It was quick and neat. Just as he finished finishing off the zombies, he saw another figure rushing over from a distance, with a ferocious look, and black blood stains all over the ground. When Meng Su saw the rushing zombies, he was stunned immediately, and then he waved his baseball bat enthusiastically, and said, Isn't this Lao Zhao? You're here to work too? Why are you always in the underground garage? Hurry up and go up. By the way, I just opened a new company. If you want to change jobs, you're welcome to come find me. Then he knocked the zombies to the ground with a stick, and then continued to hit their heads. Their brains burst, blood flowed all over the ground, and sticky plasma accumulated on the ground. After dealing with the two zombies, Meng Su took out his car keys and began to look for the Mercedes-Benz. After taking 2 steps, Meng Su saw a bald zombie with his lower body exposed, his head tilted, his body twitching, wandering in front of an Audi, with a very conspicuous wound on his neck. In the Audi, there was also a disheveled female zombie with white eyes. It seemed that something suddenly happened during some piston movement, which led to the tragedy. Is this Boss Zhang? Why are you having sex in the car? What a refined taste. Meng Su was amazed. It felt like other bosses were better at it. I had to remember it. I would try to apply what I learned. Meng Su's exclamation naturally woke up the bald boss Zhang. He turned around suddenly, his gray eyeballs rolled violently, exploded with unprecedented speed, and rushed towards Meng Su, very fierce, exploded with this kind of strength that was totally not for a bald middle-aged man. Boss Zhang, we will have plenty of time to cooperate in the future, so there's no need to be so anxious. Meng Su sighed, then swung the stick, hit a perfect arc, hit Boss Zhang's head. Immediately his eyeball flew out of his eye socket, and he fell to the ground. Meng Su also took out a wrench very skillfully, and smacked his head several times, until the brain and the effect of the skill observed words and expressions disappeared. Unless encountering special circumstances, there will be no prompt for ordinary zombies. Meng Su was surprised to find that there were many zombies in the underground parking lot that he could name. Even if he couldn't name them, he would go to and from get off work with them occasionally. After all, they were all in the same building, and they would see each other every day. Even if they didn't know each other, they would recognize their faces. In just 3 days, it has become like this. This really makes Meng Su feel sad. With so many zombies, if they don't come to attack me, how cool it would be to hand out flyers to them. Meng Su adheres to the principle of I will not offend others unless they offend me. Even if he becomes a zombie, Meng Su is willing to live in peace with them. The premise is that they can provide value to him, such as Chi Wei and Zhang Tao. Even if he wants to kill all the zombies in the world, Chi Wei and Zhang Tao will definitely be the last two to be killed. Oh, by the way, there's also a DD order. Thinking of this, Meng Su stood up and glanced at the female zombie in the Audi. After thinking for a while, he opened the car door without hesitation. Roar! The female zombie roared. It must be said that this female zombie is quite pretty. And she is a directly mutated zombie. Her face is very perfect, except for some purple blood vessels and gray eyes. There is nothing else to see. Meng Su was very enthusiastic. After the female zombie rushed out, he kicked her to the ground, then picked up a baseball bat and hit the female zombie's limbs hard. While hitting, he shouted, "Madam, do you want a taxi? Where are you going? Do you want a taxi? Speak." The baseball bat fell, and his arm was broken. The zombie roared, "Are you going or not? I'm not a black car, I just don't have a business license." Still no response. Meng Su broke her legs helplessly. The roar continued. The task didn't appear for a long time. Meng Su could only be sure that the zombies would not enter the destination, sighed, and used a wrench to give the female zombie a final blow, making her head split open. Is there really no one taking a taxi? Meng Su shouted while looking for the Mercedes-Benz. There were a few zombies that appeared sporadically, and Meng Su shot them in the head one by one. For Meng Su at the moment, unless more than 5 zombies appeared at once, it would be easy to deal with them. As for what to do if more than 5 appeared, just run. What else can I do? Since I got the perfect life system. Meng Su felt that his mental state was getting more and more perfect. I just don't know why in the attribute value. It always says that his mental value is only 9 points. It's inexplicable. After searching for a while, he finally found a Mercedes-Benz E300 in the corner, which immediately refreshed Meng Su. After recalling the details of his driving practice during the summer vacation after graduating from high school, Meng Su looked determined and started the engine instantly. Boom! With 2 roars, the car drove out. It was smooth all the way. After Meng Su left, in a Xiaolai parking space not far away, 2 pairs of eyes looked through the gray sunscreen glass at Meng Su's departure and breathed a sigh of relief. A girl breathed a sigh of relief, still looking a little scared, and whispered to the man next to her, "Honey, that man is gone. Can we go out now?" In the passenger seat, there was a boy who had lost all hope in life. After hearing the girl's words, he said weakly, "The car is out of gas. It won't go for long. I said we should go out just now. Let him take us away." The girl was a little unwilling, and said tremblingly, "Isn't he asking who wants a taxi? At most, I can give him more money." After hearing the girl's words, the boy was furious, stood up suddenly, and said to the girl. The girl said in astonishment, "You are crazy. That guy is a psychopath. It's the end of the world. There are zombies everywhere outside." He greeted the zombies, tortured them, and asked if anyone wanted a ride. Can he be a normal person? If you fall into his hands, you might as well be bitten to death by zombies. Okay, I just saw that the key of the Audi car was not removed. It seems that all the zombies in the parking lot have been cleared. Let's go to the Audi car and see if we can drive away. The boy took a deep breath and said, the food is gone. We can only leave. If there are zombies, then we will be unlucky. Chapter 24. Hello, driver. Xiaoming is at your service. The gray sky is so oppressive that it is hard to breathe. The dusty streets are empty. The occasional zombies passing through make mournful and creepy roars one after another. The exquisite buildings look particularly desolate against the backdrop of wandering zombies. You can even see bloody palm prints left on the wall, telling the despair here. The grass scene is chilling. The prosperity of the city no longer exists. The air is filled with the stench of rotting corpses. The empty streets are always filled with the breath of despair. Inside the rental house, listening to the howling cold wind outside, the man in the rental house was somewhat silent. Husband, the child is now 39 degrees. There is no medicine at home. What should we do? Listening to his wife's anxious and uneasy questioning, Zhang Luanping licked his lips. Pressure suddenly surged in his heart, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. He looked out the window, the zombies wandering in the community in groups of 3 or 2, and the occasional screams in the community. So Zhang Luanping didn't know how to comment. Although Zhang Luanping was very scared now. His sense of responsibility, as the head of the family, forced him to hide his inner fear. He wanted to retreat, but the child had a fever, and he couldn't delay. Staring at his wife's desperate and anxious eyes, Zhang Luanping was silent for a while, and then said, Wan, you stay at home to take care of the child. I'll go out to find some medicine. Hearing Zhang Luanping's words, his wife was immediately shocked and said instinctively, Go out? No. It's too dangerous outside. Let's ask the neighbors. The old Lu family next door should have medicine. And it's just a fever. If you hold on, maybe you can get through it. Old Lu's family? Zhang Luanping showed a bitter smile. 3 days ago, in the morning, their family was awakened by loud Lu's screams. Let's not talk about medicine. What about food? We don't have much food at home. At this point, there is no other way. Zhang Luanping now regrets that he bought such a place because he was greedy for a little bargain when buying a house. He thought it was close to the city, and it would only take more than 10 minutes to drive there. So the surrounding facilities didn't matter. But he didn't expect that after the zombie outbreak, there was not even a pharmacy around. And even the supermarket had just opened for business. After I leave, no matter who knocks on the door, don't open it. Pretend that no one is home. After all, at this point, people's hearts are broken. Zhang Luanping whispered to his wife. And after a lot of chatter, he turned over and looked at the girl lying on the bed. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes. And soon, he added a sense of determination. Walked over, and seemed to want to touch the girl's forehead, as if she felt her father's hand. The girl opened her eyes in confusion and called out subconsciously, Dad. Shichi. Zhang Luanping showed a relieved smile and said to the girl, Dad will go on a long trip later. Maybe he will be back tomorrow. Or maybe it will be a long time later. If it will be a long time later, it's because Dad is going to find a place for plastic surgery. Huh? The girl didn't quite understand Zhang Luanping's words. Dad, plastic surgery? No. If Dad has plastic surgery, I won't be able to recognize who is Dad. Whoever Mom asks you to call Dad in the future. That means Dad has come back after plastic surgery. Zhang Luanping said softly, although he didn't know if he could come back this time. But anyway, he could comfort him in advance. Okay, Dad. It's better not to have plastic surgery. I think Dad is super handsome. I won't talk to you for now. Dad. I'm a little sleepy. I feel so uncomfortable. I want to sleep. Zhang Luanping closed the door carefully. Hearing the coughing sound coming from the room, he felt a little heartbroken. His eyes became firmer again. After taking a deep breath, he looked at his wife, who was already in tears, waved his hand, pulled out a kitchen knife, carried his travel bag, and resolutely went out, preparing to go to the city. In a critical moment, as a husband and a father, you must stand up. Zhang Luanping looked at this world full of dangers with a firm gaze. Here he comes. Huff. Zhang Luanping panted heavily, and he felt his lungs were about to explode. It's different when you get older. After running 2 steps, you feel a tearing sensation, and you are completely exhausted. He has lost his kitchen knife. At this point, he found that he was no longer as good as the young people. Even if he carefully avoided the zombies' attacks, he was still careless and was chased by the zombies. The zombies were moving very fast. He stumbled along the way, and was already a little tearful. After making sure that the surroundings were safe, Zhang Luanping moved his body carefully, with a very nervous expression. He looked at the 7 or 8 creepy zombies wandering on the roadside, as well as the pool of blood and the bloody broken corpses on the ground. He couldn't help but feel nauseous and shuddered involuntarily. How could the world become like this? Zhang Luanping was desperate and hid behind the wall, under great tension. He could only take a deep breath and carefully crawl forward. But just when he thought all the crises were resolved, there was a sound of rapid breathing and messy footsteps coming from the front. "Don't chase me. Don't chase me." Then, a boy in a blue down jacket, covered in blood, ran out of the street in front of him in fear, followed by 3 hideous zombies. This scene completely disrupted Zhang Luanping's plan. After seeing Zhang Luanping, the boy in the blue down jacket was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic, taking advantage of Zhang Luanping's daze, passed by Zhang Luanping at the speed of light, and even pushed Zhang Luanping. Sorry, I don't want to die, help me." He said it with great guilt, but his hands were merciless. The young man was very strong. Suddenly, Zhang Luanping's body swayed. But fortunately his center of gravity was stable enough, so he did not fall to the ground. However, even so, he immediately fell behind the boy in the blue down jacket. Roar! After the 3 zombies saw Zhang Luanping, they roared excitedly. A pair of scarlet eyes were staring at Zhang Luanping, and they were like hungry wolves in an instant. Zhang Luanping's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately wanted to cut the young man in the blue down jacket into pieces. But soon, he heard the screams of the young man in the blue down jacket from a distance. Ah! Zhang Luanping turned and ran, without hesitation, and saw from the corner of his eye that the 7 zombies were feasting on the young man in the blue down jacket. The young man screamed, but in Zhang Luanping's ears, it was like the horn of hell. His lungs were about to explode. There was no place to hide, or to take a detour. The surroundings were empty, except for the endless asphalt road, and what looked like a food processing factory with many employees. Damn it! His whole body was burning, and he felt that every cell was roaring. However, after all, he was already 35 or 36 years old, and he had been working at a desk for many years, so he was not able to do it. The zombies, however, were like tireless machines, following closely behind Zhang Luanping. Zhang Luanping's speed was getting slower and slower. The zombies soon gradually shortened the distance between them and Zhang Luanping. Roar! The body of the chasing zombie suddenly shook, and it let out a low roar. Its eyes rolled and turned white, revealing a dead silence, and blue and red blood vessels appeared on its face, showing its hideous look. Zhang Luanping looked at the zombies that were so close to him. He couldn't run anymore. He was terrified and wanted to fight to the death. "I can't die here. I still need to find medicine for Chi-Chi." At this moment, Zhang Luanping seemed to have a great instinct for survival. Just as he was about to fight to the death, he suddenly heard the roar of a Mercedes-Benz in the distance. Boom! The next moment, a black Mercedes-Benz E300 suddenly rushed over from the road, like a truck that sent people to reincarnate. Without stopping, it directly knocked the 3 zombies behind Zhang Luanping away, and then ran over them in a chic and elegant manner. Blood splashed everywhere in an instant. Roar! The zombies roared. The owner of this Mercedes-Benz seemed to have killed fish in our T-Mart for 10 years, and had become an emotionless killer. He reversed the car in a chic manner and parked it in front of Zhang Luanping, rolling down the window, looking at the handsome young man in the driver's seat. Zhang Luanping was stunned for a moment. Soon, he heard the young man in the driver's seat smile brilliantly. "Hello. Driver Xiaoming is here to serve you. Do you need a taxi? If it's close, I can give you a starting price." Zhang Luanping? Ah, it's the end of the world. Are there still taxis? No. Who drives a Mercedes-Benz E300 to rent a taxi? Chapter 25. Don't you know that you will be penalized for running a red light? First order bonus cash plus 3,000. Current company deposit is 167,000 yuan. 167,000. Please note that you have 3 employees. The minimum monthly salary is 10,000 yuan. Your current employee's salary expenditure is 40,000 yuan per month. Details are as follows. Chi Wei's monthly salary is 10,000 yuan. Zhang Tao's monthly salary is 10,000 yuan. Xin Xiaozhou's monthly salary is 20,000 yuan. A perfect life requires being a harmonious and friendly boss, who can provide employees with sufficient financial conditions. Be generous. If the monthly salary is over 10,000 yuan, your employees will not defect, of course. You can also manually reduce the monthly salary, but it may cause negative effects such as employees asking for salary, job hopping. Please be aware of this. Looking at the dazzling gold-plated small characters in front of him, Ming-Su couldn't help but sigh deeply. Talking nonsense will bring retribution. He just made a joke, but he actually had to give Shen Jiao 20,000 yuan. If he wanted to change the monthly salary, it would take until next month to change it, and why did these two zombies have a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan? Ming-Su was annoyed. His monthly salary was less than 10,000 yuan when he was working. I really want to kill all the high-paid zombies. Ming-Su sighed deeply. But to be honest, it's not expensive. According to the nature of this system, signing can make millions of yuan in a few minutes. If you can win over zombies with cash, it's actually not bad. The thought flashed through his mind. Ming-Su glanced at the rearview mirror. And through the rearview mirror, he looked at the frightened middle-aged man in the back seat, recalled the taxi driver's tone, and said enthusiastically, "Uncle, what do you do? Where are you going?" Most taxi drivers are warm-hearted, good-talking people. And since he is a driver, he must play his role well. Hearing Ming-Su's words, Zhang Luanping subconsciously said, "I'm a human resources manager in a brewery. My child is sick. I'm going to the city to get some medicine." He is confused now, and needs to take it easy. If I remember correctly, it's the end of the world now? Why are there still taxes? The child is sick? That's true, we can't delay. Ming-Su cried out, nodded, then said in a complicated way, "Why didn't you drive your own car? Didn't you buy one?" Zhang Luanping was nervous, paying attention to the surrounding environment, and whispered, "The economy was bad not long ago, so I sold it, and the noise from driving is too loud. I live in the community, if I run over, it's easy to attract those things." Ming-Su sighed deeply, automatically ignored the second half, and resonated with Zhang Luanping's words. The economy is really bad. A company boss, have to drive to make money, otherwise I can't even pay the wages. Ah? Zhang Luanping didn't understand what Ming-Su meant. "Since you asked, I won't pretend anymore. That's right. I'm the chairman of Peaceful Order. Are you interested in working in my company? I can give you 3. Ming-Su smiled slightly, and then changed his tone. 3,000 high salary. Food and accommodation included. Zhang Luanping was silent for a while. He didn't know what Ming-Su was talking about. "We are a formal company. I'm going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to handle the formalities now." "Which pharmacy are you going to?" I looked at the offline map. There is also a pharmacy near the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. "You're taking a ride. Why don't you get off there?" Ming-Su said while showing Zhang Luanping the offline navigation comfortably. "There are so many procedures for opening a company. I'm going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau now, and I have to go to many departments. It's so annoying. Why are there so many steps? Can't it be streamlined a little bit? And one department can solve all problems?" Zhang Luanping was no longer talking. He felt something was not right. The driver seemed to be in a bad mental state. Is it because of the apocalypse that the pressure is too great, so he went crazy? Although Zhang Luanping did not reply, Ming-Su still talked to himself. Where does the child go to school? How is his academic performance? The zombies on the roadside were attracted by the noise of the passing vehicles, and instantly roared, and began to chase the exhaust of the Mercedes-Benz, with blood and flesh, and their faces were hideous. Zhang Luanping was a little frightened. While Ming-Su drove very casually, while driving, he complained to Zhang Luanping, "People are too impetuous nowadays. Look, these people on the roadside all want to take a taxi. Don't you see it's full?" After that, Ming-Su rolled down the window directly, and shouted to the zombies running outside, "Don't follow me anymore. It's full, you wait for the next one. I really can't pull it, I'm hitchhiking, I don't accept carpooling." Then, he rolled up the window. Zhang Luanping was no longer talking. After 3 days of surviving outside, is the pressure so great? Damn it! Will this world ever get better? Bang! At this moment, a sudden brake came on. Zhang Luanping was caught off guard, and crashed directly into the seat in front of him. He felt a little dizzy, but his spirit was always tense, and he immediately grabbed the package beside him, with a nervous expression. "What's wrong? Is there any situation? The car broke down? Then we have to leave quickly. There are a lot of zombies around." "No." Ming-Su lit a cigarette, and then gave one to Zhang Luanping, saying very naturally, "Wait for the red light." "Zhang Luanping?" He widened his eyes, looked ahead, and found that at the intersection ahead, there was indeed a traffic light in operation. Not far ahead, there was an ambulance overturned on the ground. When the zombies around saw their Mercedes-Benz E300 parked here, they rushed over frantically. One zombie even rushed in front of them and slapped the rear window glass frantically. John Luenping saw the creepy face of the zombie. Roar! The zombie's low roar reached John Luenping's ears, and the disgusting stench seemed to spread through the air to the car. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies were knocking on the car door, as if they wanted to open a can, take out the meat in the can and eat it, while Meng Su frowned. These guys are too rude. John Luenping was already a little scared. He looked at Meng Su and asked anxiously, "Let's go directly. What if these zombies break in? It's the end of the world. We can put things like waiting for traffic lights aside for now, and we'll talk about it later." Hearing this, Meng Su looked at John Luenping in surprise. "Can you be more law-abiding? Don't you know that running a red light will deduct 6 points and fine 200 yuan? Can this world still be better? Is waiting for traffic lights also a fault?" John Luenping? John Luenping was dizzy. He was about to vomit blood because of Meng Su's performance. He held the backpack tightly. Amid the zombies' knocks and roars, the green light finally came on. Meng Su stepped on the accelerator and took off directly. He rushed forward. The zombies around him disappeared in front of John Luenping in an instant. Only a few were dragged for a few meters. Seeing this scene, John Luenping breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Good driving skills." "Of course not," Meng Su said proudly. "I have been a QQ speed player for 10 years. Do you know what nitrogen acceleration is?" John Luenping? I shouldn't have said a word. Chapter 26 Senior Talent? Obviously a mutant zombie. The roar of the car kept echoing, and the accelerating wheels brought up a cloud of dust, which filled the air. The surroundings were in a mess. The broken houses were scattered on the ground, and there were a lot of bloodstains on the walls, and several collapsed electric poles leaned on both sides of the street, and there was a fishy smell in the air, and the heart-wrenching screams coming from outside the window from time to time. It was as if he was in hell. Staring at the horrific scene outside the window, John Luenping was silent. He felt that the desolation outside the car seemed more real than the warm atmosphere inside the car. After all, the warmth inside the car was a little too unreal. Meng Su talked freely, as if nothing had happened. What about the end of the world? It was all floating clouds. It seemed that this world was still a plain world. He was just an ordinary online car-hailing driver and chairman of the group. Ordinary is the truth. Huh? Meng Su drove leisurely, glanced at the rearview mirror casually, and couldn't help but make a sound of surprise. There was an Audi behind him, following him all the time. Moreover, this Audi looked familiar. Hearing Meng Su's voice of doubt, John Luenping's muscles tensed up in an instant, and there seemed to be more bloodshot in his eyes. He looked around vigilantly and asked Meng Su nervously, "What's wrong, brother? Is there another traffic light?" Although John Luenping is more than 10 years older than Meng Su, after experiencing many road trips, John Luenping no longer calls Meng Su brother. As long as he doesn't have to wait for traffic lights, he can call him grandpa. "No, there's an Audi following me." Meng Su frowned. Hearing Meng Su's voice, John Luenping took a deep breath and thought from Meng Su's perspective. After a while, he asked cautiously with a lunatic mindset, "Brother, what do you think he wants to do? He's an online car-hailing driver. Coming to steal your customers?" Hearing John Luenping's words, Meng Su looked at John Luenping as if he was mentally retarded, and said to John Luenping, "It's the end of the world. Brother, where are the online car-hailing cars? I guess either it's other survivors who want to steal our things, as described in the novel, or..." John Luenping, being looked at by Meng Su with such a strange look for a while. John Luenping was a little speechless for a while. "So you can speak normally? But what is it?" John Luenping asked curiously. "Or the 2 zombies I killed in the parking lot are not dead, they drove out to chase me." Meng Su gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck, the zombies are still chasing me. Park the car later, and let them kill me." John Luenping, the sudden attack sprained my waist. "What logic are you talking about with a psychopath?" John Luenping said tactfully, "Brother, I think zombies may not be able to drive." "You are right, zombies can't drive." Meng Su said casually. He felt that he felt so good to do whatever he wanted, and he could say whatever he wanted, and he felt full of energy. That's a human. Find a way to trick them, and see what they are going to do. Before he finished speaking, Meng Su paused. Seeing Meng Su talking halfway, John Luenping was about to collapse. He asked tremblingly, "Brother, what's wrong again?" "Brother?" "Nothing." Meng Su shook his head and took a deep breath. In front of him, he suddenly found a line of small gold characters. "The talent you selected, the senior bodyguard, has appeared within 3 kilometers of you. The talent has appeared. Is it the Audi car behind? The one who has been chasing him is actually his bodyguard? That's not right. 3 kilometers, that's 3,000 meters. The Audi behind him, I guess it's only a few hundred meters away. If it's Audi, the reminder would have appeared long ago. Why did it have to be like this?" Meng Su fell into deep thought, but he didn't think much about it now. Because this person would always refresh near the Science and Technology Innovation Building, it doesn't matter if he doesn't meet him now. I'll talk about it after delivering the business behind him. The vehicle continued to drive, but soon, in Meng Su's eyes, a red traction line suddenly appeared. It seemed to be pointing out to Meng Su the location of the talent and senior bodyguard. He drove without distraction, but there were not many vehicles on the road. So Meng Su followed the traction line and looked towards the key point. However, he saw that in front of him, there was a zombie like an iron tower, standing beside the road, twitching all over. His muscles bulged, covered with blue veins, and scattered pieces of meat hanging on his arms. His skin was wrinkled, and brown liquid oozed from the cracks. His teeth and cheeks were full of sticky blood stains, and he exuded a disgusting stench. Profession: Power-type mutant zombie. Level: 3 Meng Su? I'm testing you. Is this a high-level talent? Bodyguard? You call this a bodyguard? System: Your mother is dead. Your mother died twice. Luckily I met him halfway, otherwise wouldn't I be blocked by this mutant zombie at the door? The boss is blocking the novice village. Right? When he saw Meng Su's Mercedes-Benz coming, it was like a beast that found its prey, and instantly roared and rushed forward. Meng Su didn't hesitate at all. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away directly. Why waste time with this mutant zombie? It is most important to quickly complete all the procedures required for opening a company. Killing zombies yourself will not drop equipment. Although the mutant zombie is mutated, who knows the specific situation? It is better to leave first and come back to see. Although I am crazy enough, I am not that crazy. And the mutant zombie is just a zombie after all, and the mutation is strength, and its speed is naturally not as fast as the speed of the vehicle. After Meng Su rode away, he could only sigh and eat Meng Su's exhaust gas. Zhang Luanping saw the shocking zombie, and was a little dazed for a moment. After coming back to his senses, his voice was trembling. What was that just now? A zombie. What else could it be? A senior bodyguard? Meng Su said casually, his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, closely observing the situation of the mutant zombie. Roar! The roar was like thunder, resounding on the street. The zombie stood in the middle of the road, with his neck tilted, his body twitching, and the pieces of flesh on his body were falling off cracklingly, looking extremely disgusting. The Audi that had been following Meng Su just drove over, following this guy. It's smooth sailing. The man was holding the steering wheel, extremely excited. He saw the 2-meter-tall zombie standing in the middle of the road. He couldn't help but grin and prepared to rush towards the zombie. Hit him. Looking at her husband who suddenly accelerated. The woman was a little nervous. She had an inexplicable fear of the zombie in front of her. So she said to the man worriedly, "Why don't we go around it?" "I'm afraid." "You're afraid of shit." The man's eyes revealed a hint of excitement, and he grinned confidently. "What's wrong with zombies? Can't zombies kill me? I've run over more than 1 or 2 zombies with my car. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, this is not our car." He is very confident now. The perverted energy that was hidden in the peaceful and prosperous times in the past has slowly emerged. Faced with the man's appearance, the woman also fell silent, not daring to speak. The feeling of the steel beast rolling over flesh and blood was actually quite good for her. There was an inexplicable pleasure. Boom boom, the accelerator accelerated, and it went straight to the mutant zombie. The man thought he would easily run over it this time. But suddenly he felt a deafening echo in his ears. Then, the car suddenly skidded, tilted to one side, and rolled straight towards the green belt beside the road. The violent shock and impact made the man's consciousness blurred, and there were bursts of tinnitus in his ears. Clang, the tinnitus echoed, and he could no longer feel his body and the surrounding environment. After his consciousness gradually became clear, he found that there were hideous faces in the windows around him. At this moment, he was completely panicked. No. Don't. Chapter 27 All good things must come to an end. The Audi car did successfully knock the mutant zombie away. The mutant zombie was knocked 3 or 4 meters away, with a twisted and broken body, lying on the ground, bleeding, looking even more hideous and terrifying. And the Audi car, just as if it had hit something, turned sideways, causing several zombies wandering around to be shocked, and they all went over to open the box and have a feast. And the mutant zombie doesn't seem to be unable to move because of the collision, but in a strange posture, it was crawling towards the Audi car. Even Ming-Su could see that the mutant zombie attacked an ordinary zombie in front of it. Ming-Su didn't read the rest of the content. The car drove away from there, and he couldn't see it even if he wanted to. Zhang Luanping sat in the back seat, somewhat silent. The situation outside was more complicated than he had imagined. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet Ming-Su, he might have died on the spot before he could walk for long, becoming food for the zombies, or simply becoming one of them. The further he went into the city, the more zombies there were. From the few zombies that appeared sporadically on the roadside to the more zombies that appeared as he went deeper. Ming-Su had realized that the process of handling the procedures this time might not be smooth. After checking the navigation, he resolutely parked the car in a nearby community. He didn't plan to continue driving. After all, the situation in the city was complicated. Ming-Su had seen many abandoned vehicles on the road. It was difficult for vehicles to pass. Moreover, there were many zombies in the city. The noise of vehicles driving was very loud, which would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. The community he chose was well equipped. There were supermarkets, fruit shops, milk tea shops, etc. around it. And of course, there were pharmacies. Ming-Su parked the car in a chic manner, looking at the zombies not far away, who seemed to be disturbed by the sound from his side. He immediately turned around and asked Zhang Luanping, "Dear passenger, we have arrived at our destination. How do you pay? Cash or scan code?" After that, Ming-Su opened the payment code on his mobile phone very naturally. "Can I swipe the card?" Zhang Luanping took a deep breath, shakily took out a bank card, whispered to Ming-Su, "The password is 6 sixes, there are 30,000 yuan in it. I don't know what you need the money for at this time, but thank you." He thanked Ming-Su sincerely. If it weren't for Ming-Su, he would have become a meal for those zombies. How could he be here today? "You're welcome." Ming-Su didn't say much nonsense to him, swiped the payment code on his mobile phone, and took the bank card. Suddenly looked at Zhang Luanping suspiciously. "Is it an empty card? If it is an empty card, you are in big trouble." Zhang Luanping. "It's the end of the world. What's the use of asking for money?" Zhang Luanping said self-deprecatingly. In response to Zhang Luanping's question, Ming-Su denied it. "It's useful. I have to pay my employees." Zhang Luanping took a deep breath and asked, "How many people are there? Is there enough food?" Although in Zhang Luanping's opinion, Ming-Su's mental state seems to be unstable. But a trustworthy good man is a good psychopath. "Are you talking about my employees?" 3. 2 from the security department. And 1 clerk. Ming-Su counted on his fingers and said, "Of course. The clerk doesn't matter. She can do whatever she wants. But the 2 from the security department are not bad. After all, they are zombies. And they can talk to other zombies. Shi Wei, Zhang Tao manager Zhang and Shen Zhaozhao. All need to be paid? Of course. Shen Zhaozhao doesn't care. If she wants to work, she can do it. If she doesn't, get out. There are plenty of zombies who want to do this job even if she doesn't want to. But Shi Wei and Zhang Tao still need to use their salary to maintain their relationship. Otherwise, Ming-Su couldn't imagine what it would be like if zombies came to collect debts. And the more assets he had, the more zombie employees he could recruit. Hey, wait a minute. How did I become a capitalist? Ming-Su felt extremely heartbroken, and felt that his soul was tainted. Zhang Luanping didn't know what to say to Ming-Su's crazy talk. Your employees are zombies? Zhang Luanping, who had originally thought about working for Ming-Su, gave up the idea completely. He would be grateful to Ming-Su. If Ming-Su needed any help in the future, he would definitely do it. But forget about working, he didn't want to live with zombies day and night, especially when he still had a family. Okay, get off the car. Ming-Su waved his hand, and got off the car with Zhang Luanping. Zhang Luanping looked nervous, while Ming-Su seemed to be just here for a walk, wandering leisurely. Zhang Luanping and Zhang Luanping looked completely different. Thank you. Take care. After Zhang Luanping got off the car, he didn't say much, just nodded to Ming-Su. and quickly moved towards the pharmacy next to him. He didn't ask Ming Su to go with him. After all, Ming Su had helped him enough. Ming Su looked at Zhang Luanping's leaving figure and didn't say anything. In the end times, there are too many people struggling to survive. DD Driver completes the first order and gets +3 distributable professional experience, +1000 cash, and +0.5 freely distributable attribute points. The small gilded words that appeared in front of him made Ming Su's eyes light up. Without any hesitation, he directly added all the freely distributable attribute points to strength. Strength is the root of everything. Allocation successful. Current strength value, 14.5 points. I am so full of energy. Ming Su took a deep breath, picked up the 2 weapons he was most familiar with, and took a deep breath. The bloody smell in the air was very strong, which made Ming Su frown. It was said that the city has a smell of decadence and debauchery, which is completely different from the suburbs. Why is there a smell of blood? Roar! The zombies around him had already approached and roared. The nearest one was an old lady who was buying groceries. It seemed that when the zombie virus broke out, she happened to go out to buy groceries, and unfortunately encountered such a disaster. There were also many zombies in the surrounding shops, who were banging on the glass doors in a commotion, trying to break out of the cage and tear Ming Su to pieces. She screamed and rushed towards Ming Su hysterically. Ming Su couldn't help but sigh deeply and clenched the wrench in his hand. Where are the people in the city who are said to be of high quality? How can they be so uncultured and impolite? But this old lady looked very friendly. Maybe it's just a joke on me. Ming Su thought so. But soon, the zombie of the grocery shopping lady rushed in front of Ming Su, bearing its fangs and claws, and looked ferocious. Seeing this, Ming Su was very heartbroken. Can't people be more harmonious and friendly? Zombies can also be friendly. Look at my company's employees Chi Wei and Zhang Tao. They are very friendly to me. With this thought, Ming Su took out a wrench. With a throw of the dice, the lady fell to the ground. Ming Su stepped forward to finish off the opponent. The corpses behind him were even more ferocious. In the dimness, Ming Su even heard the sound of glass breaking. Forget it, I'd better not waste time here. The important thing is to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to handle the formalities. Ming Su said casually, glancing at the shared bicycles at the entrance of the community, randomly scanned one and said, "Let's go." Chapter 28. What a perfect life. Ride my beloved little motorcycle. It seems to be a bicycle now, but who cares, it will never get stuck in traffic. Humming a little tune, Ming Su shuttled through the alleys, following the guidance of the navigation, heading towards the destination. And behind him, the zombie tide surged. Many zombies wandering in the streets have been hysterical, running around heartbreakingly, coming from all directions. And the survivors who were shivering and hiding at home inadvertently looked at the scene outside the window and found this shocking thing. Isn't this guy afraid of death? Riding a bicycle. He just rode over there so openly. Such a scene made people feel dumbfounded and felt the disparity of the world. They were a little confused and had no idea why such a thing happened. For Ming Su, everything was much simpler. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau was located in the old city, and there happened to be a bank nearby, so he could handle 2 procedures at once. As for the other departments, Ming Su felt that he should be able to finish them in 2 days. Of course, it is worth mentioning that Ming Su's rental house is nearby, so he is very familiar with the surrounding routes. This is also one of the reasons why Ming Su can avoid the zombies in the bustling areas. Ming Su took a deep breath, looked at the surrounding environment, and immediately felt the sunshine, the hideous zombies in front of him. At this moment Ming Su felt that they were much cuter. Excited heart, trembling hands. Ming Su did not expect that he would be able to enter the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a company one day. The old Ming family has a big boss. Ming Su parked his bicycle and looked at a female zombie coming towards him. It seemed to be a doctor, wearing a white coat, bloodstained, with a hideous face, and twitching all over. Originally, she was dull, stupid, and seemed to move very slowly. But the moment she saw Ming Su, she was like bolt, and she took off instantly. Ming Su remembered that there was no hospital near his rental house, but there was a street that was said to be a pornographic place. Ming Su had never been there, but after seeing this interesting doctor, Ming Su understood a lot. Role-playing, right? Ming Su suddenly realized that he was in a good mood today and didn't want to kill anyone. Go away. I don't want to kill you today. The zombies didn't understand human language, and they still came to kill fiercely. Ming-Su could only sigh, give her a baseball bat, and then picked up a wrench and started killing crazily, until this erotic zombie was completely silent. Ming-Su wiped the blood off his face, and his sunny smile disappeared without a trace. Zombies are no longer cute. After sighing, Ming-Su turned around without hesitation and walked towards the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau didn't seem to have changed. There was only a zombie in uniform in the duty room, whose back was facing Ming-Su, and was slowly knocking on the door frame with his head. Ming-Su looked at the sign at the door, and after looking at the business hours, he looked at his phone again, and couldn't help but frown. It's bad. We're off work at 11:30 noon, and won't be back until 1:30 p.m. Ming-Su sighed deeply, looked around, and found that there seemed to be a lot of zombies around. It seemed that he couldn't wait here until they got off work in the afternoon. Thinking of this, Ming-Su could only come to the guard duty room and knock on the glass. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of knocking on the glass was very clear, and instantly made the zombie in the guard duty room, who was wearing a security uniform, twist his neck and roar again and again. Roar. Then, the zombie hit the glass violently with his head, as if he wanted to rush out and cut Ming-Su into pieces. Seeing the guard like this, Ming-Su thought for a moment, and then shouted to the guard, "Uncle, prove it to me. I came here first. And if I need to go through the formalities later, I should go first. Okay? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent." After saying that, Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction. And regardless of the struggling guard in the duty room, he quickly came to the road, rode on a shared bicycle, and rode towards his rental house. There are still 2 hours before the door opens, so go home and have a nap and change clothes during this time. By the way, pack your luggage. As a boss, you must live and die with the company. Big bosses will leave a dark room for themselves in the office, which contains daily necessities, beautiful secretaries. Ahem, anyway. Everything is available. As for the rental house, Ming-Su has only one comment. Goodbye, cage. With this thought, Ming-Su walked towards the community very easily. The community is an old community, and is not equipped with an elevator. The average age of the residents is very high. Looking around, they are either old men and women, or elementary school students. There are quite a few middle-aged couples here. However, the whole community can be described as old, weak, sick and disabled. Ming-Su rode his bicycle very naturally, and entered the community. After passing the gate of the community, he saw a bald, gutted zombie rushing towards him with red eyes and roaring. "Hey, isn't this Uncle Lee? I told you to eat less, and not have a big belly, but now your stomach has been pierced open. Right?" Ming-Su raised the wrench casually, and dodged the attack by moving sideways, and smashed the wrench at the back of his head, quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. At this moment, he already had a lot of experience in killing zombies, with both strength and speed being superior. It is too easy to kill a brainless zombie. However, Ming-Su still has a strong sense of crisis. Mutated zombies. Since the first one can appear, the second one can appear naturally. Zombies at this stage are very weak. But no one knows what the zombies will be like in the future. Only by being prepared for danger in times of peace can you be the best in the world. While thinking, Ming-Su walked along the road in the community towards the building where he was. The community is not big, so there are not many people on the road. Occasionally, a few scattered zombies will appear, and Ming-Su will take action to solve them all. The zombies here are all old men and women. Fighting them is effortless. While feeling relaxed, Ming-Su even thought about one thing. Should I move the company address here? The zombies in the science and technology building are all young and strong, and they need to concentrate when fighting. The zombies here are old and weak, and although they still need to concentrate, it is much easier. Parking the bicycle downstairs, Ming-Su is not worried about someone stealing the bicycle. It's the end of the world, and zombies won't steal the bicycle. Right? Thinking of this, Ming-Su climbed up the stairs. Ming-Su lived on the 5th floor, a rental house without an elevator, so naturally the 5th floor was cheaper. Ming-Su was young and strong, so he didn't care much about the 5 flights of stairs. Bang, bang, bang. As if knowing that Ming-Su had returned home, the neighbors downstairs knocked on the door excitedly, as if to welcome Ming-Su's return. At the same time, there were also bursts of low roars. Ming-Su saw this and couldn't help but feel happy. These neighbors were basically nodding acquaintances with him on weekdays. But he didn't expect that they would be so excited to see him return peacefully. Ming-Su's eyes were filled with tears. He responded to his neighbors. Okay. 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 Everyone is fine. We can make dumplings together when we have time. They are really good neighbors in Donghua. Men were silent and women cried. When he walked to the 4th floor, Ming-Su found that the door of his neighbor downstairs was wide open. There was no sign of a fight. The owner ran away. Ming-Su thought about it and closed the door for them. Then he went back to the 5th floor, took out the key, and opened the door. Familiar furniture came into view, which made Ming-Su feel warm. Warm neighbors. Enthusiastic self. A perfect life. Do you have such a perfect life? It's perfect and beautiful. Take a shower. Take a nap first. Ming-Su threw the baseball bat and wrench aside. Stretched his muscles and bones. I haven't been so comfortable for a long time. Chapter 29. Chairman Ming is a good chairman with quality. After taking a hot bath, Ming-Su slept soundly. He accidentally overslept. When Ming-Su woke up, a long time had passed, and it was dark everywhere. The dim light in the room, as if the sun had set forever, the feeling of loneliness accompanied Ming-Su, like a silent black cat, silently hovering in Ming-Su's heart. For a moment, Ming-Su was immersed in deep darkness. There was an indescribable loneliness. Huh? Ming-Su casually turned on the lights in the hall, and the bright lights instantly filled the whole room, dispelling the feeling of loneliness and silence. After changing his clothes, Ming-Su casually sat on the sofa, looked at the time on his phone, and found that it was time to get off work, and immediately rubbed his temples, blaming himself. Why did you sleep so late? After yawning, Ming-Su was full of energy, and then, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, like clouds and mist. A perfect life starts with a perfect sleep. After 3 days of hard work and effort, a hot bath, a rest, can make you energetic. You get a perfect reward fund of 3,000 yuan, spiritual attribute +1, distributable experience +1. Ming-Su was stunned, and then, the mist dissipated, the gilded small words disappeared in front of Ming-Su like quicksand. Sleeping also has extra benefits? This is something Ming-Su didn't expect. It seems that this perfect life system is really perfect. If there is no apocalypse, it would be better. Yawning, Ming-Su didn't know what to do now. He could only turn on the TV casually to see if there were any programs on air. Unfortunately, after turning it on, there was no signal. Ming-Su casually took a glass of water, drank it, and swiped his phone. After coming out, the network signal was still very poor. Ming-Su didn't know why. But the electricity was still on. Is there still someone working at the power station, or is it because of the hydropower station that it will continue to supply power without anyone operating it? Ming-Su thought in his heart, but he didn't know the specific reason. If no one is working at the power station, then the electricity will not last long. After all, Donghua uses more thermal power stations, which require human participation. Without people, it can only last for 1 or 2 days at most. And this is the 3rd day. It seems that Heching City should not be a thermal power generation, but mostly hydropower. Although the hydropower station can last longer than the thermal power station, it can only last for half a month at most. We have to make plans early. After all, once there is no electricity, the Palu I caught at home. Cough cough. The employee I hired in the company will not be able to make a form for me. No. It seems that hand drawing is also possible. Thinking of this, Ming-Su instantly relaxed. Scared to death, I almost thought that employees could not create value for themselves. After exhaling, Ming-Su sat quietly on the sofa, quietly waiting for the mobile phone signal to improve. Not long after, when the network signal was extremely unstable, Ming-Su entered the forum. What should I do if there is a power outage? I am running out of electricity. The food I stocked is all refrigerated food. What should I do if the refrigerator can't be used? The water flow here is also much smaller. What's going on? The water won't be cut off. Right? Damn, is it too late for me to stock up water now? Haha, I have already built a safe house, with water and electricity, and the stockpiled resources are enough for me to use for a lifetime. So cool. How can I contact the brother upstairs? He just turned 18 this year. Looking at the situation, Ming-Su found that many posts were saying that they had a power outage. Although there was no water outage, the speed of the water flow was not optimistic. Regarding these messages, Ming-Su couldn't help but sigh that things are unpredictable. And it was no different from what he expected. Ming-Su flipped through the posts casually. and soon found a post with an IP address in Hitching City. I clocked in at work on the Doomsday, the first day. Meng-Su? It's the end of the world. Are there really idiots going to work? Seeing this post, Meng-Su's strong curiosity drove him to open it, and suddenly found a familiar computer screen. Isn't this his workstation? In an instant, Meng-Su seemed to understand who the poster was, and his eyes went dark. You are not working properly, but surfing the internet here, right? Do you know that only by working properly can you create value for me and provide experience points? Meng-Su looked at the comments section, and most of them were comments like this girl finally went crazy. Poor thing. No one rescued her, or she went crazy. Of course, there were also some ads asking for medicine and food. Meng-Su dragged to the end and posted a comment, work properly, or I will fire you when I go back. After that, Meng-Su snorted coldly and turned off the screen. With nothing to do, Meng-Su came to the bedroom and turned on his laptop. After turning it on, he found that the Wi-Fi was connected, but the signal was very poor. Bored, Meng-Su casually opened a game called Phantom Beast Palu and planned to experience the feeling of being a boss in it. A game for one person is inevitably boring. Meng-Su subconsciously opened the group chat. Looking at the red nose signal reminder, Meng-Su sighed. He also planned to go to the game group to call 2 game partners to play games together. But he didn't expect the signal was not very good. What a pity. After playing for a while, it was already dark. Meng-Su picked up his phone, which had a weak signal and no signal. He looked carefully and found that there were several replies in his backstage. Tell me in detail. How to surpass. I want to surpass too. Can we surpass together? Looking at these vulgar and degrading comments, Meng-Su frowned. I really should let Chi Wei see what it means to be really degrading. But just as Meng-Su continued to look down, he suddenly heard a burst of violent footsteps outside. Along with these violent footsteps, there were also bursts of screams. Roar! The harsh sound rang in Meng-Su's ears, causing Meng-Su to frown. He first skillfully killed a few Palu who were not working, fired them, and then stood up, opened the curtains, and looked out the window. Outside the window, there were more than a dozen zombies who were doing something, surrounding a screaming zombie, and also screaming. Zombies are much more active at night than during the day. From time to time, there were violent collisions and faint explosions, and it was completely unknown what they were doing outside. Not sleeping at night, this is clearly disturbing the public. Can Meng-Su tolerate it? As the chairman of the company, can Meng-Su tolerate it? I don't know about other chairmen, but Chairman Meng can tolerate it. Zombies don't have manners, but I do. I am the chairman of the Dignified Peace Order, and I have 3 employees under me. I won't bother with them. Meng-Su snorted coldly. After all, his current identity is different. He can't fight and kill for a little thing. To get involved, it's all about background. He took out a bag of Black Elephant instant noodles from the cabinet at home. While soaking the noodles, he was thinking about the purpose of these zombies. Then he took out his mobile phone and continued to read the reply that he had not finished reading just now. Soon, Meng-Su suddenly saw the reply from the original poster. Stop pretending to be my boss here. I tell you, my boss is a thief, and his brain is not working well. If my boss sees you talking nonsense here, I will rush over and kill you immediately and scatter your ashes. Meng-Su? Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back. Chapter 30 Good Neighborly Friendship. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was very good. The sun shone through the glass into the rental house. Meng-Su got up early. In fact, it was mainly because he had slept well and had nothing to do. Today's breakfast was very rich. They were kangshufu braised beef, fresh shrimp fish cake, chicken stewed with mushrooms, fat beef and golden soup, of course, no pickled cabbage. After finishing breakfast, Chairman Meng washed himself skillfully, changed into a set of casual sportswear, and washed the high-end suit and hung it on the balcony to dry. Everything was the same as before. After finishing, Meng-Su looked around with satisfaction, and after making sure that nothing was left out, he picked up the weapons he had brought with him yesterday. Baseball bat wrench. These 2 weapons have been full of successes, and the dried blood on them is enough to prove their great achievements. Meng-Su used them very smoothly, but the baseball bat felt like it could be upgraded, but there were no good weapons for the time being, so he could wait and see. After sorting everything out, Meng-Su stretched and walked out of the house. The neighbor's enthusiasm was irresistible. As soon as Meng-Su went out, He heard a crackling sound from the neighbor's house. It seemed that something was knocking on the door next door. Seeing this, Meng-su also shouted good morning through the door very skillfully, and walked downstairs with full energy. It's the 4th day, and I don't know what the situation is now. It's been so long. Why hasn't there been any rescue? Or the safe zone? There must be some isolation. When he walked to the 3rd floor, Meng-su suddenly heard a rustling sound, which seemed to be the sound of the anti-theft door rotating. Huh? Meng-su was stunned. And then, he was greatly surprised. Zombies can open doors? With this thought, Meng-su picked up the wrench in his hand and took it seriously. Soon, the security door of room 301 was opened tremblingly, revealing a gap. A middle-aged woman with disheveled hair, looking extremely sloppy, showed a pair of eyes, looking at Meng-su. Meng-su remembered this person. She was his neighbor downstairs, who had a son who was probably in junior high school. She played the piano every night, and on weekends. She could be seen taking her son out for tutoring. Due to the poor sound insulation sometimes, she could hear the sound of beating the child and the child crying. Another reason why Meng-su was impressed by her was that she had knocked on his door because he didn't wear headphones when playing games. This made Meng-su very puzzled. He played games alone and didn't make any noise. However, Meng-su felt that there was a hint of greed and excitement in her eyes. Occupation, full-time mother. Level, for Meng-su could tell from her words that she was not a zombie, and was a full-time mother with a level of 4. But, it always made Meng-su feel weird. Meng-su adjusted his state and asked the aunt, Aunt Zhao, "What are you doing? You are so sneaky. Is there a thief in the house?" "Xiao Meng, what are you doing?" Aunt Zhao's state was not quite right. After hearing Meng-su's voice, she responded subconsciously, "I'm going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to handle some procedures." Meng-su said kindly, "I opened a company, and the procedures are a bit troublesome. What's wrong with you? Why are you so disheveled? You should tidy up your appearance. If I didn't recognize you, I would have thought that a psychopath had escaped from the mental hospital." Hearing Meng-su's kind concern, Aunt Zhao was obviously stunned. "You still say I'm crazy? You're in this state, you should treat yourself first." After Aunt Zhao was stunned for a moment, she also showed a kind smile. "Xiao Meng, I just cooked a meal at home, would you like to come in and try it?" After that, she motioned Meng-su to come in and talk. Seeing this, Meng-su was about to shake his head and refuse, but suddenly his eyes lit up, and a line of small gilded characters appeared. Harmonious neighborhood relations are an important step towards a perfect life. A perfect life should be kind to others. Aunt Zhao on the 3rd floor seems to have some troubles about her son. Go and help solve it. Trigger task. Solve the troubles of Aunt Zhao and her son. Task reward. Points +2. Cash +5,000. Distributable attribute points +0.5. There is a chance to get a professional recommendation letter held by Aunt Zhao. Yo! Meng-su couldn't help but laugh. There is such a good thing? The first 3 are not important. The last one is important. Professional letter. Hearing this, Meng-su straightened his chest and raised his head, and said very naturally, "Let's go, what do you want to eat?" His tone was natural, and it felt like he was back home. Seeing Meng-su so casual, Aunt Zhao was also stunned for a moment, and then she opened the door very enthusiastically, and said happily, "Come in. Come in." After 2 consecutive calls, Meng-su entered the room under such a welcome. Entering the house, the view was expanded. Meng-su could see that the whole house was polished very brightly, and it looked like it was cleaned every day. Although the floor was clean and shiny, Meng-su smelled a faint smell of blood. In the corner, there was some blood splattered. Looking around, Meng-su sat directly on the sofa and looked at Aunt Zhao. "Aunt, where is your son?" "Drink water." Aunt Zhao poured a glass of water, put it on the coffee table, and showed a creepy smile. "You mean Xiao Wei? He is playing computer in the room. Do you want to go and see?" "I won't drink water." Meng-su shook his head, then stood up and came to the bedroom of the so-called Xiao Wei, and found that the door was closed. Then, Meng-su knocked on the door gently, and immediately heard a roar from the other side of the door. It seems that Xiao Wei has turned into a zombie. Meng-su immediately understood, and then, Meng-su suddenly felt a hurricane coming from behind him, but it just flashed by, and then he found that Aunt Zhao was holding a heavy axe, and her eyes were full of bloodshot. The chop just now was easily avoided by Meng-su. "Oh! Aunt Zhao, are you attacking me? If you hit me with that axe just now, it would be murder." Meng-su yawned. then looked at Aunt Zhao and said, "I will hit you with this wrench later. And that will be self-defense." Listening to Meng Su's nonsensical words, Aunt Zhao looked a little crazy and yelled at Meng Su, "My son is hungry. He can't eat. Come on, Xiao Ming. Come on. Anyway, you don't have any relatives. Come on. My son usually eats vegetarian food. Don't worry, Xiao Ming. Go and play with my baby son." Meng Su heard Aunt Zhao's words and shook his head, saying, "Eat vegetarian food? Why? Usually you only eat vegetative people. This crazy woman surnamed Zhao looks a little mentally unstable. Mental illness is really scary. Fortunately, I am a normal person." Chapter 31. I am here to help your family reunite. Meng Su did not say much, and did not even pay much attention to Aunt Zhao. After all, to Meng Su, Aunt Zhao was even weaker than a zombie. He only had one thing in mind. That was how he should complete his task: solve the troubles of Aunt Zhao and her son. Meng Su could not help but have a headache. While dodging the heavy axe attack from Aunt Zhao, he was thinking about something. Suddenly, Meng Su thought of something. After dodging an impact, he took out a baseball bat and smashed it at Aunt Zhao's arm. He hit Aunt Zhao's arm with great momentum. After Aunt Zhao screamed in pain, the heavy axe slipped out of her hand and fell to the ground with a bang. Ah! Aunt Zhao felt as if her arm was broken and groaned in pain. Meng Su took a deep breath and swung the bat twice without hesitation, knocking the crazy woman to the ground. Then he turned around, picked up the heavy axe, and chopped directly at the bedroom door. Bang! Bang! Meng Su was like a lumberjack. He split a big hole in the bedroom door in no time. Through the big hole, Meng Su saw that in the bedroom, there was an iron chain, tying the skinny kid named Xiao Wei to the bed. Xiao Wei kept struggling, twisting. His eyes were gray, his face was bulging with veins, his body was covered with blood, and even the bed was covered with large streams of blood. Around the bed, there were a lot of chopped up pieces of flesh and blood, and 3 desperate heads. Zombie. Level 0. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was stunned. These corpses were cut very neatly. There was no way they were done by zombies. Meng Su looked at the faces of the 3 heads, identified them, and found that they all looked familiar. 2 of them were the couple on the 4th floor below him, and the other one seemed to be the male owner of this house. I don't know why, even Meng Su, who was already a little neurotic, was a little angry when he saw this situation. Some people do immoral things in the end times, which can be regarded as emergency avoidance. But Aunt Zhao's behavior was too bad. She was clearly luring her neighbor, killing him, and feeding him to her mutated son. This was outrageous. Meng Su was already a little angry, and his eyes, which had been friendly and profitable, became a little cold at this moment. Ah! The screams of the crazy woman and the roars of the zombies echoed in the whole room. Meng Su turned around with a firm step and came to the front of the crazy woman, holding up the axe high. What are you going to do?" The crazy woman looked terrified and was extremely frightened. "Killing is illegal. It's illegal." "Humph!" Meng Su snorted coldly, then slammed the heavy axe hard on the side of the crazy woman's head, causing her to scream in fear in an instant. Meng Su did not kill her. After all, Meng Su did not want to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. "But you have such a good relationship. Why do you want to tie up your son?" "Let me help you," Meng Su said coldly, lifted the heavy axe, and quickly came to the front of the tied zombie, without hesitation, pulled the iron chain directly, pulled the iron chain up, and released the zombie in a few seconds. Roar! After the zombies were released, they went completely crazy and rushed towards Meng Su like wolves and tigers. Meng Su did not indulge the naughty boy, and directly swung a baseball bat at him, knocking him to the ground. However, Meng Su did not continue to finish off the zombies, but turned around and walked away, looking at the crazy woman lying on the ground, and the completely released zombies, taking a deep breath, standing at the security door, and said kindly to the frightened crazy woman, "It is my duty to reunite your family. You are welcome, after all. We are neighbors. Okay, you guys chat slowly. I won't bother you anymore. Aunt Zhao, I won't eat this meal. See you tomorrow." After saying that, Meng Su turned and left, and closed the security door heavily. A scream came from his ear. Maybe because they missed each other too much after not seeing each other for so many days, so they hugged and cried? Aunt Zhao's wish is to let her son have enough food. Xiao Wei's wish is to get rid of Aunt Zhao's control, and have a real face-to-face communication with Aunt Zhao. You did very well. I am proud of you. It's just that people are born evil. Aunt Zhao has strong evil thoughts about you. Aunt Zhao's favorability -100. Good people and good things will be envied. What a vicious aunt. I feel sorry for you. Can this world be better? Unfortunately, because Aunt Zhao has a lot of evil thoughts about you, you did not get the full-time mother in this mission. The mission has been completed. Task rewards. Points +2, cash +5,000, distributable attribute points +0.5. Looking at the mission rewards he received, Ming Su was quite satisfied. As for the recommendation letter for the career of a full-time mother? No need. Reject male mothers? Add points, add them to my strength. Ming Su did not hesitate, and allocated the 0.5 attribute points to strength again. Add points successfully, your current strength value is 15 points. Too slow, too slow. Ming Su was a little dissatisfied. How can the system be so inconvenient? Quickly give me a task to add 10,000 points, so that I can instantly become a powerful person who can cross the universe in flesh and blow up a planet with one punch. The system did not pay attention to the crazy Ming Su. After Ming Su realized that he was asking for trouble, he went downstairs skillfully. When he got downstairs, he found that his bicycle was gone. Fuck. Chairman Ming cursed without grace. Who is it? Who is so uncultured that he even stole your bicycle? Angry. Very angry. Ming Su was very disappointed with this world. It must be some hateful zombie who did it. Can this world be better? Can zombies have some quality? It's a new era. And zombies are still so uncultured. Can they become outstanding zombies in the new era with all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics and labor? Roar! At this moment, a blind zombie pounced on him. Ming Su was just full of anger. So he took the initiative to pick up the baseball bat and gave him a set of punches. After the blood was splattered everywhere, he felt relieved and his mind was completely clear. However, after his mind was clear, Ming Su also found a new problem. His clothes seemed to be dirty again. Damn. It seems that I changed clothes in vain. Ming Su sighed deeply, but did not turn back to change into a new set. Instead, he wore this set of sportswear and continued to walk out of the community. Anyway, it was dirty, so he would wait until he finished the formalities. The community was very quiet. There were not many people, and Ming Su enjoyed this peaceful atmosphere. After leaving the community, Ming Su found that there were some zombies scattered in the surrounding shops. When they saw Ming Su, they immediately burst out with plenty of enthusiasm. And Ming Su also waved at them and responded enthusiastically, "Good morning to you too." Facing life with a smile, this is the perfect life. Ming Su now thinks this system is pretty good. Enjoy.jpg. After saying hello to these neighbors, Ming Su set out on the road to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. In a convenience store on the street, a girl in a blue cashier uniform looked shocked, looking at Ming Su's back, and was extremely surprised. Behind her, a companion suddenly called out softly, "Zhao Jing. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" "No. I saw a psychopath carrying a baseball bat without any protection. I guess he will be eaten soon. Alas, this chaotic world. When will it end?" Chapter 32. It doesn't make sense. Isn't she afraid of my complaint? Ming Su arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau smoothly. He met several particularly enthusiastic zombies along the way. Ming Su greeted them one by one, and gave them baby-like sleep again and again. After all, apart from baby-like sleep, Ming Su was reluctant to give them anything else. After all, Chairman Ming is still in the early stages of entrepreneurship, and everything is based on frugality. Led by example. Thinking this way, Ming Su stood at the door of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, looking at the zombie in the security booth yesterday, and immediately stepped forward and knocked on the glass. Roar! The zombie in the security booth looked a little impatient. It banged its head against the glass of the security booth, trying to rush out and give Ming Su a bite. It looked like he was very irritable. There was no way. This zombie had really bad luck. It was born in the security booth and was trapped. What could it do? Swish. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound of glass breaking. This old security zombie actually broke the glass and rushed out of the security booth. Although the blood is dripping on my face, many wounds were drawn by this glass, but still brave and fearless, rapped towards Ming Su. Ming Su saw this crowd, pick up the wrench, he gave him a perfect sleep. Brain splash, blood flow. Ming Su wiped the blood in his hand, calmly entered the door. The specific time of the zombie crisis broke out. Ming Su did not know, because he is sleeping. But he can speculate. Time was the early morning of 4 days ago. In the early morning, most companies have no one. Moreover, this is a public enterprise, and the welfare will naturally be more humane than those of private enterprises. In the Science and Technology Building, you can see customer service employees working in 2 shifts. But here, except for a small number of on-duty personnel, there are basically not too many people. But after coming here, what should I do? Standing in the empty hall, Meng-Su didn't know what to do for a moment. He had never been here. Ask someone. After thinking for a moment, Meng-Su decided to speak. He walked aimlessly throughout the building. And as he walked, he shouted loudly, "Is anyone there? Is there anyone there? I'm here to do business. Is anyone there?" The empty corridor echoed with Meng-Su's words. And as Meng-Su said this, there was a commotion in the distance. And there was a sound of bottles and jars falling. It seemed that something was very agitated in the distance. Faced with this situation, Meng-Su took a deep breath and soon came to the counter for handling business. He found that there was a zombie in uniform on the other side of the counter, with his back to him, twitching from time to time, and vaguely making a meaningless low roar, which looked quite scary. However, Meng-Su turned a blind eye to it, and skillfully sat down on the chair in front of the counter, then knocked on the isolating glass, and handed over the microphone very friendly. "Hello. I'm here to handle the formalities. Is there anything I can do?" The voice came into the counter from the microphone, and instantly alerted the zombie at the counter. It turned its head suddenly, showing its hideous face vividly, and immediately slapped the glass frantically, trying to come from the other side of the glass and tear Meng-Su to pieces. Roar! Meng-Su completely ignored such roars, but instead, he said to the zombie at the counter with a serious face, "Hello. I am here to handle the formalities. Do I need to fill out the forms first? Hello. Hello. Do I need to fill out the forms first? Hello. Are you there? Can you serve me? Do I need to fill out the forms first? Hello." Meng-Su frowned, looking at the zombie teller who kept hitting the glass. And he was happy. It doesn't make sense. Isn't she afraid that I will complain? Isn't she afraid that I will call a certain hotline to complain about the entire department? How dare she treat taxpayers like this? It doesn't make sense. Even the normal needs of customers cannot be met. Such a work attitude is too infuriating. Meng-Su felt very sad for these unmotivated zombies. But it is quite normal. After all, the most motivated people in the whole East Country are probably in the game. Why? Because only when playing games can you see someone advising you to find a class every day. Even when playing games, you are always thinking about work. Such people are not motivated. So what kind of people are really motivated? Roar! The zombie teller was still roaring. Meng-Su was a little annoyed. Took a look at the phone on the wall. Picked up the phone skillfully. And dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. After a short sound, Meng-Su soon heard the ringing sound of a landline phone at the counter. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Seeing this, Meng-Su couldn't help but sigh deeply. It seems that I am the only one who got on the phone. After saying that, Meng-Su came to the counter and found that the door was ajar. The zombie was a fool and didn't know how to go through the door. So, Meng-Su pushed the door open without hesitation. The teller zombie heard the sound and rushed towards Meng-Su instantly. Meng-Su skillfully raised the wrench and smashed it hard. After smashing it again and again, after it was completely killed, he stood up and flipped over the entire counter. What should I do? Meng-Su didn't have any ideas, but he had a cell phone. So Meng-Su, who was very smart, immediately used his intelligence, clicked on the Baidu function on his cell phone, searched, and immediately realized, and then found a form in the folder on the counter, and immediately filled it out seriously with a pen. Name, ID number, company name. All kinds of information were filled in by Meng-Su. After confirming that they were correct, Meng-Su carefully placed the form in a conspicuous place, and then turned around, looking at the zombie that had been smashed beyond recognition by him. "Hello, I filled out the form and put it there. Remember to submit it to me when you wake up. Thank you." Registration steps completed. Obtain stage rewards. Freely assignable career experience points plus 10. Freely assignable attribute points plus 1. Freely assignable skill points plus 1. Cash plus 10,000. Looking at the small guilty characters that appeared before him, Meng-Su was very satisfied. Very good. There are still rewards to be won. There are 5 departments to visit, including the Housing Authority, the Public Security Bureau, the Technical Supervision Bureau, the Taxation Bureau, And the bank. Isn't that his? Meng Su took a breath and said, "It's so scary." He felt like he was going to get rich. At some points, Meng Su did not hesitate and raised his strength from 15 to 16. As for the accumulated experience points that can be distributed, Meng Su has now reached 16. However, the two professions of clerk and flyer distribution require 20 experience points to upgrade, while the chairman requires 50 experience points, so this experience point cannot be upgraded for the time being. As for the skill points, Meng Su was even more confused. His skills are all professional skills, and he can't use these skill points, so he can't actively upgrade them. Meng Su really doesn't know what this thing is for. Forget it. There is a bank next door, so I'd better withdraw money and complete the tasks of the bank first. Chapter 33. My motto is to be cautious in what I say and do. After completing the task here, Meng Su was very comfortable. After turning around and leaving the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, looking at the scattered scrapped vehicles and the zombies wandering around, Meng Su exuded a sense of comfort all over his body, as if he was taking a leisurely walk. Life is full of joy. But I don't know if it was Meng Su's illusion or some other reason. He felt that the number of zombies around him seemed to have decreased compared to the first day. But the population base is here. Even if it is less, there are still a lot. Be careful with what you say and do. Be careful. Meng Su exhaled, and after strengthening this belief, he walked towards the bank not far away. The situation of the bank is similar to that of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, but the difference is that the bank seems to be more serious. I don't know what happened. The glass of the door has been broken all over the ground. There are several pools of blood on the ground, which have dried together, presenting a brown-black posture, extremely thick. TSK. Meng Su shook his head. Although he didn't see the original scene here, it must have been very tragic at that time. We are all polite and civilized people. Can't we line up and withdraw money one by one? Meng Su was heartbroken. What's wrong with people nowadays? Are they so uncultured? It's okay for zombies to be uncultured, but don't people have any quality either? Thinking of this, Meng Su first turned around and went to the ATM, inserted the bank card given by the customer named Jean on the road, and skillfully withdrew 30,000 yuan. It is detected that there is 30,000 yuan in cash at present. It is not convenient to carry, and may easily lead to robbery. Do you want to put it into the cash space? You can use it at any time seeing this. Meng Su nodded immediately, and deposited the 30,000 yuan into the cash space. Current total assets in the cash space, 201,000 yuan. Looking at the total assets displayed by the wealth reminder, Meng Su was stunned. 200,000 yuan? He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in just 3 or 4 days. He had accumulated 200,000 yuan in money, and his daily salary even reached an astonishing 70,000 yuan. Don't ask why it is more than 70,000 yuan. Because Meng Su spent 100,000 yuan on 10 consecutive draws. In an instant, Meng Su felt like a successful person. With a daily salary of 70,000 yuan, his annual salary would be 25.55 million yuan. What a huge fortune. A famous real estate company is said to be in debt of 2 trillion yuan. According to this progress, Meng Su only needs to start making money from the Pleistocene period of the Quaternary era 78,277 years ago, and work until the present, and he can pay back all the money. Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is nothing to be excited about. Meng Su sighed, then calmly walked into the bank counter, intending to do the same. Although he didn't know what the actual steps were, he just had to fill in the form. The bank was silent, with only the sound of Meng Su writing. After filling in the form, Meng Su placed it on the counter. After waiting for a long time, Meng Su didn't see the familiar gilded characters, and immediately frowned, and took out his phone to check. The network was very slow, but Meng Su had already adapted to this 2G network life. After waiting for a while, Meng Su saw on Baidu that he needed to pay 30,000 yuan for registration funds. Is it so troublesome? Meng Su reluctantly withdrew 30,000 yuan, and then put it on the counter. Registration steps completed. Stage rewards obtained. Free allocation of professional experience points plus 10. Free allocation of attribute points plus 1. Free allocation of skill points plus 1. Cash plus 10,000. Sure enough, there was only this step left. Meng Su was relieved immediately. Things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. The reason is simple. Because Chairman Meng is very rich. After deducting 30,000 yuan, There is another 10,000 yuan. So Meng Su now has 180,000 assets. As long as I don't participate in any cash lottery, it's enough to deal with it. Deep Blue. Start adding points. However, after all the rewards were in place, Meng Su raised his voice without hesitation. First, give 20 experience points to the professional flyer distributor. Upgrade to level 4. And then allocate that attribute point to strength. My fists are already thirsty. Upgraded successfully. Your professional flyer distributor level has been upgraded from level 3 to level 4. As a propagandist distributing flyers, you have to work in various extreme weather conditions all year round. Therefore, a level 4 flyer distributor has developed a good mentality, a physique that is not afraid of extreme weather, and a swift speed. You will get certain attribute blessings. You get 1 agility bonus, 1 physique bonus, and 0.5 spirit bonus. Attribute values have been allocated to you. Your current attribute values are Spirit 10.5, Physique 11, Strength 17, Agility 12.5. With enough experience, I feel relaxed. The bees sleeping in my body is waking up. Meng Su held a wrench and confidently shouted out the lines from a famous game. You, Mr. Meng, are so arrogant. After filling in the information, the arrogant Meng Su took a walk inside the bank. After all, he could only walk around the front desk and the lobby before, and had never been to the vault. Walking along the way, there were bloodstains on the ground, and it seemed that there had been a fight. There was also a body lying on the ground. Meng Su looked up, and there was no information. After confirming that the person was dead, he continued to walk inside and found that the vault was tightly closed. Tightly closed, which made Meng Su very disappointed. I still want to pick up some money. After touring the bank for a while, Meng Su had no other business, so he lifted his foot and walked out of the bank. The sun was shining, and the scenery was pleasant. However, the bloody smell in the air still made Meng Su feel a little dissatisfied. Alas, the sanitation workers haven't been to work for a few days? It's not okay to be so careless. After I finish the formalities, I must set up a sanitation department. No, the company's sanitation business group is responsible for cleaning work. Meng Su muttered to himself. He attached great importance to environmental sanitation issues, so when he established the company, he must ruthlessly rectify this aspect. Since getting the system, Meng Su's mental state has been good. A full 10 points. He has gradually understood this system. Instead of questioning, it is better to understand. Who says that a perfect life cannot be a perfect apocalyptic life? After walking out of the bank, Meng Su suddenly felt something in his heart, and keenly realized that someone seemed to be watching him. This feeling immediately made Meng Su frown and feel a chill. This feeling made Meng Su very uncomfortable. Meng Su did not indulge, and directly acted as a lunatic, and immediately shouted, "Who is it? Who is looking at me? I tell you, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble." The noise instantly attracted several non-mainstream zombies in the corner, and they roared and rushed towards Meng Su. Meng Su snorted coldly, picked up the baseball bat, and used a smooth combo. In an instant, skulls flew everywhere. 3 zombies came at me, but none of them were my match. I'll add more zombies to my fight. After beating all 3 zombies, Meng Su suddenly realized something and looked up. He saw 3 people on the 3rd floor of the department store opposite the bank, looking at him, winking at him, and seemed to be saying something with gestures. Seeing this scene, Meng Su didn't understand, and immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Just open the window and say it directly. I really don't understand sign language." After hearing Meng Su's shouting, the 3 people were startled and quickly closed the curtains. Chapter 34. I am the king of fried starch sausage. A perfect life requires more perfect social interaction. Go join some clubs. In the club, you can make a lot of friends. Maybe you can meet academic leaders, movie stars, confidants, friends of life and death, etc. I believe you can make progress and expand your network at the same time. Trigger task: make friends. Task reward: depends on the number of friends and favorability. Meng Su is an honest man. He didn't intend to get involved in other people's environment, after all. He had other things to do. However, after seeing the small gilded words in front of him, Meng Su chose to face them with a smile. Making friends? Who doesn't know how to do this? Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately nodded, indicating that he understood it clearly. Before moving on to the next step, make some friends first. Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately weighed the wrench in his hand, and felt a sense of security in his heart. In the end times, you have to be more cautious. Ha ha ha, no one will think I'm really a lunatic. Right? I'm mentally normal, not crazy. Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, strode, and came to the first floor of the department store. Looking at the small stall cart that had turned over on the side of the road, Meng Su couldn't bear it, and immediately took the initiative to step forward, lifted the cart up, and took a look at the ingredients. It was cold, and it was not bad. Try it. Saliva was secreted in Meng Su's mouth. After skillfully picking a ham sausage, he brushed it with oil and started frying it. What will appear on your face after eating too much fried food? A smile. Who can refuse to eat a delicious fried ham sausage in the end of the world? If anyone dares to disturb me eating ham sausage, I will scatter his ashes. You have unlocked the temporary business stall snack stall, and you have obtained the temporary occupation snack stall owner. Please note that since your main occupation is not a snack stall owner, and you have not obtained a professional recommendation letter, the rewards are halved, and you cannot obtain the snack stall owner's exclusive skills and exclusive experience points, etc. And you cannot upgrade the snack stall owner occupation level. Temporary mission, business. Task content, sell ham sausage. Task reward, 500 cash reward for each ham sausage sold, 1 point of distributable experience for every 10 ham sausages sold, and a recommendation letter for the occupation of snack vendor for selling 50 ham sausages. You can get the first order reward. Seeing this scene, Meng Su took a breath, similar to the previous DD driver. Thinking of this, Meng Su's mind moved, and immediately moved out the unprocessed material stored under the snack stand. Although I don't know who the stall owner is, but this stall owner is very authentic. There are more than 100 sausages here. Prepare so many sausages, can they be sold? There is no rush to make friends. They can't leave upstairs anyway. Fry the ham sausages downstairs, and then bring them upstairs to sell them all. The plan works. When he thought of this, Meng Su did not hesitate, and began to peel 5 ham sausages, and fried them all at once. Frying ham sausages and the like, there is no difficulty in operation. Meng Su can get started easily, but he didn't master the heat well. The first 3 ham sausages were a bit of a failure. Meng Su picked up one at random, then thought about it, tentatively took out a 5 yuan bill, put it on the snack stand, and then opened his mouth to bite it. Frowning, it's a bit too hot. At the same time, Meng Su waited for a long time, but didn't see the word successful sale. So he could only sigh deeply, and put the 5 yuan back in his pocket. What does it mean to be a successful sale? Meng Su fell into deep thought, and suddenly saw a zombie wandering in the distance, wearing a small vest. He seemed to be an employee of a mobile phone store on the roadside. I don't know how he got here. Meng Su suddenly had an idea. He looked around and found that there were quite a lot of zombies around, all in groups of 2 or 3, many of them stood with their backs to each other, and didn't notice Meng Su. Meng Su immediately understood, and started to move out. He casually took out a shopping bag from the entrance of the mall, then held a baseball bat tightly, and groped forward cautiously. Hiss. The zombie in a small vest in front of him was twitching, and was wandering in the narrow street. You can see that the zombie's vest is stained with a lot of blood, and there are a lot of broken meat on his body, scattered among them. It seems to be some intestines, liver and other organs. It seems that he had a full meal before wandering here. Meng Su was cautious. After finding the right time, he picked up the baseball bat and hit it with one blow. There was even a whistling sound. The bat hit the zombie's head instantly, and the zombie immediately stiffened and fell to the ground. Zombie. Level 0. Fortunately, it wasn't killed. Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the zombie seemed to be moving again and wanted to struggle, Meng Su quickly covered the zombie's head with a shopping bag, then used various tools on the ground to restrain the zombie, and forcibly kidnapped the zombie, and dragged it to the snack stand very violently. Roar. The zombie made a meaningless low roar, but Meng Su didn't hesitate at all, and dragged it to the snack stand, stomped on the zombie with one foot, and prevented it from struggling, and took a fried sausage, opened the shopping bag on the zombie's head, and handed the sausage to him, and said viciously, "Eat. You fucking eat it." Then, without caring about anything else, he stuffed the sausage into the zombie's mouth. After stuffing it in, Meng Su picked up the zombie's pocket, and took out a handful of change. There were probably dozens of dollars, but Meng Su didn't count the exact amount. First order reward, cash plus 3,000. looking at the small gilded words in front of him. Meng-Su laughed out loud. I understand. I understand. It turns out that it's not that zombies can't do business. It's because zombies have no assets to transfer. I understand. Then, will it work if we kill the zombie? With this thought, Meng-Su looked at the struggling zombie, without hesitation, and directly picked up the wrench to give him a perfect sleep. After beating the zombie to death, Meng-Su stood up and looked at a little kid zombie not far away. This time, he was much simpler and more violent. Meng-Su went straight forward and beat him to death with a stick, then dragged the body back and did the same thing. But something happened that made Meng-Su feel helpless. No money, no change in my pocket. It's broken. Now everyone pays by scanning the code, who still carries cash when going out. Meng-Su's face was gloomy. The zombies would definitely not take the initiative to scan the code to pay for him. In this way, their target customers are only those zombies who carry cash when they go out. But in today's society, who still carries cash when they go out? Forget it. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. First, fry some more sausages, and sell them to the survivors on the second floor. By the way, check if there are any zombies wandering around on the first floor, and see if they have cash. Meng-Su was full of confidence. I am the king of fried sausages. Chapter 35. Can I scan the code? Why hasn't that person come up yet? Did he get knocked down by zombies on the first floor? There are a lot of zombies on the first floor, don't? No way. I think that person is pretty powerful. He should be the kind of person Li Xiang said. Right. In the corner near the window on the second floor of the department store, 3 people were whispering to each other, and it seemed that their communication was very inconvenient, and they were a little cautious. One of them often looked at the dressing room in the distance, where the music was coming from, with anxiety and tension in his eyes, as if he was worried that the person in the dressing room would suddenly come out. On the sofa not far away, some people were sitting. About 7 or 8 people. Most of them looked ashen. They were very anxious now. Only the strong man who killed zombies, like chickens on the street, just now could compete with Li Xiang, form a bipolar structure, and end Li Xiang's dictatorship. After all, in their opinion, no matter how powerful the powerful existence, who killed zombies, like chickens downstairs was, he would not be crazier or more insane than Li Xiang. At this moment, one of the 3 people, a man wearing glasses and looking quite elegant, whispered, if he is really dead, it means he is not the person we are looking for. Hearing the man say this, the other 2 were silent for a while. At this moment, a voice suddenly came to their ears, which sounded a little impolite. Kong Weijin, it's your group's turn. After hearing the voice, they looked up and saw 3 slightly tired people coming from a distance. When the man with glasses, that is, Kong Weijin, saw this, he nodded immediately, stood up, and walked towards the stairwell with the other 2 companions. After crossing each other, Kong Weijin walked towards the stairwell, gritted his teeth, and said to the other 2 companions, when we go to stand guard, look downstairs. It would be great if we can see that person. If not, we can also take the opportunity to escape. A boy who looked like an adult hesitated and said, escape? There are zombies outside. Brother Kong. How about forget it? Although Li Xiang killed Uncle Zhang, Brother Li and others, he is also very powerful. As long as we listen to him, we will be fine. Another honest middle-aged woman also nodded, with a hint of evasion and fear in her eyes. Seeing this, Kong Weijin sighed deeply, not knowing what to say. The food was obviously not enough. Wait a few days, and see what Li Xiang will do. Moreover, Li Xiang was very crazy, saying every day that the Lord is selecting, and it belongs to the evolution of mankind. Over time, Kong Weijin didn't dare to imagine what would happen. But Kong Weijin didn't say it out loud. He felt that his teammates were unreliable, and he would just use them to help him escape. After taking a deep breath, Kong Weijin and the other 2 came to the stairs. Kong Weijin took a deep breath and said to the 2, I'll go check the situation. You stay here. If Li Xiang comes out, call me. Okay. The boy and the middle-aged woman nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Kong Weijin took a deep breath, tiptoed, and walked down the stairs carefully. Crouching, Kong Weijin looked carefully. But when he looked at the first floor, he was stunned. He subconsciously made a sound of surprise. The zombies that were originally wandering on the first floor had disappeared, replaced by many bloodstains and zombie corpses lying on the ground. In addition, He also saw several zombies stumbling around, with a fried ham sausage stuffed in their mouths. Seeing this weird scene, Kong Wei-jin was a little surprised. What's going on? Is there a fried ham sausage hero? Or is there some new rule weird talk? For a moment, I don't know why, Kong Wei-jin felt a chill in his heart, and goosebumps instantly spread all over his body, making him a little terrified. After all, it's the end of the world. If there are any new weird things, it's not surprising. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. What should we do now? Kong Wei-jin took a deep breath and suddenly heard a faint sound from a distance. He immediately had an idea and adjusted his glasses and looked behind the clothes rack not far away. But he saw behind the clothes rack, a handsome young man with blood all over his body was pressing a zombie with a bench. And with his other hand, he was stuffing a fried sausage into its mouth. While stuffing it, he was also rummaging through his pockets. But after searching for a long time, he didn't find anything, which made the young man curse in a low voice. Because the distance was too far, Kong Wei-jin couldn't hear what was said at all. He only saw that the young man seemed to be in a bad mood. He was also familiar with this young man. He was the one who killed zombies like chickens on the street. Seeing this scene, Kong Wei-jin couldn't help but shudder. What a guy. If the dictator Li Xiang upstairs is arrogant, then this guy seems a little crazy? For a moment, Kong Wei-jin didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to let him come over. Panic. At this moment, the man actually stood up and glanced at him. In an instant, their eyes met. Kong Wei-jin's heart stopped suddenly, and his breathing stagnated. During the few seconds of staring at each other, Kong Wei-jin suddenly felt that zombies were not that scary. A few seconds, for Kong Wei-jin, it seemed like several centuries had passed. The next moment, he saw the ham sausage man waving at him enthusiastically, and at the same time, he did not shy away from changing clothes downstairs. He threw away the sportswear stained with all kinds of zombie blood, and changed into a clean t-shirt on the first floor. After changing perfectly, he found a bathroom to wash up in front of Kong Wei-jin. In an instant, this ham sausage man became a sunny and cheerful boy. Just when Kong Wei-jin was at a loss, this sunny and cheerful boy took the initiative to walk towards him, step by step, like a devil's pace. Under the sunny and handsome face, there is a chilling shadow of fear. Hello. The pleasant and sunny voice reached Kong Wei-jin's ears. When Kong Wei-jin was stunned and didn't know what to do, he suddenly saw this ham sausage man showing a standard smile, and raised the plastic bag in his hand, which contained more than a dozen grilled ham sausages. Would you like one? 2 yuan for 1, 5 yuan for 3. In the environment of the end of the world, it would be terrible if you don't have enough to eat. My friend, you have to think carefully. The grilled ham sausage contains a lot of starch, which can definitely enhance the feeling of fullness after eating, which is simply the best choice to help you survive the end of the world. It's also a good thing that you met me otherwise. This one would sell for at least 5 yuan, and I only sell it for 2 yuan, which is hard to find even with a lantern. The enthusiastic voice talked freely, and it seemed that he didn't care about the end of the world at all. Kong Wei-jin looked at the bloody baseball bat in Meng Su's right hand, then looked at the shiny wrench on his waist, and then looked at the bag of grilled sausage in his left hand, and the zombies that were forced to stuff the grilled sausage into the back. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and tremblingly took out a mobile phone from his pocket. I'll buy it. No cash. Can I scan? Scan the code? Chapter 36 Weird Stories about the Rules of the End of the World, Meng Su. The demon who controls starch sausage and making friends. WeChat payment, 5 yuan. After Meng Su looked at the word successful payment on his phone, he was very nervous. He still had more than 20 recommendation letters left to unlock the career of snack vendor. Although there were many zombies, there were very few zombies carrying cash with them. Basically, only one zombie with cash would appear out of 10 captured alive. What's wrong with people nowadays? Why don't you carry cash when you go out? Of course, the reason why Meng Su could still sell more than 20 copies was that he relied entirely on the store owner and waiter. They generally carried cash with them. Sale successful. You have sold 24 snacks cumulatively including the first order reward. Obtain task rewards. Cash plus 14500. Distributable experience points plus 2. Looking at the small gilded characters in front of him, Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Scanning the code really counts. That's great. The only thing that made Meng Su a little dissatisfied was that the zombies didn't know how to scan the code, which was the most regrettable thing for him. Otherwise, letting the zombies line up to scan the code is also a good choice. After receiving the money, Meng Su looked at Kong Weijin, who was holding 3 fried sausages in his hand and eating silently, and said immediately, "By my sausages? We are friends. Do you recognize me as your friend?" After saying that, Meng Su subconsciously weighed the bloody baseball bat in his hand. Seeing Meng Su's performance, Kong Weijin, who ate the 3 fried sausages clean and even almost ate the skewers, shuddered immediately and nodded repeatedly. "Recognize. Recognize. You are simply my half-brother. When I met you, I felt that you were like a guiding light in my life, and the most worthwhile friend I have ever made in my life." Kong Weijin forced a smile, which was uglier than crying. His back was soaked, and he felt like he was jumping back and forth on the borderline of death. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully made your first friend with your perfect personality charm. I congratulate you, and I cheer for you. Keep up the good work, and try to make more friends. After all, this world is a big society of favors." Looking at the task introduction, Meng Su took a deep breath and nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't know the name of the new friend in front of him, the system had already issued a certification, which made Meng Su very satisfied. After that, Meng Su took the initiative to step forward, patted Kong Weijin on the shoulder, and encouraged him, "Let's go upstairs. I see there are many new friends upstairs. I believe we can get along very happily." As soon as Meng Su patted him, Kong Weijin's knees softened, and he was almost knocked down by Meng Su. Normal people are stronger than zombies in most cases. But why can't they beat zombies? On the one hand, it is because zombies are terribly contagious. And on the other hand, people are afraid, and when fighting at close range, they are afraid to act. So they will naturally not be the opponents of the tireless zombies. And Meng Su, in Kong Weijin's view now, is a more terrifying existence than zombies. It is already equivalent to some kind of rule and weird story. At present, Kong Weijin has summarized 2 rules. First, when Meng Su sells you fried ham sausage, you must buy it. Otherwise, you may end up like the zombies below with ham sausage in their mouths. Kong Weijin's guessed second. After buying the ham sausage, Meng Su proposed the request of making friends, which must be fulfilled. Otherwise, the ending might be like those zombies in the distance that were shot in the head by baseball bats. Also, as speculated ending, Kong Weijin has not yet summarized many strange stories, so he can only take it one step at a time. Kong Weijin now has begun to regret waving. In comparison, Li Xiang, who bullies men and women and promotes what he preaches every day, can be considered a normal person. Seeing that Kong Weijin did not move for a long time, Meng Su stopped going upstairs, turned his head and looked at him. "What's wrong? Do you have any concerns, my friend?" After hearing the 4 words, "my friend," Kong Weijin seemed to be stressed, and immediately straightened his body, and said to Meng Su, "No problem, brother. No concerns. Please follow me." After that, Kong Weijin walked in front, bowed, and led the way for Meng Su. Seeing Kong Weijin's performance, Meng Su was a little confused. But soon, Meng Su came to his senses and sighed. It seems that making friends is really useful. There are friends wherever you go. Meng Su was very satisfied, and then followed Kong Weijin and walked upstairs. Kong Weijin walked very fast, in the front, and was very anxious. He wanted to go up to remind the 2 teammates that they must buy fried sausages and make friends. Otherwise, if the rules were triggered and the demon who controlled sausages and making friends was angered, it would be a big deal. Kong Weijin walked up the stairs quickly and saw the 2 teammates guarding the door at a glance, the student and the middle-aged woman. When the boy saw Kong Weijin coming back, he was about to say something, but suddenly he saw Meng Su following Kong Weijin slowly. He was stunned, and then he was happy. He hurried to greet him. In front of Kong Weijin, the boy smiled. Before he could say anything, Kong Weijin took the initiative to say, "If the guy behind me sells fried sausages to you too, you must buy 2. Understand? After buying the sausages, if he says he wants to make friends, you must make friends." Hearing Kong Weijin's words, the middle-aged woman and the boy looked at each other, full of confusion. The boy was about to ask more questions, but he heard Kong Weijin say something that made the boy's eyes go dark. This is a strange talk about rules. Strange talk about rules? The boy and the middle-aged woman were both stunned. The middle-aged woman didn't understand what this meant, but the boy was still in college, so he naturally understood this trendy term. He was stunned and couldn't believe it, Brother Kong. This strange talk about rules? Isn't it too ridiculous? Keep your voice down. Hearing the boy's words, Kong Weijun was shocked. He quickly glanced at Meng Su with his peripheral vision, and saw that Meng Su didn't seem to hear it. So he breathed a sigh of relief, and then glanced at the boy and the middle-aged woman with a warning look, and whispered, "It's the end of the world. The zombies are out. Isn't it normal to have some weird talk about rules? Don't worry about it, the zombies on the first floor are all dead, because they didn't follow the rules. If you don't want to die, you'd better do it my way." His methods are more cruel than Li Xiang's. In comparison, Li Xiang has become a good man. There is a risk of life, and Kong Weijun has indeed shown a wise attitude in the past few days. So the middle-aged woman and the boy nodded repeatedly, and they were already a little scared. At this moment, Meng Su had already walked up to the second floor. Looking at the boy and the middle-aged woman, Meng Su immediately became enthusiastic, picked up the plastic bag in his hand, and said enthusiastically, "You too? Do you want to know about fried ham sausage? 2 yuan a piece. 5 yuan for 3 pieces. Meng Su was full of enthusiasm. The middle-aged woman's eyes were full of fear, and the boy was trembling and unable to speak. "Buy. Let's buy." Chapter 37. I'm just a company chairman who carries a wrench and a baseball bat. Total number of friends 3. Following the 3 people, Meng Su entered the second floor of the department store. Although he didn't know why the 3 of them looked at him with a sense of trepidation, Meng Su was in a good mood. He was already looking forward to how much experience those people inside could provide him. Can you light up the career recommendation letter of snack stall owner in one go? Meng Su really needs this. Because Meng Su found out, this snack stall owner was too efficient in gaining experience. The 3 people who led Meng Su were silent. They were sweating profusely. Kong Weijun was in a complicated mood. He had no idea whether it was right or wrong for him to lead Meng Su here. But now, he could only take it one step at a time. From a distance, Meng Su saw the crowd in the distance. He was immediately surprised and exclaimed, "You have quite a lot of people here." Looking around, there were 11 people here. Including the 3 people around him, there were 14 people. To be honest, since the end of the world, Meng Su had never seen so many people in one go. Meng Su could see that those people seemed to be full of vigilance towards him. It was normal. After all, it was the end of the world. It was normal to be vigilant towards strangers. After all, it was only the 4th day, and a crazy woman like Aunt Zhao appeared. Who knows if there would be other crazier people? If there were such people, it would be scary to think about it. Meng Su thought about it in his heart, and couldn't help but take a breath. If such a crazy person appeared in his company, could he stop him with his 2 zombie employees? Meng Su was a little worried for a while. At this moment, Kong Weijun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said to Meng Su very humbly, "This, respected sir, I will go and explain the situation to my companions first. After all, don't worry. I understand." Meng Su gave Kong Weijun a look, and then suddenly thought of something, and then enthusiastically patted the young male student's shoulder, and asked, "Is my fried ham sausage delicious?" It's still more comfortable to pat a human shoulder, and a zombie shoulder will bleed when you pat it, which is so dirty. The young students were so scared that they cried, "It's delicious, so delicious. This is simply the most delicious thing I have ever eaten. It's over, I triggered a new rule. Brother Kong, save me." The college students were desperate in their hearts. "Is it really so delicious? It's so delicious that it makes you cry? Then you really haven't eaten anything good. I have a friend, who is now in the same company as me, called Chi Wei. That guy, she eats good food, but unfortunately, she has become a zombie now. It seems that she can only eat brains, but don't worry, since she came to work in my company, she has become better, and doesn't eat brains anymore." Meng Su was extremely surprised, and couldn't help but look at the male student with pity, and couldn't help but sigh. The end of the world is really terrible. It's only been 4 days, and college students are actually crying because of something like ham sausage. After hearing Meng Su's words, the middle-aged woman, who had always been strong on the side, also cried in fear. Tears, as big as beans, flowed from his eyes. This man treated zombies as employees, and kept them in captivity. This was too scary. Kong Weijun was also scared and his face turned pale, but he still nodded. When he was about to leave, he heard Meng Su slowly say, "Since it's so delicious, good brothers, remember to sell me my fried ham sausages. Tell them 1 is 3 yuan, 3 for 10 yuan. After that, Meng Su was worried that Kong Weijun would not be willing, So he immediately added, "Don't worry, it's not for nothing, there are benefits. After selling them, I will give you 10% commission." Hearing this, Kong Weijun was shocked, and immediately patted his chest and promised, "I understand. Brother, don't worry. Brother, I will definitely sell all your fried ham sausages." After that, Kong Weijun hurried towards the gathering place. The middle-aged woman and the college student were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Meng Su scratched his head, not knowing what was going on. What was going on? I didn't do anything. Why were they so scared? The Kong guy actually brought someone back. Damn it. There wasn't enough food to go around. And now there's one more mouth. What should we do? Wait until Brotherly comes out and see what the Kong guy will do. It's okay. As long as we pray to the Lord day and night, the Lord will protect us. The 11 people lowered their voices and discussed at once. It seems that they are not very welcome to Meng Su's arrival. Yes. After all, there is not much food. One more person means one more mouth. If the food is eaten up, won't we have to go out to search? There are zombies everywhere outside. Every time we go out, it is a torment of life and death. Who is willing to go out? At this moment, Kong Weijun came over slowly, with a face that wanted to cry, but had no tears. Everyone looked unfriendly. One of the men who looked burly and strong said directly in a cold voice, "Mr. Kong, why did you bring people up? Don't you know that we don't have enough food? Wait until Brotherly is done, and you can talk to him yourself. That man will sell us ham sausage later. Go buy it. Do you hear? Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Kong Weijun's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he looked a little inexplicably irritable. After saying that, before waiting for others to reply, Kong Weijun looked behind him in awe, and immediately ran back, then nodded and bowed, and guided Meng Su, and walked towards the gathering place, like a lackey. Seeing this, the people in the gathering place were stunned. Look at how cowardly he is. Could the person who comes be the chosen one that Brotherly mentioned? After the burly man reacted, he snorted coldly, "I think it's probably a relative of Kong. When this person comes, let's attack together and drive him out." When everyone heard the man's words, both men and women nodded in agreement. Only a few people couldn't bear it, but they also followed the crowd and didn't say anything. After all, one more person means one more mouth to feed. As for what will happen to the people who are kicked out, it has nothing to do with them. The man stood up aggressively and took the initiative to walk towards Kong Weijun and Meng Su. Behind him, the others stood up. At first glance, it was a huge crowd. At this moment, the man suddenly found a blind spot. He found that the baseball bat in Meng Su's hand was covered with blood. The blood was almost patina, so thick that he could smell the blood from a long distance. Moreover, he found that Meng Su's expression was extremely calm, and he exuded a kind of indescribable aura. Very strong. This man was very strong. The man's eyelids twitched. But he had already walked here. He could also feel that there were pairs of eyes behind him, watching him, which made him a little embarrassed. Occupation, fitness coach. Level 2. Looking at the data provided to Meng Su by the observation, Meng Su immediately became enthusiastic, raised the plastic bag in his hand, and asked, "Are you here to buy sausages?" At this point, Meng Su put the baseball bat beside him, and the murderous aura swept everyone for a moment, which made people shudder. The man's expression froze for a moment, and then he forced a smile. "Yes. Yes. Cherish life. More important than anything else." It can be seen that the man was very nervous and chose to follow his heart. After hearing the man's speech, the people following him were also silent and did not dare to move. Seeing them so reserved, Meng Su suddenly realized, patted his head, and said cheerfully, "Don't be afraid. I'm just an ordinary company chairman who carries a wrench and a baseball bat with me. I'm not a lunatic or a bad person. Don't worry. Line up and buy one by one." Chapter 38. Squat down, hold your head, anti-pornography. 54 fried ham sausages have been sold, a total of task rewards. Cash plus 29500, distributable experience points plus 5. Snack stall owner career recommendation letter. It is detected that all your current fried ham sausages have been sold out. This temporary task has ended. In the department store, everyone holds a fried ham sausage, swallowing silently, and Meng Su sat aside with a gloomy and uncertain expression, looking a little melancholy. Meng Su's expression scared Kong Weijun and others. They had no idea what was going on. They stayed aside trembling, torturing every minute. The reason why Ming Su's expression was uncertain was mainly because the fried ham sausage was sold out. Damn it. If I had known, I would not let them buy 3 sausages each. I should have let them buy 1 each. No more. Limited quantity. Ming Su regretted it too late. He felt that he had made a major mistake. But regret was regret. What else could he do? The fried ham sausage was eaten up, and he had no other choice. After a deep sigh, Ming Su followed the process and made friends one by one, raising the number of friends to 14. Maybe the new friend was still a little shy. Ming Su looked around and found that no one was talking much. This made Ming Su scratch his head. He didn't know why. Are there only 14 of us here? Ming Su asked with concern. He looked around and accidentally saw that there seemed to be 2 figures hanging upside down in the direction of a locker room in the corner. Huh? Ming Su was surprised and looked closely. He found that they were not 2 figures, but 2 corpses. Ming Su took the initiative to walk over and carefully identified it. It did not have the characteristics of a zombie, and it seemed to be a human. This was something that Ming Su found novel. These days, he had seen many zombies, many zombie corpses, and many dead human limbs. This was the first time he had seen a complete human corpse. It was like seeing a giant panda in a zoo. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all on Ming Su. Kong Weijun was excited, while others were gloating. Look, scare his courage. When Brotherly comes out, he will suffer. It's better to hang him here. No. Hang him outside, directly hang him at the door of the department store. Let others remember, tell them where this is. Ah? Isn't this bad? We are all here to survive. There were whispers among the crowd. Most of them were gloating over Ming Su's misfortune, and looked quite happy, especially the fitness coach, who was even happier. Kong Weijun, who knew the truth, said nothing. He was anxious, fearing that he would cause trouble and make Ming Su fire at him. After sightseeing, Ming Su was amazed and then leisurely returned to the gathering place on the 2nd floor, a place that seemed to be a sports shoe store. Ming Su looked around and immediately saw a massage chair that was common in shopping malls. He sat on it with a swagger, seeing a small plate of candies on the table next to him. Ming Su picked up a piece of chocolate candy, peeled it, and put it in his mouth. What's the matter with the 2 people hanging over there? What did they do? They offended Brotherly, seeing Ming Su being so presumptuous. The fitness coach couldn't help but laugh, stepped forward, and immediately said fearlessly, You sat in Brotherly's seat and ate Brotherly's food. You are finished. His expression was quite smug. That Brotherly is so overbearing. He will kill people if he offends them? Where is the law? Seeing this, Ming Su felt shocked, and picked up another piece of corn candy. Also, I ate 2 of your candies. So why would he come out to arrest me? Ming Su felt very strange. Although the end of the world has come, people's hearts are in turmoil. Some people have become crazy like Aunt Zhao. Some people are submissive and try to survive. And some people are like me who live a completely transparent life. But such a perverse person is rare. This Brotherly, who is he? Should I kill him? Ming Su pondered in his heart. As for the group of ordinary people in front of him, most of them are probably ordinary people who dare to be angry but not speak out. Only the few in the lead are probably flatterers. Just break their arms. After all, Ming Su is still kind, a good chairman with a good outlook on life, who would not do anything too cruel. After all, up to now, Ming Su has never killed anyone. Thinking of this, Ming Su immediately stood up, and the fitness coach subconsciously dodged backwards, not daring to look directly at Ming Su's sharp edge. Ming Su didn't say much, just picked up the baseball bat and said enthusiastically, Where is Brotherly? Seeing this, Kong Weijun bravely shouted to Ming Su, in the locker room in front. There are 2 girls with him. Okay. I got it. Ming Su nodded, looked in the direction of the locker room, yawned, and walked over there. Suddenly he thought of something, and came to the fitness coach again. The fitness coach was timid inside. Although he was panicking, he still straightened his back and pretended that he was not afraid at all. What are you doing? I almost forgot to hit you. Ming Su muttered to himself. And after hearing Ming Su's words, the fitness coach was stunned. The next second, he felt a huge force coming, and the force on his face instantly swept across his entire cheek. At this moment, he seemed to have no idea what the world was, and his whole body was spinning. Teeth flew out. Blood spit out. He fell to the ground, his ears buzzing. After being slapped, Ming Su did not hesitate at all, and walked straight to the locker room. He had just taken 2 steps, and heard the lewd music inside. It sounded like there were crackling sounds inside. It seemed to be something bad. It was the kind that children couldn't listen to. Oh, this Brotherly is playing pretty well, isn't he? Thinking of this, Ming Su was just about to kick the door, and then go in to crack down on prostitution. But after thinking about it, he felt that he was a polite and good chairman, and he couldn't do that. So, Ming Su knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knock was very clear, and Ming Su also said very politely, "Is Brotherly there? I'm the new little Ming. Can you meet me when you have time? Can you open the door? Brotherly? We are all good young people with good qualities. We can't chat through the door. Right? Li Xiang. Li Xiang. Open the door. If you have the guts, you can steal a man. Ahem. If you have the guts, you can hang 2 people. If you have the guts, open the door. Nanjiang hitching, Nanjiang hitching. The department store is closed down. The boss Li Xiang is not a human being." Ming Su ignored him, and knocked on the door again and again, in a very orderly manner, and the sound was not very loud. But Ming Su's appearance made the survivors over there dumbfounded. "Ah? This? What's going on? Isn't he afraid of death?" For a moment, the survivors trembled, and some of them were even panicking, fearing that Li Xiang would be furious and take his anger out on them. Soon, Ming Su got a response from the door. "Get out of here! I'll kill you when I get out." When Ming Su heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. "I really gave you face. How many mothers do you have if you dare to talk to me like this?" Then, Ming Su kicked the door without hesitation. With a sound of click, the door was kicked into 2 by Ming Su. Ming Su did not hesitate, and directly picked up a baseball bat and broke into the room. "Squat down. Hold your head. I'm here to crack down on prostitution," Ming Su shouted while breaking the door. However, the moment he entered, he found a young man with green hair lying on the ground with his upper body naked, his hands and feet tied with ribbons, and a tall girl stepped on his face barefoot. The other girl was covered with scars, lying on the chest of the green-haired man in revealing clothes, holding a candle in her hand. Ming Su? Seeing this scene, Ming Su could not calm down for a long time. But soon, Ming Su immediately became cautious and put away his crazy state, because observing his expression gave him a hint. Occupation, Gene Enhancer. Level 2. Skills, Shock. Force Change. Gene Enhancer? What a sci-fi name. Chapter 39. My company is thriving. For a moment, Li Xiang was somewhat dazed. Especially when Ming Su broke into the room, Li Xiang admitted that he was a little flustered. After all, this sense of déjà vu was very strong. He had been caught twice before. He seemed to have returned to that peaceful era, when he was still a little punk. The happiest day of the day was to take money to a nearby informal foot massage shop to enjoy informal services, and then be caught by the formal police station and put in a formal detention center. But soon, Li Xiang reacted. "It's the end of the fucking world. Where did the anti-pornography campaign come from?" Instantly, Li Xiang was furious. But before he could get up, he suddenly felt a headache, and a stream of heat surged from his head. Blood. It was blood. You actually came to sneak attack, to cheat. Li Xiang was furious. Seeing this, Ming Su did not hesitate, did not give Li Xiang a chance to stand up, and directly picked up a baseball bat, wanting to continue to finish him off. But when Ming Su just moved, he suddenly felt as if there was some inexplicable oppression and palpitations around him. This sudden change surprised Ming Su. And then he understood a lot. Brave and fearless. And continued to swing the baseball bat. He did not react to the pressure at all, and went completely crazy. The beast sleeping in the body is awakened. Ming Su used all his strength, without hesitation, and hit one stick after another, completely crazy. After hitting with one stick, Li Xiang was dizzy and bleeding. But after all, he was not an ordinary person. With the whistling wind, Li Xiang stood up straight. But when he just stood up, he was kicked down by Ming Su again. Bang! With a loud noise, Li Xiang was kicked to the ground, and the plastic mannequins fell to the ground. The 2 girls on the side were already scared, and hurriedly dodged. "You call me brotherly, right?" Ming Su pulled out a wrench, and swung it hard at Li Xiang's face, and his nose collapsed instantly, and the blood kept flowing, and only Li Xiang's wailing was left. "Don't you like SM? Come on! Gene Warrior. Right? That's it? That's it. That's it? Bark as much as you want. Come on, keep barking. After the brutal beating, Li Xiang was no longer human, but he was still breathing. Meng Su was covered in blood. But he didn't care anymore. It didn't matter. He would be covered in blood anyway. So Meng Su didn't care anymore. Completely crazy. The others hid aside, trembling. I thought that even if Li Xiang was not very good, he could still fight Meng Su for a while. I didn't expect that he would be pressed to the ground in a few seconds. Terrible. This is really terrible. I was so angry. The tyrant's rule in the gathering place was overthrown. But a psychopath came to rule. What should I do? Everyone was in a state of anxiety. And even those with poor psychological endurance had begun to cry. Facing the noisy voice in his ears, Meng Su did not react at all. His full attention was focused on the small gilded words in front of him. Please note, violence is not the best way to treat friends. Li Xiang's favorability is decreasing rapidly. Please stop your violent behavior immediately. Decreasing? Don't you like SM? Meng Su was very unhappy about the decrease in favorability. So he swung the wrench in his hand even harder. Stop! Stop! Blood gushed out like a fountain. Blood could not stop pouring out of his mouth and nose. Meng Su looked at Li Xiang, who was already twitching all over and unable to speak a word, and immediately stopped his hand, and said in amazement, You haven't been beaten to death by me yet? You are quite tough. Favorability minus 100. Looking at the favorability that had reached the bottom, Meng Su immediately grabbed Li Xiang's hair, and gently tapped Li Xiang's face with the cold wrench. Tell me, what kind of gene enhancement is this? Where did you do it? And how much does it cost per time? Meng Su was very confused about the title of gene enhancer. According to normal logic, the end of the world is coming. Even if there are people with special abilities, they should be called special abilities, right? Why is there a title like gene enhancer? It's strange. Let's interrogate him. Blood gushed out from his throat, choking his mouth with blood, and Li Xiang was barely breathing. And it seemed that he didn't have much hope of survival. His eyes were full of hatred and unwillingness, staring at Meng Su. And his eyes, that had been beaten so hard that they couldn't open, seemed to be able to spit out a flame. If he hadn't been unprepared and taken the initiative, how could this happen? Even if he was in trouble, he could still escape. He used all his strength to squeeze out a sentence. The Lord will not let you go. I don't understand. Meng Su didn't understand at all. He felt that Li Xiang was crazy. Maybe he was like this because he was crazy? It didn't matter. Chairman Meng was kind-hearted. Although this man named Li Xiang had spoken rudely to him before, Chairman Meng would still collect his body and send him off for the last time. Meng Su stretched out his hand and was about to smash Li Xiang's head to pieces, but suddenly found that Li Xiang's life was slowly disappearing, and his eyes dimmed. Meng Su stood up and was about to say something, but suddenly found that Li Xiang's eyes began to become a little different. Congestion. A lot of blood gathered on the white of the eye, and the pupil turned white at this moment. While observing his words and expressions, the information belonging to Li Xiang disappeared instantly. But in the instant when the gene enhancer disappeared, a brand new frame suddenly appeared in front of Meng Su. Occupation: Gene Enhancement Power Type Mutated Zombie. Level 4. Skills: Deterrence. Force Change. Huh? Meng Su was shocked by the sudden change of occupation. And then he stepped back without hesitation, picked up the baseball bat on the ground, and was ready. What does it mean? How could such a move suddenly happen? The genetic enhancer died and turned into a zombie directly? So zombies are also some kind of genetic enhancement. Then if Li Xiang grabs or bites people, will it turn them into zombies? Meng Su pondered in his heart. Roar! Just as Meng Su was pondering, the mutant zombie Li Xiang, whose face was smashed and looked like a human, had completely transformed. The blood vessels on his body were one after another, completely different from the bright red blood vessels. His blood vessels had completely turned blue. And Meng Su could see that the mutant zombies were more violent and aggressive than ordinary zombies. But Meng Su suddenly thought of another mutant zombie he saw when he was driving Didi. Compared to that one, this one in front of him seemed a little different. In the occupation name, there was no gene enhancement added. It seems that there is still a certain difference. Meng Su took a deep breath, clenched the baseball bat in his hand, planned to see how strong the mutant zombie was. But just when Meng Su was about to fight desperately, he found that although the mutant zombie in front of him was very irritable and kept roaring, it didn't dare to get close to Meng Su at all, but just hid in the corner of the locker room and roared. Suddenly, Meng-Su came to his senses. Ah! I almost forgot. The favorability has reached -100. Thinking of this, Meng-Su smiled instantly. The two -100 have become an important part of my company, so can I recruit him as well? Thinking of this, Meng-Su took a step forward. And in front of him, a line of small words appeared. Senior talent Li Xiang is found. The system detects that the host has a strong desire to hire. Do you want to hire him? According to the system calculation, the monthly salary required to hire Li Xiang is at least 50,000 yuan. And the annual dividend is not less than 0.05% of the company's turnover. It has been detected that Li Xiang's current business unit is a beauty and hairdressing apprentice at Good Daddy Hair Salon, and the monthly salary is 1,600 yuan. According to the system calculation, the probability of successful recruitment is extremely high. If you want to increase the probability of successful recruitment, you can choose to increase the monthly salary investment. Seeing the handwriting in front of him, Meng-Su took a breath. Your mom, you are such a rip-off. 50,000 a month? That's too high a salary. Mr. Zhang, Qi Wei and Shen Zhao, the two zombies, earn less than you. But I like it. Meng-Su paused and said without hesitation, Li Xiang, I admire you very much. Join my team. I will give you a monthly salary of 50,000. After that, Meng-Su suddenly thought of something, and then added, if you don't refuse, then I will take it as your consent. Li Xiang's refusal intention was not detected. You have successfully recruited new employees. The number of employees has increased. The current number of employees is 4. Your current monthly salary expenditure is 90,000 yuan. The host's current monthly profit is -90,000. I hope the host can cheer up, stop the loss as soon as possible, lead the company to become bigger and stronger, and move towards the world's top. Looking at the words of successful recruitment, Meng-Su was extremely satisfied, and turned a blind eye to the company's loss. My company is really thriving. Chapter 40. You are really a genius. Crazy. Meng-Su is crazy. In the eyes of other survivors, Meng-Su is a completely crazy person. Everyone heard the roar of zombies inside. So at the first moment, everyone fled in all directions, running to various corners of the second floor. Until in the locker room, Meng-Su's words of 50,000 yuan for employment came. For a moment, the other survivors looked at each other in bewilderment. They had no idea what was going on. They just felt a weird and curious feeling. There was an inexplicable feeling. Finally, everyone agreed. Meng-Su is a psychopath. It's the end of the world. And he still wants to be a boss? Alas, it seems that he is another poor man who is driven crazy by work. But no matter what, they decided to run away. After all, Li Xiang is so awesome. He must be very powerful if he becomes a zombie. And Meng-Su, who is more powerful than Li Xiang, if he becomes a zombie. Oh my god! Wouldn't this place become the ruins of Giant City? Kong Weijun was confused and had mixed feelings. He had no idea what had happened. And he had no idea why a zombie suddenly appeared. And it was Li Xiang. Could it be that Li Xiang had always been a zombie? Or, there had always been zombies on the second floor? The thought made Kong Weijun feel terrified. Everyone, don't panic. Suddenly, a powerful voice came from the locker room. For a moment, the people who were frightened and wanted to escape stopped in their tracks. They all looked in the direction of the locker room, expecting to see Meng-Su killing zombies. After all, if they could, they were unwilling to abandon this safe place. Soon, Meng-Su kicked open the door that was already shaky. The two girls who played games with Li Xiang supported each other and walked out of the door trembling with fear. As soon as they walked out of the door, they cried and collapsed on the ground. Meng-Su was a little annoyed by the crying. He leaned against the door, blocking the door, and shouted loudly, "Find me a rope. It's better to be strong." Hearing Meng-Su's order, everyone looked at each other and scattered without hesitation. Soon, a climbing rope was thrown over. It was also a coincidence that there was a specialty store selling mountaineering equipment on the second floor of the department store. Meng-Su tried it and felt it was strong enough. Then he nodded with satisfaction and went over immediately to tie the climbing rope to Li Xiang, and tied it tightly. Meng-Su tied it very tightly, and Li Xiang was a little impatient. He seemed to be somewhat resistant to Meng-Su, and even had a faint intention of fighting back. But every time he wanted to fight back, there was always an invisible force that pressed him down, making it unable to fight back against Meng-Su. Favorability -100, plus hiring effect. Meng Su was in a good mood. After tying up Li Xiang completely, Meng Su pulled the rope directly, and then walked out of the locker room with his head held high. This time he gained a lot, and he could leave and continue to handle the formalities. As for the people outside, Meng Su thought about it, and decided to ignore them for now. After all, hiring these people is expensive. Meng Su doesn't have much money to give them, and the pressure is great. And more importantly, Meng Su is going to handle the formalities. Can he take them with him? And without Meng Su, they are living quite well. Now that Li Xiang is dead, there are a lot of supplies in the department store, enough for them to survive. Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and dragged Li Xiang out directly. When Meng Su appeared with Li Xiang, the brains of the people on the second floor of the department store all crashed. With gray eyes, blood still flowing from his body, hoarse and low moans. His face no longer looked like a human. His teeth were completely exposed, and he exuded a terrifying aura. Li Xiang was led out by Meng Su as if nothing had happened. After seeing these living people, Li Xiang even had a faint desire. But he was tightly bound by the boss, and could only tremble his teeth, wishing to feast on them. What's going on? Kong Weijian's mind was empty. His mouth opened unconsciously. He couldn't believe what he saw. Zombies were led out by Meng Su, like a dog? To be honest, this scene shocked Kong Weijian so much that he forgot to speak for a moment. Others were also shocked beyond words by the scene before their eyes. Are you all busy? Meng Su yawned, and said hello to them. Li Xiang and I have discussed this just now. He has fully realized his mistakes, and I have generously forgiven him. So now I will hire him to work as a senior security consultant in my company with a high salary of 50,000 yuan per month. After that, Meng Su pulled the rope, and said to Li Xiang, go, say hello to them. Roar! Feeling the rope being pulled, the zombie roared immediately. Because the roar was too loud, blood dripped from his face, making him look even more hideous. Seeing this scene, the survivors around were immediately frightened. And some were even frightened to the point of their legs going limp, and sat on the ground, unable to move. Skills. Coercion. Meng Su frowned, very dissatisfied, and pulled the rope back directly. What's the matter? Why are you so rude? I asked you to say hello. What are you doing? If you do this again next time, I will deduct your salary. Meng Su was very angry. How could his employees do this? What if it gives others the impression that the employees of peace and order are all such bad zombies with no quality? This will damage the company's image. Chairman Meng refuses to allow such things that affect the company's image to happen. Seeing Meng Su like this, Kong Weijian couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and said in a trembling voice, You? Who are you? This is too scary. Me? Meng Su heard this, and immediately straightened his chest, and said confidently, I am the chairman of Peace and Order. As chairman, and is also just an ordinary snack stand owner wandering around Huqing City. After that, Meng Su said, I have to go to several places to handle formalities next. You stay here by yourself if you need. Forget it, my company is too small, you still stay here. Meng Su doesn't want to be a nanny. Forget it. I believe it's already the 4th day. The official people have enough time to organize and rescue. And their previous performance made Meng Su very dissatisfied. Only 2 people were killed this time, which was considered to be Chairman Meng's leniency. What procedures are you going to handle? Kong Weijian tried to calm himself down and asked Meng Su carefully. He was vaguely aware of something. In the midst of fear, there was an inexplicable excitement. If Meng Su wants to leave, then he has the final say here. It's nothing. Just the procedures for opening a company. Meng Su said casually, I have already been to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the bank. And next I have to go to. Damn. There are so many departments. Thinking of these departments, Meng Su had a headache. Because many departments were not built together. They were far apart. Meng Su didn't know what Huqing City was doing. Why did they arrange the government offices in such far places? Hearing Meng Su's words, Kong Weijian was silent for a while. It's the end of the world. Just start a company. Why do you need to go through the formalities? Kong Weijian really couldn't understand this. But looking at the zombie Li Xiang behind Meng Su, who was already drooling over him, he couldn't help but shudder. Fear made him very rational. He quickly said, if that's the case, you can just go directly to the comprehensive office hall of the Citizen Service Center. There are windows for government offices with a lot of business. Meng Su was shocked. He didn't expect that he could do it this way. He nodded with satisfaction and praised him. You are a genius. Okay. I appoint you as the only designated partner of my peace order group, and allow you to become a subsidiary of peace order. You will be the general manager of the subsidiary. You can name the company yourself. It turns out there is a citizen service center. Why didn't I know there was such a place before? This saves a lot of trouble. Chapter 41A Snack Stand Owner Wandering in the Zombie Apocalypse. Respecting employees is respecting yourself. A perfect life requires a perfect chairman. An excellent chairman will not do things like illegally imprisoning employees. You will easily be hung on the street lamp if you do this. As long as you don't kill them, work them to death. Employees are part of the company. Please don't abuse your employees. Meng Su led employee Li Xiang downstairs. A lot of gilded small characters appeared in front of him. It was really helpless. Meng Su sighed. I also want to treat employees well, but employees always attack passers-by inexplicably, which ruins the image of my company. Can you take care of it? As Meng Su said this, the system prompt disappeared instantly. Restricting employees' behavioral norms is the right way for business owners. A perfect life requires a perfect life image. You get the hidden achievement Generous Boss. Achievement reward. Cash plus 5,000. Chairman's professional experience plus 5. Meng Su's eyes lit up. Great. Great. Can talking nonsense trigger achievements? This is really surprising and exciting. Meng Su didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Then, a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of him again. This time, making friends was really bad. Everyone's impression of you is mostly fear, reverence, hatred, and no good impressions such as friendliness, harmony, etc. Oh my god! You know, a good man needs 3 helpers, and a good life requires good interpersonal relationships. Host, you disappoint me. Seeing this line of words, Meng Su thought that he had failed in this mission, but suddenly saw a new line of gilded fonts appear soon. But unexpectedly, everyone made friends with you, even Li Xiang, whose favorability was -100, was willing to become your employee. Humans are really strange creatures, and human nature is really something worth studying in depth. Task evaluation. I don't understand. Obtain mission rewards. Plus 10 distributable experience points. Plus 2 distributable attribute points. Plus 8 points. Seeing this mission reward, Meng Su's eyes immediately lit up. Good. Good. I thought the mission failed, but I didn't expect the mission to be so successful. Family, it seems that going crazy really works. After he saw Li Xiang, he tacitly gave up on this party. After all, the appearance of the 2 corpses did make Meng Su want to kill. But now it seems that I was just pretending to be crazy. This system is really crazy. Although some of my actions and words seem quite abnormal. At least my thoughts are normal. This system is really abnormal. It is recommended to change its name to Crazy System. Add points. Add them to my strength. Meng Su did not hesitate and added points directly. He wanted to become a big muscle man. Added points successfully. Current strength value, 19 points. Host. Please note that you are close to the human body's maximum strength of 20 points. There are only a few people on the entire Earth who are stronger than you. If you want to continue to improve, you need to improve your spirit, constitution, and agility to 20 points. And then, after completing the career breakthrough task, get super enhancement points. And then, you can continue to enhance to 21 points. Seeing this, Meng Su frowned. What do you mean? There is a so-called upper limit. And you need to break through the task before you can continue? Your deep blue is not good enough. There is no human with greater power than me. So there must be animals with greater power than me. I don't think I can resist a nuclear bomb with my body now. This deep blue system is not good enough. I'm going to give a bad review. Dear host, please hurry up and do your business. Enjoy life. Make a lot of money. Meet up. Don't be obsessed with attributes. Worth it. In this peaceful era, the improvement of attribute values is not very helpful for a perfect life. What you need to do now is to make money, buy a house, find a girl. The company is losing money, life is bitter, you are also a chance encounter, you don't like sissy. Do you? It's peaceful again. Right? I like your mother's sissy next door. Stupid system, get away. Meng Su sighed, in that case, next time. Add points to other attribute points. At the same time, he also found that, since the advent of the perfect life system, he seemed to have used more and more swear words. Damn it. He used to be a gentle, easygoing, sunny and cheerful handsome boy. There was no way. After all, the world had changed. And if he wanted to adapt to the perfect life system, He had to make some concessions. Just when Meng Su waved his hand and was ready to start, he saw a line of small words from the corner of his eye. Encounter. In the next 24 hours, you will experience a romantic encounter. Oh! Buff upgrade. Meng Su was happy. But he didn't take it seriously. Women. Get out of here. I want to do big things. If you dare to come, I'll beat you with one punch. I won't make you cry. Of course, women who want to be my employees and can create value for me are excluded. Meng Su stretched himself, looked around, and suddenly saw the snack cart. I was immediately interested and took the initiative to go forward and tried it, and it worked. Very good. Meng Su was very satisfied and immediately tied the rope to the snack cart and then pushed the snack cart, planning to sell it along the street. I am now a regular snack stand owner. Oh! Right, I haven't used the recommendation letter yet. Meng Su slapped his head and immediately remembered this matter and quickly used the recommendation letter. Used successfully, get a new part-time job. Snack stand owner. Snack stand owner. Food is the first necessity of the people. A snack stand car can bring smiles to children, bring laughter to the public, and make an excellent snack stand owner earn a lot of money. The road to becoming the richest man in the world, starting from being a snack stand owner. Humor system. Handing out flyers, running a snack stand can make you the richest man. Right? Meng Su was too weak to complain, just wanted to see the next task. After all, according to the normal situation of the professional recommendation letter, he would be given 3 task options, one of which could be completed every day, and it would be refreshed once a week. Through this task, Meng Su could accumulate points, cash and experience. These days, this is the only way to make some money. Through the recommendation letter, you have obtained the exclusive professional task of snack stand owner. Please choose one of the following tasks. Selling fried ham sausage, priced at 2 yuan per piece. Reward, professional experience plus 3, cash plus 10,000, points plus 2. 0/200. Selling fried chicken strips, price 2 yuan per serving. Reward, professional experience plus 2, cash plus 50,000, points plus 2. 0/200. Selling fried chicken strips, price 10 yuan per serving. Reward, professional experience plus 5, cash plus 1,000,000, points plus 5. 0/300. Please note, the same person can only purchase up to 5 servings. If more than 5 servings are purchased, it will be considered invalid. Hiss. Seeing the reward from the snack stand owner, Meng Su took a breath. So much money? Selling 300 fried chicken chops, only 100,000 yuan? Isn't this a huge profit? Damn Doomsday, you ruined my dream of being the richest man. Meng Su gritted his teeth, but he soon realized a problem. No raw materials? Forget it, accept the task first. Meng Su chose fried chicken chops without any hesitation. As for what to do if the task is not completed. If it is not completed, it is not completed. There is no task penalty. As soon as the task was accepted, Meng Su suddenly felt the snack cart sink. Huh? Meng Su was stunned, unzipped the storage compartment below, and found bags of frozen chicken fillets. Meng Su? Provide raw materials? Please note, this material can only be sold at the snack stand, and 900 yuan of purchase fee will be deducted from the host's amount. This material cannot be transferred for free, limited to 1 day. After 1 day, the material will be recycled. It turns out that it is not given for free. After sighing, Meng Su pushed the snack cart and prepared to go on the road without hesitation. The end of the world? It doesn't prevent the sale of fried chicken fillets. Wait, then I will ask those people inside. Meng Su suddenly thought of something. Repeated sales to the same customer within 1 day will not be counted in the sales share. Please host to expand new customers. Meng Su. Meng Su took a deep breath, pushed the cart, put on a sunny and cheerful smile. Zombie friends, zombie friends. Good news, sweet and delicious fried chicken steak is here. Those with money, come and buy it. Those without money, get out of here. Chapter 42. What the hell is this? Roar. In front of the cart, a zombie spotted Meng Su and ran towards him happily. Meng Su could even see the saliva from the corners of the zombie's mouth and the flesh and blood hanging from its teeth. Of course, it was still impossible to ignore the half-torn cheek and the half-flesh hanging from the mouth, which was really disgusting. It was really ugly. Meng Su sighed in his heart, then took a deep breath and tried to serve with a smile. Hello? Sir, are you here for chicken steak? How many servings do you want? Roar. The zombie ignored Meng Su at all, and just roared. Seeing this, Meng Su yawned, pulled the rope, and the zombie Li Xiang, who was no longer human, was pulled in front of him, blocking the zombie's path. This collision instantly made the zombie Li Xiang furious. Roar! Li Xiang roared, stretched out his strong arm, grabbed it directly, and instantly pulled off the zombie's arm. Then he tore it hard, and the other arm was gone. Violence. Too violent. Meng Su sighed. After becoming a zombie, Li Xiang's strength was increased many times. To be fair, Meng Su couldn't tear off a person's arm by tearing it off. Fortunately, Li Xiang's favorability had become negative 100 before he died. Otherwise it would be Meng Su's turn to worry about Li Xiang's strength. Meng Su was halfway through the headache, so he pulled the rope in his hand and pulled Li Xiang back. Okay. Okay. It's okay. Zombie Li Xiang still seemed a little unwilling, but was restrained by Meng Su, so he could only roar helplessly twice, and continued to stand guard on the side. His eyes were red. Meng Su stepped forward, looked at the zombie whose 2 arms had been torn off, laughed, and took out a small stool from the snack cart, and then placed it in front of the zombie's head. Then he reached out and fumbled in the zombie's pocket. After searching for a while, Meng Su's face changed instantly. Why are you here without money? After that, he raised the wrench in his hand, slammed it twice, and smashed the skull. Then snorted coldly, I thought you were here for business. After that, Meng Su continued to push the cart, leading Li Xiang, and headed towards the community where he had rented before. The reason why he didn't go to the civic center was very simple. The main road was overturned, and there were traffic jams everywhere. It was very inconvenient to move with Li Xiang in the cart, and it was easy for him to fail to sell the fried chicken chops. So Meng Su planned to take a slow approach and consume the 300 fried chicken chops in the community before going to the civic center. After all, the old community is in a good location and is not likely to be besieged by a dozen or 20 zombies. Although Meng Su didn't seem to be worried at the moment. He had never experienced it before, so he was still on the safe side. And in the community, there are definitely 300 people. Even if there aren't, it's okay. Aren't there other buildings around the community? The East has everything except people. Thinking of this, Meng Su suddenly thought of another big country in the East. The legendary Tianzhu. Oh my god. It's hard to imagine the situation in Tianzhu. Meng Su took a breath. But now, it doesn't matter to him. Following the way he came, Meng Su was familiar with it. Because when he came, Meng Su had basically cleaned it up. But there were still some wandering zombies. Meng Su didn't hesitate at all, and went straight forward to force them to make a fried chicken steak deal, and get a certain amount of money. Roar! A young zombie jumped out from behind the green trash can, baring its fangs and claws, and its gray eyes revealed a dead look. When Meng Su saw this, he was not afraid at all. He had already gotten used to it, and even smiled at the young zombie, and said, Hello, peace, and ordered chicken steak, 10 yuan per serving, thank you. Meng Su swung his baseball bat, while serving with a smile, controlling the strength. After knocking down the zombie, he immediately reached for money. When he opened his pocket, and saw a 20 denomination bill, he smiled happily, and immediately took out 2 fried chicken chops, and forced them into the zombie's mouth. Sir, your chicken chops are ready, you eat them, and give them to me. Until the fried chicken chops turned into chicken paste, filled to the brim. In front of Meng Su's eyes, a small gilded character appeared. Sold successfully. Current progress. 17 out of 300. Meng Su sighed deeply. People nowadays, why don't they bring money when they go out? Zombies are the same. They don't bring money when they go out. Which is really chilling. Pushing the cart, Meng Su yawned, and suddenly saw a rotating hot pot shop not far away, which seemed to reflect some light. Huh? Meng Su was stunned. And when he looked closely, he seemed to see a few sneaky figures hiding there. There's someone. Meng Su was instantly pleasantly surprised. Good. Good. So, Meng Su did not hesitate, and directly pushed the cart, and moved forward. Roar! A zombie on the side of the road saw Meng Su, and rushed over happily, and Meng Su did not hesitate at all, and directly picked up the baseball bat, and hit it with one stick, and instantly the brains were scattered all over the ground. Without stopping at all, he went straight to the rotating hot pot store. Zombies? A bunch of poor ghosts. It's better for modern people who can skin codes. Meng Su was very happy. While pushing the cart he shouted, Fried chicken steak. Big and crispy fried chicken steak, sweet and delicious, high in calories, a must-have for survival in the end times. He couldn't wait to sell all the things. Alas, if it weren't for the need to make a living and work hard to make money, who would be willing to sell fried chicken in the zombie apocalypse? Look, isn't that the psychopath who left this morning? Strange. How come he went out and came back with a cart? In the small hot pot restaurant, a man who looked to be in his 40s pushed his glasses, squatted under the table, looked at Meng Su's figure, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He immediately patted a waitress in her 20s and asked. After hearing the man's words, the waitress immediately turned her head and looked at the scene outside the door. She just saw Meng Su pushing a snack cart towards her. She was stunned. It's him. Why, he pushed a snack stand here? Suddenly, the man seemed to see something, and his face gradually became a little terrified. He shouted in astonishment, Zhao Jing. Something is not right. The man's words scared Zhao Jing. She immediately covered the man's mouth and whispered, keep your voice down. If we attract those zombies, we will all die. No. 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 The man looked terrified and spoke incoherently. Look, there is a zombie tied to the back of his snack cart. Ah? Zhao Jing was stunned when she heard this. She looked closely, and her hands and feet instantly turned cold. And she was completely stunned. It was really a zombie. Why didn't the zombie bite him? Zhao Jing's mind went blank. He's coming towards us. The man was a little anxious, and he picked up the kitchen knife he was using to chop vegetables, and said in panic, what should we do? What should we do? Go and call everyone. What if? Before the man finished speaking, he saw a zombie rushing towards Meng Su. But Meng Su smashed its head with a stick, and blood splattered all over the floor. Seeing the scene, the man was speechless for a moment. Then, a sense of despair arose in his heart. Does he want to feed us all to his zombie pets? The desperate man had already begun to imagine his future ending, and could only watch Meng Su approach them step by step. Finally, he saw Meng Su come to the door of the small hot pot restaurant, stretched out his hand, and knocked on the glass very politely. If you ignore Meng Su's white sportswear that has been dyed red, and the blood stains on his face that have not been wiped off, Meng Su looks like a normal customer who comes to eat. Hello. As you can see, I am the owner of a snack stand. Do you want fried chicken steak? 10 yuan per serving. And each person is limited to 5 servings. Chapter 43. You are the psychopath. Your whole family is psychopathic. Seeing the 2 people in the store frozen in place, Meng Su scratched his head, confused. Am I really scary? No, he was almost named a 3-good student and an excellent class leader every year in school, and his composition won the 2nd prize in the school competition. If it weren't for the fact that the 1st prize student's winning composition was about my father, the principal, he would have been the 1st. How could I be so likable because I am scary? Soon, Meng Su suddenly realized. It's not my problem. It must be Li Xiang's problem. Thinking of this, Meng Su turned around angrily and looked at Li Xiang. At this moment, Li Xiang no longer looked like a human. His face was completely inhuman, but his green hair was very conspicuous. Meng Su immediately kicked Li Xiang. Look at you, with a head full of green hair. You're scaring me. I'll shave your green hair off later. After kicking him, Fong turned around and smiled at the people in the hot pot restaurant. Sorry. My waiter looks a little abstract. Don't mind it. I've already taught him a lesson. Do you want to buy fried chicken steak? We are afraid of the zombies behind you. But we are actually more afraid of you. Zhao Jing thought silently in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, the current situation was a bit scary. Zhao Jing and the man had no idea what to do. Seeing the 2 of them turning a blind eye, Meng Su immediately scratched his head and asked in confusion, Why? Don't you want to buy? That's not right. In the end-time environment, someone is selling food. Logically, everyone should be crazy about it. Why don't they buy it? Strange. After hearing Meng Su's words, the 2 people inside were stunned. And then, they hurriedly said, Buy. 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 Let's buy. Seeing Meng Su's look, no one dared to imagine what would happen if they didn't buy it. Just buy it. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, packed 10 chicken chops in no time, showed a sweet smile. You too, a total of 100 yuan, cash or scan code? Cash. The man spoke decisively, pulled over the cash register, grabbed a handful of cash, and tremblingly handed it to Meng Su. Do you think this is enough? I only want 100. Ming Su is a very principled snack stand owner, looked at the change, pulled a red note from the change, and said righteously, "Are there only 2 of you here?" Zhao Jing immediately said, "There are others. We take turns to stand guard in front every hour, and the others are in the kitchen. Call them all out. Buy together." Ming Su was even happier when he heard this. More people will be good. How many people are there? Ming Su asked, while frying chicken chops in the street as if nothing had happened. The reserved chicken chops were not enough, so we need to fry more. There are still 8 people behind. The man forced a smile, and after seeing that Ming Su did not seem to have any intention of taking action, he breathed a sigh of relief and said boldly, "How many chicken chops are left? Can we buy them all? We don't have to fry them. In the end times, food is the most important resource. If possible, the more the better." After hearing this, Ming Su frowned. "No. Each person can only get 5 servings at most. You still have 8 people. Right? I can still sell you 40 servings." After that, Ming Su hurried to fry the chicken chops. The process of frying chicken chops is not very difficult. Just heat the oil in a pan. Then put the chicken chops in. Fry them and take them out. However, the control of the heat is a little lacking. Therefore, the chicken chops sold by Ming Su are either half-cooked or pitch black. The quality control is extremely poor. But it doesn't matter after all. Zombies can't talk. As for the living, Ming Su glanced at the man and woman in front of him. They were like quails, trembling and dared not speak. Well, it seems that everyone is more satisfied with their half-cooked chicken chops. Ming Su immediately felt very comfortable. Soon, the chicken chops were fried. One hand paid, and the other hand delivered. Sale successful, current progress, 67/300. After getting the chicken chops, the other party was obviously relieved, and Ming Su was also very satisfied. At this moment, the man suddenly asked, "Brother, it's so dangerous. Why do you come out to sell this stuff?" "It's not curiosity. Just want to chat. It's all for a living." Ming Su took out a cigarette, lit it, and then sighed, "If it's not for making money, who would be willing to come out to sell chicken chops in such a dangerous situation?" "Man, make money?" The man was a little confused. "Isn't it the end of the world? Why do you want to make money?" "I think making money is not the most important thing. Brother, let's hide in a safe place and wait for official rescue." The man exhaled a puff of smoke and whispered to Ming Su, "According to the current situation, I think money may be useless. Maybe we have to issue something new." He is usually the most public-spirited, commonly known as warm-hearted, and he always says a few words about everything he encounters. At the same time, he is also the manager of this rotating hot pot restaurant. "No." Ming Su shook his head and said with great emotion, "I have just established a company, and I have to pay my employees. I am a conscientious entrepreneur." "Man? Pay? It's the end of the world. And you still want to pay your employees? What a good boss." The man was moved. And at the same time, he finally felt that Ming Su might have some problems with his brain. Then, the man thought about it, came to the counter, opened a drawer, found a business card, and handed it to Ming Su very tactfully, and said to Ming Su, "Brother, you are very strong. I have a friend here. If you are on the way, you can talk to him. If he hadn't turned into a zombie, he should be able to alleviate your problem." Hearing this, Ming Su was instantly delighted. "Who is it? Is it a big entrepreneur in the catering industry?" He was worried that he had no experience in managing a business. If there was a senior boss to help him, it would be great, as long as he learned it. One day, he would be able to hang on the street lamp. Ahem. One day, he would become the richest man in the world. Excited heart, trembling hands, Ming Su took the business card and took a closer look. Wang Xuanming, Chief Physician of the Psychiatry Department of Heqing Municipal Hospital. An address and a phone number were attached at the end. Ming Su's eyes went dark immediately. And then he looked at the man and said word by word, "Do you think I'm crazy? I tell you, I'm in good spirits. You are the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy." Ming Su's spirit is really good. His spirit value is 10.5, much more energetic than the average person. He is definitely not crazy. There is a perfect life system to prove it. He has been completing the system's tasks. How can he become crazy? Ming Su was very unconvinced. He is a normal person. But forget it, there is nothing to say to these guys who don't know how to struggle. I can't delay making money. Are you still open here? If you are, give me a small hot pot. I've been busy all morning, and I haven't eaten yet. Ming-Su yawned, and then said, after eating, I still have to sell chicken chops, and there are more than 100 left to sell. After hearing Ming-Su's words, several people looked at each other, and immediately got busy, and started to make a small hot pot for Ming-Su. Thanks to the water and electricity, the situation here is still quite good. After all, it is a restaurant. There is no shortage of food. And there is no power outage. And there is still a refrigerator. I just don't know how long this power system can last. After hearing Ming-Su's words, the man was stunned for a moment. It's the end of the world. And you ask me if this place is still open? It seems that he is seriously ill. Director Wang, you must treat him well. The man thought silently in his heart. Chapter 44. Although the formalities have not been completed, I already have 2 subsidiaries. Ming-Su did not eat the hot pot he had been dreaming of. But the 10 survivors hiding in the hot pot restaurant ate half-cooked and burnt fried chicken fillets. It seems that when the zombie apocalypse just arrived, some problems occurred and the equipment was broken. Ming-Su expressed great regret for this. What is the greatest sorrow in life? It is having money, but not being able to spend it. Ming-Su is stuck in this state now, which makes people feel uncomfortable. But it doesn't matter. After selling all the fried chicken steaks, Ming-Su plans to continue on his way. Enjoy your meal. Ming-Su also did not accept the ideas of these individuals. After all, they are too far away and cannot be brought back to the company. The store manager hesitated to speak, looking quite embarrassed, but finally gritted his teeth and invited Ming-Su. Brother, why don't you stay? You are very capable. Let's stay together, and we will definitely be able to wait for official rescue. Not long ago, I received a call from an employee of a branch manager in Tao County. He told me that the Huqing City Residents Mutual Aid and Self-Help Committee has already established a safe zone in the townships in Tao County. It is estimated that we will be able to return to the city in a few days. We have sufficient food reserves here. Although they are all lettuce, we can still have enough food if we light a fire and cook it slowly, which is enough to last for several weeks. It can be seen that the store manager is still very kind-hearted. This news really made Ming-Su feel refreshed. A safety zone is being established in Tao County. Tao County is one of the counties under Huqing City. Huqing City has 3 districts and 4 counties. The Science and Technology Building and the rental house Ming-Su usually rents belong to Qingnan District, one of the 3 districts. It is an old urban area. It is the old city center. Now the economic center has shifted. The most prosperous area of Huqing City is in Qingbei District. And Tao County is the most remote county from the urban area of Huqing City. The establishment of a safety zone in Tao County, maybe the biggest role is to unite with neighboring cities? Or, Tao County has the smallest population in Huqing City. Ming-Su couldn't figure it out, but he had some doubts about this Residents Mutual Aid and Self-Help Committee. After all, according to common sense, it should be the government that is doing the stability maintenance. What is this self-help association? Can it represent the government? Or, is it a special organization established by the government for this incident? Ming-Su didn't understand, so he decided not to think about it. It's good to know the news. No, I still have to go out and sell fried chicken. Ming-Su yawned, and suddenly had an idea, and smiled at the man in front of him. How about this? Sell me some shares of your small hot pot restaurant, and make it a subsidiary of my peace order, develop it well, and when I pass by this area in the future, I will give you priority in providing supplies, and the group will also consider your demands. Hearing Ming-Su's words, the man was stunned, and then nodded. Okay. It's the end of the world, just play with Ming-Su. His 4 branches in Huqing are probably all gone. Anyway, he has nothing left. So it doesn't matter? As the man nodded, a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of Ming-Su. Add a subsidiary. Ming-Su? He just mentioned it casually. But he didn't expect that there would be such an option. For a moment, Ming-Su was very excited. With a thought, a translucent panel appeared in front of him, with rows of small gilded characters appearing on it. Peaceful order. Chairman, Ming-Su. Number of employees, 4 people. Department, Security Department 3 people, Secretariat 1 person. Subsidiaries, Temporary Survival Group Conwasion as General Manager, under 12 people, and Hot Pot Food Company. Limited Song Yufan as General Manager, under 9 people. Business Direction, Customer Service, Catering. Total Assets, 191,000 yuan. Monthly Expenditure, 90,000 yuan. Average monthly profit, 0. Status, loss. At the same time, a miniature map appeared on the side, marking the location of Peaceful Order and the Temporary Survival Group, and Hot Pot Food Company Limited, with a faint golden line connecting them. Of course, except for these 3 places, the rest of the area is blurry and cannot be used as a map. Looking at the small gilded characters in front of him, Mengsu's mood is complicated now. It's just, his formalities have not been completed yet. But it already has 2 subsidiaries. Inexplicable judgment method, is this okay? Also, I know I am in a loss-making state now, don't keep reminding me. Mengsu sighed deeply. As for the judgment of this subsidiary, Mengsu said it was quite casual. Looking at Mengsu, who was lost in thought, the man beside him, Song Yufan, the general manager of Ant Hotpot, did not speak either, but quietly waited for Mengsu to react. Soon, Mengsu perked up. Although he did not know what the use of adding 2 more subsidiaries was. But he felt very powerful. My chairman Meng is really invincible. Before he figured out the basic operation method, he already had 2 more subsidiaries. It seems that I am a natural business genius. If it were not for the end of the world, I am afraid that Jack Ma, Pennywise, and Richard Liu would all be defeated by me. For a moment, Mengsu felt that he was really a good seed for business. What a pity. The end of the world ruined my dream of becoming the richest man. Work hard. Song Yufan, I believe you can lead this subsidiary of the group to become bigger and stronger. Mengsu patted Song Yufan on the shoulder, encouraged him, and then said, if you do well, I will consider transferring you to the head office as the director of the first business group. Okay. No more words. I still have to sell fried chicken steaks. After that, Mengsu walked out of the door in a cool manner. Looking at Li Xiang, who was already impatient and secreting salivary hormones outside the door, frowned immediately, knocked Li Xiang's head with a baseball bat, and said unhappily, go. Make way. Under Mengsu's force, Li Xiang reluctantly set off. And the fried chicken steak cart was also getting farther and farther away from the small hot pot restaurant, and gradually walked towards the inside of the community. Seeing this scene in front of him, Song Yufan was stunned at first. But soon he found something that made him feel creepy. I didn't introduce myself at all. How did he know my name was Song Yufan? For a moment, Song Yufan's hands and feet were cold, and he felt dazed. The waiter Zhao Jing next to him didn't feel anything wrong, and said with emotion, I didn't expect that it was the end of the world, and I could still meet such a kind person. Using food to exchange waste paper. Isn't this a kind person? Boss, let's go. Let's take the food to those people inside. Save some food, and we can last a few more days. Compared with the depressing environment on the 2nd floor of the department store, the atmosphere here is very relaxed. After all, they know that the safe zone has been established. If you insist on holding on, there will be a way. Chapter 45 Chairman Meng's Style. Mengsu's snack stand business is very hot. Wherever he goes, there are endless consumers. After seeing Mengsu's mobile snack stand, they are like crazy, running towards Mengsu frantically, really hysterical, desperate. Faced with such enthusiastic guests, Mengsu will naturally not let them down. Therefore, in addition to the delicious half-cooked fried chicken steak, Mengsu also gave them a baby-like sleep, letting them fall asleep, happy and joyful. Mengsu just walked and sold, and pushed the snack stand all the way to the downstairs of his rental house. At this moment, a limping zombie suddenly jumped out of the flower bed and roared at Mengsu. Roar! After roaring, it crawled towards Mengsu with a hideous face. All 4 limbs were broken, but it still struggled to crawl towards Mengsu. Its entire neck was severely torn, and it left a long bloodstain as it crawled. Seeing this scene, Mengsu was a little tearful. I'm touched. He's still supporting my fried chicken steak business even though he's in this state. Mengsu sighed. If every zombie was like this, wouldn't his mission have been completed long ago? And he's still here today? So, Mengsu immediately picked up a fried chicken steak, took a closer look, and laughed. And Zhao. Mengsu looked up and found that the window on the 3rd floor was wide open. It seemed that Aunt Zhao had jumped down from above. It's hard for you. Mengsu sighed. But he still had to follow the procedures. Mengsu stepped forward and planned to greet the new customer. Aunt Zhao, who was crawling, seemed to realize that the person in front of her was Mengsu. She stopped climbing in an instant, turned around, and crawled in the direction she came from. She seemed to be full of resentment and disgust towards Meng Su. Yes, Aunt Zhao's favorability was minus 100. Now that she was here, could Meng Su still let her go? So, Meng Su took out a wrench, asked Aunt Zhao to calm down, and then started to search his pockets. Well, there was no money. Meng Su's eyes suddenly became cold. Why are you here without money? Useless trash. Meng Su snorted coldly, but soon he seemed to think of something, and suddenly he took out a $5 bill from his pocket and stuffed it into Aunt Zhao's pocket. Then he whistled and took the money back as if nothing had happened. Then Meng Su put the fried chicken aside in a proper manner and said worriedly, "One hand for the money and the other for the goods. I'll give you the money. No wealth increase detected. This transaction is invalid. The current progress is 275/300. Seeing this scene, Meng Su sighed and immediately took back the fried chicken steak that was placed aside. Looking at Aunt Zhao, whose arm was broken by him again, he was furious. You want to buy fried chicken steak without money? Go to hell. After saying that, Meng Su kicked Aunt Zhao away, kicked her into the bushes, without caring about life or death, then turned around, looked at Li Xiang, and was about to arrange a good position for Li Xiang, so that no survivors would come over, and attract Li Xiang, and even overturn the snack stand. A good life requires a good attitude. As the chairman, you need to be kind to others and win their hearts. I hope the host can remember the chairman's code. A mature chairman has always convinced others with virtue and treated others kindly. Trigger task. Learn how to become a chairman. Task judgment. Depends on the host's understanding of the chairman. Task reward. Massive chairman experience. Massive points. Massive cash. Meng Su? Massive? I understand, that means not much. Meng Su sneered. He knew these bastards too well. You know, when he was a programmer at Jianlin Technology, he was responsible for the development of event rewards. Anything with the word massive does not have much substantial rewards. Want to fool me? Impossible. But no matter what, there should still be some small things. Meng Su now has a strong sense of crisis. The impression that the gene enhancer gave him was very frightening. He always felt that this should not be as simple as an ordinary psychic. Thinking of this, Meng Su took a deep breath and gave Li Xiang a harmonious and friendly smile. Ah, Xiang. Among the zombies in our company, I think you are the most promising one. Although you haven't met your two colleagues yet. One of them is Lao Zhang, who is bald, has poor physical strength, and basically says goodbye to promotion and salary increase. There is also Qi Wei, who is your competitor, but her brain is a little slow and she can't think. Among these zombies, you are outstanding. After that, Meng Su stepped forward, patted Li Xiang's shoulder, and his hands were covered with blood plasma again. Meng Su resisted the discomfort of the sticky feeling on his hands, and said to Li Xiang earnestly, "Work hard. I think you have the potential to be the director of the first business group. Okay. Now keep an eye on this snack stand. Don't let anyone steal my chicken chops. I'll go upstairs to change clothes, and we'll go all the way to the Citizen Service Center later." After that, Meng Su went upstairs. He was very confident in his words just now, and felt that it was what a qualified chairman should say. When I return to the Science and Technology Innovation Building, I will tell Zhang Tao, Qi Wei, and Shen Zhaozhao to work with peace of mind, and not to be lazy all day long. Oh, right. Speaking of laziness, Meng Su suddenly thought of something, turned on his phone, and clicked on the local forum. The network speed was so slow that it made me want to die. After browsing for a long time, it was still disconnected. After going through many difficulties, I finally entered the forum and found that Shen Zhaozhao, whom I followed, had posted the second message of punching in to work. Seeing this scene, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Very good. So, Meng Su picked up his phone and typed, "Xiaoshen, you are a very good employee. I like you very much. Among the people in our company, I am most optimistic about you. You are outstanding. Work hard. I think the probability of you becoming the director of the first business group is very high." After sending it several times, Meng Su felt relaxed. Then, he quickly returned to the rental house and changed his clothes. Relaxed? While Meng Su was changing his clothes, in the surrounding buildings, the remaining survivors were secretly surfacing, which was incredible. Among them, an old lady who looked to be in her 70s sat on the sofa, looking at her high school grandson, who was trembling with nervousness and had bloodshot eyes, and sighed, "Zhuang Zhuang." You must be strong and cheer up. Look, isn't Xiao Ming from the next unit crazy? Alas, the end of the world is really tormenting. Xiao Ming has already begun to fantasize about being a boss. You can't go crazy. Our family is counting on you now. The high school grandson named Zhuangzhuang was uneasy, but nodded heavily. At the same time, he also had some feelings. Workers are really pitiful. Even if they are crazy, they still fantasize about getting promoted and getting a raise, and becoming a leader. Alas. Chapter 46. The company is in a bit of trouble now. What should the chairman wear? Ming Su didn't really know, but reason told him that he should wear a suit and tie and look decent. At least he should look like a human being. Ming Su glanced at the high-end suit drying on the balcony and was about to put it on, but he quickly came to his senses and suddenly realized, no, I am the chairman, I can wear anything. Yes, I am the chairman, I can wear whatever I want. Thinking of this, Ming Su happily changed into a set of clothes. This time he learned his lesson and changed directly into a red coat, so that even if he was covered in blood, at least it would be much easier to see. Ming Su looked in the mirror, looking at his handsome and elegant self in the mirror, nodded with satisfaction. Then he went out. Back downstairs, Ming Su glanced at Li Xiang. He was diligent and conscientious, always sticking to his post, without any fraud, which made Ming Su very satisfied. Thinking of his own mission, Ming Su immediately stepped forward, planning to pat Li Xiang's shoulder, but after seeing the rotten flesh on Li Xiang's shoulder, he took his hand back, nodded and praised, "Ah Xiang, you did a very good job. According to the discussion and decision of the board of directors, your authority will be upgraded from an outsourced employee to K1, and you will officially become a formal employee of our peace order. Are you happy?" Roar. Li Xiang let out a meaningless low roar. Although he didn't know what it meant, Ming Su assumed that he was happy. Seeing Li Xiang so happy, Ming Su pushed the snack stand and said to Li Xiang, "Since you have been promoted, shouldn't you consider the difficulties of the company? Even if you don't consider the difficulties of the company, shouldn't you celebrate your promotion and treat your colleagues to a meal?" Li Xiang, who was wandering around unconsciously, didn't understand a word Ming Su said, and just wandered around the snack stand. Seeing that Li Xiang didn't object, Ming Su became even happier and said immediately, "Colleagues are all working in the company. So, I will deduct 10,000 yuan from your salary, and treat it as you treating your colleagues in the company to a meal." As soon as Ming Su finished speaking, a system warning appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Ming Su could only helplessly change his words. 8,000. 8,000. Soon, the system's warning appeared again. 7,000? Then 5,000. 5,000 is fine. Right? Seeing that there was no warning for 5,000, Ming Su was relieved, and then struck while the iron was hot, and continued, "Ah Xiang, you also know that our company is in a difficult situation now, and there is no profit at all. Wait a minute. Your chicken steak is ready. Do you have the money? The stupid zombie came to me to beg for food. Right?" After dealing with a poor zombie that rushed over, Ming Su continued, "So, you are already a K1 level employee. So how about you treat everyone to a meal every month in the future? I will pay you 45,000 in the future. And it is agreed that it cannot be changed. Salary adjustment successful. Employee, Li Xiang. Identity, K1 level security department employee. Senior technical talent. Salary, 45,000 yuan. In just a few words, he managed to get 5,000 yuan out of her. Ming Su let out a long sigh of relief. Zombies are still easy to fool. For a moment, Ming Su was more satisfied with Li Xiang. Although Li Xiang had done a lot of bad things before, he was a zombie now, and could still make certain contributions to the company. Therefore, Chairman Ming said that he would give the young zombie a chance to reform. After CPUing the zombies, who would not refuse, Ming Su continued to sell fried chicken steaks with satisfaction. The zombies along the way were very enthusiastic, and Ming Su was really hardworking and capable, so he quickly reduced the task requirements again and again. But, current progress, 296/300. Looking at the community where there were not many zombies left, Ming Su sighed deeply. It seemed that he had inadvertently passed a wave of communities quickly. There were still 4 left. What should he do? Ming Su turned around, looked at Li Xiang, and was about to ask Li Xiang if he knew any zombie friends, when he suddenly thought of something. Li Xiang didn't seem to have eaten sausage before. After thinking of this, Ming Su instantly became excited. He touched Li Xiang's pocket without hesitation. and took out a handful of big red banknotes from it. Cash! He didn't count the amount, but at a glance, he knew that there should be thousands of yuan. Good. 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 Meng Su laughed loudly, took out a red bill, and then took out the change he had saved, gave Li Xiang 60 yuan in change, and put the money back. Very satisfied. Good job, Xiang. 4 fried chicken chops. We'll be out of the oven soon. You can't leave any of them. After that, Meng Su skillfully heated the oil in the pan and started frying the chicken chops. After so many fried chicken chops, Meng Su, even if he was a fool, knew how to control the heat. Therefore, this time the frying was very successful, golden and crispy, which made people's appetites whetted. Meng Su put 4 chicken chops on the plate, handed them to Li Xiang with a smile, and said, "Ah, Xiang, your boss is here. You should be embarrassed to eat by yourself, right? And looking at your small body, you probably can't eat much. So, I, the chairman, will help you eat, which will also bring you closer. I am optimistic about you becoming the director of the first business group. Dear host, you are so stingy. You are really a good seedling for business. Under your leadership, the Peace Order Group will definitely become bigger and stronger. Hidden achievement, stingy capitalist. Achievement reward, chairman career experience plus 10. Cash plus 10,000. Looking at the words in front of him, Meng Su frowned, very dissatisfied. How can your system speak? Who are you saying is stingy? Would a general chairman give employees such a high monthly salary? You know, there is no monthly salary of less than 10,000 yuan in our company. But it doesn't matter. As long as the reward arrives, it's fine. Meng Su doesn't care about these reputations. While thinking, Meng Su ate a whole fried chicken steak fiercely, while peeling the second one. In this way, Meng Su ate 4 chicken steaks in a row. Task completed. Being a snack vendor is an extremely hard job. You have to get up early every day to prepare ingredients and sell them on the street. Of course, in most cases, there are fixed stalls, and no one will walk around everywhere, but surprisingly, your praise rate is 93.56%, which is comparable to the chef level, which is amazing. But at the same time, when you sell food, you are suspected of using violence and coercion, which is really unpleasant. Please obey the law, and don't become an outlaw. Task completed. The task rating is General. You get the task reward, Professional experience plus 5, Cash plus 100,000, Points plus 5. Your sales this time are 3,000 yuan. Looking at the task completion reminder that appeared in front of him, Meng Su was very satisfied. But I am not satisfied with the rating of this task. My favorable rating is so high. Why is the rating so low? It is unscientific. But soon, Meng Su was attracted by another message. Profession, Trainee Clerk level 1 3/20, Flyer Distributor level 40/50, Chairman level 0 15/50, Snack Stand Owner level 0 6/5. Upgradable Snack Stand Owner can be upgraded. Seeing this situation, Meng Su did not hesitate at all and directly chose to upgrade. I have had enough of the constraints brought by adding points. Professional upgrade, give me a strong increase in attributes. Chapter 47. A kind person is often bullied, and a kind horse is often ridden. Upgraded successfully. Your occupation snack stand owner has been upgraded from level 0 to level 1. As a snack stand owner, you have to go through wind and rain, and your physical strength has improved very quickly. You also have to avoid the pursuit of the urban management at all times. Your swift speed has also been strengthened, and you will gain certain attribute blessings. Although you are a snack stand owner, you must also have a high level of cooking skills. If you do not have a deep understanding of your cooking skills, once a drunkard / thug / world destroying villain / Ultraman of the M78 Nebula eats your snacks, it may cause irreversible consequences. You gain 1.5 points of physical fitness bonus, and you gain the skill, cooking. Your current attribute values are Spirit 10.5, Physique 12.5, Strength 19, Agility 12.5. Looking at the upgraded data in front of him, Meng Su felt relaxed. But he also discovered something. Along with the improvement of his overall attributes, the blessing brought to him by the career upgrade seems to be dynamically changing and not static. But it doesn't matter as long as he can become stronger. However, what can happen if Ultraman eats snacks, and what irreversible consequences will be caused? He has turned evil, right? Or will he not save the Earth in the future and go back to the M78 Nebula? At the same time, Meng Su also found that his newly acquired skill, cooking, is an upgradable skill, and he still has 2 points of skill points that can be allocated. However, Meng Su does not plan to allocate skill points to cooking, which is a bit wasteful. And the available experience points are already 18 points, which is enough for Meng Su to upgrade the trainee clerk profession to level 2. But Meng Su still did not do so, because he has already upgraded. Currently known, clerk work provides mental attributes, flyer distributors provide agility, snack stall owners provide physical fitness. As for what the chairman provides, it is currently unknown. So Meng Su planned to accumulate some experience points, upgrade the chairman from level 0 to level 1, and see what changes there are in the level 1 chairman. After specifying the current situation, Meng Su was satisfied. And then he opened the navigation and prepared to go to the Citizen Service Center. If you are too far away from home, you will forget your hometown. If you kill too many zombies, you will forget your troubles. It's time to complete the formalities and go back to revive the company. I want to become the richest man in the world and focus on attacking Wanxiang International. Meng Su was full of confidence and looked back at Li Xiang, who was still a little confused. Meng Su instantly felt that this K1 level employee was a bit of a drag. There was no other reason. Just because Meng Su needed to keep him by his side all the time. And Li Xiang was only in awe of himself, and was very agitated by other humans. If something happened, he might take the wrong route. With this in mind, Meng Su decided to hide him in the basement and tie him up. After he finished the formalities, he would drive the car over, put him in the car, and take him back. The plan worked. Soon, Xiang, an outstanding employee of peace order, was appointed as the security guard of Chairman Meng's private basement, responsible for protecting the property safety of Chairman Meng's basement. As for what property he had? A snack stand. Although Meng Su had picked up this snack stand before, it belonged to Meng Su since no one wanted it. Meng Su was still counting on this snack stand to become bigger and stronger. After settling everything, Meng Su hummed a little tune, walked out of the community, looked at the rotating hot pot restaurant, found that the person on guard had changed. So he greeted the employees of his subsidiary enthusiastically, and then set foot on the road to the Citizen Service Center as if nothing had happened. After Meng Su did this, it was impossible for the subsidiary employee to be tricked. He and the other person looked at each other, and after a long silence, then he blurted out, "What's going on?" Meng Su walked along the path, and his life was full of joy. There weren't many zombies along the way. After all, it was the old city, and it had been cleaned up by Meng Su before, so the numbers seemed particularly small. For the few zombies that appeared occasionally, Meng Su had originally planned to show mercy, thinking of coming here to hand out flyers or sell fried food from the snack stand next time. But after thinking about it carefully, I decided to forget it. After all, it was the zombie apocalypse, so I should kill as many as I could. If I showed mercy and a survivor died, that would be bad. After all, living people are better than zombie employees. Well, although Meng Su didn't know what the living employees were for at the moment, they could understand what he said after all. After killing his way out of the encirclement, Meng Su finally broke through the nearby area and came to a new road. From a distance, Meng Su could see 7 or 8 zombies wandering on the street, and there were zombies colliding with each other not far away, as if an explosion had occurred a long time ago. The reason why he could confirm this was because Meng Su saw a zombie with his arm blown off. At this moment, Meng Su was happy, because he saw a shared bike overturned on the side of the road. This shared bike looked familiar. It seemed to be the one he parked downstairs. The one that disappeared the next day after sleeping. Let me guess. Who rode away my shared bike? Meng Su looked at the 7 or 8 zombies wandering around, and couldn't help feeling a little angry. If he didn't return the shared bike, his phone would keep deducting money from him. He rode away, and it was his own money that was deducted. Although Chairman Meng no longer cared about the few hundred yuan, this feeling was still very unpleasant. But Meng Su didn't intend to alarm the zombies. Saving time is the most important thing, so let's hurry up and go through the formalities. A perfect life must not be tolerated. Good people are bullied, good horses are ridden. Facing such a situation, dear host, please play to your strengths and abilities, and get back your place. Go go go, I cheer for you, you are not alone. In case of any legal problems, you can also consult lawyer Zhang Wei. Trigger task, vent. Task reward, can be assigned professional experience plus 5, points plus 2, cash plus 20,000. Meng Su? Looking at the task in front of him, Meng Su was stunned, and then sighed. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary chairman. But what I got was alienation. And you stole my shared bike. In this case, I, Meng Su, will not pretend anymore. I am a zombie killer, and I will show my cards. Meng Su appeared openly, and instantly attracted the attention of the zombies on the street. One of the zombies immediately rushed, and it was very fast. Rushing towards Meng Su, roar! Although it was fast. In Meng Su's eyes, it was just a chicken and a dog. Occupation, zombie. Level, 0. All of them were like this. And Meng Su was not afraid at all. The baseball bat had been silent for a long time, and the blood had dried up. At this moment, Meng Su's muscles also quickly bulged, and he hit the zombie in front with a stick. And his skull burst and his brains burst out. Who stole my bike? Stand up. Meng Su knocked one down with a stick, and looked at the other zombies in front of him, and sneered, you are quite united. And you don't want to betray your zombie friends. Right? Okay. Okay. Then die. Meng Su was pleased with their friendship, and in order to respect their friendship, he moved faster, so that they could reunite earlier. Such a passionate brotherhood. Tears in my eyes. Chapter 48. Come on. Let's have a Chinese basil. Whoosh. Whoosh. He swung the baseball bat and smashed it hard. As the brains splattered, Meng Su's ears also heard a prompt sound indicating that the task was completed. He also got the task reward as he wished, which made Meng Su very happy. Seeing some roars and hisses coming from the surrounding buildings, plus crackling sounds, Meng Su knew that he couldn't stay here for long, and immediately rode his beloved shared bike, heading towards the Citizen Service Center. Roar! At the moment Meng Su rode away, many zombies suddenly emerged from the buildings on both sides. They looked around, and suddenly looked in the direction of Meng Su, and immediately roared, and then became hysterical, and chased him desperately. Along the way, zombies continued to join the pursuit team. At first glance, it was a spectacular sight. There were as many as 40 or 50 zombies, chasing a bicycle. Meng Su, who was on the bicycle, was still whistling slogans leisurely, and occasionally turned back to greet the chasing zombies. Come on. Try hard. Fight. Struggle. If you don't work hard today, you won't be able to work hard tomorrow. Dear zombie friends, think about it. Running is such an important skill. If you run slower when eating people, will you have nothing to eat? Only by working hard to improve your physical functions can you have a broad tomorrow. Zombies who don't make progress will always be zombies. And zombies who make progress will have a bright future. Come on! Anyway, Meng Su was idle anyway, and he was still figuring out how to be the chairman. So he rode his bike while shouting loudly, giving chicken soup to the zombies. It seems that all workplace leaders do this. And Meng Su's performance naturally caused a sensation in the whole street. Countless zombies appeared on the street one after another, and even formed a zombie tide. This is the difference between the city center and the suburbs. In the suburbs, it is difficult to gather so many zombies. But in the city center, it is possible. At the same time, along with Meng Su's actions, next to the street trash can, a team of 3 people did not dare to breathe, holding their breath, waiting for the zombie tide to pass by. They were all confused now, and had no idea what was going on. One of the little fat guys said in astonishment, "What's going on? Is that guy crazy? There are so many zombies, even if you give me a gun, I can't kill them all. Right? I guess only tanks can help. But thanks to him for leading everyone away, remember to thank the guy if he dies. We'll go back and build a monument for him." The other boy took a deep breath, then quickly gave orders, and the 3 of them set off immediately, crouching and shivering as they shuttled through the streets. The scene of the 3 survivors actually formed a sharp contrast with Meng Su's brave and fearless image. Meng Su didn't care so much. After all, since he accepted the mission, it would naturally trigger a series of follow-up effects, and he was quite familiar with this area, and he could completely get rid of the zombies behind him. For Meng Su, there was really no one who could fight them. In the buildings on both sides, some survivors would appear from time to time and look at the scene in front of them with surprise, and when Meng Su saw the survivors, he would greet them in a friendly manner. "Good morning, have you eaten?" But Meng Su's enthusiasm was met with a cold curtain pulling, which made Meng Su very disappointed. "People, can we trust each other more?" Meng Su sighed deeply. He heard some screams behind him. It seemed that some survivors wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but they met zombies head-on. Meng Su mourned for them. However, he thought so in his heart. After seeing the wall in front of him, he drifted to the side without hesitation. After taking a look at the shared bicycle, Meng-Su immediately pedaled the bicycle, using his strength and agility to climb over the wall in an instant, and climb over the wall. Then, Meng-Su looked around, held a baseball bat, and quickly ran towards the Citizen Service Center on the other side. After Meng-Su climbed over the wall, the zombies also crowded against the wall. It was a pity that their IQ limited their ability. They stared at the wall blankly, and kept reaching forward. In the end, you stepped on me, and I stepped on you, and barely managed to pass a few zombies. But when they passed, Meng-Su had already disappeared, and they instantly lost their target, and continued to wander around. A bunch of idiots. Meng-Su sneered. If his company recruited employees like this, it would be difficult for it not to go bankrupt. That's right. Meng-Su suddenly found a blind spot. As we all know, zombies will not refuse under normal circumstances. So in this case, there is no need to kill zombies when you meet them. Can't you just recruit them directly? Money opens the way. As long as you turn zombies into your employees, wouldn't it be wonderful? Thinking of this, Meng-Su felt it was very reasonable. Make money turn zombies into employees. Zombies open the way. Make money. Loop, perfect. Thinking of this, Meng-Su was very satisfied. Bending over, carefully passed through a small alley, and found a vegetable market ahead. Looking around, Meng-Su saw a lone zombie, and immediately decided to test his theory. After slowly approaching, Meng-Su looked at the zombie, took a deep breath, and in front of him, as expected, the scene Meng-Su wanted to see appeared. Discover the talent Lu Xiaojun? The system detected that the host has a strong desire to hire. Do you want to hire? According to the system calculation, the monthly salary required to hire Lu Xiaojun is at least 10,000 yuan. It has been detected that Lu Xiaojun currently works as the owner of Xiaojun Supermarket, and his salary fluctuates, and there is no fixed number. According to the system calculation, the success rate of this recruitment is not high. If you want to increase the success rate of recruitment, you can choose to increase the monthly salary investment. When Meng-Su saw these words, he was annoyed. He currently only had 324,000 yuan left in the system space. If he needed to reserve 85,000 yuan to pay for next month's salary, the disposable amount was only 239,000 yuan, which was only enough for Meng-Su to recruit 24 ordinary zombie employees. It was really a loss. However, Meng-Su took a look at a nearby convenience store called Xiaojun Supermarket, and chose to recruit Lu Xiaojun. Join my team. I think you have great potential. It's a waste of talent to work in a convenience store around here. As long as you are willing to come, I will let you be an employee of our group sales department. You can't let him be a manager. Right? No rejection intention of Lu Xiaojun was detected. You have successfully recruited a new employee. As these words appeared, Meng-Su was happy at first, and put his hand in his pocket, and took out a pack of huazi. Okay. Have a huazi. Don't be sympathetic to the number of huazi. I will go to the employees' homes, and take a few packs away later. Does going to an employee's home to get 2 packs of huazi count as taking? That's called promoting personal connections. Who knows? Lu Xiaojun might be on the next list of promotions. But what Meng-Su didn't expect was that, the moment he finished speaking, Lu Xiaojun's gray eyes rolled up, and he rushed towards him. Roar! Meng-Su? Aren't you an employee? You dare to hit the boss. Right? Chapter 49 confirmed, it's Doomsday Psychosis. In Xiaojun Supermarket, Meng-Su sat in the supermarket, looking at the supermarket that had been looted, grabbed a bottle of iced black tea, took a sip, and vomited it all out, cursed horse urine. Why isn't it iced? And then fell into deep depression and contemplation. Not far from the door was Lu Xiaojun, the employee who had been knocked to the ground, with all his limbs broken. In the small warehouse of Xiaojun Supermarket, there seemed to be some other sounds, but Meng-Su was too lazy to pay attention to them, mostly some zombies or something. Meng-Su didn't want to care about these now. He was most worried about another thing. Employees nowadays are so impetuous, they dare to hit the boss. Meng-Su sighed. It seems that he thought too simply. Employees are not slaves. Employees still have their own thinking. The reason why Zhang Tao, Qi Wei, and Li Xiang did not attack me is because their favorability is -100. That's why it happened. If it were an ordinary zombie, even if I successfully recruited it, it would still be ferocious and kill me. What's wrong with this society? Can it be better? I kindly provided a job for the zombies, but they treated me like this. Hell is really empty. Zombies are in the world. Can't employees just work hard and stop thinking too much? Huh, wait a minute, I don't think so when I was an employee. Meng Su frowned, as if he had discovered a blind spot. No, I want to be a conscientious boss. And I can't become a guy full of money. But no matter what, Meng Su will have to carry out the first layoff. But now there is a core problem. Will I still have to pay in +1? Meng Su thought of this. And it was a big speechless event. Who of the family members understands? To be cautious, Meng Su picked up the phone and called lawyer Zhang Wei. Although lawyer Zhang Wei has become a zombie, Meng Su believes that there is true love in the world. Zombies are different from zombies. Although lawyer Zhang Wei has become a zombie, Meng Su often asks him about legal issues and answers many questions. After calling for a long time, no one answered. But this did not bother Meng Su. He pretended to answer. Hello? Lawyer Zhang? Yes. Yes. It's me again. Mr. Meng from Peace and Order. Meng Su communicated enthusiastically with sorry. Your call is temporarily unavailable. I had something happen to me recently. Well, you know, our big bosses are like this. Often making some small mistakes. In fact, Meng Su didn't know what a big boss was like. But he just pretended. Meng Su pretended to speak. And after listening with a hum sound, he came to a conclusion. Oh, I am acting in self-defense. Right. I shouldn't have to give him in +1. Right. That's good. After that, Meng Su hung up the phone and said to the zombie struggling and wailing on the ground with contempt, Lu Xiaojun, on behalf of the company's HR department, I formally inform you that you are fired because you violated some labor law. So you don't have to pay compensation for your dismissal. And you hit me first. So I was forced to fight back, which is within the legitimate scope. I have communicated with my lawyer. If you don't agree, you can go to Zhang Wei's law firm to find lawyer Zhang Wei. After that, Meng Su turned around and took a pack of Huazi from the cigarette rack. There is no other reason. Big bosses always carry a few cigarettes with them. Even if you don't smoke, you have to consider business partners. The employee involved, Lu Xiaojun, has been fired. Looking at the words in front of him, Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief. His performance just now, although it seemed a little crazy. But in fact, Meng Su has a perfect insight into this system. Although it is the end of the world, there are some steps that you cannot skip. Even if no one answers, you have to act as if you were still in peacetime, and occasionally you can trigger some small surprises such as achievements. More importantly, Meng Su qualified as the chairman. I am not crazy, I am in good spirits, my spirit value is 10.5, please be informed. Breaking the law knowingly is aggravated. Knowing the law and abiding by it is a good young man. I am not afraid of the chairman's ignorance, I am afraid of the chairman's knowledge of the law. Capitalists who understand the law, this is too scary. You get the hidden achievement. Capitalists who understand the law. Achievement rewards. Chairman's professional experience +5, points +1, cash +5,000. The achievement rewards that appeared in front of Meng Su were just right. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Turned around. Took out a big red bill. And put it on the cash register of Xiaojun supermarket. He almost forgot. After being fired, he was no longer his employee. He had to pay for things. Huh? Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief. He almost became a capital that didn't understand the law. Cough cough. He almost became a conscientious entrepreneur who didn't understand the law. Meng Su stepped out of Xiaojun supermarket. Looked at the zombies still cocooning at the door. And immediately comforted, Xiaojun. Let's part ways in peace. I, Mr. Meng, am not a grudge-bearing person. I will come back to the company often in the future. Oh, by the way, you haven't been to the company yet. So you should go to hell. After that, Meng Su gave him a long sleep. In the eternal silence, he might dream of that peaceful era. After Meng Su took a breath, he looked around, immediately determined the direction, and continued to move towards the Citizen Service Center. The Citizen Service Center is quite far away. But the good thing is that Meng Su is definitely not an ordinary person. After walking out of Xiaojun supermarket, Meng Su took a look at the shared bicycle spots on the roadside, calculated the distance, and immediately decided to ride a shared bicycle to continue moving forward. After killing 2 zombies neatly, Meng Su touched over and immediately scanned the code with his mobile phone. As a result, Meng Su received a screen reminder of not yet returned. Alas! Meng Su sighed, feeling a little tired. Then, Meng-Su did not hesitate at all, grabbed the handlebars of the bicycle, pulled it backwards, and heard a click, pulled the shared bicycle directly out of the sharing point, then thought about it, left 300 yuan, found a stone to press it down, then rode leisurely to the Citizen Service Center. Meng-Su still believed in the quality of those wandering zombies. I believe they won't take the 300 yuan. If they do, that would be too much. But Meng-Su still believes that there is true love in the world. With this thought in mind, Meng-Su leisurely rode on the shared bike and drove forward. That person left? In the warehouse of Xiaojun supermarket, a head popped out. Looking at Meng-Su, who was riding away, he couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded and a little scared. At this moment, a clear voice also echoed in the warehouse. Brother, why don't we let that uncle come in to protect us? This man is so scary. I listened for a while. This man killed his way through here. He is very powerful. Then he met Uncle Xiaojun. He first said something like be his employee, and then fired Uncle Xiaojun and chopped Uncle Xiaojun like that. This is clearly a cyber psychopath. No, it's clearly a doomsday psychopath. If we meet him, what good will it be? I might be chopped into a human pig. You just turned 16. And your fate will probably be even worse. The young man couldn't help but shudder. And then he suddenly thought of something, and whispered, pack up the supplies. Go back through the back door. And tell the neighbors that if you meet this doomsday psychopath, run quickly. And don't look back to take pictures. After that, the young man couldn't help but sigh deeply. In addition to the zombie apocalypse, there are also doomsday psychopaths, who like to pretend to be the chairman and kill employees for fun. When will this era end? Chapter 50 Encounter? I'll give you a punch, and then go somewhere else to meet. In February, the willows are drunk with spring smoke, and in March, the grass on the mountain is slowly growing. Meng-Su hummed a song, while parking his bicycle in a small alley, not far from the Citizen Service Center. Although his spirit value was high, Meng-Su was not stupid. Going through the main entrance, it would easily cause a zombie craze. Of course, it didn't matter to Meng-Su, he would run away. But after all, he had to go to the Citizen Service Center to handle the procedures, and he couldn't let the zombies disturb his business plan. Meng-Su was now in a turmoil, and a little excited. After all, as long as you step into the Citizen Service Center, find someone to handle the formalities, you will be the only big boss of the 3 generations of the old Ming family. And you have 2 subsidiaries right from the start. Thinking of this, Meng-Su was very satisfied, and then he was about to climb over the wall to enter the Citizen Center, but suddenly a small gilded character flashed before his eyes. Have you heard? Jiang Xiaqiu, the granddaughter of the head of the Jiang family in Nanjiang province, secretly visited Hiqing City today, wanting to acquire Rongrong Technology, Halda Real Estate, Wanxiang International and other companies, and establish a brand new business group in Hiqing City to resist the family marriage. Her first stop was to start a business at the Citizen Service Center, but she seemed to have encountered some trouble. A good life naturally requires the company of a confidant. A confidant with a powerful family can reduce many obstacles in your life. Task release, Hero saves beauty. Task reward, points +1, distributable professional experience +1, distributable attribute points +1, add a confidant. Note, this mission is triggered by the encounter buff. I hope the host enjoys it. Meng-Su? What the hell? Meng-Su felt like he had heard something wrong, heard a sentence that didn't seem to be about the real world. Did I hear correctly? Jiang Xiaqiu, the granddaughter of the head of the Jiang family? Meng-Su's reaction to this name was a little strange. It's not that this name is so well known. But, you are writing an online novel here? Where is the head of the Jiang family? The school beauty's personal soldier? Or the rebirth of the duty in the city? Or some bloody perfect life system novel? Oh, wait. It seems that my system is the perfect life system. That's fine. But Meng-Su has never heard of the name Jiang Xiaqiu, and the title of the Jiang family. With this thought, Meng-Su chose the most primitive means. He found a place to squat, started refreshing the phone signal, and searched for the progress lady. What else could he do? He didn't have any connections. There was no information about Jiang Xiaqiu, but the Nanjiang Jiang family did have this name. Chunjiang Group. It was mainly engaged in the production of medical equipment, chemical product sales, tire manufacturing, etc., and it was a family business. The registered capital was several hundred million, and it was probably a big company. But it shouldn't be as awesome as described in the novel. Seeing what the system said, Meng Su thought he had encountered some immortal family or the richest man in Nanjiang. Huh? After Meng Su checked, he was not in a hurry, and he checked the map of the Citizen Service Center. It's too laggy. When my company is established, I will definitely recruit a large number of relevant talents and fix the signal for me. Meng Su thought viciously. As for the so-called hero saving the beauty? It's so funny. It's been a few days? You don't really think that Chiyo is still alive. I guess he has become a zombie. When the time comes, rush in, slap the other zombies around, and then break her legs. It will be considered as completing a task. After all, after so many tasks, Meng Su hasn't seen freely allocated attribute points for a long time. With this attribute point, Meng Su must increase the strength to 20, completely reaching the human limit. Let me see how extreme the human limit is. Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but get a little excited. As for Jiang Xiaqiu, just a useless zombie. Give her a punch and let her get away. Even if she is the granddaughter of the chairman of Chunjiang Group. She is a zombie with some filthy money. Meng Su used to hate people with some filthy money the most. Now he doesn't hate them anymore. Because he became the person he hated the most back then. This feeling is quite strange, hee. Meng Su took a deep breath, after tidying up his appearance, then looked around, looked at the high wall, then climbed over the wall skillfully, and landed in the yard. The yard was quite quiet, it looked very quiet. It was understandable after all. The outbreak was not during working hours, at most there were people queuing outside. But Meng Su could see that there were a lot of broken glass near the building. It seemed that something had fallen from the building, or something had crawled in from the outside. Of course, Meng Su was more inclined to fall from inside, because he saw some blood around. Meng Su looked disdainful. The quality of these zombies is really high and low. Some zombies are high-quality zombies, quiet and noisy, while some zombies are not good, and they don't even know to clean up the dirty places they made. There are also differences between zombies. Meng Su took a deep breath, looked around, found a window, pushed it, and found that it couldn't be opened. He sighed, and used the master key to open the window. As for the master key, a wrench. He hit the glass hard, and with a series of crackling sounds, the window opened. It was perfect. The glass shattered and fell all over the floor. Meng Su, on the other hand, had no manners at all, jumped through the window into the entire building. The Citizen Service Center was decorated very well. After Meng Su climbed in, he found that the bathroom was right opposite. After thinking for a while, Meng Su went into the bathroom and went to the toilet first. I have to say, the bathroom in the Citizen Service Center is bright and spacious, much better than the bathroom in their company. After taking a comfortable break, Meng Su, based on his memory of the map location, began to go to the Comprehensive Service Hall to handle the formalities. Based on Meng Su's experience in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the bank, he didn't need a guide at all. He just needed to operate himself. As for the encounter with Jiang Xiaqiu, give her a punch, and wait until the formalities are completed. The top priority now is to handle the formalities. With this in mind, Meng Su moved forward cautiously, concentrating his mind. Although his strength is already at the peak among humans, he still needs to be wary of the old cunt. Those old silver guys are really one over the other. We still have to be careful. When we arrived at the hall, it was colorful. There were several pots of green plants, but they looked broken, and the floor was covered with blood. In the center of the main entrance, there was a huge revolving door, and a zombie was stuck in the revolving door. After seeing Meng Su, it started to cry ah woo, but it was stuck in the revolving door and could not move at all. It can be seen that there seemed to be a conflict here. But no matter what kind of conflict it was, it had nothing to do with Meng Su. He looked around and soon found a sign. Meng Su stretched his neck to look inside and found that there was only a smelly zombie corpse lying inside. He couldn't help but get excited. Very good, let's go through the formalities. Chapter 51 System. You are so reliable for once. Inside the hall, it was very empty. At the same time, it was extremely quiet. The whole hall only heard the sound of rustling writing, as if someone was filling out a form with a pen, emitting the sound of paper and pen rubbing against each other. After a while, you could also hear the sound of paper being crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Meng Su was very arrogant. There were many data sheets here. As long as there were typos, Meng Su didn't even need to correct them. He would just tear them up and rewrite them. Life was full of joy. No matter what department. There is a corresponding window here. Meng Su came here as if he was on vacation. Very cool. Ming-Su completed all the steps in one breath. After completing the last step, Ming-Su suddenly saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. And a small gilded word suddenly appeared in front of Ming-Su. Registration steps completed. Rewards. Freely allocate professional experience points plus 20. Free to allocate attribute points plus 2. Free to allocate skill points plus 2. Cash plus 300,000. Congratulations. You have completed the registration. Now, you have a legal company. And you have become the legal chairman of a legal company. I cheer for you. I applaud you. Looking at the small gilded words in front of him, Ming-Su frowned. Looks very dissatisfied. What does it mean? I gave 20 experience points, 2 attributes, and 2 skill points twice before. Now I am doing 5 procedures together, and I am still given the same? The only difference is that I was given 300,000 in cash? Ming-Su was very dissatisfied. I felt that his attribute points were discounted. If I had known this earlier, I might as well have gone to each department one by one. How much reward could I get this way? Resentful. Although Ming-Su was indignant, he had nothing to say. After all, according to common sense, I did take a shortcut. I can't blame anyone else. I can only blame the system. If I had a system that kills people in the end times, I would have destroyed this world long ago. Why do I have to be so timid? Ming-Su cursed in his heart, but his understanding of timid was obviously different from that of others. Deep Blue, add points. Then, Ming-Su had no doubts and started to add points directly. 1 point of strength, and then, physique, 1 point of physique. Added points successfully. Your current attribute values are Spirit 10.5, Physique 13.5, Strength 20 has reached the current limit, Agility 12.5. Damn. Ming-Su took a deep breath, feeling that the human limit is just like this. I went to work, and I reached the human limit by working. However, the experience points have reached 43 points. Distribute 30 experience points to the chairman, and keep the remaining 13 points. Without any hesitation, Ming-Su chose to distribute it this way. Experience points can be upgraded for all professions except the flyer distributor. But Ming-Su still wants to see what the level 1 chairman is like. After all, it takes 50 experience points to upgrade from level 0 to level 1 chairman, which is the same as the experience points of the flyer distributor from level 4 to level 5. The chairman is definitely stronger. He can't wait to see the effect of the chairman's improvement. Upgraded successfully. Your professional chairman level has been upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Being a chairman requires superb leadership skills and doing everything possible to make employees create value for themselves. So chairmen usually have a series of specialties. You get professional skills, drawing cakes. Ming-Su? Only 1 cake? Ming-Su was stunned. And he felt that he had been tricked. He felt that he was taught by the system. The upgrade of the chairman was a pie in the sky drawn by the system. In order to upgrade the chairman, he kept doing tasks. There was no increase in attribute values. The system taught him a lesson. Ming-Su was unhappy, but he still held a glimmer of hope. He checked the description of the skill painting pie, hoping to see the effect of painting pie. What if the skill is very powerful? Painting pie. Level 1 to upgrade the professional level of the chairman. You need to expand the scale of the company to upgrade. Introduction. Painting pie in the sky is an excellent skill of leadership. In daily life, you often paint pie in the sky to colleagues, classmates, and teachers to different degrees. The chairman is the best painter in the workplace. Through this skill, you can paint pie in the sky for employees, increase their work enthusiasm, and make employees willing to act for the pie you painted. Please note that the pie in the sky must be in line with what the employee currently desires. Otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. Ming-Su? It looks like. It seems to be somewhat useful? Ming-Su was a little unsure, and decided to wait and see. After all, he didn't have many employees around him, so he had no idea what the skill of drawing cakes was. At this moment, Ming-Su regretted not bringing Li Xiang with him. Although Ah Xiang was ugly and uneducated, he was at least a qualified employee, and he could be his guinea pig, providing him with experimental skills. More importantly, Ah Xiang was a mutant zombie, and it was not so easy to die. Ordinary zombies like Zhang Tao and Qi Wei would probably die in a few seconds. But Ah Xiang was different. If you wanted to torture Ah Xiang to death, you had to really kill him. Otherwise Ah Xiang would not die so easily. This is Ah Xiang. Do you have such an employee? He is really a worker. What to do if there is no employee? I can only go back and try again. Ming-Su sighed deeply. Now that the entrepreneurial task has been completed, I will consider other tasks next. Please pay attention, Jiang Xiaqiu. Class 6. Grade 3, Jiang Xiaqiu classmate. Your grandfather asked me to bring you 2 cans of Wangzai milk. Meng Su shouted. I hope Jiang Xiaqiu is still alive, so that he can turn this former rich girl into his second living employee and take her back to make a table for himself. Wow, your grandfather really loves you. Meng Su's voice echoed throughout the empty building, and his words obviously triggered some reactions. There was also an unknown commotion upstairs, followed by a roar, and several zombies jumped down from the building. Bang! With a loud bang, they were instantly smashed into a bloody mess. Blood splattered all over Meng Su. Meng Su had a calm expression, wiped off the blood that splashed on himself, and then looked at the zombies that were still struggling on the ground after jumping from the roof. He picked up a baseball bat and hit them hard. You fucking bastard. Don't you know that I just changed into new clothes? Why are you so dirty and so uncultured? One after another, blood splattered all over the sky. Meng Su was very angry. Don't the zombies know how to use the elevator? Jiang Xiaqiu, is Jiang Xiaqiu here? Looking around, Meng Su didn't see any female zombies of the same age among the zombies that jumped off the building. Huh? Meng Su was a little surprised. Could it be that the system really got it right this time, and it was a real person? Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but glance at the mirror on the counter, and adjusted his hairstyle, planning to search each office one by one. When meeting a lady, he naturally had to dress handsomely to give a perfect first impression. Of course, if Meng Su hadn't been splashed with blood. But at this moment, Meng Su's eyes suddenly lit up, and a faint pink-dyed line appeared in Meng Su's sight, as if the system was thoughtfully pointing Meng Su in the right direction. Yo! Meng Su was pleasantly surprised, and couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up. Good system. Is it so reliable this time? Then, Meng Su took the first step. He was going to find Jiang Xiaqiu, and ask the granddaughter of the chairman of Chunjiang Group how to manage the company. Chapter 52. Haha, I knew she was a zombie. The guideline went up all the way, guiding the direction of Meng Su's progress. The pink line, just like Cupid's arrow. It made Meng Su feel relaxed and happy. Even his crazy nature was slightly suppressed. He tried hard to dress up, looking much more sunny and cheerful. Our Meng Su was also a famous handsome young man in the area. Climbing up floor by floor, Meng Su finally reached the top floor. Looking at the direction pointed by the guideline, Meng Su couldn't help but sigh. This girl surnamed Jiang is really good at hiding. She's hiding on the top floor. This kind of hiding does have advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the position is high, ordinary zombies cannot wander up. The disadvantage is that the position is high, it is difficult to escape once surrounded. As soon as Meng Su came up, he found 2 zombies in suits wandering in the corridor. Meng Su identified them as 2 bodyguards at a glance. After seeing the bodyguards, Meng Su was more certain that the so-called Miss Jiang Xiaqiu was nearby. But just when Meng Su was about to deal with them quickly, the skill of observing words and expressions showed, which made Meng Su suddenly stunned. Occupation, zombie. Level 1. This was unexpected for Meng Su. After all, the zombies he had killed these days were all level 0. This was the first time he had seen a level 1 zombie, the kind that had not mutated. This was a little strange for Meng Su, but it also made Meng Su prepare for battle, pulling out a baseball bat and taking it seriously. When Meng Su discovered the 2 bodyguard zombies, they also discovered Meng Su, and immediately let out a roar. Roar! After this roar, they rushed towards Meng Su. It can be seen that their speed is indeed faster than that of ordinary zombies. But that's all. Meng Su held the baseball bat tightly, as if he was playing baseball, and when he saw the right moment, he swung it out, with a click, hitting the neck of one of the zombies. Zombie's throat made a series of crackling sounds, as if its bones were broken, and the next moment, the zombie was directly knocked out by Meng Su, with its head spinning 180 degrees. A full-strength blow, so terrifying. Even Meng Su couldn't help but gasp. Am I so strong? Meng Su didn't expect that his full-strength blow would be so terrifying. But looking at the other zombie rushing over, Meng Su dodged immediately, swung the baseball bat, and blasted it again. But this time the shot missed, and only hit the arm. But this blow also made the zombie stagger. Meng Su did not hesitate at all, and pursued the victory, swinging the baseball bat up, one after another, and the meat paste flew everywhere. If there were normal people here, They would not be able to eat for 3 days and 3 nights. While looking at the zombies that had completely lost their life characteristics, Meng Su was relieved. And at the same time, he was full of vigilance. It is indeed a little harder to fight than ordinary zombies. Other zombies will die after 2 swings. But you need to swing 3 times. It seems that you still need to improve yourself. After killing these 2 level 1 zombies, Meng Su took a look at his baseball bat. There are already some cracks. It seems that this baseball bat that has accompanied me everywhere and killed countless enemies is about to end. Before it ends, I should find a new piece of equipment. I don't know where the fire axe in the science and technology building is. But Meng Su saw the fire axe here and planned to go downstairs to get it. Meng Su casually held the baseball bat and came to the door of the room indicated by the guideline. He immediately stepped forward, knocked on the door, and said softly, "Ms. Jiang Xiaqiu, I am not a bad person. I am here to save you. Of course, I also want to ask you how to be a good chairman." Meng Su stood at the door, quietly waiting for Miss Jiang's response. He was quite interested in being the chairman. Those who could impart experience to him were all good employees. Meng Su decided to hire Miss Jiang Xiaqiu as his business consultant at the highest price of 60,000 yuan a month. Bang! However, just as Meng Su was imagining the future, the door in front of him was suddenly hit. And then a pool of blood flowed out from the crack of the door. And behind the door, there was also a nice roar. Meng Su. Haha, I knew it a long time ago. All the fantasies disappeared instantly, and Meng Su's expression instantly returned to normal. Meng Su wanted to turn around and leave, but considering that he seemed to have another task of chatting up girls, he could only sigh and prepare to break the door. What is this all about? He didn't expect that he had only chatted up girls twice in his life, and both were with zombies. But it doesn't matter. Meng Su sighed deeply. When Meng Su was about to break the door, he only heard a bang, and the wooden door was directly broken by the zombie lady inside. At this moment, Meng Su saw Jiang Xiaqiu's full appearance. She was quite beautiful. Her skin was pale, her lips were black and purple, but under her ferocious lips, there was a hint of temptation. Her gray eyes were like metal, staring at Meng Su coldly, and the blood-stained clothes she wore seemed to show her former extraordinary status. Meng Su sighed with emotion. Occupation: Speed-type mutant zombie. Level 1. Looking at the zombie in front of him, Meng Su couldn't help but smile. Still a mutant zombie. But a speed type? The next moment, Meng Su saw Jiang Xiaqiu's speed. She was indeed fast. She had arrived in front of Meng Su in a flash. And Meng Su didn't indulge her. He didn't care whether she looked good or not. He just hit her with a stick. Snap! With a crisp sound, the baseball bat was broken. And this lady named Jiang Xiaqiu was completely knocked down by Meng Su. Looking at the zombie with blood gushing out of its head, Meng Su said with disdain, "You are stupid. You should have run away when you came out just now. You dare to attack me? I think you really don't know who is the big and small king. Oh my god. The first time you met, Jiang Xiaqiu had a very good impression of you. He couldn't wait to run over and kiss you. But you pushed him away rudely and beat him. It seems that you are not just a bottom man. You are also suspected of violence. You should pray now that Jiang Xiaqiu will not use the family power to severely attack and retaliate against you." Jiang Xiaqiu's favorability -30. Meng Su? Meng Su was anxious. He was still hoping to convert Jiang Xiaqiu into his employee, and then try out new skills. You are sick. Right? You only reduced 30? Can you learn from Chi Wei? She reduced it to 100 in 2 waves. He now had to think of a way to lower his favorability. Suddenly, Meng Su thought of something. That Chunjiang group. It doesn't seem as good as our peaceful order. I know you all too well. Your Chunjiang group is pure garbage. Let me be honest. I have a friend. That's what we call business. I tell you, Xiaqiu, I see you are so young. You won't be able to achieve anything. Right? Oh, don't tell me. I think you don't have enough experience. You won't be able to accomplish anything. Your problem. It's not that I won't help you. It's really because... What? Meng Su was talking nonsense. But the effect is remarkable. As a young lady who wants to start her own business, she naturally cannot stand such verbal insults. Meng Su is a certified zombie subordinate, so it is a piece of cake. Although she has become a zombie, Meng Su does not know why this kind of decline in favorability still occurs. Who cares? Jiang Xiaqiu's favorability towards you has reached the freezing point. Host, you are so disappointing. Your heroic rescue of the beauty was a failure. You should really go and watch The Legend of the Seven Heroes of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, and learn how to lick the goddess from Heixiaohu. The dog. Oh sorry, Heixiaohu seems to have not licked her. Anyway, you should learn it well. Task completed. Task rating, bad. Task reward, distributable attribute points plus 0.5, points plus 1. Looking at the reduced task reward, Ming-Su was not very disappointed. After all, ever since he learned that Jiang Xiaqiu was a zombie, he had not thought that the mission could be completed perfectly. He still had the most important thing to do. I want to hire Jiang Xiaqiu to be an employee of my company. Ming-Su took a deep breath and opened his mouth slightly. As long as Jiang Xiaqiu was hired, he could test his skills. Senior talent Jiang Xiaqiu was found. The system detected that the host had a strong desire to hire. Whether to hire? According to calculations, the positions suitable for Jiang Xiaqiu are director, supervisor, and other management positions or financial advisor positions. The monthly salary required to hire Jiang Xiaqiu for a management position is at least 200,000 yuan, and the monthly salary required for a consultant position is at least 100,000 yuan. It has been detected that Jiang Xiaqiu is currently working as an unemployed person at home. According to the system calculation, the success rate of this recruitment is medium. Ming-Su? You want such a high salary? Then you'd better die. Chapter 53 Drawing Cakes. This is clearly, the lion is opening its mouth too wide. Ming-Su was furious. Hell is empty, and vampires are on Earth. I just took 300,000 yuan, and then a big man came out and asked for at least 100,000 or even 200,000 yuan a month as basic salary. Is there any law? Out of respect for Jiang Xiaqiu, Ming-Su planned to give her a decent death. Falling from the building, if she can still survive. She is lucky. System reminder, Jiang Xiaqiu's background is Chunjiang Group, currently. It is detected that Jiang Xiaqiu is the fourth heir of Chunjiang Group. The first heir, the second heir have no life signs. If the third heir Jiang Donglu dies accidentally, then Jiang Xiaqiu can inherit the 32.36822 million assets of Chunjiang Group, facilitating cooperation. Ming-Su. What do you mean, employees inherit the family property? Can I, as the boss, get a share? Is this true? Is there any law stipulating this? Ming-Su was tempted for a moment. Forget it. Let her be a consultant. After some hesitation, Ming-Su decided to recruit Jiang Xiaqiu as a financial consultant for his company. First of all, he definitely didn't want the 32.3 billion. But he just felt that the company couldn't do without a financial consultant. Secondly, he definitely wasn't greedy for the 32.3 billion. Anyway, he wasn't. Humph. It was detected that Jiang Xiaqiu had no intention of refusing. You have successfully recruited Jiang Xiaqiu. Looking at the small gilded characters in front of him, Ming-Su sighed. But soon returned to normal. After all, it's just 100,000 yuan. It's not a big deal. You can get it by completing 2 tasks. At most you can be more diligent after you go back. It's the end of the world. It's hard to find 10 cans. But isn't it easy to get 100,000 yuan? It's just a pity. Ming-Su glanced at Jiang Xiaqiu, whose face was originally clean, but after being hit twice by himself gently, there is already a shocking wound. Not bad, it looks a little creepy with a few more scars. Awesome. Zombies should be unrestrained and free-spirited like this, otherwise people who don't know you would think you are a normal person. Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction, and was very satisfied with the scar. Only ferocious zombies are good zombies. Those that are not ferocious are all garbage. After the recruitment was successful, Ming-Su no longer used force against Jiang Xiaqiu, and Jiang Xiaqiu also stood up shakily, looking at Ming-Su with a somewhat abnormal expression, but overall there was no excessive reaction. This sister gave Ming-Su the feeling that, even if the heart is not in harmony, the surface must be in harmony. How to launch the painting cake. Ming-Su weighed Jiang Xiaqiu in front of him, put his chin in his hands, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Ming-Su suddenly found that Jiang Xiaqiu's information seemed a little different. Name, Jiang Xiaqiu. Occupation, Peace and Order Financial Advisor. Zombie. Highest occupation level, 1. Inner desire, prove myself. Don't want to get married. Looking at the last desire, Ming-Su was stunned. Rubbed his eyes, and reconfirmed. The desire line still exists. This situation immediately surprised Ming-Su. After all, it didn't exist before. It seems that after unlocking the skill of drawing cakes, this mode is automatically obtained. With this thought, Ming-Su immediately looked at Jiang Xiaqiu earnestly, organized his words. patted Jiang Xiaqiu on the shoulder, and said, Xiaqiu, I know that you came to our Huqing city to prove yourself. But you have always lacked a channel to prove yourself. But I believe that as long as you work hard, you can realize your life value. You know, if you work hard in our peace order group, and finally become the president of K16, wouldn't it be proud and show your face in front of your grandfather? Very good. I have a small task for you now, which is your first step to prove yourself. After saying this, Ming Su could see that Jiang Xiaqiu had been mobilized by himself. Although there was still an inexplicable feeling, Ming Su could basically confirm that the skill of drawing cakes seemed to be effective. Ming Su was a little surprised by this. This is also possible? She has turned into a zombie. And she still believes in the empty promises? Ming Su couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. And at the same time, he seemed to have a new idea. He took a deep breath and said to Jiang Xiaqiu, Now, the company needs you to find a way to return to the company. After all, the company has been very frugal recently, and there is no special car to pick you up. You have to understand the company. The mission order has been issued. Suddenly, a small gilded word appeared in front of Ming Su. The next moment, Jiang Xiaqiu suddenly turned around and walked downstairs step by step, leaving a long bloodstain. It looked quite ferocious and terrifying. Seeing this scene, Ming Su was stunned. And then, he was ecstatic. This skill of drawing cakes is really powerful. Doesn't it mean that I can order employees to do something else? Thinking of this, Ming Su couldn't help but have some small thoughts. Of course, they are all legal behaviors. For example, asking employees to work overtime for 24 hours without overtime pay. Please note that it is best to use the skill of drawing cakes once every 3 days. If the skill is used multiple times in a short period of time, it may arouse employees' rebellious psychology and lead them to demand promotion and salary increase. Seeing the new gilded characters, Ming Su nodded. Indeed, it seems that the skill of drawing cakes should be used with caution, but it is also good this way. However, Ming Su suddenly thought of a key question. Does Jiang Xiaqiu know where the company is? Thinking of this, Ming Su did not hesitate and directly used his agility of 12.5 to gallop, shouting, Science and Technology Innovation Building. The company is in the Science and Technology Innovation Building. After arriving at the building, wait in the stairwell on the first floor. No need to go up. After hearing Ming Su's voice, the zombie Jiang Xiaqiu, who was going down the stairs, seemed to have received some instructions. After a pause, he continued to move forward. Ming Su was not reassured, and followed Jiang Xiaqiu, wanting to see how Jiang Xiaqiu performed his work. When he went down to the lobby on the first floor, Ming Su saw Jiang Xiaqiu walking towards the revolving door. There was a zombie, which did not react when it saw Jiang Xiaqiu. But when it saw Ming Su behind Jiang Xiaqiu, it roared and snarled, and began to struggle violently. He was stuck in the gap of the revolving door, and was unable to move. Jiang Xiaqiu came to the revolving door, and directly exerted great strength to achieve a miracle, stretched out his pale claws, and pushed the revolving door. The next moment, the zombie stuck in the gap was instantly torn apart by the strong pressure, and turned into 2 heroic fragments, one upper body and one lower body. The revolving door was able to operate normally. Very good. Very efficient. Ming Su nodded with satisfaction behind him, seeing that Jiang Xiaqiu had already walked out through the revolving door. Ming Su thought about it, and did not follow. He chose to turn back, first to get a fire axe, and then to hold a funeral for the baseball bat. This is an excellent baseball bat that has killed countless enemies, and is worthy of respect. Ming Su wrote an epitaph with a big stroke of his pen, and then jumped out of the window from which he came. Jiang Xiaqiu seemed to know the way, so let her go back by herself. There were too many zombies on the road she took, and Ming Su, as the chairman, did not want to continue the race with his dear zombie brothers. Chapter 54. I have a kind heart. You go and turn yourself in. The sun was setting. The dim streets were filled with corpses. At the corner of the street, there was a sizzling sound coming from a burned car, as if some creature was chewing meat, and from time to time, there was a low roar, which was chilling. From time to time, there were zombies passing by, with ferocious teeth, and red eyes flashing with appetite. Their terror did not dissipate with the arrival of dusk, but became even more ferocious and terrifying. A figure staggered in a panic, dodging everywhere. He tried his best to suppress his breathing, trying to calm himself, holding a pack of medicine tightly in his hand. He was extremely anxious, and his daughter at home was still waiting for him to bring the medicine back. But he didn't expect that he accidentally got farther and farther away from home. In this dangerous apocalypse, Jean Luenping also experienced the indifference of human feelings and the fickleness of the world. When he went out, he met a young man who looked a little crazy, who was still driving a taxi even at the end of the world. He claimed to be the chairman of the peace order group. It seemed that he was too stressed at work on weekdays, and he finally went crazy at the moment of the apocalypse. But although he was crazy, he was still good. If it weren't for his help, I would have died in the mouth of the zombies. Later, he went to the pharmacy, but found it empty, and there were not many medicines. But he still searched everywhere, and finally found some cold and fever medicine in a remote pharmacy. When he was about to go back, he met a group of disgusting bastards. Thinking of those people, Jean Luenping couldn't help but clenched his fists. Those people, taking advantage of the end of the world, did whatever they wanted, didn't dare to provoke zombies, and specifically captured the survivors, robbed their resources, and pushed the survivors to feed the zombies while laughing. There were 6 of them, and Jean Luenping was the only one. Jean Luenping was carrying a lot of drugs. So, Jean Luenping instantly became the prey of the 6 beasts. Maybe they were not mentally normal. They chased Jean Luenping all the way here, and even gave up their original territory. Jean Luenping even gave up some drugs on his own initiative. But they were still not giving up. He exhaled a long breath, clenched a kitchen knife in his hand, stuck to the corner of the wall, listened to the sound of zombies being chopped to the ground in the alley, and looked around, not knowing what to do. Those guys are coming. What to do? Just when Jean Luenping was in a complicated mood, he suddenly saw a small store called Shaojun Supermarket on the corner of the street. At the entrance of the store, there was a zombie with broken limbs and a miserable death. I don't know who killed this zombie, and the method was so cruel. But at this moment, Jean Luenping made a decision in his heart. If you don't want me to live, then all of you will die. In an instant, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and then he picked up a knife and ran toward Shaojun Supermarket. He was going to set up an ambush in Shaojun Supermarket. If he didn't find me, then forget it. If he found me, even if I risked my life, I would kill 2 or 3 people to follow me on the road. Jean Luenping was determined. As soon as he entered the Shaojun Supermarket, he felt a chill and was sweating all over. Meng Su stood in the supermarket with a blood-stained fire axe in his hand, looking at Jean Luenping, who broke in, and said calmly, "This is my former employee's supermarket. If you come to steal things, get out of here. I forgive you on behalf of my former employees." Jean Luenping? Hearing this familiar voice, Jean Luenping was a little surprised for a moment. When he saw Jean Luenping, Meng Su also felt that he looked familiar. And then he said uncertainly, "You look familiar. Have you bought my fried chicken or eaten my ham?" Meng Su had experienced a lot in the past 2 days, and met too many people. He just felt that Jean Luenping in front of him looked very familiar. "Brother, it's me." Jean Luenping suppressed his excitement and whispered to Meng Su, "The one who hitchhiked with you yesterday morning. It turned out to be you." Meng Su nodded immediately after hearing this, and looked at Jean Luenping's panting appearance, and immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you being chased by zombies? Where are the zombies?" "I got a new weapon, which is much more powerful than a baseball bat." Yes, Meng Su now regrets not throwing away the baseball bat earlier. The lethality of this thing is too strong. 1 axe will explode your head. It is much stronger than 2 or 3 hits with a baseball bat. Meng Su even didn't want to use the wrench. Jean Luenping was obviously ashamed. He never expected Meng Su to be here. He whispered, "It's a long story. I'm sorry, brother. I have offended a few beasts, and you may be affected. If I were alone, I could exchange with them here. Let's go." They are afraid of zombies and dare not chase us at night. Hearing Jean Luenping's words, Meng Su frowned and said, "No need. They are coming." The improvement of physical fitness also improved Meng Su's hearing. After all the ups and downs along the way, Meng Su could already tell the difference between zombies' voices and human voices. "There should be only 2 or 3 people. Did you provoke them?" Meng Su said casually. He had a good impression of Jean Luenping. If possible, he would be able to help. Jean Luenping whispered, "They wanted to steal my medicine. When I met them, I happened to see them push a pregnant woman down the stairs, and let the zombies tear her to pieces." Hearing this, Meng Su felt a chill in his heart. "Call 110 first. Call the police." Meng Su said calmly. Then he picked up the fire axe and looked at the entrance of the store. Although they had only been together for one morning, Zhang Luanping was already accustomed to Meng Su's unreliable words, and nodded immediately, and called 110 very calmly. Call, what else can I do? You are so good at running. What, are you running back to your hometown? The voice came before the person arrived. Not long after, a little bald head appeared in Meng Su's sight. He had a small beer belly, and tattoos on his body, and looked like a gangster. Behind the little bald man, there were two other men who looked similar. They were both tall and looked heavyweight. After all, in a street fight, it is not the muscles that matter, but the weight. After all, in the East, ordinary people do not have guns. So when fighting, weight still has an advantage. You should turn yourself in. You will go to jail for murder. Meng Su yawned and spoke calmly, not taking the three men seriously. Meng Su was a little sleepy today, and did not want to talk to them. As long as the three of them can surrender to the nearby police station, and then be locked up in the detention center, and wait to starve to death, Meng Su can choose to forgive them. Occupation, thug. Level 2. Are you fucking sick? At this time, you still care about surrendering? Going to jail? Ha ha ha. The bald man in the lead said arrogantly, but he obviously lowered his voice, fearing that he would attract zombies among the people I killed. Some cried and knelt for mercy, and some still cursed me. But you are the only one who said you were going to jail? You are really crazy. I will chop you into pieces later, so that you can enjoy it before you die. Brothers, go. Alas. Meng Su sighed deeply, his eyes a little tired. I don't want this. Looking at the bald man who rushed over first, he raised the fire axe, quickly and accurately, and chopped it down with one axe. In an instant, blood gushed out. The head was smashed. After the blood flowed all over the ground, Meng Su shook his head and gave an evaluation. It feels not as good as zombies. Chapter 55. The company is in a state of disrepair, and it needs talents like you. As the bald man was chopped to pieces by an axe, the two people behind him had their brains shut down instantly. This, one person trembled and said, I can't believe what I saw. But Meng Su didn't care whether he believed it or not, and directly picked up the fire axe and chopped forward. Meng Su chopped the axe on his shoulder, and in an instant, the bone was chopped off, and his arm fell directly to the ground, and blood gushed out instantly. Ah! The man screamed miserably, and his voice was very loud. Indistinctly, he actually caused the surrounding zombies to tremble, and it seemed that some sounds were made. A large number of zombies were rushing towards this side. I asked you to surrender, but you are still unwilling. What are you screaming now? Meng Su frowned, grabbed the man's hair, and threw him to the side. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The last person was trembling, and he rolled and crawled towards the outside. But just after running 2 steps, when he reached the middle of the street, a zombie rushed over from the side and knocked him to the ground. Roar! The zombie roared fiercely, and the zombies around him saw it, and rushed over to enjoy the feast. Ah! The screams were shrill and endless. It was quick and neat, and it took less than half a minute to deal with the 3 people. Meng Su did not hesitate at all, and directly pulled the rolling door, and closed the door, turned around and said to Zhang Luanping very easily, Okay, it's okay. At this moment, Zhang Luanping was already dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, and could not say a word. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please call again later. The phone said that the call could not be connected, and the next moment, Zhang Luanping came back to his senses, and couldn't help but smack his lips, and said to Meng Su, Brother, you are so powerful? He was extremely surprised. He thought Meng Su was gentle, should be a relatively quiet young man, who was driven crazy by the end of the world. Now it seems, this quietness is bullshit. What's so powerful about this? It's all useless. Meng Su waved his hand casually. My most powerful point is wisdom. Do you know what a smart person is? That's not right. You can't be a chairman without brains. What else could Zhang Luanping say? He could only nod his head, indicating that what Brother Meng said was right. And Meng Su stretched, looking a little lazy. Seeing Meng Su so relaxed, Zhang Luanping hesitated for a moment, then reminded, Brother, there are 6 of them in total, and there are still 3 people, who may be in other places, and have not come yet, so we should be careful. After that, He listened to the sound of zombies hitting the rolling door outside, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried, and then said to Meng Su, "Why don't you rest tonight, and I'll keep watch, to prevent any accidents from happening." "Forget it, let's go directly. I don't want to spend the night here either." Meng Su glanced at the time. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There is still an hour before dark. After saying this, Meng Su suddenly thought of something, and then said to Zhang Luanping, "By the way, my name is Meng Su. I remember you used to be a human resources manager in a brewery?" Meng Su admired Zhang Luanping a little bit. If it's okay, he wouldn't mind taking Zhang Luanping back as his employee. "Yes, brother." Although Zhang Luanping didn't know why he suddenly started to introduce himself, he still stood up very stiffly and said to Meng Su, "My name is Zhang Luanping. I'm 35 years old this year, and I work as the human resources manager of Hiching Brewery. I used to study electrician, and later, due to various coincidences, I gradually became an HR electrician." Meng Su heard this and was delighted. "Good electrician. Are you interested in working in my company? Our company has good treatment. The company is in a state of disrepair, and it needs talents like you." His words were full of admiration for Zhang Luanping. "Ah?" Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping was a little surprised. He was a little moved. After all, he knew Meng Su's ability. If he followed Meng Su, he would definitely live for a long time. "But, brother, Mr. Meng, I have an unwelcome request." Zhang Luanping gritted his teeth and whispered to Meng Su, "My wife and children are still at home. I wonder if I can take them with me." Hearing Zhang Luanping's words, Meng Su nodded. "This is not a big deal. At worst, we can arrange his wife and children to work in the company. The company is in a state of recovery, and it is the time when reliable talents are needed. Otherwise, we can't always rely on a bunch of zombies to work every day. Right? They can only be security guards." However, when Meng Su just had this idea, a small gilded word suddenly appeared in front of him. "Prohibit the employment of child labor." Meng Su, "Then if I don't pay, it won't be considered as employment. Right? Huh?" Meng Su seemed to have suddenly found a new idea. However, this idea needs to be studied again, lest there be any problems. Zhang Luanping was in a daze, secretly watching Meng Su's face, hoping to get a good result. "No problem. Come to work in the company. It's no big deal," Meng Su said casually. But then, he saw new gilded small characters. It is detected that Zhang Luanping has a strong desire to work in the company, and the host has agreed to his and his wife's employment request. Please negotiate the salary of Zhang Luanping and his wife Zhou Yani. Meng Su saw the new small characters, took a deep breath, and asked, "What are your expectations for salary?" Zhang Luanping? "Ah? There is also this thing called salary expectation?" He was a little confused. He never thought that the interview would include this. This made Zhang Luanping a little unsure of what to say. But soon, he had an idea, patted his chest and assured Meng Su, "Mr. Meng, I don't want a salary. I just want to work quietly and work hard." When Meng Su heard this, he was very satisfied. Very good. He wanted this kind of employee who brought his own food. Please note that our company employees have a minimum salary requirement. Just when Meng Su was about to agree, the small gilded characters in front of him made him swallow the word yes. Then he frowned and said to Zhang Luanping with great sorrow, "What do you think our company is? A construction team of slave owners, or a dynasty of feudal empire? As a modern company, employees should get a certain amount of compensation according to their own labor. This is an eternal principle. You don't want salary. What do you think our company is?" "Salary is a must," Meng Su said firmly. "But considering that you are new here, and you don't have much experience, I decided to hire you as an intern, and give you a salary of 8,000 yuan a month. What do you think?" Meng Su suddenly thought of this, and made a try. Normal companies all have interns. Intern employment guidelines. Interns can intern for a maximum of 3 months. After 3 months, if there are no major mistakes, they must be converted to regular employees. And their salary is slightly lower than that of regular employees. Looking at the reminder in front of him, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. "As expected? I'm really smart." "Zhang Luanping? What do you mean?" Zhang Luanping was a little surprised. He had no idea what it meant. 8,000 yuan? Under normal circumstances, it is indeed a good salary, but isn't it the end of the world? What's the point of having money? Zhang Luanping was stunned, and couldn't help looking at Meng Su, and Meng Su also looked at Zhang Luanping with sincerity. Soon, Zhang Luanping understood, and almost wanted to slap himself to wake up. Mr. Ming was not normal at first glance. Why do you care so much? Just take the 8,000 yuan, and you will be one of us. Thinking of this, Zhang Luanping said sincerely, Mr. Ming, I am willing to join our order group. Ming Su was very satisfied when he heard it. It's great. After a trip, the group has more employees. Ming Su took a deep breath, and then said seriously, you are wrong about one thing. It's not joining. It's internship. You are an intern. Yes. Interns. Doing the same work. The salary is much less than normal employees. I am so smart. I saved a lot of money again. Chapter 56. Don't worry. This is your colleague. After confirming the employee relationship, Ming Su was very satisfied and prepared to leave. After all, there was still an hour before dark. He didn't want to spend the night here. The sound of zombies knocking on the door outside made people unable to sleep. He still wanted to go back to his rental house to sleep, and then return to the company tomorrow. Be careful. If you fall behind and get eaten, I won't give you a pension. Ming Su turned his head seriously and said to Zhang Luanping, because you didn't sign a contract with me, so we are only verbally employed now. Not actually. Zhang Luanping? You still need to sign a contract? No, brother. I didn't want a salary just now. You said so many truths, and I thought you were a conscientious capitalist. Why do you want a contract now? Zhang Luanping was a little numb, but he quickly recovered. After saying no 3 times in his heart, he nodded repeatedly. Why bother so much? Agree first. You forgot that Director Ming's mental state is different from that of ordinary people. Right. And seeing that Zhang Luanping had no doubts at all, Ming Su was a little surprised, and couldn't help but feel that Zhang Luanping's thinking was unusual. Very good. This is the quality that my employees need. After saying that, Ming Su took out his mobile phone, used the offline map to determine the location, and simulated the required time in his mind again. 1 hour, it's almost enough. Even if there is any abnormal situation, it should be almost the same. Thinking of this, Ming Su immediately said, let's go. Be careful at the back. If you are attacked by zombies, don't expect me, the chairman, to save you. After that, Ming Su walked towards the back of the supermarket. Zhang Luanping followed closely. There is a yard behind this door. There is no obvious back door, but there is a window. However, it is not a big deal to climb over and leave from here. Ming Su walked forward all the way. Open and honest. Zhang Luanping was suspicious, holding a kitchen knife, which made people laugh. Occasionally, there would be a roar of zombies along the way, followed by screams, as if someone had disturbed the zombies, and was attacked by the zombies, and finally died. Whenever he heard such a sound, Zhang Luanping's body would tremble, and he felt a little terrified. Ming Su's expression did not change much. Seeing the zombies running around in the sunset, he could not help but say to Zhang Luanping, look, these guys are so energetic. If I recruit them all as my employees, then my company will really prosper. Ming Su was filled with emotion. Although zombies are cruel, violent, and have low intelligence, there is one thing that Ming Su is very satisfied with. That is, they are open and honest. Ming Su would rather have all his employees be zombies than have the 3 guys he just met. Zhang Luanping didn't dare to speak. If you can make zombies obedient and serve as employees, I am willing to work in the same position with zombies. Zhang Luanping felt very worried about Ming Su's mental state. Although Ming Su said before that he had zombie employees, in Zhang Luanping's opinion, he might just be wishful thinking and had a crush on some zombies. He now hopes to be able to grow bigger and stronger in a new survival base under Ming Su's protection. Ming Su was thinking about the situation he encountered. The 2 groups of survivors that he had met before, Kong Weijian's team on the 2nd floor of the department store, and Song Yufan's team at the rotating hot pot at the entrance of the community. Both of them actually had a vague impression of him. Ming Su was not stupid. The former had to behave submissively due to his own force, and they were probably unwilling to be his employees in their hearts. The latter knew that there was a safe zone, and had a good understanding of the rescue, and they really wanted to stick to it. Therefore, whether it was the former or the latter, Ming Su did not think they were the best examples of employees, so he could only temporarily include them in the scope of the subsidiary and see how things went. Thinking of this, Ming Su let out a long breath. Being a chairman is a lot of things. Overusing the brain. I'd better not think next time. Just keep going forward. zombies and survivors on the road. Meng Su also arrived in front of the community in the dim light. It's not realistic to go back to the company today, so I'd better go back to the rental house and have a sleep. After arriving at the community, Zhang Luanping, who was nervous, relaxed a little and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally safe. However, after Meng Su arrived at the community, he was familiar with the place. Looking at this familiar place, he could not help but feel relaxed. At this moment, a zombie suddenly appeared in front of him. After seeing Meng Su and Zhang Luanping, it roared and rushed towards them. Zhang Luanping was suddenly startled, and Meng Su frowned. Which unit are you from? I remember that I have treated all the zombies here to fried chicken steak. Right? The zombie did not respond to Meng Su, but rushed towards him faster. Seeing this, Meng Su immediately shook his head and said, "There is no fried chicken for sale today. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. Listen to me. Come back tomorrow to buy it." Roar! The zombie rushed towards him. Seeing this, Meng Su finally couldn't bear it anymore, and directly picked up the fire axe and chopped it in the face. "I wanted to let you go, but you didn't take the road to heaven, and you broke into hell. You are really spoiled." He chopped with an axe, and blood splattered everywhere. After that, the zombie was silent. "It's all right." After the hacking, Meng Su said to Zhang Luanping beside him, "You have to testify for me. I have always acted in self-defense." Zhang Luanping nodded repeatedly in fear. Seeing this, Meng Su was also very satisfied. In 2 steps, he took Zhang Luanping to the door of the basement and opened the door. Zhang Luanping was still a little curious, not knowing why Meng Su brought him here, but when he looked inside, he saw a hideous zombie, and he was instantly startled, and he woke up. Roar! After seeing Zhang Luanping in the basement, Li Xiang roared immediately, and was a little agitated, as if he wanted to rush over and tear Zhang Luanping into pieces. Zhang Luanping's face turned pale instantly after being yelled at. He took a step back subconsciously, and almost fell to the ground. The reason was simple. Because Li Xiang had his own aura, which was much scarier than ordinary zombies. Seeing Li Xiang's attitude, Meng Su was a little dissatisfied, and kicked him, and then shouted, "What are you doing? Xiang? We are all colleagues. What are you doing?" After being kicked by Meng Su, Li Xiang was still a little irritable, and the temptation of living people was still very great for him. After kicking Li Xiang, Meng Su turned around, looked at Zhang Luanping, and smiled at him. "Don't be afraid. This is your colleague. His name is Li Xiang. He is a very nice person, works hard, and is a great zombie guy." Zhang Luanping? Colleague? Zhang Luanping was dumbfounded now. He never expected that the zombie employee Meng Su mentioned was actually a real zombie employee. He saw Meng Su was there. Although this zombie was very ferocious, it had no intention of attacking him. He took a deep breath and took a brave look at it. Looking at the distorted, bloody face, he couldn't help but tremble and felt a chill on his back. He felt that this zombie was stronger than the zombies he had seen before. It was like the elite among zombies. However, why didn't this zombie attack himself and Mr. Ming? Zhang Luanping was confused for a moment. He asked tremblingly, "Ming? Mr. Ming? Does he eat people?" Meng Su heard this and said immediately, "Well, he should not have eaten people before, because he has been with me since he became a zombie. He wanted to eat but had no chance. But I remember that he should have killed people before. Alas, young people make mistakes sometimes, and I have also taught him a lesson. You see his face is bloody now, and I beat him up. Young people make mistakes, and you should give them a chance. You see, his race has changed from human to zombie. I think this lesson is profound. He should not make the same mistake again in the future," Meng Su said confidently, and patted Li Xiang on the shoulder at the same time, indicating that this is a good zombie. "Zhang Luanping? Mr. Ming, is it you who has the problem or me?" Chapter 57 Power Outage. The experience of the past 2 days. It shocked Zhang Luanping for a whole year. I don't know how to evaluate the scene in front of me. He felt that it was different from the zombie knowledge he had been receiving. He was just like, "Ah, it can be like this." Zhang Luanping had a strange look on his face, not knowing how to describe his complicated and shocked heart. At the same time, Zhang Luanping even thought of something deeper. And Meng Su didn't think so much. He came to see Li Xiang first, naturally to make a promise to Li Xiang, so that Li Xiang could bring the snack stand back to the company. Name, Li Xiang. Position, Inner desire, to be proud, to become the gangster boss of Hiching City, to realize the master's wish. Seeing Li Xiang's inner desire, Ming Su couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that you, a little green-haired boy, would still have the heart to be a gangster boss. But what on earth is this master? Ming Su felt a little strange, but he didn't take it seriously, and immediately said to Li Xiang, Ah Xiang, you want to dominate Linglan Gao? Ahem, you want to dominate Hiching City, to be proud? I think you have great potential to be a gangster boss. Just look at it. How powerful you are now, how perfect. Zhang Lunping? Ming Dong, are you okay? Why are you talking to the zombies about this? Zhang Lunping was confused. Ming Su ignored Zhang Lunping and continued. But you have also watched TV dramas. Right? Usually, it is the collusion of black businessmen. If there is no perfect company, where will the powerful black boss come from? Let's do this. Mr. Ming, I will give you a task. You take the snack cart to the Science and Technology Innovation Building. Then I will allow you to dominate the downstairs of the Science and Technology Innovation Building and collect protection fees from other zombies passing by. What do you think? The task has been issued, with the appearance of the small gilded characters in front of him. The next moment, Li Xiang started to move. At the same time, he also pulled the mobile snack stand, because the snack stand was originally tied to Li Xiang. Seeing this scene, Ming Su was very satisfied, and even began to think about something more awesome. I asked the zombies to pick the moon for me. Can they do it? Ming Su thought in his heart. And Zhang Lunping saw that the zombies in the basement suddenly moved, and immediately panicked, and Ming Su saw this, and pulled Zhang Lunping behind him. Hiss! Li Xiang looked at this sweet collie, and let out a longing roar, but soon jumped over here, pulling the snack stand, and moving forward into the vast night. Zhang Lunping couldn't help but smack his lips, looking at Li Xiang's back, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. His mind was full of doubts, and he couldn't help asking Ming Su, Mr. Ming, I've known for a long time that Xiang is a very capable young man. Ming Su nodded with satisfaction, and then said, okay, let's go. Go upstairs and sleep. After that, Ming Su walked upstairs. Zhang Lunping hurriedly followed, and at the same time couldn't help asking, Mr. Ming, isn't he a zombie? How could he listen to you? What you said? I'm the chairman. He's an employee. Ming Su said, as a matter of course, employees listen to the chairman. Isn't this normal? What? You want to rebel? After that, Ming Su looked at Zhang Lunping with a scrutinizing eye, and Zhang Lunping shut up immediately. Maybe this is a special zombie, Zhang Lunping thought in his heart. As for the suspicion that Ming Su has the ability to control zombies, Zhang Lunping felt that it was not realistic, because all the zombies encountered along the way were killed by Ming Su with a fire axe, and there was nothing different. Therefore, using the control variable method, the special one can only be a zombie. Zhang Lunping could not help but sigh with emotion. These days, there are really all kinds of strange things. But Ming Su did not have so many ideas. He sighed at his own greatness in his heart. Bringing employees home to spend the night, look, which chairman can be so friendly? Counting Hiching City, maybe he is the only one. Ming Su raised his head and chest. He couldn't help but feel a little proud, feeling that he is really the pride of the chairman world. But it's a pity that it's a male employee instead of a female employee. If it was a female employee, it would be great. Speaking of female employees, Ming Su instantly thought of 3 faces in his mind. One is Chi Wei, who only has half of her face left. She used to be very beautiful. One photo shows Shen Zhao Zhao, who is thin and anxious. She is of average appearance and looks fresh. The last photo shows Miss Jiang Xiaqiu, who has just given an order. She looks good, but unfortunately, she got a hole in her head. However, among the 3 female employees, she is still the most beautiful one. From this point of view, zombies are not bad. Ming Su nodded with satisfaction, took out the key and turned the door open, turned on the light switch, and said to Zhang Lunping casually, you sleep in the guest room. Don't touch my things. After that, Ming Su took out 2 buckets of instant noodles from the storage box and prepared to start feasting. After boiling a pot of hot water, there was no anxiety or restlessness, as if it was still a peaceful time. But Zhang Lunping on the other side was a little embarrassed. He was a little uneasy and looked a little nervous. Don't be restrained. Although I am the chairman, I am very reasonable. Meng Su threw a bucket of instant noodles to Zhang Luanping and said casually, "If you can't do it, play with your phone. Relax. And don't look serious." I don't know where the phone was lost when I ran away." Zhang Luanping didn't know what to say. He just felt that Meng Su was very optimistic. He was not so optimistic. He was always worried about his daughter's safety. He had been out for 2 days. Can his daughter bear it? Thousands of thoughts echoed in his mind, so that Zhang Luanping was absent-minded for a moment, and a layer of mist appeared in his eyes. Meng Su looked at Zhang Luanping and shook his head. What's wrong with this guy? How come he has no work experience at all? The chairman invited you to dinner, you don't have any table manners. Right? Although it's instant noodles, do you know the basic rules? Alas, the workplace is getting worse every year. Meng Su was heartbroken. When he was an employee, he had to flatter his boss every day. And he hated it. Now that he is the chairman, how can no one flatter him? It's so wrong. Just when Meng Su was thinking of saying something, suddenly, the lights went out. In an instant, the whole room fell into darkness. Huh? Meng Su was stunned, and immediately stood up and looked out the window. Outside, it was pitch black. There was no light at all, as if the city had completely lost its luster at this moment. At the moment when the light disappeared, the roars of zombies came from all around. Power outage? Meng Su muttered to himself. Frowning, old Zhang. Call the power supply station and ask what's going on. I've paid a lot of electricity bills. What's wrong with this day and age? Why didn't they notify me in advance about the power outage? I must call and question them fiercely, and give myself an explanation. Zhang Luanping seemed to have gotten used to Meng Su's words after hearing them. After holding back his tears, he weakly suggested, Mr. Meng, I'll call and ask later. But I think the most important thing for us now is to see if the water supply is out. You make sense. Chapter 58 Points Lottery. Power outages, naturally, are accompanied by water outages. Now that the water and electricity are all out, the future of the survivors may not be very optimistic. But it has nothing to do with Meng Su. After saying that it was boring, Meng Su returned to his room and prepared to go to bed. Although it was sleep, Meng Su obviously couldn't sleep. He first found that he still had 0.5 attribute points to add, and added them to agility, raising his agility value from 12.5 to 13. Then, he began to think. He had a lot of things to think about. For example, his own business empire. At present, the company has 4K1 employees, namely Zhang Tao, Qi Wei, Li Xiang and Shen Zhao Zhao. One intern, Zhang Luanping outside. Although Jiang Xiaqiu has the highest salary, her position is a financial advisor, so her rating is K5. The most important task at present is to defeat Wanxiang International in the service industry. But my company's main business direction seems to be handing out flyers and snack stands. Meng Su felt a little headache. And what made Meng Su even more headache was that his employees did not create any value for him at all. On the contrary, I have been working outside, creating income for the company. Is this reasonable? The chairman of other companies is always in the office making plans, and winning battles thousands of miles away. I, the chairman, go out every day to hand out flyers, fry chicken chops, while the employees eat snacks at home. Fuck, I quit. Meng Su was indignant, but there was nothing he could do. He planned to go back and find an excuse to turn those K1 employees into interns, and reduce some salary expenses. Oh, right. Meng Su suddenly thought, his points have reached 30. According to common sense, these points are enough to exchange for cash. But Meng Su now feels that exchanging points for cash is pure idiocy, because points can actually be exchanged for supplies. Before, I didn't have many points, and I couldn't exchange for many things. Now that I have more points, I believe the points mall should be different. Therefore, Meng Su lay on the bed and clicked on the points mall with great expectations. Only one thing was updated. Special cold medicine. Price, 20 points. So expensive? Meng Su was shocked. He didn't know the specific information of this special cold medicine, but it was produced by the points mall, so it must be a good product. Let's try a tin draw for points first. With nothing else to do, Meng Su decided to try a tin draw for points to see what the prizes were. The most valuable thing for a tin draw for cash is a senior talent. Although the senior talent has turned into a zombie, it is still good overall. As for the tin draw for cash, Meng Su is reluctant to use it now. After all, the company is in a state of disrepair, and cash is needed for everything. I still have to spend sparingly. 10 consecutive draws of points, the reward should be more. Right? As for whether I will draw some high-level zombie talents again? What a joke, with Li Xiang here, what to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Meng Su's heart was aroused, and he quickly started to draw. 10 consecutive draws echoed in front of Meng Su's eyes. The next second, Meng Su got all the rewards from this draw. Qian Suishan Noble Mineral Water X3, Kong Shuifu Collection X4, Hidden Task Opening Letter, High-Level Talent Doctor, High-Level Talent Architect. Meng Su. Hawawa has become Qiansui Mountain. Ordinary Kong Shuifu has become a collection Kong Shuifu. Right? Meng Su was too weak to complain for a moment. But the other three things, Meng Su was looking forward to them. In the end-time environment, doctors are a very useful profession. If your company can have one more senior doctor, then there will be a great improvement. And architects. It seems useless, but who knows if they will be useful in the future. Of course, the premise is that both of them are human, not zombies. If they all become zombies, then we can just go blind. However, Meng Su was somewhat looking forward to the hidden mission opening letter. This is a hidden mission. Hidden mission, National Goddess Idol. National Goddess and Qiuyu's concert in Ningxin was not going well. It was delayed due to the harassment of thugs. Later, she lost contact with her agent and was fleeing alone by car. She was in Huqing City. She was alone and helpless and hid in a homestay in Tao County. Huqing City. If someone could rescue her, I believe she would give this person a generous reward. Adding a confidant with important influence nationwide will further enhance the reputation of your company. Come on. Go to Tao County. Meng Su. Not even a dog would go. Meng Su would not go to Tao County for a vague star. This hidden mission was a waste of time. Moreover, what is wrong with this system? Why does it keep giving me women? It's the end of the world. Can you give me something useful? My confidant is just a moving female zombie. Meng Su snorted coldly, and immediately closed his eyes to rest, adjust his state, and prepare to set off tomorrow. Soon, Meng Su fell into a light sleep. The improvement of his mental value made Meng Su's need for sleep also slowly decrease. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and I felt refreshed. Meng Su stretched himself, and glanced at his phone, and found that it was only 6:40 in the morning, which was considered to be a very early morning. Meng Su opened the door, and found Zhang Luanping sitting on the sofa in the hall, in a rather sluggish state of mind, with bloodshot eyes. You got up so early? Seeing that Zhang Luanping had also gotten up early, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and gave him a thumbs up. Good. Good, our company needs such spirit. You should learn more from me. The chairman, I am in a very good spirit. This can be described as a refreshed spirit. Meng Su was very satisfied with the current mental state of his employees. After all, I set an example for them. And it is difficult for my company's employees to be in low spirits. Zhang Luanping glanced at Meng Su and forced a smile. Mr. Meng. Good morning. How could he get up early? He didn't sleep all night. On the one hand, he was worried about the safety of his wife and daughter. And on the other hand, the zombies outside were screaming too loudly, which made Zhang Luanping nervous. Especially the occasional screams nearby, which made Zhang Luanping unable to sleep. He had no idea how Meng Su slept so soundly. He envied Chairman Meng's mental state. Have you eaten? Meng Su asked casually, then took out a bottle of Qiansui mineral water and drank it in one breath. Without waiting for Zhang Luanping's reply, Meng Su said, if you haven't eaten yet, go back to the company to eat. It's not far anyway. Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping perked up, took a deep breath, and followed Meng Su out. The neighborhood was very quiet. It was a little creepy. Zhang Luanping instantly perked up. And Meng Su saw this, and kindly reminded him. It's okay. When we sold fried chicken chops yesterday, we had almost killed them all. Zhang Luanping nodded, but was still a little cautious. Seeing that Zhang Luanping seemed unconvinced, Meng Su immediately shouted, are there any zombies? Come on. A zombie. Make a sound. Hurry up. Do you hear me? The sun is shining on your buttocks. What time is it? How come you zombies don't have a sense of competition? Do you know that the zombies in the neighborhood next door get up early in the morning to eat people? Don't the zombies in our neighborhood have any sense of crisis? You really make me feel ashamed. The neighborhood is distributing eggs. Old zombie men and women. Come down and line up to receive them. Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping's face turned pale with fright. Not Meng Dong, You calm down. I kneeled down for you. Zhang Luanping panicked abashed. I just planned to persuade Ming Su. As a result, a crackling sound was heard around. Crack. The sound is very loud. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding glass windows are broken suddenly. The zombies upstairs directly broke the glass, jumping downstairs. Some break the legs, some tail vertebra is broken, some arm fractures. Even more, directly fell from the 5th floor. But for zombies without pain, they all rushed towards Ming Su. Seeing them, Zhang Luanping was horrified. More than a dozen zombies. More than a dozen zombies. Ming Su frowned. Very dissatisfied. Fuck. Why weren't you so active when I shouted to sell fried chicken yesterday? Damn it. Go to hell. Ming Su was furious. He was very disappointed with his neighbors. He had finally started a business. But his neighbors were unwilling to support his business. Men were silent, and women were crying. Seeing a zombie that looked lucky, but had only broken its arm rushing towards him, Ming Su, with deep anger, chopped it down with an axe, and instantly chopped off its head. The zombies continued to come one after another, and Ming Su also chopped one axe after another. In an instant, zombies were everywhere. Looking at Zhang Luanping, who was already scared silly behind him, Ming Su wiped the blood on the axe with the clothes on the zombie, and waved at him. Let's go. This time it's really gone. No. Just after taking a step, Ming Su suddenly thought of something, stopped, and said to Zhang Luanping excitedly, Old Zhang, your first task of the internship is here. Find the valuables on them, and bring them all to me. Why did I forget to touch the corpses before? Damn it. Chapter 59. The feeling of returning to the company is just like going home. We are all poor. The jade bracelets worn by the only rich zombies were all broken when they jumped off the building. In total, Ming Su received a total of 396.5 yuan in cash in this shared financial activity. Zhang Luanping was still in shock, and his eyes looked at Ming Su with a little more awe. Why does returning to the company feel like going home? Strange. I never had this thought when I was an employee before. Ming Su was thinking in his heart. And at the same time, he skillfully came to the Mercedes-Benz E300 parked near the community with Zhang Luanping. Looking at the severely worn Mercedes-Benz E300, Ming Su was worried. Will the owner come to me to settle the account? Although Ming Su didn't know who the owner was, the car was definitely not his. Ming Su was very sorry for being worn out by him. He would write an apology letter and a small card and put them in the car. Of course, if the owner didn't come to him, it would be equivalent to the owner not having to pay compensation himself. Thinking of this, Ming Su nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to drive, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Zhang Luanping in the co-pilot seat. Can you drive? Yes. Yes. Zhang Luanping shuddered immediately after hearing Ming Su's voice, and came back to his senses from his trance, and said stiffly, Then why are you still standing there? You drive this time. Ming Su chose to change seats with Zhang Luanping without hesitation. Xiao Zhang. As an employee, can you have a little more vision? Have you really been a manager? How come you are only at this level? Ming Su was very dissatisfied. He felt that he was useless as the chairman. He almost became an employee driver. Of course, there was another reason for letting Zhang Luanping drive. That was to let Zhang Luanping go back to his home, to pick up his wife and children. He didn't know the way. Zhang Luanping immediately said no, and immediately came to the driver's seat, recalling the way he came, and quickly started the car, and started to drive away. The roar of the car was very loud. It instantly alerted the zombies around. Although Zhang Luanping was a little panicked, he still relied on the muscle memory of many years of being a veteran driver, and successfully started, and drove away. However, unlike when we left, there were many overturned vehicles on the roadside. It seemed that people had been trying to escape these days. But they were all heading to Tao County, which was the opposite of the direction of the Science and Technology Building. Needless to say, they must have gone to the safe zone set up by the Citizen Self-Help Committee in Tao County. But it is estimated that many of them did not make it to the safe zone alive. They would only become zombies wandering on the streets. As the vehicle drove, Zhang Luanping was cautious. Suddenly, he saw a traffic light in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he slowed down and whispered to Ming Su beside him, Chairman, do you want to wait for the traffic light? Ming Su was playing with his mobile phone. When he heard Zhang Luanping's voice, he immediately looked up and said, Why wait for the traffic light? Are you crazy? What if the zombies around you grab a ride? Just run through it. Zhang Luanping. It was you who waited for the traffic light before. And it is you who runs the traffic light now. Zhang Luanping, who thought he understood Meng Su's thoughts, fell into confusion again. And looking at the confused Zhang Luanping, Meng Su was very disappointed. If there is a traffic light, then of course you have to wait, and you must not run a traffic light. Then the traffic light is not flashing, not on. Doesn't that mean there is no traffic light? You can't even see this, Xiao Xiang. You really disappoint me. The power is out, and all the traffic lights are off. In this case, there are no traffic lights, so what's the point of waiting? In this regard, Meng Su could only sigh deeply. This employee is too rigid, and doesn't know how to adapt at all. In this case, even if the traffic police come to issue a ticket, they can still make excuses. Zhang Luanping was so confused. Who could have thought of this? After scolding the employee, Meng Su continued to play with his mobile phone. Although after the power outage, the signal seemed to have become worse. But Meng Su was very patient, preferring to wait for half an hour to get the latest news outside. After all, this makes it easier for Meng Su to grasp first-hand information. The work of the Huqing Citizen Self-Rescue Committee was carried out. Lu Song served as the General Chairman of the Self-Rescue Committee. Lu Futing served as the Commander-in-Chief of the Self-Rescue Committee's Special Disaster Response Corps. Meng Su checked casually, and found that various places had begun to organize corresponding organizations. Compared with the previous ones, it seemed that only the names and senior management had changed. Meng Su casually checked the news about Lu Song and Lu Funing, and found that the former was the Deputy County Magistrate of Tao County, and the lowest-ranking one among the Deputy County Magistrates, while the latter was a retired battalion commander from Tao County. It feels weird. Meng Su frowned. But he didn't know where to start. But at this moment, Meng Su suddenly had a premonition that there seemed to be some special talents around, attracting Meng Su. Meng Su immediately raised his head and looked in front of the windshield. Suddenly, he saw a strong zombie lying on the ground on the side of the road ahead, screaming with all his might. Meng Su took a look and found that it was the senior talent bodyguard. The bodyguard zombie was in a very bad state. His legs were crushed, his arms were twisted, and he was screaming at the surroundings. There were 4 or 5 small zombies around, and there was an overturned Audi on the side. Meng Su looked closely, and found that it was the one that followed him out of the garage 2 days ago. Stop! Meng Su was shocked and waved his hand immediately, asking Zhang Luanping to pull over. Zhang Luanping didn't know what Meng Su was going to do, but he stopped obediently. Guess, what is this guy doing? Meng Su pointed casually, pointing at the bodyguard zombie. Zhang Luanping wiped the sweat from his forehead carefully, and thought about it. But he couldn't figure it out. He could only whisper to Meng Su, Mr. Meng, I don't know. He thought he should be honest. After all, he couldn't keep up with Meng Su's train of thought, and it would be bad if he said something wrong. It's obvious that he's just waiting here for work. Meng Su was very curious about this high-level bodyguard zombie. He immediately opened the car door, held a fire axe, and quickly cleared out the ordinary zombies around him. Then he looked at the zombie lying on the ground and said to the zombie, Brother, how much did you earn today? Meng Su observed the zombie while saying, Haha, I just fainted from hunger and just woke up. I know it's a bit abrupt to say this. Can I get 50 yuan for a chicken leg? I have no income these days, and I am hungry. I am just saying this because I see you have just made so much money. I hope it does not affect your mood. Brother, I think it is true. It is a scam. Zhang Luanping, roar. The zombie roared and began to crawl towards Meng Su. Meng Su saw this and continued, So you are not a swindler, but you were hit by a car? Don't worry, buddy. I will call 120 for you. Just hold on. After that, Meng Su dialed 120 and began to observe the situation of the zombie. This zombie looks very different. It looks almost as strong as Li Xiang. And what surprised Meng Su is that he can see that the zombie's crushed leg seems to be recovering, but the recovery speed is slow. What's going on? Can zombies heal themselves after being injured? Meng Su frowned. Seeing that the zombie had already crawled over, Meng Su immediately bullied the cripple and hit him twice with a fire axe, making him completely unable to move. But Meng Su always felt that there should be something in this zombie. There must be some difference between mutant zombies and ordinary zombies. Do you want to kill it and dissect it, and study the mutant zombie? Chapter 68 Poor Chairman Meng is more terrifying than the zombie apocalypse. Zhang Luanping sat in the car, watching his surroundings warily, and occasionally secretly glanced at Meng Su. Although he was a little anxious, he still didn't dare to speak. In Zhang Luanping's mind, Meng Su's current power is much greater than that of his previous brewery boss. If you offend the brewery boss, you will lose your job at most. If you offend the current chairman Meng, oh my goodness, even if you become a zombie, you have to roll up your sleeves and work hard. So, although Zhang Luanping wanted to leave, but Meng Su didn't say anything, he didn't dare to move. However, he did not understand what Meng Su was doing. He hesitated for a moment, his lips trembled, and when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Meng Su, who was fine before, suddenly picked up the fire axe and chopped down the burly zombie lying on the ground. Bang! There was a loud noise, blood splattered. Zhang Luanping was so scared that he hurriedly dodged. After a while, Zhang Luanping dared to look. He saw that Meng Su had chopped off one of the zombie's arms completely, and at the same time began to scratch the zombie's face. Ah! Zhang Luanping was shocked by Meng Su's performance, even a little nauseous, and wanted to vomit. Brother, why don't we go? It's so creepy. Zhang Luanping couldn't help it, and whispered to Meng Su, who looked more than 10 years younger than him, although he didn't hit the zombie. But by doing this, aren't you a little bit disregarding the law? We don't do illegal things. Meng Su looked back at Zhang Luanping and said calmly, this is not a human. It's a zombie. Is there any law to protect zombies? Don't worry. I always feel that this guy is a little bit wrong. Let me study it. This is scientific research work. If we find the weakness, won't it be easier to deal with it in the future? After that, Meng Su changed a tool, changed to a wrench, and hit it hard on the head. I had blown up the heads of ordinary zombies. Let's see what would happen to mutant zombies. The skull was smashed, and Meng Su suddenly found something different. Huh? Meng Su was stunned. And then he used a wrench to dig open the flesh at the back of his head, and found a red gem-like crystal. It didn't look big, and it was covered with blood-colored lines, and it seemed to be beating, which was really beautiful. I tested. Zombie crystal? Meng Su looked at the ruby, and couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. And then he was a little contemptuous. This is too old-fashioned. What's the use of this thing? To enhance superpowers? Although he didn't know what it was used for, Meng Su still put it in his pocket and took it away, intending to go back and study it. Turning around, Meng Su said to Zhang Luanping, give me a tissue. Zhang Luanping quickly took out a pack of tissues, pulled out 2, and handed them to Meng Su. Meng Su wiped the blood off his hands, and then wiped the wrench, and returned to the passenger seat as if nothing had happened, and said to Zhang Luanping, let's go, drive to your house, and pick up my other interns. Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping was immediately excited, and quickly started the car, and then drove away. Meng Su sat in the passenger seat, thinking about the situation. But soon, he decided to give up. Professional matters should be handed over to professionals. He went back to find 2 experts, who study biology or viruses, and asked them to study every day. It was better than guessing here. The chairman only needed to do 2 things. One was to lead the group, and the other was to tell others to do things. Of course, for Meng Su, he had 2 other things to do as the chairman. One was to sell fried skewers, and the other was to distribute flyers. Zhang Luanping drove at lightning speed and knocked down many zombies. Fortunately, Zhang Luanping was also an experienced driver and did not cause any rollover. After a safe journey, I arrived at my doorstep. However, the area around the community was not so quiet. It was obvious that some people in the community tried to escape, but they were not very successful. There were many bodies lying in a pool of blood on the ground. Their stomachs ripped open, and they fell to the ground unable to struggle. They had become zombies. But the gaps that were torn apart could not be restored. Seeing a car parked, the zombies around them suddenly became agitated, and they all roared at Meng Su. Roar! Seeing this scene, Meng Su asked, do you have a car? Yes, but I sold it not long ago. Zhang Luanping spoke subconsciously. Then get out of the car. I was going to let them all run over me. Meng Su was indignant. You bastards. You're all so poor that you dare to rob people on the road. Zhang Luanping looked at Meng Su gratefully, then quickly parked the car downstairs, and then went upstairs quickly. Meng Su didn't feel much. The zombies around him were really not good enough. Holding a fire axe, Meng Su stretched his body casually, looking at the dozens of zombies rushing towards him, feeling quite helpless at this time. I really wish I had a mission. He felt that killing these dozen zombies was a bit of a loss, and it would be better if he had a mission to distribute flyers. Unfortunately, the task of distributing flyers will not be refreshed for another 4 days. Then come on! Zhang Luanping is very fast, although he was a little overwhelmed before, and his physical fitness declined. But after experiencing the fantastic journey of the past 2 days, and the surge of adrenaline, Zhang Luanping can now keep up with the speed. He climbed to the 3rd floor smoothly, anxiously took out the key, opened the door, and saw his wife Zhou Yanni holding a kitchen knife, who was quite nervous. "You are finally back." The wife was in tears, but before they could have a touching conversation, Zhang Luanping hurriedly said to his wife, "Where is Chi-Chi? Where is Chi-Chi? Pack up quickly, take all the money at home, let's go downstairs quickly, the medicine is in the car." "Ah?" The wife was a little confused, seeing Zhang Luanping rush into the bedroom. Picking up the child, she was a little surprised, and quickly started to pack up, whispering, "As for bringing money? This is the end of the world, money is useless. We still have 2 bags of bread, 10 packs of instant noodles, and it's enough for us to bring some clothes and food. Take everything. Money is much more useful than these things." Zhang Luanping held his daughter, and saw that his wife was still a little dazed. He was a little anxious, but the situation was urgent. He couldn't explain so much. He could only shout, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Take away all the savings at home." He understood the end of the world, and naturally knew the importance of food. He didn't understand Meng Su, but he knew that Meng Su seemed to need money now. Chairman Meng, who was short of money, seemed to be more terrifying than the zombies in the Doomsday. Thinking of Meng Su's brutal dissection of the strong mutant zombie, Zhang Luanping was immediately terrified. Fortunately, there was some savings at home. The wife was at a loss, and could only listen to her husband's words, went to the drawer of the master bedroom, and took out a wallet, which contained several red banknotes and various cards, passbooks and the like, and then hurriedly took a few clothes and followed Zhang Luanping downstairs. However, Zhou Yanni had just come downstairs, and was instantly frightened by the scene in front of her. Her face turned pale, and her legs became weak. At this moment, Meng Su was leaning against the Mercedes-Benz, calmly lighting a cigarette he had brought from his former employee Liu Xiaojun, holding a fire axe with a slightly bent blade in his other hand, and showing a smile that he thought was very warm. "Hello. I'm Meng Su. You must be Zhou Yanni. From today on, you are an intern of our peace order group." Zhou Yanni was stunned when she heard this. "It's the end of the world, and you still have to go to work? And, from the looks of it, it seems, you still have to start as an intern?" Chapter 61. This time, it is to collect parking fees. The first business trip of Peace Order Group has come to a perfect end. Chairman Meng Su has completed the business trip targets excellently, and added 3 technical talents and a senior consultant to the company at one go, providing 4 jobs. In addition, Chairman Meng also adheres to the idea of standing on the front line with employees. When on a business trip, he specially chose to drive himself in the second half, showing his level as a 10-year veteran player of QQ Speed, allowing employees to reunite with their spouses, and explaining the current difficulties faced by the company. It is reported that Chairman Meng is kind, modest, law-abiding, and started from scratch at the age of 23. As Meng Su drove, he fantasized in his mind and nodded with satisfaction. This is how the first weekly report of the company should be written. It was very close to the company. Meng Su could see that the number of zombies on the surrounding streets was getting less and less compared to Jianan district. But compared to when Meng Su went out 2 days ago, it was much more. Maybe there were zombies constantly wandering out of the Science and Technology Building. After all, the location of the Science and Technology Innovation Building is very remote, surrounded by green plants and open space. Apart from the buildings of the Science and Technology Innovation Building and the nearby accommodation area and shops, there is really no place. Therefore, these zombies can only wander out from there. Zhang Luanping has already fed his daughter medicine and explained the current situation to his wife. Among them, he used a lot of praise to describe Meng Su's greatness. Meng Su was very happy to hear it, very satisfied. In particular, Zhang Luanping mentioned that Meng Su's spiritual thinking is particularly active, with the style of Jack Ma and Mud Horse. In response, Meng Su expressed his disdain. Jack Ma, Mud Horse? A man who makes money from women's online shopping, and a man who makes money from children's games. I, Meng Su, despise them. I, Meng Su, want to make money from men, women, old and young. All kinds of people. However, for the intern's praise of himself, Meng-Su still gave this intern a positive affirmation, saying that this employee is not bad, and the probability of becoming a regular employee after 3 months can be said to be greatly increased. Roar! A zombie who didn't know whether to live or die rushed towards him. Meng-Su stepped on the accelerator and instantly knocked it away, turning it into a rolling figure, leaving a blood mark. Don't these zombies have eyes? They use their bodies to hit my car. Humph! Meng-Su snorted coldly and said angrily, "If I hadn't had something to do today, I would have gotten off the car to talk to you about how to compensate for the damage to my car." Hearing Meng-Su's words, Zhang Luanping in the back seat had already gotten used to it, while Zhou Yani, who had just arrived, had her eyes wide open, and she couldn't believe her ears. Ah? Get off the car to cause trouble for the zombies? This? Zhou Yani was speechless for a moment, and didn't know what to say. But soon, she came to her senses and thought of something. That's not right. Even if it wasn't a zombie, it was a person. I've only heard of cars hitting people, but never heard of people hitting cars. For a moment, Zhou Yani was a little confused and didn't know what to say. Zhang Luanping was used to it. He held Zhou Yani's hand and gave her a firm look calmly, as if he was saying with his eyes, "Get used to it sooner." Zhou Yani began to feel uneasy. "I don't know how to explain my current feelings. Nor do I know what kind of journey this is." Meng-Su drove all the way into the underground garage. The underground garage looked no different from when I left. There were just a few more bloodstains. It seemed that there were new zombies coming, and new survivors died. Meng-Su was very sad about this. They would rather die than come to work in his company. Is his company really so bad that no one would come to apply for the job even if they would rather die? Oh, that's not right. My company has just been established, and we haven't posted an advertisement yet. So of course no one has come to apply. Meng-Su came back to his senses, parked the car steadily in the parking space, turned off the car, and then smiled and said to the family of 3 behind him, "We've arrived. Get ready to get off." As soon as the voice fell, a zombie in a suit rushed to the front of the Mercedes-Benz, and the hideous face instantly slapped on the glass, creating a crack on the entire Mercedes-Benz glass. Roar! Zhou Yani was so scared that she trembled and couldn't help screaming. The little girl in Zhang Luanping's arms was drowsy, and seemed to be awakened by this strange vision. Seeing this, Meng-Su's face darkened. "I really gave you a hard time." Meng-Su directly picked up the fire axe on the co-pilot, kicked open the car door, jumped out of the car, and chopped the reckless zombie in half in an instant with the axe. Then he looked around and shouted, "Who else? What are you doing sneaking around in the underground garage? Have you paid the parking fee? What are you doing here? Don't think that no one will come to collect the parking fee when the security uncle is on vacation. I will collect it for you." With a roar, the zombies in the basement were instantly disturbed. Several shrieks came from the underground garage, and then rumbling footsteps were heard. Meng-Su didn't say much. He opened the door leading to the ground from the underground garage, and then invited Zhang Luanping, Zhou Yani, and the little girl in their arms to the stairwell. After looking around and seeing that there was no movement, he said, "Wait here for a while. I'll go collect the parking fee and be back soon. Or you can go directly to the 4th floor. My company is there." "No. There are 2 idiots guarding the door. Going to the 4th floor is like giving those 2 idiots extra food. You should wait for me here." After saying that, Meng-Su handed the wrench that had been with him for many years to Zhang Luanping, asking him to be careful, and then picked up the fire axe and walked quickly out the door. Now, he wants to collect parking fees. After Meng-Su left, Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani looked at each other in silence. It was not until the roar of zombies and the sound of chopping came from outside that Zhang Luanping took a deep breath and said to Zhou Yani seriously, I'm telling you, don't show that kind of look to Mr. Meng in the future. You must respect Mr. Meng and obey his words. Do you understand? Just pretend that the end of the world has never happened. Everything is normal. We are just normal company employees. Do you understand?" Zhou Yani's eyes were a little panicked, and at the same time she felt a little absurd. "Ah? This? Mr. Meng? No. He is not a psychopath." "Shut up." Zhang Luanping quickly covered Zhou Yani's mouth and whispered to her, "Don't say that. Mr. Meng is just mentally active." "What psychopath? Even if you and I are psychopaths, Mr. Meng can never be a psychopath." Zhou Yanni nodded repeatedly, and Zhang Luanping let go. Then, Zhang Luanping took a deep breath and said to Zhou Yanni with trembling hands, Mr. Ming is very powerful, and he is very likely to be a superpower, an enhancer. But he may be different from the ones in novels and TV dramas. Real superpowers and enhancers may have some sequelae, which may lead to more active brain thinking. Fortunately, Mr. Ming is a chaotic and kind person. We can take care of Chi-Chi under Mr. Ming's protection. It is already a very good choice. Zhang Luanping's voice was full of vicissitudes. At this time, Zhou Yanni saw the bloodshot in her husband's eyes. She could not imagine what her husband had been through outside these 2 days. Zhou Yanni nodded heavily. Yes. Where's the money? What money? Savings. Hearing Zhang Luanping's voice, Zhou Yanni quickly took out her bag. And Zhang Luanping was holding all his belongings, the 90,000 cash, and was very nervous. He was going to do something big next. Soon, the sound outside the door gradually stopped. Zhang Luanping listened and heard the sound of someone picking through his pocket. He immediately gained confidence, handed his daughter to his wife without hesitation, pushed the door open, and said to Meng Su earnestly, Mr. Meng, I'm here. I'm here to help you plunder. Ahem. Let's share the wealth of these zombies together. Meng Su glanced at Zhang Luanping. Be careful how you talk. We are collecting parking fees this time, not sharing wealth. Okay, brother. I remember. Chapter 62. Chairman Meng returned to his most loyal company. During this parking fee collection activity, Meng Su received another 242 yuan in cash. Meng Su was very moved by this. Technology is so advanced now. People don't carry cash when they go out now. Carrying a mobile phone is equivalent to having cash. This makes Meng Su very distressed. If I don't carry any money, where can I find money? Do I have to rob a bank? According to Meng Su's understanding of this perfect life system, it is estimated that he will not agree to rob a bank. Although the zombies' phones are useless now, most of the current phones are locked. So without knowing their lock screen passwords and payment passwords, even if Meng Su wants to transfer money directly from the phone, it is not realistic. Therefore, what he can do now is to loot the scarce cash. Okay. After dealing with the zombies here, Meng Su said to Zhang Luanping very easily, the parking fee has been collected. Let's go. Wait a minute. Brother. Zhang Luanping suddenly called Meng Su, lowered his voice to Meng Su, and handed over a bag. I'm new here. I brought you some gifts. Meng Su raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and immediately opened the bag, and found that it was bulging with bank cards and several red banknotes. Oh, bribing! You are quite smart. A perfect life needs to lead the right values. Chairman Meng, as the pillar of the company, you must not be tempted by the small profits in front of you. Loudly rebuke the employee who wants to take the back door. Stop the unhealthy trend in the company. Let this trend completely calm down. If you accept it, it is very likely to affect the chairman's task rating, causing the task to change. Seeing this line of gilded small characters in front of him, Meng Su's hand trembled when he took the wallet. It's the end of the world. Big brother. Can you please stop caring about it? Why are you still so serious? Meng Su couldn't complain, although he didn't know how it would affect the rating and cause the task to change. But he decided to forget it. After all, Meng Su had seen it. At most 1,000 in cash. And the rest were passbooks and the like. There was no way to withdraw the money from the passbook now. With this thought, Meng Su's face turned cold, and he put on a posture of being disappointed with Zhang Luanping and feeling heartbroken. Xiao Zhang, how could you do this? I am so disappointed. The sudden scolding instantly stunned Zhang Luanping. The previous second, Meng Su was still friendly with him, and took the wallet, seemingly accepting the gift. The next second, why did he suddenly get angry and yell? What was going on? Zhang Luanping was confused, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. What was he talking about with Mr. Meng, who had an active mind? He was active? Am I also active? Mr. Meng, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Zhang Luanping immediately apologized to Meng Su without being humble or arrogant. I reflect on myself. I shouldn't have used bribery to get myself promoted and a raise. I'm sorry. Yeah. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. It's great to know your mistakes and improve them. Don't do this next time. After that, Meng Su casually took out the 10 cash bills, and then returned the wallet to Zhang Luanping. Zhang Luanping? What does this mean? But as an employee who has just joined the company, I can understand the desire to treat the boss to a meal. Meng Su put the red bills into his pocket, and said to Zhang Luanping with a pleasant face, "Okay, I'll just go downstairs to eat a few bites of KFC after work." "Xiao Zhang, you are still too polite. I will treat you to a meal next time." Hesitantly, Zhang Luanping opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. But soon, he reacted, and instantly broke into a cold sweat, and hurriedly forced a smile, and whispered, "Boss Ming, what do you think of my becoming a regular employee? Although in the end times, it doesn't really matter whether I become a regular employee or not." But he had to find a way to keep in line with Ming Su's thinking. "Wait a minute," Ming Su casually said, "as long as you work hard for the company and create value, how can the company not turn you into a formal employee?" "Keep working hard. Xiao Zhang, the chairman believes in you very much. Become a formal employee? You only get a few dollars, and you still want to become a formal employee. Wait 3 months." Zhang Luanping immediately nodded and bowed, praising Ming Su's wisdom and bravery. In the corridor not far from the two of them, the door was half closed, revealing a gap. Zhou Yanni was looking out through the crack. She saw her husband talking to Ming Su about topics like becoming a formal employee, giving gifts, and so on, and her eyes flashed with astonishment and confusion. She couldn't understand what her husband was doing at all, and just felt a sense of mental disorder. She felt as if she had come to a mental hospital. Her husband and the extremely powerful Chairman Ming were one of the clients of the mental hospital. Thinking of this, Zhou Yanni shuddered. She couldn't understand it at all. Although Zhang Luanping had told her about the act of mental thinking before, she was extremely frightened after seeing these scenes, and she became a little mentally disordered. Soon, Ming Su and Zhang Luanping finished talking, and Zhou Yanni immediately quietly closed the door and sighed deeply several times. What can be done now? Living in such a chaotic end times, you can only take one step at a time. Creaky. Ming Su pushed the door open, reclaimed the wrench he had given to Zhang Luanping before, looked at Zhou Yanni, who was a little afraid of him, and shook his head. It seems that this intern still hasn't integrated into the work atmosphere. It's okay, there's still a long time. This period of time was enough for her to experience the warmth of home. The company would definitely make her feel at home. Ming Su nodded with satisfaction and strode upstairs. Ming Su's expression was very natural, relaxed with humor, and humor with ease. It was like going home. The former owner of the baseball bat at the entrance of the first floor had become rotten and smelly. The sight of it being disemboweled was really a bit ugly. When Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yanni saw this scene, they couldn't help but tense up, holding the child tightly, not daring to breathe, and following Ming Su closely. Seeing the couple's tense expressions, Ming Su felt that he had to do something to relieve their anxiety. Otherwise, how could he build a harmonious and beautiful company? So, Ming Su, who had just walked to the corner of the 3rd floor, asked casually Xiao Ming, who hadn't eaten for a long time, suddenly got a lot of delicious food. So he showed off. After showing off, he felt a little full, but still wanted to eat. So he said to his stomach, "Stomach, can you eat more?" Guess what the stomach said? Ming Su's question caught Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yanni off guard. They had no idea what Ming Su meant by this sentence. Zhang Luanping was stunned, and quickly began to associate. What does Mr. Ming mean by this? Are you ordering us? Don't be too hungry. Do what you can. Thinking of this, Zhang Luanping quickly summed up his experience in the workplace, and planned to pat Ming Su's chest to guarantee his loyalty. However, before Zhang Luanping could speak, he heard Ming Su say faintly, "The stomach only said one sentence. My name is not the stomach. My name is Chu Yuxuan." Zhang Luanping. Zhou Yanni? Before the two of them could react, Ming Su had already arrived on the 4th floor. Roar. Hiss. Zhang Tao, an old employee, was tied up at the door of the 4th floor. Shi Wei saw the figure and roared at first, but soon found that it was Ming Su. And then she forcibly retracted her roar, and was silently forced into a corner by Ming Su. Ming Su stood in front of the 4th floor, looking at the familiar office, and couldn't help feeling a sense of emotion. I'm finally back. Chairman Ming returned to his most loyal company today. Chapter 63, The First General Staff Meeting. Zhang Tao. Shi Wei. It seems that you have done a very good job in the past 2 days when I was away. No one broke into the company. Well, not bad. I feel relieved that the security department has you 2 pillars. Ming Su stood in front of Zhang Tao and Shi Wei, looking at the 2 zombies, nodded with great satisfaction, patted their shoulders, and expressed his respect for them. Shi Wei and Zhang Tao were forced into a corner by Ming Su. Although they were zombies, Their reactions were a bit weak, pitiful and helpless. They could not move in the corner. Their bodies trembled, and they could only let Meng Su pat their shoulders with his hands. Zhang Luanping, who had just come on board, was fine. He would not be too surprised by what Meng Su did now. He just applauded enthusiastically, saying, Chairman Meng came to the security department to guide the 2 security guards and share the joy with the people. Zhou Yanni was dumbfounded. Zhou Yanni held the child tightly and said to Zhang Luanping beside her in disbelief, Is this true? This? Why didn't the zombies attack us? Me? Is this normal? Zhou Yanni was obviously a little incoherent. Although Zhang Luanping also felt that the scene in front of him was very absurd. He still took a deep breath and responded in a way that he himself found ridiculous. Why is it abnormal? It is very common for the boss to guide the employees' work. Don't be surprised. Zhou Yanni? She felt that her husband had become a little strange. She felt that everything in front of her was a little scary. Peaceful order? Could it be an organization like Umbrella Corporation or Umbrella Corporation? Zombie virus. Could it be caused by this? Thinking of this, Zhou Yanni's fear became heavier. But she was still holding her child in her arms, so she could not show her panic and helplessness. Boss, you're back. Suddenly, a shout came from the office on the 4th floor. The voice was clear and crisp, and it attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Shen Zhaozhao rushed out of the office, looking at Meng Su's figure, and was quite excited. Then she said to Meng Su, There was a sudden power outage last night. I only completed half of the task you assigned to me. It seems that there will be no power for a while. What do you think we should do now? She noticed that there seemed to be 3 new members in the company. But she was also really happy. After all, in this horrible environment, there are bursts of screams coming from nowhere every night, and the occasional collision outside the office will wake her up. In this environment, it is too painful for a person. She finally waited for the boss to return, and was even a little excited to the point of tears. After hearing Shen Zhaozhao's words, Meng Su turned away from Zhang Tao and Qi Wei, and couldn't help but sigh. There is a power outage here too. It seems that the power outage is a large-scale power outage, not just a power outage in the community. The hydropower station probably can't hold on any longer. I don't know if it will trigger any other chain reactions. But the safety zone in Tao County has been set up. Their first task must be to restore power supply and water supply, and clear a larger safety range step by step. Right? Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then said, This is Zhang Luanping, and that is Zhou Yanni. They are both new interns in the company. Shen Zhaoao. Print out 2 contracts and sign them first. The salary of interns is uniformly 8,000 yuan. Boss, there is no electricity. Before Shen Zhaozhao finished speaking, Meng Su directly ordered, If there is no electricity, go and hand copy 1. Keep it simple. Is this the case for graduate students at Magic City University? From now on, your salary will be readjusted. Tai-I. I think it's too much of a loss to give you 20,000 yuan a month. Now your salary has been reduced to 10,000 yuan. Hearing Meng Su's scolding, Shen Zhaoao felt surprisingly at ease. He nodded repeatedly, and then took Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yanni in, and began to hand copy the contract. The steps are necessary. By the way, don't forget to give a copy to Qi Wei and Zhang Tao as well. Just ignore the ID cards. They are all zombies. From a legal perspective, they are all dead. Meng Su suddenly thought of something and reminded, There are 2 new employees. One is Jiang Xiaqiu, and the other is Li Xiang. They are still on the way. Write a copy for them too. Then, Meng Su stretched. Now that he is back, he can start his unfinished tasks. A fierce business war with Wanxiang International. After losing 60% of Wanxiang International's employees, it will completely go bankrupt. Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately became murderous, and the fire axe at his hand was already thirsty. As a smart talent, Meng Su naturally had to use the fire axe to start the prelude of this business war. The company has now completed all the necessary procedures and is thriving. Now, you can hold a general staff meeting, redivide the corporate structure, and appoint a president or vice president to carry out corporate management. Next, you only need to formulate corporate policies and enjoy life. The days of making money are coming soon. After all, have you ever seen a rich man working in a company every day? Trigger task. Hold a staff meeting. Task reward. Chairman experience plus 50, points plus 10, Distributable attribute points plus 3. Looking at the generous mission reward in front of him, Ming-Su couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Okay. Hold a staff meeting. Ming-Su did not hesitate and chose to hold a meeting. A chairman who does not hold meetings is not a good chairman. So, Ming-Su patted Zhang Tao and Qi Wei without hesitation and said, "Come on. Go in with me to the meeting." Roar. Zhang Tao and Qi Wei trembled and roared, seeming not to understand what Ming-Su meant. Ming-Su easily untied the ropes between the two of them, led the two zombies, and walked towards the office. As soon as I entered the office, I saw the 3 people copying the contract. Ming-Su knocked on the wooden door immediately, to the 3-person way, pack up the conference room, ready to meet. Where can we come to the conference room? Shen Jiaozhao stunned for a while, after she looked around. She was around, some unknown why. And Zhang Luanping immediately put together a few desks together, adjust the chair, put into a row, by the way. Cleaning. Ming-Su took a look, very satisfied, then I heard a roar from the office next door. It's a little upset, holding an axe, kill the door. Do you have some quality? We want to meet your zombies. Can't you be quiet? Say, 1 axe, the zombies located in the room next door were chopped to death. No quality. Ming-Su disdained. He hates such a zombie that has no quality. Not like yourself, you can have quality. What quality? Of course it is physical fitness. Ming-Su's current physical fitness, good thief. Chapter 64. Is the system such an inconvenient thing? Inside the conference room, it was extremely quiet. Chairman Ming sat in front of the table, looking around, very satisfied. His employees sat in 2 rows. On the left-hand side, Shen Jiaozhao, Zhang Luanping, and Zhou Yanni sat in order. As for their children, the little girl named Chi-Chi had recovered from the fever, and was resting on a temporary bed. And on the right-hand side, there were Zhang Tao and Qi Wei, the 2 zombie employees. But they were different from human employees. The zombie employees were tied to 2 office chairs. The office chairs looked crooked, and the 2 zombie employees were still struggling, scaring the 3 human employees on the opposite side to pale faces, and feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Okay. Everyone. Please be quiet. Ming-Su took a cup of old cadre's tea, took a sip of tea leaves, and calmly stretched out his hand, signaling the zombie employees on the right not to make any noise to hinder the meeting. Then he said, "Our first General Staff Representative meeting for peace and order is about to begin. Are all the people here? If it's not the boss, there are only a few people in our company. You can tell who is not here at a glance. Why are you asking so much?" Shen Jiaozhao complained in his heart. But he still stood up vigorously and said to Ming-Su, "Report to the boss. There should be 3 or 4 zombies at this meeting. But there are actually 3 or 2 zombies. There are 2. Zombie employees absent. It's Jiang Xiaqiu and Li Xiang. Right? I know, they are still on their way back to the company." Ming-Su nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he took out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket, one for Li Xiang, then one for Jiang Xiaqiu, and then Ming-Su walked over in person, put the 2 pieces of paper on the chair in front of the 2 empty seats. Okay, just assume they are here now. Good. Zhang Luanping immediately applauded. The chairman never forgets every employee. It's worth learning from. Shen Jiaozhao also quickly followed suit and applauded. When Zhou Yanni saw this scene, she felt that the world was a little crazy. It was already this time. Why were they still playing house here? What's wrong? Ms. Zhou Yanni? Do you have any different opinions? Ming-Su said to Zhou Yanni with a pleasant face. Although Ming-Su acted very pleasant, in Zhou Yanni's eyes, Ming-Su's smile was like the devil's smile, which made Zhou Yanni shudder subconsciously for a moment. And then she quickly clapped her hands and stammered, "No. No." Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the 2 zombies. Zhang Tao and Qi Wei found that the 2 of them were sitting here like zombies, not moving at all, which immediately made Ming-Su feel disgusted. They didn't even know to applaud when the leader spoke. It seems that these 2 zombies have reached the end of their careers. Ming-Su slowly returned to his seat, then took another sip of tea, and then said leisurely, "According to the adjustment of the corporate structure, the chairman has decided to make the following decision. Develop the first business group, establish the sanitation and cleaning department. Li Xiang will serve as the leader of the first team of the sanitation and cleaning department, and his rank will be promoted to K3, but only the rank will be promoted without salary increase. Qi Wei, Zhang Tao joined the first team of the sanitation department as a team member, and his rank is still K1. Ming-Su casually said, We will also develop a second business group and set up a communication service department. Xin Xiaozhao, you will be the leader of the first team, and your rank will be promoted to K3, the same as Li Xiang. Then Zhang Lunping, Zhou Yanni, you two will be interns in the communication service department. As for Jiang Xiaqiu, after careful consideration, I think that since she has more than 30 billion. I think that since she has studied in Harvard, she should be capable. So I plan to hire her as the executive vice president of the group, mainly responsible for coordinating the first business group. At the same time, we must live in harmony within our company, don't engage in racial discrimination. Zombies were once humans. Human employees should not discriminate against zombies, and zombie employees are not allowed to attack humans. If I find out, they will all be killed. Mingsu thought carefully, and finally decided to make these adjustments. Actually, there is nothing else. The reason why Jiang Xiaqiu was made vice president is mainly because the vice president has a basic salary. Promoting others will increase their salary. Only Jiang Xiaqiu does not need a salary increase in the first 3 months. So let's promote her. It's just a zombie anyway. Could the zombies collude with other companies and transfer their property? But thinking of this, Mingsu couldn't help but feel a headache. These zombie employees actually also want wages. No, everyone. Please judge. Humans want wages and can also trade. He's already a zombie. Why does he need a salary? It's more reasonable to ask for ghost money than a salary. Right? Hey, can I give them ghost money next time? Suddenly, Mingsu had an idea and thought that there seemed to be a coffin shop nearby and decided to go and have a look after the meeting, get some ghost money, and see if Zhang Tao and Qi Wei will accept it. After hearing Mingsu's words, what else can everyone say? Just applaud. After a series of warm applause, Mingsu raised his hand again with great satisfaction. Okay. Our company advocates freedom of speech, and everyone can raise any ideas and speak freely. Boss, there is something I want to ask for a long time. Xin Xiaozhao looked at the two zombie colleagues not far away with awe, raised his hand timidly, and asked, what is the main business mission of our company? We sit here, and it seems that we have nothing to do. Hearing Xin Xiaozhao's words, Mingsu fell into deep thought. You are right. At this stage, our company is mainly responsible for the two sectors of communication services and sanitation and cleaning. In simple terms, it is to outsource customer service and cleaning. Of course, occasionally, we will provide some catering and sales services, but our company does not have these. Mingsu thought for a moment and made a summary. In simple terms, when the zombie employees go out to sweep the floor, they will throw all these corpses out of the building, otherwise it will be disgusting to see a broken arm after walking a few steps. And the work of the communication service department is to answer the phone. When I knock down Wanxiang International upstairs, you can go there to work and answer the phone. After the meeting, Mingsu decided to make a promise to Zhang Tao and Qi Wei, and let them clean up the area to see the strength. But boss. At this moment, a slender hand was raised timidly, and the inappropriate voice appeared again. You still haven't said what we are going to do now? Mingsu glanced, and it was Xin Xiaozhao who spoke. Speaking of Xin Xiaozhao, Mingsu remembered something. He looked carefully, and soon, a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of him. Your employee Xin Xiaozhao has helped you complete many work tasks excellently. Your intern clerk career experience +7, current career progress. Intern clerk level 1A 20th. After you hand copy the employment contract, hand copy a labor dispatch contract, and dispatch Zhou Yanni and Zhang Lunping to Jianlin Technology Company Limited, and fill out the forms together. Mingsu said casually. Let's talk about it after we finish Wanxiang International upstairs. Ah? But boss, there's a power outage. Then hand draw it. Please use your brain, or I'll deduct your salary if you ask again. Mingsu said casually. Everyone is fine. So let's go, today's meeting is over. The meeting was vigorous and resolute, showing the style of the chairman. Next, as long as Wanxiang International is resolved, let peace and order take root in Hiching City. You can be a hands-off boss, travel around the world, bring your confidant, go to romantic Turkey, and enjoy a perfect life in Tokyo and Paris. Complete the task, task rating, perfect. Task reward, chairman experience +50, points +10, distributable attribute points +3. Seeing the system's words when the task was completed, Mingsu's heart sank. The thing he feared the most happened. Would the system really give him a mission to travel around the world? Looking at the employees, who started to work one after another, Meng Su grabbed Zhang Tao and Qi Wei with a heavy heart and walked towards the fourth-floor door. But soon, Meng Su's eyes became firm. How can the system be so inconvenient? System, give me some points. All points on agility. Give me agility +3. Chapter 65 Radiating the Brilliance of Humanity. First Order Request. Hello, my name is Zhang Luanping. This is my wife Zhou Yani. That is my daughter Zhang Wenqi. Hello, brother Zhang. Sister Zhou, I am Shen Zhaozhao. I used to work at Tianyu Planning upstairs. Later I was rescued by the chairman. I wonder who you two are. After all, Zhang Luanping had worked as an HR for a while before, so he was quite familiar with some interpersonal relationships, and soon became familiar with Shen Zhaozhao. They got along very happily. Zhou Yani stayed quietly in a corner. Although she was writing something with a ballpoint pen in her hand, she actually focused all her attention on her daughter, Zhang Wenqi. The child's illness was not getting better. Although she was very worried, it was useless. She gave her daughter antipyretics and cold medicine. Although her daughter's condition had improved, she was still a little confused. Sometimes awake and sometimes confused. This made Zhou Yani a little worried. Worried that the child would have any side effects. But unfortunately, in this Doomsday, there was no doctor at all. Sister Zhou, are you worried about the child? Shen Zhaozhao seemed to see Zhou Yani's worry, and immediately came over and whispered to Zhou Yani, we still have a few packets of medicine in our office. Just let me know if you need it. There is a clinic nearby, and I don't know if the doctor is okay. If we are whispering like this and Mr. Meng finds out, will he? Zhou Yani looked at Meng Su, who was lecturing the zombie employees outside the door, with awe, and her body trembled slightly. She was very afraid of Meng Su. Yes, I have never seen a human being who can reason with zombies. And this boss seems to be a little crazy. Scary. It's really too scary. Seeing Zhou Yani's reaction, Shen Zhaozhao also glanced at Meng Su outside, and couldn't help but smile. And then said, Sister Zhou, don't look at the boss's spirit. So active. But he is actually a very good person. At least, he didn't kill us all with an axe. And he is willing to give us a safe area, where we don't have to worry about food and drink. The reason why they let us do some meaningless work now. I guess they are afraid that we will be idle all day and feel anxious. Right? I think it is understandable. After all, if the boss is not here, I will always have wild thoughts and be scared. Since I was saved by the boss, I feel much better now. Shen Zhaozhao's voice was very light. But there were only 3 people in the office, and it was naturally transmitted to the ears of others. Facing Shen Zhaozhao's words, Zhang Luanping deeply agreed. Meng Su seemed crazy, but he was actually a good person. Under Meng Su's protection, he felt very warm. After all, if there was no Meng Su, he might have been ripped open by the zombies that caught up with him the day he left home, and died without a complete body. Actually, Shen Zhaozhao sighed deeply, looked at Meng Su outside, and 2 little stars flashed in his eyes. Mr. Meng must be under too much pressure, so he was forced to let himself go like this. Right? After all, venting is the best way to vent your mood. He has a lot on his shoulders. He can fight his way out of such a desperate situation and kill countless zombies. He is really amazing. My Meng is great. No need to say more. Zhang Luanping nodded in agreement. Zhou Yani paused after hearing this and looked at Meng Su. After hearing what Shen Zhaozhao and Zhang Luanping said, Zhou Yani felt relieved. She also subconsciously looked at Meng Su, who was scolding the zombies outside the door. Suddenly, she felt that this seemingly crazy chairman was not so scary. The light called greatness, and the good qualities called humanity were shining. I asked you two to clean up the body. Why did you want to bite it? Eating it clean is also called clean. Right? Meng Su, who exuded great glory, was holding a fire axe at this moment, pointing at Zhang Tao, whose head was already bent, and was quite dissatisfied. Just now, after he saw through Qi Wei and Zhang Tao's desire, he immediately made promises to them, telling them that if they worked hard, they would have meat to eat, and to clean up all the corpses nearby. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as Meng Su's order was issued, the former manager Zhang began to take action, intending to eat the 2 zombie corpses in the next office clean. This scene made Meng Su speechless, and he immediately stopped it loudly and began to scold him severely. Although he had turned into a zombie, he was lying on the ground. But Meng Su could not accept his employees eating raw meat and drinking blood and cannibalism. He was a normal person, but he could not stand such things. Facing Meng Su's reprimand, the two zombies did not say a word, and worked at ease, just staring at Meng Su with their eyes, as if there was something about Meng Su that attracted them. They did not even roar. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was a little surprised. What's wrong with these two zombies? Why are they so quiet? They are so efficient. Qi Wei was even faster, and more active than Zhang Tao. While Meng Su was sighing, he suddenly found that both Qi Wei and Zhang Tao had an extra message in their desire box. Desire, evolution crystal. Seeing this new desire, Meng Su was stunned. Soon, he realized something, and took out the ruby he had taken out of the skull of the mutated zombie on the road, and weighed it carefully in his hand. After seeing the ruby in Meng Su's hand, Zhang Tao and Qi Wei couldn't help but get a little agitated, as if the ruby had a great attraction to them. So that's what you want? Meng Su suddenly realized, and then he immediately understood. Find a rope, tie up the ruby, like a fisherman, hang the ruby on his back, and then walk in front. That Qi Wei, Zhang Tao completely forgot about the -100 favorability, immediately dragged the body, and followed Meng Su downstairs. Meng Su was very satisfied, knocked on the door immediately, and said to the office, the three people in the room, after finishing the contract, clean up the office on the right, and clean it up. There is still half a zombie on the left, don't move yet. After that, Meng Su didn't care what Shen Xiaoao and the others were saying, and directly started the moving work with the two zombies. Try to clean up the bodies on the 4th floor. Within 3 days, clean up the entire building, and completely transform this area into your own company. Meng Su is quite ambitious. Only after the building is completed, can the next work be carried out. That is, you can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor, you still need to develop yourself. Food and the like, zombies can starve, but people can't. You can't always rely on yourself to draw food. Right? That thing can only be used in an emergency. You still have to rely on yourself, get some seeds and plant them yourself, and also collect water resources and other things. Of course, I don't have to be responsible for these things. Let the employees do it. How can the chairman do it himself? At this stage, what attracts Meng Su's attention the most is that ruby. What on earth is this thing? Thinking of this, Meng Su gently pinched the gem. It was not that hard, it felt like a lollipop. If it accidentally fell on it, it would probably break. Such a light thing, it is a bit mysterious. But Meng Su just likes to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 66. Could it be that the company I joined really is the umbrella company? As Meng Su's doubts arose, soon, an item introduction appeared in front of Meng Su. Primary Evolution Crystal Power Type. Introduction. A crystal obtained from the genetic training of a certain alien civilization, produced in the body of an organism, will parasitize with the organism, give the organism a corresponding evolution system. How to use. Chew, swallow with warm water, can be steamed, fried or boiled. Please note, this item contains a certain virus. You have no way to remove the virus for the time being. There is a 73.33% chance of being infected with the virus after taking it. Please consume it as appropriate. The probability of infection is reduced by the influence of the constitution. Please note that your strength has reached its limit, and taking this item will not increase your strength attribute. Meng Su? If you eat this, you can get a boost in strength? Speaking of this, Meng Su instantly thought of Li Xiang. Could it be that Li Xiang became a genetic mutant after eating this thing? That's not right. My score is 73%, if it's Li Xiang. It must be 99%. He has such bad luck? Meng Su couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, it was not Meng Su's turn to think about these things. After all, he had understood one thing now. Whether it was Zhang Tao or Qi Wei, they seemed to be interested in the evolution crystal in their hands. Meng Su couldn't help but smile slightly, as if he had found the best way to enslave. No. To command employees. He. For a moment, Meng Su laughed a laugh that did not belong to a positive character. Hearing this laugh, it was guaranteed to be an elder of the Soul Hall. Meng Su, the leader, was grinning, and the zombies behind him were holding the corpse, following Meng Su fiercely. This scene looks like a villain. It can even be said that it is enough to stop a baby from crying. Bringing two zombies all the way to the first floor hall, Meng Su immediately gave orders, letting Zhang Tao, Qi Wei throw the zombie bodies out, then said earnestly, "Okay, just do it this way, I won't give orders next. Remember, don't bite people, whoever bites people will have no ruby to eat." Qi Wei, Zhang Tao were dumbfounded. Meng Su didn't know if they understood anyway. He went upstairs. Ming Su stretched his body and slowly returned to the 4th floor, intending to check his work, and then go upstairs to solve the problem of Untitled International. After all, Ming Su had nothing else to do at the moment. There were still 2 snack stall tasks that had not been completed. But Ming Su now had a most critical problem. That is, the snack stall was at Li Xian's place, and he had not returned yet. So Ming Su could not complete the remaining 2 fried chicken strips and fried starch sausage tasks of the snack stall. Men were silent, and women were in tears. Ming Su sighed deeply, but he looked at the hard-working zombie employees and couldn't help but smile. Very good, the company is thriving. The rest is not important. Back to the office, Ming Su just pushed the door and saw 3 employees focusing their eyes on him, and then Shen Zhaozhao said stiffly, "Boss, the contract has been drafted, and only your signature is left." Hearing this, Ming Su raised his big hand and signed his name on it. After all this was done, Ming Su instantly had a sense of déjà vu that he was the official boss of an official company. After signing the contract, Ming Su looked at the expressions of the 3 employees and then became friendly. He even came to Zhang Luanping's daughter Qiqi. Looking at Zhang Wenqi, who still had a fever, he was a little surprised and said to Zhou Yani, "Didn't the child take medicine? She still doesn't look very good." Although she didn't have a fever, Ming Su always felt that something was wrong. "She took it, Mr. Ming." Although Shen Zhaozhao had said something like human nature is glorious before, Ming Su's performance still shocked Zhou Yani greatly. Therefore, Zhou Yani still had some awe for Ming Su, and was hesitant in answering questions. Seeing Zhou Yani so embarrassed, Ming Su smiled gently, showing his amiable leadership. And after a moment of silence, when he was about to say something, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of him. Caring for subordinates is the most important thing an excellent chairman should do. Employee Zhang Luanping. Zhou Yani is devoted to her daughter. If you can cure her daughter Zhang Wenqi's special variant inflammation, you will gain 2 loyal employees. At the same time, this special variant of inflammation seems to be spreading in a small area. Please keep warm in the near future. Trigger task. Care for subordinates, treat inflammation. Task reward. Cash plus 50, 000, points plus 5, Chairman professional experience plus 10, freely assignable attributes plus 0.5. Ming Su? The sudden appearance of the task caught Ming Su off guard. You want me to treat the disease? I can treat a little bit. I can only take Xia lighting for stomachache, montmorillonite powder, drink 999 cold medicine when I have a cold. You want me to treat the disease? Ming Su was a little confused, but Ming Su soon realized something. Points Mall, it seems there is a cold cure? I don't know if it works. Change it. Ming Su did not hesitate at all, and chose to exchange it directly. It's not that Ming Su is generous, but points are of little significance to Ming Su. The biggest use is the lottery, and there is a high probability of winning some high-level talents. My company is so remote, high-level talents will probably come in the form of mutant zombies, so Ming Su has already laid down. Exchange successful. A simple gilded small word appeared in front of Ming Su. The next moment, Ming Su felt his pocket sink. He reached out and touched a small bottle of medicine. Ming Su did not hesitate at all. He threw the medicine to Zhou Yani and said to Zhou Yani, I have a buddy who has developed a special medicine. Give it to Qiqi. It should help. After that, Ming Su stretched and prepared to go out. When Shen Zhaozhao saw this, he quickly stood up, tried to tighten his throat, and said to Ming Su very sweetly, Boss, where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you? I have been practicing flyer distribution skills after work these days. Flyer distribution is very fast, and I can definitely help you. Shen Zhaozhao wanted to prove his worth, but she thought about it carefully, and it seemed that her only value was to help Ming Su distribute flyers. So she immediately extended her white and tender hand, wanting to show her value, and let Ming Su realize that she was also valuable. Not distributing flyers. Ming Su said casually, Wanxiang International has too many employees. I will go upstairs to see Manager Lin and discuss with Manager Lin to help them cut down on the number of employees. Shen Zhao? Zhang Luanping? Zhou Yani? Ah? The 3 people were stunned at the same time, and Ming Su did not say much to them. He just picked up the fire axe and went upstairs. He used to be timid and needed to be in position to kill zombies. Now he strikes hard. All zombies who want to stop him will die. Ming Su raised his head and chest with a proud look. After Ming Su left, the office fell into silence again. Only the two zombie employees, who were responsible for carrying the corpses outside the door, made a grunting sound. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yanni held the small white bottle of 3-No product in her hand, looked at her husband with a look of help. Not knowing what to do, Zhang Lunping was silent for a moment, and said to Zhou Yanni, "Use it. Mr. Ming will not harm us. And Chi-Chi is already like this. What if it really works?" Zhou Yanni also felt that Meng Su would not harm them, but Meng Su's past mental state made it difficult not to worry. However, Zhou Yanni took a deep breath, and immediately poured out a small 0.25 G tablet, carefully put it to her daughter's mouth, and handed it to her daughter's mouth. At the same time, she took out a small bottle of mineral water from the small bag she carried with her, and assisted her daughter to take it. Soon, not long after Zhang when she swallowed the pills, Zhou Yanni was surprised to find that the fever had completely subsided. Her daughter's red face also gradually improved. "Mom." Zhang when she opened her eyes in a daze, and after seeing Zhou Yanni, she immediately called her name. After seeing Zhang Lunping not far away, she blinked her eyes. "Dad is lying. Dad didn't have plastic surgery at all." Hearing his daughter's words, Zhang Lunping couldn't help crying with joy. Zhou Yanni was also very excited. Shen Jiaoao, standing there, like an outsider, also sighed deeply. Her parents were far away in her hometown, and now their life or death was unknown. But she was powerless. But Shen Jiaojiao discovered something. According to Sister Zhou and Brother Zhang, for such a difficult cold and fever, Mr. Ming only used a small bottle of medicine to solve the dispute, and recovered so quickly. Thinking of this, Shen Jiaojiao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and couldn't help picking up the small medicine bottle that Zhou Yanni had placed on the table, and sniffed it carefully, but didn't find anything unusual. It was just like the most ordinary small pills. At this time, Shen Jiaojiao suddenly had a bold idea. Is it possible that the company I joined is the umbrella company? But soon, Shen Jiaojiao shook his head and overturned this idea. How is it possible? If it is the umbrella company, it wouldn't be so shabby. Shen Jiaojiao felt that he was worrying too much. Maybe Chairman Ming knew some pharmacology and could prescribe the right medicine? But when he thought of Meng Su, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Our Chairman Meng is really amazing. Chapter 67. Don't get me wrong. I'm here to help Wanxiang International lay off employees. You are such a kind-hearted chairman. Even if it costs 10 points, you will treat the employee's daughter's illness. I am crazy about you. Crazy about you. And bang my head against the wall for you. You haven't lost the brilliance of humanity because of the points. I am proud of you. Task rating, super perfect. Task reward, Chairman's professional experience plus 15. Points plus 5. Cash plus 50,000. Free allocation of attribute points plus 1. It seems that you are not only a good boss who abides by the law, but also a good capitalist with talent and virtue. Congratulations. You have obtained the hidden achievement, talented and virtuous. Obtained hidden achievement reward, free allocation of attribute points plus 0.5. Cash plus 5,000. Meng Su, who was climbing the stairs, suddenly received a reminder that the task was completed. He nodded with satisfaction and felt satisfied. Very good, I didn't expect to get a new task rating. Super perfect. Not only that, there is also a hidden achievement. Very good, I have completed another achievement. As for why I was willing to give up 10 points, isn't that nonsense? The task reward is 5 points, and then 50,000 yuan and experience. Isn't it equivalent to exchanging 50,000 cash, experience points, and attribute points for my 5 points? Even a fool knows to exchange. They all say that I am mentally active and very agile. Isn't this right? Reasonable. Meng Su didn't understand why, but he still chose to allocate his current resources. System, add points. Add all to my spirit. They always say that I'm mentally ill. I don't believe it. I've increased my spirit to 20. Can anyone still say that I'm not normal? Although his direct employees didn't say it, but the subsidiary of Xiaowogwo did, which made Meng Su very unhappy. Allocation successful. Your current attribute values are Spirit 12, Constitution 13.5, Strength 20, Agility 16. Not bad, but the Constitution and Spirit are still behind. Next time, max out the speed. Meng Su muttered to himself, and then continued to go upstairs, planning to go to the 11th and 12th floors, to discuss the situation with Wanxiang International. In the apocalypse, having too many employees in a company is not conducive to the development of the enterprise, especially among the employees of Wanxiang International. Most of them are zombie employees. And Chairman Meng is kind-hearted and can't bear to see others suffer. So he went upstairs to help solve the problem. Following the stairs, Meng-Su pushed open the door. He returned to the 11th floor where he had failed before. The front desk was messy, and information was flying everywhere. It can be seen that this place has experienced a lot. The last time Meng-Su came, he explored the left side and brought some snacks from the tea room. Now he is going to explore the right side. Meng-Su did not hide anything. And two zombies immediately found Meng-Su and rushed over with roars. Roar! Zombies. Level 0. Looking at the level of the zombies, Meng-Su shook his head. Now the zombies outside are keeping up with the times. And even level 1 and even mutant zombies have appeared. The zombies in this building are still not making progress. Meng-Su is very sad. Even if Wanxiang International is his current competitor, Meng-Su still feels a little disappointed. So, Meng-Su did not hesitate, picked up the axe and chopped, and instantly got covered in blood. After chopped, Meng-Su went straight to the innermost office, and before he knocked on the door, he heard the roars of zombies coming from inside. Roar! The sound was very loud. Based on Meng-Su's experience of coming here last time, this was Manager Lin's office, and Manager Lin was inside. The wooden door sent out a series of scratching sounds and zombie roars, but Meng-Su remained calm, standing in front of the wooden door of the office. Manager Lin on the opposite side said, "Hello. Manager Lin, I am Meng-Su from the Peace Order Group. I used to work at Jianglin Technology downstairs. About 5 days ago, I came to negotiate with you about parking issues, and wanted you to move your car, but you didn't go down to move your car, do you remember? I'm here for nothing this time. I just want to tell you that your company has a lot of employees, and I suggest that it would be better to lay off some of them. By the way, if you are willing, Chairman Meng can put aside the past and let you come to work in my company. What do you think?" Manager Lin inside was obviously not polite. He didn't say a word, just yelled and knocked on the door. He looked uncultured. I really don't know how he became a manager. This made Meng-Su a little upset. He tried to turn the handle to open the door, but found that the door was locked. So, without any hesitation, he directly picked up the fire axe and chopped it down. And the door lock opened automatically. Roar! Manager Lin, who was wearing a suit, jumped out instantly and rushed towards Meng-Su like a wolf. Looking at Manager Lin rushing towards him, Meng-Su shook his head and gave him an axe. But it was not fatal. He just let him lie on the ground and didn't struggle. Then Meng-Su walked into the office and looked around Manager Lin's office. The location was good, with leather seats. Meng-Su sat on the chair without hesitation. And then, he casually took out a piece of paper on the table and began to write quickly with a fountain pen. Swish. Swish. The pen was written with great force, showing the boldness of Chairman Meng. With a stroke of the pen, Meng-Su wrote out a contract for Peace Order Group Company Limited to adjust the personnel structure for Wanxiang International Company Limited. The specific meaning was that Wanxiang International paid a sum of money and asked Meng-Su to help them lay off employees. Life should be full of rituals. After writing, Meng-Su signed his name without hesitation. After signing, Meng-Su picked up the fire axe again, looking at Manager Lin, who was struggling on the ground, and immediately put the handwritten contract in front of Manager Lin. Come on, sign it. But Manager Lin obviously didn't want to sign. Meng-Su frowned, without any hesitation, knelt down, and directly chopped off one of Lin's hands, and then chopped off another finger, and took that finger, and dipped it in Lin's blood, and then signed on the paper with great satisfaction. Okay, I'll put my fingerprints on it, and if you don't object, I'll take it as your consent. Manager Lin didn't seem to have any objections, but just cried woo-woo on the ground, and wanted to give Meng-Su a warm hug. Meng-Su stood up, and stomped on Lin's head. Then, he walked upstairs in a leisurely manner. Manager Lin entrusted me with such an important task. How can I be unworthy of Manager Lin's friendship? Although Meng-Su didn't know what Manager Lin's name was now. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that the hunting had begun. Oh no! The layoffs had begun. Meng-Su's face showed an intriguing smile. Chapter 68 Free Bungee Jumping Machine. The food can last for a long time. There are still several boxes of fruit in the warehouse. Eat the ones that are easy to rot first, and leave the ones that are easy to store. On the second floor of the fruit convenience store on the side of the Science and Technology building, the curtains were half drawn, and only a little sunlight shone. A man wearing glasses, who looked a little thin, pushed his glasses, secretly looked around, thinking about the more distant future. This fruit store is not his. When the disaster broke out, he had just finished his night shift and came downstairs. His name is Meng Xuanpeng. He works at Wanxiang International Company as a deputy supervisor. Although he is called a deputy supervisor, he has a supervisor above him. So he is restricted everywhere. After working a night shift, he just went downstairs and saw a horrifying scene. The security guard at the door suddenly fell to the ground and convulsed. And his colleagues behind him also exclaimed. The next second, there was chaos. In this chaotic process, Meng Xuanpeng fled hysterically. When he fled all the way to the door of the fruit shop, he was knocked down by a zombie. Just when he was desperate, the owner of the fruit shop, Lao Lu, took action and pushed the zombie away, which saved Meng Xuanpeng's life. The zombie then pestered the boss, Lao Lu. But when Lao Lu asked Meng Xuanpeng for help, Meng Xuanpeng did not hesitate and directly closed the door of the fruit shop and moved countless furniture to block the door. He has survived until now. During this period, there were many survivors from the building or hiding around who wanted to come here and share the resources here with him. But they were all killed by Meng Xuanpeng one by one. And he would also screen them. If they were in groups of 3 or 5, then he would deliberately make some noise, so that the zombies would find the group of 3 or 5 people and kill them all. If there was only one person, Meng Xuanpeng would pretend to be enthusiastic and kill him when he was not prepared. For Meng Xuanpeng, the resources here were his hope for survival, and he would not allow anyone to plunder. As for breaking the law? Humph, when the rescue arrives, where would they have any evidence to say that he had killed anyone? I had already fed those corpses to the zombies. Even Meng Xuanpeng had become somewhat addicted to the pleasure of killing. Thinking of this, Meng Xuanpeng couldn't help licking his lips, and there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. In this depressing era of the end of the world, Meng Xuanpeng naturally had to find something to satisfy himself. Even Meng Xuanpeng was looking forward to seeing some surviving refugees around him looking for him. Thinking of this, Meng Xuanpeng couldn't help but look towards the location of the Science and Technology building. Today, there have been frequent noises coming from the original building recently, indicating that there are survivors still entrenched in the Science and Technology building. This made Meng Xuanpeng look forward to it, and even smiled. He wanted to watch a good show. So he brought a stool and waited for the show to begin. In his opinion, the reason why the survivors took action today was probably to escape from the Science and Technology Innovation building. In this way, he would have a good show to watch. While Meng Xuanpeng was waiting for the show to start, he suddenly saw the main door of the Science and Technology Innovation building was suddenly pushed open, and 2 stumbling figures walked out. Stupid. You actually went through the main door. Who else will die if you don't die? Seeing this, Meng Xuanpeng immediately sat up straight, smiled contemptuously, but at the same time he hummed a little tune, as if he wanted to see something beautiful happen. He had already imagined the zombies around him rushing up and tearing the 2 into pieces. However, when the 2 walked out, the zombies around him did not rush up, and even ignored the 2 zombies, still wandering on the street. Huh? Meng Xuanpeng was stunned. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and look carefully again. He found that everything he saw just now was not an illusion. What was going on? Faced with such a scene, Meng Xuanpeng looked at each other in bewilderment. He soon found that the 2 figures were not the same. They were actually carrying 2 corpses, walking outside step by step, as if they wanted to abandon the corpses in a faraway area. How did they do it? Did they smear zombie flesh and blood, so that other zombies would mistake them for zombies? This aroused Meng Xuanpeng's curiosity. He couldn't help but pick up his phone, click the camera function, and after zooming in, he immediately saw a scene that made him gasp. The 2 figures, one had half of his face gnawed off, and was drooping on his face, which was terrifying, and the other was even more incredible, with a groove on his head. But he was still moving, and he didn't seem to feel any discomfort. These 2 are not human beings, but zombies. These zombies are actually carrying corpses. For a moment, Meng Xuanpeng felt a little creepy. He looked at the Science and Technology building with a look of fear. And then, a loud boom sound scared Meng Xuanpeng. He looked over and found that several zombies had fallen directly from the 12th floor, smashed to pieces, one after another. What's going on? Meng Xuanpeng was dumbfounded and looked at the 12th floor again and again. But he only saw a bloody figure, holding the zombies by their collars. and throwing them down one by one. He seemed to be mumbling something. Meng Xuanping's hair stood on end, as if he was on edge. What on earth is this? What happened in this building? Just as Meng Xuanping was stunned, he suddenly saw another figure coming from the end of the road. The figure was pulling a small cart that seemed to be a snack stand, and was moving forward steadily. After a zombie saw the snack stand, it subconsciously roared. But after realizing that the other party was not human, it chose to ignore it. The figure pulling the snack stand did not let go of the zombie that was roaring at him, and slapped it directly, knocking its head off. The means were extremely bloody and cruel. Seeing this scene, Meng Xuanping's eyelids twitched wildly, and his mentality was a little broken. What is this again? What's going on? This is a little different from the zombie apocalypse I imagined? You don't have any money either? It's okay. I'll treat you to a bungee jumping machine for free. After searching a zombie's pocket, Meng Su politely grabbed his collar and threw him downstairs casually. Throwing objects from high places is illegal. But what Meng Su threw was not an object, it was a zombie. So it was not illegal. He had always been a law-abiding person. After arriving at the 12th floor, Meng Su adopted the strategy of Sun Tzu's Art of War. In one word, fight. So he took a fire axe and killed from the east to the west of the 12th floor. He killed for 3 minutes without blinking. His speed was not slow. The zombies on the 12th floor were very difficult to deal with. Among them, there were 3 ordinary zombies that had become level 1. But for Meng Su at the moment, there was no difference between level 1 and level 0. As for the zombies with money in their pockets, Meng Su politely collected money and let them play the bungee jumping machine. Zombies without money. No problem, Meng Su invited them to play. Strive to make them feel at home. Chairman Meng Su will not judge a zombie based on whether he has money or not, and treat them equally. It's just that the situation on the 12th floor also gave Meng Su a warning. If the bodyguards in the building become level 1 zombies because of their good physical fitness, then cleaning up these level 1 zombies on the 12th floor by himself is obviously different. Zombie virus will evolve. It seems that the sweep operation is imminent. Meng Su frowned and decided to act in his heart. All the night shift staff of Wanxiang International Company Limited have been laid off. Wanxiang International has been paralyzed by personnel shortages. You will have the following 3 options. Option 1. Pursue relentlessly. Dare to offend the chairman's majesty. They must be punished. Keep working hard. Completely eliminate Wanxiang International Company Limited. Option 2. Gradually expand. If you want to become the leader of the service industry, you need a large number of salesmen. Choose to recruit the laid-off Wanxiang International employees. You will get a complete communication service department. Option 3. Win-win cooperation. There's a saying that no one is saintly who can be without fault. Wanxiang International has been slightly punished. Next you can negotiate with Mr. Wang Wuzhong, the chairman of Wanxiang International. Reach a win-win cooperation, and take Wanxiang International for your own use. Looking at the 3 options in front of him, Meng Su fell into deep thought. He leaned down, looked downstairs, looked at the zombies that he had thrown out of the window, and had been smashed beyond recognition. He then looked at options 2 and 3. Even if they are all killed, can you still cooperate? Meng Su was very calm. Just tell me to kill. Ahem, whoever you want me to target. Chapter 69. The boss can't do everything. Can he? You chose option 1. Continue the struggle. As a tyrant, you must seize the opportunity to win. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Let everyone in this city know that peace and order will be avenged. You did a good job. Carry out the second series of tasks. Completely eliminate Wanxiang International. Complete the first stage of the task. Get the task reward. Plus 15 distributable professional experience. Plus 1.5 distributable attribute points. Plus 5 points. Plus 500, 000 cash. Add points. All 1.5 attribute points are added to agility. As for the experience points, keep them for now. Meng Su walked downstairs, calculating in his mind. The remaining employees of Wanxiang International are all in the dormitory building not far away. To be honest, they will have to be liquidated sooner or later, after the first phase of the task is completed. There is no time limit for the second phase of the task, which can give him a break. However, after completing the first phase and laying off 60% of the employees, the second phase is unexpectedly divided into 3 options. Although Meng Su wanted to choose the second and third, but, due to some small reasons, the second and third will never be completed. However, the sweep operation is imperative. The entire 15-story building was completely under his control. This was the moment that made Meng-Su feel most at ease. However, we still have to think about it in the long run. Meng-Su simply determined the style. Then, Meng-Su walked downstairs. When he arrived at the stairwell on the 4th floor, Meng-Su saw Chi-Wei, who was in a daze, and Zhang Tao was carrying the corpse of a zombie. Meng-Su glanced at it, and saw that the owner of the corpse was the fat man who had colluded with manager Zhang before, and an old zombie in a suit and leather shoes. But it seemed that he had been stabbed several times. "It's Mr. Chi." Seeing this, Meng-Su was stunned for a moment, and then said, "It doesn't matter where you throw this fat guy. As for Mr. Chi-Wei, you put Mr. Chi in a corner of the underground garage. After everything is settled, find a place to cremate him and bury him." Although Mr. Chi is not the boss of his own company, he is usually a friendly boss, and is also Chi-Wei's uncle. Meng-Su is not a heartless person. He still knows how to be grateful. Hearing Meng-Su's latest instructions, Chi-Wei and Zhang Tao's wooden heads immediately moved slowly. Chi-Wei dragged Mr. Chi's body to the underground garage, while Zhang Tao dragged the body, wandering outside the building. Looking at the speed of the two zombies, Meng-Su couldn't help but shook his head. It was a bit like a turtle crawling. Although Meng-Su couldn't see their attributes, but according to his own judgment, their current movement speed might be around 3 to 5. Meng-Su had seen the speed of zombies when they burst out, and that speed was about 10 to 11. When they were biting people, they were as fast as the wind. But when they were working, they were as slow as a turtle. Is going to work so scary? Even zombies have learned to slack off? Meng-Su was deeply surprised. But thinking of his past experience, Meng-Su was relieved. Yes, this is how it is at work. Not to mention zombies, Godzilla is not surprising. Who wants to go to work? Just when Meng-Su was thinking this, a line of small gold characters suddenly appeared in front of him. If you want to motivate employees, you can give them promotions and salary increases. Meng-Su, you already have a monthly salary of 10,000, and you are still not satisfied, right? These zombies are too greedy. As they swam forward, Meng-Su was about to go to the 4th floor, but suddenly found that there was another prompt in front of him. K3 employee Li Xiang, the leader of the first team of the first business group's sanitation department, has reached the designated location. Seeing this scene, Meng-Su was immediately overjoyed, and changed his schedule without hesitation, choosing to go downstairs. Li Xiang's return does not mean that Li Xiang is a zombie. Rather, it means that his snack stand is here. With a snack stand, he can fry chicken strips to complete the task. Woohoo! Meng-Su excitedly came to the stairwell between the 1st and 2nd floors, and found that Li Xiang was very obedient and stayed here. And there was a somewhat shabby snack stand following behind him. Obviously, the snack stand was exhausted. It was tossed around like a mess. Meng-Su stepped forward and patted it. It worked. Good. 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 Meng-Su was very happy. And then he gave Li Xiang a thumbs up. Well done, Li Xiang. You are closer to dominating the entire street. I also promoted you to the K3 level and made you a team leader. But does being a team leader mean you can't make progress? Next, I will give you a task. Do you see the 2nd and 3rd floors? This was originally a cafeteria, and there were many people eating here. But now they have all become zombies. Meng-Su paused, and continued, next. Your task is to ask all the zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors to leave the building. I don't care what method you use. Just throw them out, and throw them farther away. Meng-Su figured it out. As a boss, how can he show up every day? He still has to let the employees do it, and he only needs to make the most correct decision. Therefore, Meng-Su asked Li Xiang to take action and let him deal with the zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors. If the performance is good, Meng-Su will continue to let the zombies take action to clear all the zombies in this building out of the building. First take the building in hand, and then think about killing the zombies. Of course, Meng-Su is not letting them work for nothing. Now Meng-Su has an astonishing 1.18 million in funds, although he has to pay 180,000 in wages every month. If Meng-Su wants to promote other employees and increase their salaries, there will be no problem, and he will not go bankrupt due to a shortage of capital chain. Everything, the plan worked. Li Xiang has already started to act, and Meng-Su is also very amiable beside Li Xiang, and they walk upstairs together. The relationship between the boss and the employees is very harmonious, which really makes men silent and women cry. The peace order group has ushered in a beautiful day. Looking at the zombie passing by his safe house, Meng Xiaoping stared at him intently, without any relaxation. This zombie, its head seems to have been hit hard by something like a baseball bat, so that its head is completely sunken, which looks particularly weird. Meng Xiaoping recognized this zombie. Meng Xiaoping had seen him when the boss of the Science and Technology building was in a meeting. It seemed that his name was Zhang something, and he was the manager of a company downstairs. After taking a closer look, Meng Xiaoping found that the other party was indeed a zombie, not a human, and was immediately puzzled. Why would a zombie do these things? Did something happen? Meng Xiaoping thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out. He followed Zhang Tao's route, and finally found that Zhang Tao had come to the alley behind the fruit shop. There were no zombies in the alley, and he only needed to go to the first floor and open the window to get there. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoping had a bold idea. An idea that made his adrenaline surge and his heart pound. I want to see. What is the difference between you and other zombies? Chapter 70 News of Employee's Death. Meng Dong was furious. Back on the 4th floor, Meng Su found that the 4th floor had completely changed. The entire 4th floor was very clean, the bodies had been dragged away, and everywhere was full of sanitation and cleaning. The broken door was still broken, but at least it didn't look so annoying. Boss! Seeing Meng Su's return, the 3 people on the scene greeted Meng Su one after another, and Zhou Yanni was even more excited, and almost knelt down to Meng Su. Thank you, Meng Dong. You are the lifesaver of our family. Woo woo woo. Faced with such enthusiasm, Meng Su felt a little uncomfortable for a while, so he waved his hand, and encouraged, okay, if you really want to repay me, then work hard, try to increase the productivity of our company, and get a permanent position soon. Zhou Yanni nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Meng Su also heard a timid, crisp and tender voice, hello, Uncle Meng. Meng Su heard this, looked around, and saw a graceful little girl moving the useless materials in the office. After seeing Meng Su, she greeted Meng Su at the instruction of her father. But it was obvious that the little girl was very afraid of Meng Su. Meng Su could see an emotion called fear in her eyes. Am I really scary? Meng Su looked at himself. Although his whole body was covered with the blood of the zombies upstairs, but putting these things aside, wasn't he handsome? After hearing his daughter Zhang Wenqi's cry, Zhang Luanping's face changed, and he quickly grabbed his daughter, whispering to his daughter Zhang Wenqi, what Uncle Meng, call me Uncle Meng. Calling Uncle Meng, doesn't that mean that I am older than Mr. Meng? Although I am indeed 12 years older than Mr. Meng, but here, Mr. Meng is the boss. Even if you are over 90 years old, you have to call Mr. Meng brother when you see him. It's okay, children speak without restraint, I can understand. Meng Su said with a smile, it seems that this special medicine is quite useful. Damn, if there is no Doomsday, just the special medicine for colds, it would be enough to make a fortune. After all, colds are an incurable disease. You can only wait for self-healing. There is no way to completely cure it. The so-called treatment of colds, in fact, it is just to relieve the complications and discomfort caused by colds. And this thing is point small, it can really cure colds and fevers directly. Meng Su couldn't imagine, if he took out this bottle of medicine, how shocked the world would be. Of course, it's useless now. It's the end of the world, the special medicine for colds is useless. If you take out a special medicine for zombie virus or a vaccine, you will be the real savior of mankind. Meng Su nodded slightly, went to the bathroom first, looked at the big and small basins of tap water, and took a basin without hesitation to wash his face and hands, and clean the fire axe by the way. After that, he walked out openly, touched Zhang Wenqi's little head with a smile, and laughed, okay. Okay, little girl. Study hard. You are the future of peace order. Chairman Meng stroked my head, and I was working overtime. Chairman Meng of Peace Order Group just appointed Zhang Wenqi, who will join Peace Order without an interview in the future, and will start working overtime directly. Zhang Wenqi, who was touched on the head by Meng Su, was so scared that she dared not move. A layer of mist appeared in her eyes, as if she would make a sharp sound like a kettle boiling water in the next second. Seeing this scene, Zhang Luanping's face turned pale. He immediately stepped forward and racked his brains to think of a sentence. Mr. Meng. Children are shy. Children nowadays are too introverted. Meng Su shook his head and sighed, and then said, we still need to exercise more. We can't be introverted in the future of our peaceful order. Yes. Yes. Zhou Yanni. Zhang Luanping and his wife nodded and said yes. indicating that they would definitely follow the instructions of Chairman Ming. Ming Su was very satisfied. Soon he found that the team leader Shen Zhaozhao came up very attentively, nodded and bowed to Ming Su and said, "Mr. Ming, these are the documents sorted out some time ago. What do you think we should do with them?" After that, Shen Zhaozhao held a thick stack of forms for Ming Su to see, with big watery eyes, and seemed to want to give Ming Su's praise. Seeing this, Ming Su nodded casually, and then said, "These things, piled up with other waste, can be used for burning when the weather gets cold." Shen Zhao? She was a little confused. She worked diligently for 3 or 4 days, and the content of her work was actually to burn fire. Okay. Our company is just starting out, and everything must be kept simple. After cleaning up the 4th floor, everyone will work hard to clean up the other floors. Your colleague, Li Xiang, the leader of the first group of the sanitation department, has already taken up his post. Start cleaning the 2nd floor, and the zombies that have occupied the 3rd floor. I believe that within a week, team leader Li Xiang will be able to clean up the entire building. Ming Su raised his hand, not letting the confused Shen Zhaozhao respond, and then said, "However, the labor dispatch contract with Jianglin Technology Company Limited must continue. Later, the chairman will personally do it, and conduct a unique fried chicken segment. All employees, prepare your change, and get ready to eat." As soon as Ming Su finished speaking, Zhang Luanping immediately applauded and cheered loudly. No matter what he says, just say yes and it's done. Ming Su was very satisfied with Zhang Luanping's attitude. He felt like an ancient emperor looking at the treacherous villains around him. He was very satisfied. Just when he was about to say something, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of him. Please note that your employee Zhang Tao, a member of the first group of the sanitation department, had an accident at work and died. You need to pay a one-time compensation of 20 times the per capita disposable income of urban residents in the country last quarter as a one-time work-related death allowance. And you also need to pay 6 months of per capita disposable income as funeral expenses. You need to pay a total of 1.14 million in compensation. Ming Su? Ah? How much? Say it again? Ming Su was confused. On the one hand, it was because of his own employees, former manager Zhang of Jianglin Technology Company Limited, current employee Zhang Tao died. On the other hand, it was because of the compensation. No, I only have 1.18 million in total. I want to pay it all in one go. Why didn't anyone tell me that? I have to pay compensation for dead employees? It was detected that the employee was not human, and the species was rather strange. The system ruled that, so only 1/3 of the compensation for human employees was paid, a total of 380,000 yuan. Because your group lacks a legal department, therefore, it is impossible to make a defense ruling. Equipped with a full-time legal department or legal advisor, when layoffs or employee claims are made, when the company infringes on rights, the amount of compensation will be reduced. Although this is not illegal, it is very unethical. Chairman Ming spoke up for justice, and compensated the employees who died at work, and accepted the punishment completely, which is the performance of a conscientious chairman. Your conscience will never hurt. I would like to call you a conscientious pioneer. You have obtained a hidden achievement, Conscience Pioneer. Achievement reward, cash plus 100,000, distributable attribute points plus 0.5. Seeing this, Ming Su breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to 1.14 million, 380,000 is more acceptable to Ming Su. But after accepting it, Ming Su felt angry. What happened? How did Zhang Tao die? Who killed Zhang Tao? Oh, I killed him. Who killed Zhang Tao after he became a zombie? Although he got the achievement reward, Ming Su's expression became visibly cold. It seems that the next time an employee is about to die, he will fire him first, even if he is compensated N+1. It is cheaper than the death compensation. Looking at Ming Su, who suddenly became cold, Zhang Luanping, who was applauding, immediately observed his expression and stopped his actions. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately began to recall whether there was anything wrong with his behavior just now. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. Then why did the chairman suddenly change his face? Just as Zhang Luanping was thinking, he heard Ming Su's heavy voice. Just now, I got a piece of news. A sad news. Hearing Ming Su's words, everyone's eyes were focused. One of my employees, an excellent employee, died while working. Died outside? Ming Su was extremely sad and murderous. Although Zhang Tao was not a good person before he became a zombie. After he became a zombie, he was also lazy at work. However, the 380,000 yuan must be paid. He was very sympathetic. If Zhang Tao was killed by a mutant zombie, he would make sure he was punished. Of course, if it was a human who killed him unconsciously, then Meng Su would make a judgment at his discretion, and might let him pay and let him go. After all, Meng Su still understood his position. Good people are greater than zombie employees. Bad guys are less than zombie employees. Well, bad guys are smaller than zombies. Zhang Tao. He is an old man in our company. He has been working diligently in the department since the first day our company was founded. Even before the company was founded, he was already my right-hand man. When I was the weakest, he and Chiwei accompanied me to distribute flyers. Meng Su said sadly. Now he died outside. I am very sad. Who killed him? Meng Su's questioning voice was loud and clear, and Shen Zhaozhao heard it, and subconsciously said, Rebel Su. Suddenly, everyone around looked at Shen Zhaozhao. Shen Zhaozhao blushed, and quietly shrank back. Now, pull the car up from the stairwell. There are 2 bags of fried chicken strips under the car. Fry them in a pan. There are 200 pieces in total. No one is allowed to eat them secretly. If anyone does, I will kill him. Meng Su held the fire axe in his hand, and was murderous. He was ready to stop Li Xiang and Chiwei's cleaning work and go out to find out the cause of Zhang Tao's death and take revenge. I and the staff of the sanitation department are going on a long trip. You should be careful, and don't go to other floors. It's dangerous. 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 After that, Meng Su left the wrench to Zhang Luanping for self-defense and went downstairs aggressively. Awakened. Hunting time. My employees. I can only kill them. Chapter 71. Those who harm my employees must be killed. Meng Su left in style, leaving the employees with only the word shock. Uncle Meng. It's so scary. After a long time, Zhang Wenqi was the first to speak, breaking the silence on the 4th floor. Zhang Wenqi's eyes were full of fear, tears, and she seemed to be extremely afraid of Meng Su. Meng Su's murderous temperament, his unconventional thinking, and his crazy behavior due to system tasks, let alone a child. Even a normal person would feel terrified. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanni quickly pulled Zhang Wenqi over with a reproachful look, and said to Zhang Wenqi very seriously, Uncle Meng saved your life. You can't do this. Zhou Yanni in the past. This boss is a lunatic. We must find a way to escape before he goes crazy. Zhou Yanni now. The boss's mental thinking is extremely active, and he will definitely lead us to become bigger and stronger, and survive the end of the world safely. She has seen too many of Meng Su's wonderful ideas, and she feels that Meng Su is like a Doraemon or Mickey Mouse, who can always come up with some unexpected and wonderful tools. Zhang Luanping and Shen Zhaozhao looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. As they breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of security quickly rose around them. Chairman Meng even went to seek justice for the accidental death of a zombie employee. It seems that as long as he does not violate the company's rules and regulations and respects the boss, the chairman will not do anything to him. Even Zhang Luanping thought deeply. He glanced at his wife Zhou Yanni and daughter Zhang Wenqi beside him, and his heart was at ease. If he died while performing certain tasks of the company, he would die unfortunately. He also believed that Meng Su would definitely give his family members better treatment. At least, he would not treat them like a burden and discard them like old shoes, as he had seen in TV dramas, movies and novels. Shen Zhaozhao also worked harder. What regrets would there be in following such a boss in the end of the world? Roar! A zombie rushed out from the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, took a fancy to Meng Su, and planned to treat Meng Su as dinner for today. But Meng Su was in a bad mood, and he didn't even want to be polite with this zombie. He just chopped it down with an axe, splitting it in half. Meng Su was in a bad mood. He just lost all the money that he could not save in 5 years before the end of the world. This made this stingy, frugal chairman angry. Of course, this doesn't really matter. The main thing is that the employees were killed. Peace order has lost staff in its infancy. Isn't this too much of a disregard for peace order? The so-called Southern Vietnam killed the Han envoy and slaughtered it into 9 counties. The King of Wan killed the Han envoy, and the 2 county was built in the north. The Joseon killed the Han envoy and was immediately killed. Peace order is just a company, but Meng Su is responsible for every employee. Although for the peace order group, losing Zhang Tao is like not being able to find chopsticks when drinking water. It is basically irrelevant. But this is related to the hearts of the people and zombies of the peace order group. This matter must be resolved. Add points. Add agility, Meng Su said angrily, adding the attribute points he had just achieved to agility. In this way, Meng Su's agility attribute was successfully increased to 18 points, which is close to the limit of the human body. To put it another way, Meng Su can be said to have exchanged 280,000 cash for 0.5 attribute points this time. But Meng Su still felt itchy, and felt that he would not be happy if he didn't kill something. Li Xiang and Qi Wei have already assembled, and are following behind Meng Su. With sharp eyes, Meng Su has given them a salary increase. Each of them will get a salary increase of 3,000 yuan. At the same time, those who perform well in this business trip will have the opportunity to receive a large red gemstone personally presented by Meng Su. Therefore, Meng Su can see with his naked eyes that Qi Wei and Li Xiang are a little impatient. Meng Su came to the lobby on the first floor, looking at the zombies wandering in front of the glass door. Meng Su snorted coldly, and immediately ordered Li Xiang and Qi Wei, "Open the way!" Roar! Li Xiang did not hesitate, and rushed out with a roar. Although Qi Wei also walked out, she was still too slow. Obviously, Li Xiang was very eager for the evolution crystal. Much more eager than Qi Wei. Meng Su took a deep breath, looking at Li Xiang who was dispersing the zombies, and nodded silently, indicating that Li Xiang did a good job. However, there were too many zombies at the door. Meng Su decided to go through the underground garage and take a detour, travel light and figure out the situation first. Zhang Tao, although your position in the entire peace order group is insignificant, but I will definitely revenge you. Meng Su's eyes became firm, and the fire axe in his hand seemed to have turned into an indestructible weapon at this moment. It's no different from ordinary zombies. What went wrong? In an empty room on the second floor of the fruit shop, two bodies were disemboweled. Meng Xuanping held a fruit knife in his hand, and was puzzled by the blood all over the floor. He looked at the two bodies. One was the body of the shop owner Lao Lu, and the other was, in Meng Xuanping's opinion, an extremely strange zombie body. The shop owner, or the former shop owner Lao Lu, after saving Meng Xuanping, turned into a zombie and wandered around the shop door, often knocking on the door, and seemed to be obsessed with the fruit shop. The next day, Meng Xuanping used a trick to let a survivor who wanted to seek his protection hack Lao Lu to death. While the survivor was full of hope, he watched with his own eyes that the survivor was eaten by the zombies that rushed in. Therefore, Lao Lu's body has been at the door of the fruit shop, and the strange zombie is even simpler. Meng Xuanping was lying in ambush with a stick. When the zombie threw the body, he went up and hit it with a stick, and directly smashed its head. The zombie's head was not very hard to begin with, so although Meng Xuanping was not very strong, he still succeeded in killing the zombie. After killing this strange zombie, Meng Xuanping led the other zombies away, dragged Lao Lu's body in, and compared the two zombies. He was still puzzled and didn't know what the difference was. There is no significant difference. Why would this zombie carry a body? Meng Xuanping pushed his glasses, feeling very confused and unable to think about it. His education level was not very high, but he had studied medicine, although he did not pass the exam to obtain a license. Nor did he work in a hospital. He became the deputy director of a customer service company with his skills, but he still had some basic knowledge, and his anatomy was not bad. So after analyzing it, he did not find any major problems. In fact, he did not even find the virus. He had no idea what was going on. Alas! Meng Xuanping sighed deeply, and then returned to the bathroom. After washing his hands with the water he had stored earlier, he planned to clean up the place. After all, the two corpses here are disgusting enough. He has a lot of water resources. The mineral water in the fruit shop alone can support him for 2 or 3 months. In Meng Xuanping's imagination, 2 or 3 months are enough to support him until the army comes to rescue him. But just when Meng Xuanping was about to clean up, he suddenly heard a series of dong 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 knocks on the door. Huh? Meng Xuanping was stunned, because this knock was very unusual. Unlike the chaotic sound of zombies knocking on the door, this time the sound was very rhythmic and ups and downs. It seems that a human is knocking on the door. Meng Xuanping frowned, and a strange look appeared on his face. What's going on? Meng Xuanping has seen a lot of survivors asking for help, After all, this is one of the few places nearby with supplies, and it is normal for survivors to come here. But, knocking at the front door? Is this reasonable? You know, although the street near the front door is relatively small, there are still a few zombies wandering around, and a normal team of 3 or 4 people dare not break through from the front, so why would someone knock at the front door? Meng Xuanping was very puzzled, and immediately walked out of the toilet, and looked downstairs through the glass on the second floor. You don't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. The zombies that were wandering around the door of the fruit shop are now lying on the ground, motionless, and reddish-brown liquid is gushing out. The zombies have been eliminated, and silently? Meng Xuanping was shocked, and swallowed nervously, looking downstairs, but suddenly saw a green-haired person. In addition to the green-haired person, there was also a petite girl. Of course, neither of these two could attract Meng Xuanping's attention. What really made Meng Xuanping feel important was the man who was knocking on the door politely. He was wearing a red down jacket and looked quite sunny and cheerful. But Meng Xuanping couldn't see his face clearly due to his perspective. For a moment, Meng Xuanping was a little confused and didn't know how to deal with it. But at this moment, the sunny and cheerful boy downstairs seemed to sense something, and suddenly raised his head and looked at him. The four looked at each other. Meng Xuanping and the sunny and cheerful boy looked at each other. In an instant, Meng Xuanping felt a chill on his back. He felt as if he was in some endless grassland, and encountered a ferocious beast. Although the beast was gentle and kind, there was an endless murderous intent hidden behind its eyes, which really made people feel cold. Even, Meng Xuanping's forehead was covered with a trace of cold sweat. What is he doing here? The two guys behind him don't seem to be human. Could he be the one who commands that special zombie? Who can command zombies, a superpower, and a superpower who controls zombies? For a moment, a myriad of thoughts surged in Meng Xuanping's mind. He took a deep breath, holding a glimmer of luck slightly opened a window, and said to the sunny and handsome boy downstairs, "My friend, are you here to collect supplies? We can exchange. I have apples here. Do you want apples? Apples are easy to store." In the end times, especially in a power outage, Meng Xuanping felt that the other party probably needed them. He was also betting that the survivor was a good person. A good person who could reason. If he could reason, even if he killed the zombies he kept, he could use ignorance to cover up. Even. Meng Xuanping took a deep breath. He was still willing to be a dog for the other party. After hearing Meng Xuanping's words, a resolute voice suddenly came from downstairs. "Apple? I don't use apple." "Ah?" Meng Xuanping didn't understand what this meant for a while. Then, Meng Xuanping heard a firm voice from downstairs. "Support domestic products. I only use domestic mobile phones." Meng Xuanping? Are you sick? This is a fruit store, not a mobile phone store. Could the apple I'm talking about be that apple? Chapter 72. Touched by the scene. You only use 2 words, touched. The thing that Meng Su was most worried about happened. The place where the employees were killed, there were humans. Helpless. Meng Su is a reasonable person. If it was humans who killed their employees without knowing it, Meng Su would not kill them for his employees. Right? Meng Su has a very positive outlook, so he won't care about anything. But this is a fruit store. It's that simple. The company's top management decided in a meeting that you will replace Zhang Tao's job and move all the supplies in the fruit store away as compensation to Zhang Tao. What? When did the company's top management hold a meeting to decide? What a joke. The vice president is not here at the moment. The only top management in the company is Chairman Meng Su. Chairman Meng just held a small meeting in his mind to decide. Who has any objections? Meng Su did this for the good of others. After all, it is better to follow Brother Ming than to fight alone. As long as you have a skill, even if you don't know anything, Brother Ming can arrange a suitable position for you. Even if you die unfortunately, Brother Ming will give you some compensation, although you can't spend it. By the way, Zhang Tao is dead. Who will get his compensation? Will the system take kickbacks? Employees' compensation is taken as kickbacks. Are you still a human being? Oh, you are not a human being. Meng Su was heartbroken. Seeing that the man upstairs was still hesitating, Meng Su thought about it, and thought that maybe the tiger didn't show its power, and thought he was Hello Kitty. However, just when Meng Su was about to communicate with the means of non-violence, non-cooperation, he heard a clanging sound coming from upstairs. He looked carefully, and soon a sweaty man with glasses came to Meng Su and began to unlock the door for Meng Su. Although they were both wearing glasses, the feeling Meng Su had was completely different from Kong Weijin, whom he had met before. Calm Weijian gave Meng Su a sense of being knowledgeable. But he only gave Meng Su a cold and vicious feeling, as if a poisonous snake appeared in front of him. This feeling made Meng Su very uncomfortable. However, this feeling seemed to be something Meng Su had sensed after strengthening his spirit. In the past, Meng Su would never have noticed it. Therefore, the moment he looked into the eyes of this man with glasses, he became alert. The man with glasses was sweating profusely, and he kept apologizing to Meng Su. "I'm sorry, brother. The current situation is turbulent. I was a little too nervous, so I had to do this. Please forgive me." "Did you come from the Science and Technology building?" "Me too. I'm Meng Xuanpeng, the Deputy Night Shift Supervisor of Wanxiang International." "What's your name?" "My name is Meng Su." Meng Su looked around and smelled a strong smell of blood in the fruit shop. "Huh? Brother, your last name is Meng too?" "Uh-huh. What a coincidence. We might have been from the same family 500 years ago." Meng Xuanpeng was trying to get close to Meng Su stiffly, as if he wanted to use the same last name to get closer to each other. However, Meng Su did not listen carefully to the exchange with Meng Xuanpeng. He looked over and began to look up Meng Xuanpeng's information. Occupation: Corporate Executive. Level 3. Occupation: Psychologically Twisted Killer. Level 3 can be upgraded to level 4 after killing 4 more people. Meng Su? This was the first time Meng Su saw such a profession, and he understood a lot in an instant. It seems that he has come to the right place. Meng Su smiled slightly and saw Meng Xuanpeng open the door. The moment Meng Xuanpeng opened the door, Meng Su didn't say much and kicked him directly. Meng Su's strength was now 20 points, and his agility was 18 points. Although Meng Xuanpeng had been prepared, he had no room to play under Meng Su's superhuman physique. He was directly kicked over by Meng Su, and even felt a sharp pain in his chest. It seemed that several ribs were knocked over by Meng Su's kick. Meng Su did not hesitate, took the initiative, and came to the fruit shop first. He accused Meng Xuanpeng. "How dare you kill my people? Tell me, was Lao Lu from the fruit shop killed by you?" There was only one fruit shop near the Science and Technology Innovation building, and Meng Su knew that the owner of this shop was Lao Lu. Now that Lao Lu is gone, a guy from Wanxiang International has come, and he is a perverted murderer. Is there no need to say more about where Lao Lu is gone? After that, Meng Su looked around. There was blood splattered on the wall, and there were some scattered pieces of meat at the corner. There was also a bloodstain, which seemed to be dragged to the alley outside. Meng Xuanpeng seemed to want to explain something, but Meng Su didn't give him a chance to explain, and gave Li Xiang a look. Li Xiang understood, and went up to Meng Xuanpeng and wanted to eat him. Seeing this, Meng Su kicked Li Xiang lightly and said, "Next time, if you don't understand my eyes, don't act rashly. I mean, you stay here and watch this kid. Don't let him run around." Roar! The confused zombie Li Xiang roared, and it was unknown whether he understood it or not. But Meng Su's mission order was issued. Meng Xuanpeng now felt a sweet rusty taste in his throat, and blood appeared at the corners of his mouth. He only felt a burning pain in his body, and couldn't help lying on the ground wailing. He had no idea what had happened, why he was kicked down all of a sudden. What made him even more horrified was that, as soon as he looked up, he could see 2 pairs of eyes staring at him, as if they were looking at some feast. That's right, Li Xiang, Chi Wei had already come to the door at this moment, and they stared at Meng Xuanpeng, just like black people in the slave era of the United States saw fried chicken, with their eyes wide open. If it weren't for the farmer, if it weren't for the death order from Chairman Meng Su, they would have rushed up and eaten Meng Xuanpeng clean. Meng Xuanpeng was now full of regrets, and there was deep despair in his mind. If I had known this, why would I have provoked that special zombie? Desperate as he was, Meng Su had already walked around the alley, and immediately saw the corpses that had been eaten, and exposed their white bones. They were in a complete mess, and their flesh and blood were severely torn. After counting carefully, there were actually 3 or 4 of them. It was obvious that they were humans, not zombies, and there was a high probability that they were abandoned here after death. Otherwise, they would have been bitten by zombies, and quickly transformed into the same kind of zombies. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with the system's judgment. This Meng guy was really like that. Meng Su snorted coldly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, Meng Su did not hesitate, turned back to the fruit shop. Looking at Meng Xuanpeng, who was lying on the ground with blood spitting out of his mouth, Meng Su scolded, "You only wrote 2 words to express deep affection, you beast. Do you deserve the surname Meng?" After that, Meng Su did not say much. He went upstairs without hesitation, found the place where the employee died, pushed the door, and saw the scene of Zhang Tao being dismembered, and could not help but take a deep breath, closed the door, and hurried downstairs. I can explain. Meng Xuanping felt a strong threat of death, and was immediately terrified, and shouted to Meng Su, I am doing this for self-protection. Self-protection? Brother. I am willing to be your slave, Grandpa. Forgive me this time, Grandpa. In order to survive, he can do whatever it takes. Although his ribs might be broken, Meng Xuanping still endured the discomfort, climbed up, and cowed out to Meng Su for mercy. Seeing this, Meng Su snorted coldly and said mercilessly, You can remain silent, but every word you say will become your last words. Hearing this, Meng Xuanping was completely panicked. But soon, Meng Su said very calmly, But who doesn't make mistakes? Let's do this. I'll give you a chance to survive. As long as you can beat this green-haired guy, you can survive. After that, Meng Su patted Li Xian on the shoulder, and everything was self-evident. Then, Meng Su took Qi Wei to the warehouse to move fruits and resources. It must be said that the resources in this fruit shop are really quite a lot. Meng Su's mood improved slightly. The task of revenge for Zhang Tao was completed. Although the system did not issue any tasks to me, this was a task from the bottom of my heart, and I did not need any reward. My employees, I make the decision. There was a wailing sound downstairs, and in front of Meng Su, a line of small gilded characters appeared. Vulgar. Despicable. This is not what a qualified civilized person should do. You brutally beat Mr. Meng Xuanping, the deputy supervisor of the night shift of Wanxiang International Company Limited. He is now extremely angry, and his hatred for you is like a torrent of water. Meng Xuanping's favorability towards you is -100. The system is ashamed of your speed in causing trouble. It is strongly recommended that you complete what a traditional company should do as soon as possible, and set up a legal department. Trigger task. Set up a legal department. Task requirements. Hire a legal team of at least 3 lawyers, and at least 1 lawyer must have a lawyer level of 5. Task rewards. Chairman experience +50, group influence +10, cash +500, 000, distributable attribute points +1, distributable professional experience +3, points +5. Reminder, after hiring a lawyer, you will be exempted from fines within a certain limit. For example, if an employee is injured, disabled, or killed at work, the lawyers in the legal department will reduce a certain amount of money according to the lawyer's level. Suddenly, small gilded characters appeared, accompanied by the continuous screams in his ears, and Meng Su fell into deep thought. You're right. I think I really need a legal department. Not for anything else, but because if an employee dies, the compensation can be reduced. Although the system has certified me as a conscience pioneer, as the old saying goes, conscience can't be eaten. The company is just starting out. If it goes bankrupt, who can be responsible for the company? Thinking of this, Meng Su felt that hiring a few lawyers was imperative. Not for anything else, just for the zombie employees. After all, the mortality rate of zombie employees is indeed a bit high, and they may be beaten to death by the survivors outside if they are not careful. If it was a survivor like the beast downstairs, it would be fine. Meng Su could avenge his employees. But if it was just an ordinary survivor, if he killed ordinary survivors to avenge the zombie employees, it would have a bad impact. And more importantly, at the same price, Meng Su felt that human employees were actually more valuable than zombie employees. After all, human employees can think, and they don't need to draw cakes. They draw cakes for themselves, and then work. Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately thought of a lawyer. Legal pioneer, lawyer Zhang Wei from the law firm upstairs. As we all know, Chairman Meng Su of Peace Order and lawyer Zhang Wei are old friends. Meng Su used to help lawyer Zhang Wei distribute flyers, and lawyer Zhang Wei also often helped Meng Su deal with some legal issues. The two of them maintained a personal friendship for a long time, and their friendship was very wide. It's just a pity that this kind of personal friendship only maintained at the spiritual level. Chairman Meng and lawyer Zhang Wei had never met, which is a rather regrettable thing. But it doesn't matter. Since this task was given, Meng Su will go to visit this lawyer Zhang Wei when he returns to the building, and recruit Zhang Wei as the legal department of the group. After a pause, Meng Su took inventory of the supplies here. 7 boxes of apples, and cherries, and strawberries and other fruits that are not easy to preserve. In addition, what surprised Meng Su was several boxes of mineral water. cigarettes and alcohol. Although this is a fruit store, how can a fruit store only sell fruit? Chi Wei, don't move the fruit. I'll give you the cart, and you'll be responsible for moving the mineral water back. Meng Su turned around, used the pie in the sky tactic to Chi Wei, and gave instructions. Although the system suggested that Meng Su draw a pie every 3 days, Meng Su did not accept the system's suggestion. System? He knows nothing about employees. He is just a shill. He has a ruby in his hand, which is a treasure that zombies will flock to. He can use it as he likes. When Chi Wei heard this, her delicate half-face revealed a look of desire. And Meng Su looked closely, and felt something was wrong. The half of Chi Wei's face that was bitten seemed to grow back slowly. But it was still half-hanging, dangling on her face. Occupation, zombie, cleaner. Position, member of the first group of the sanitation and cleaning department of the first business group of peace and order K1 level. Level 1. Meng Su was suddenly surprised to find that Chi Wei's zombie level had risen, and actually reached level 1. Chi Wei had not eaten anyone during this period. It seemed that she had not done anything, so how could she have been upgraded? Meng Su was a little confused. But it didn't matter, the upgrade was a good thing. Chi Wei began to drag the cart, and walked downstairs sluggishly, with stiff steps, while Meng Su turned around, confirmed the supplies, and went downstairs again. Downstairs? It was over. Meng Su, for the sake of their surname, gave Meng Xuanping a chance. Unfortunately, he didn't seize the opportunity, and fought against Li Xiang alone. Unfortunately, he was coded by Li Xiang, the super zombie. Meng Su didn't know what kind of torture Meng Xuanping had suffered. But now, he had become a zombie with one eye blind. It seemed that the blind eye was forcibly squeezed out by some external force. Roar! Meng Xuanping roared angrily when he saw Meng Su. But he didn't move forward. It can be seen that Meng Xuanping's zombie is a little different from other zombies. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but laugh. Okay. You have guts. After that, Meng Su continued, it just so happens that the company is short of a dog downstairs. Come and work with me. I officially appoint you as the dog of the Peace Order Company's security department, with a rank of deputy dog and a monthly salary of 8,000. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Meng Su actually didn't want to give a penny, but employees had to pay, so he had no choice. Zhang Tao left the peaceful order forever, but there was one less laborer, so Meng Xuanping naturally had to fill the gap. Talent Meng Xuanping discovered. The system detected that the host had a strong desire to hire. The system's gilded small characters appeared in front of Meng Su, and Meng Su nodded calmly. Only after the words hired successfully appeared did Meng Su feel satisfied. Then he said, go upstairs, kneel down and carry Zhang Tao out. Find an empty space to bury him, and put up a sign. I will personally attend Zhang Tao's funeral later. Although Zhang Tao made Meng Su work overtime every day when he was a manager, but after he became a zombie, at least he died for the cause of the peaceful order. As the chairman, Meng Su chose to forgive. As for fruits and the like, he dared not let zombies move them. What if he accidentally injected a virus? Chapter 73. 3 visits to the thatched cottage can invite Zhuge Liang. But you can't? The fruit shop is not too close to the science and technology building. Nor is it far. Meng Su is also strong enough. So he also dragged a small cart, dragged a few boxes of fruit, and returned the same way. There are still many zombies around. Meng Su is very low-key. He took the safer road when he came. Li Xiang was responsible for clearing the way. Any blind zombies were slapped to death by Li Xiang. Li Xiang, a mutant zombie, is quite capable and is invincible in beating zombies. Meng Su felt a little regretful. If that senior talent and bodyguard had worked for him, that would have been great. Soon, Meng Su returned to the science and technology building and saw that Chi Wei had dragged the water back. The difference was that it was scattered. Meng Su immediately shook his head and said, the task that your group did not complete last time, Chi Wei. You continue to clean up the zombies on the second and third floors. Although the zombies work slowly, at least they are still working. Chi Wei is not capable enough, but ordinary zombies will not actively attack Chi Wei, and Chi Wei does not need to kill them. She only needs to lead them out and lead them to a farther place. Let them consume it slowly. As for Li Xiang, Meng Su calmly ordered, Li Xiang, you stand by at the staircase on the third floor. If there is a zombie that does not follow the designated route, you kill it. Before, I was timid when I drew cakes, but now I draw cakes and strike hard. It's best to do it once every 3 days? I do it 30 times a day. Bored? Then I won't give you the evolution crystal. Meng Su found that this evolution crystal is really a good thing, just like the carrot hanging on the head of the donkey pulling the mill. Just give him hope. As for whether he can eat it or not, it depends on whether he can get the second one. It seems that I still need to pick some mutant zombies to kill. 1 evolution crystal is too few. I will feel more confident if I have 2. Meng Su thought silently in his heart, and went upstairs at the same time, intending to ask others to go downstairs to move fruits. These grapes, strawberries, etc., need to be eaten early, otherwise they will rot easily. It needs to be solved quickly. Boss, you are back. As soon as Meng Su arrived on the 4th floor, Shen Zhaozhao immediately came up and said to Meng Su happily, "The 200 fried chicken strips you asked for have been fried. By the way, in order to keep warm, they are constantly poured with hot oil." The hot oil pouring was Zhang Luanping's idea. But considering that Shen Zhaozhao was the team leader, Zhang Luanping gave full play to his workplace energy and gave the credit to Shen Zhaozhao. Shen Zhaozhao was a newcomer in the workplace and was not that experienced. While taking credit for it to Meng Su, he said, "Brother Zhang, Sister Zhou, and Xiao Qiqi did this together. Brother Zhang came up with the idea. Boss, our department is capable. Right?" Then, Shen Zhaozhao proudly puffed out her chest, exposing her flat figure, her eyes full of expectation, as if to say, "Praise us now. Not bad, very good." Meng Su reluctantly praised Shen Zhaozhao. At this moment, Meng Su suddenly heard Zhang Luanping cough twice. Shen Zhaozhao immediately thought of something, and his expression became sad. "Mr. Meng, we heard about the death of Zhang Tao, a good colleague of the first business group. We are very sad. This is a little gift from our group. We hope that the late colleague Zhang Tao will like it." After that, Zhang Wenqi behind him stepped forward timidly with a look of awe, and presented 7,000 paper cranes. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was stunned. And then he smiled and said, "Zhang Tao will definitely be happy. I just went downstairs to help him get revenge. At the same time, I also recruited a new employee. I arranged him to be a dog in the security department. He usually doesn't go upstairs." Meng Su was very pleased. The scene of employees getting along harmoniously is really good. At this time, Zhou Yanni glanced at Zhang Luanping, and seemed to give Zhang Luanping a look of "You are really awesome." Zhang Luanping was very calm. He felt that he had done nothing, he just blended into this atmosphere. Everyone thinks that Mr. Meng is mentally ill, which is really ridiculous. Mr. Meng is just thinking ahead. As long as you follow Mr. Meng's thinking logic, you will never make mistakes. Since you are so thoughtful, let's do this. Meng Su took a deep breath and said to them, "There are water resources and fruits downstairs. You go down and move them. Li Xiang is watching over them. Don't worry. He won't attack you. As for your paper cranes, when I bury Zhang Tao, I will tell him about your thoughts, and let him thank you in a dream." Forget about the dream. Shen Zhaozhao thought of Zhang Tao's head that had been twisted and deformed, and shuddered, and his smile froze. And the little girl Zhang Wenqi was so scared that her face turned pale, and the cold she had just caught seemed to be coming again. "These fried chicken strips, you each have 5, eat them as soon as possible, and the cost will be deducted from your salary." Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but smile slightly, and then took the initiative to point out, "Shen Zhaozhao, come with me, and bring the remaining fried chicken strips." "Okay, boss." Although Shen Zhaozhao looked a little ugly, he still nodded obediently, and took the folder and the bag of remaining fried chicken strips, and followed Meng Su. Just like the secretary next to the chairman, Shen Zhaozhao had not experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse outside. After all, she was trapped in the toilet at the beginning of the apocalypse, and then rescued by Meng Su. Then she enjoyed life in the company, and basically didn't know the situation outside. After listening to Zhou Yanni and Zhang Luanping's words, she was more determined than before. "I must hold Meng Su's thighs and teeth tightly." Shen Zhaozhao clenched her fists, and followed Meng Su closely. Passing through several floors, there were faint zombies roaring inside, which made Shen Zhaozhao unconsciously pull the corner of Meng Su's clothes, but soon her smile became a little stiff. Meng Su's clothes were really bloody. Shen Zhaozhao pulled a handful of blood. Shen Zhaozhao was even more scared. Meng Su was very calm. As he went upstairs, he said to Shen Zhaozhao, "You should prepare a contract. It doesn't have to be too complicated. It's just a formality. Just say that you want to hire Lawyer Zhang to work in our company's legal department." "Lawyer Zhang? Hasn't Lawyer Zhang turned into a zombie a long time ago? Shen Zhaozhao had a trace of doubt in his heart, but it disappeared quickly. Just a zombie employee. We have many zombie colleagues in our company. It's no big deal. Shen Zhaozhao nodded. And while thinking about how to write the employment contract, he began to follow Meng Su. Soon, the two of them arrived at the 13th floor. The 13th floor was still as messy as before. No one touched the cash that Meng Su had previously deposited in front of the door. However, after hearing Meng Su's arrival, there was a burst of rapid knocking on the door from behind the office. Seeing this, Meng Su smiled slightly, took 2 steps forward, knocked on the office door, and shouted to the office, "Is Lawyer Zhang here? I'm here to ask you a few questions. And by the way, talk to you about job hopping." Roar! Lawyer Zhang did not answer, only roared. Meng Su ignored him, dragged an office chair and sat down, then said to the office door, "Lawyer Zhang, if someone is sentenced to death, but can't go on the day of the execution, can he entrust a lawyer to go? If the death penalty is refused, will it be reported? If it is a lethal injection, how long will it take before I can drink alcohol? By the way, there is another true story I encountered on the road. I hit someone with my car and couldn't find where he flew to. Can it be considered a hit-and-run accident? Can I ask him to come back to compensate for the scratch repair fee of my car?" Shen Zhaozhao looked at Meng Su with strange eyes. But before she could think of anything, Meng Su suddenly laughed. "Hey, I'm kidding you. Why would I ask such a question?" Hearing Meng Su say this, Shen Zhaozhao was relieved. "I knew it. Why would my boss ask such a weird question? I said my boss is a normal person." Shen Zhaozhao thought in her heart, but she obviously forgot one thing. Normal people would not consult a zombie about legal issues. But at this moment, Shen Zhaozhao heard Meng Su's concerned inquiry again. "Lawyer Zhang, the next question is what I care about most. My employees work more than 8 hours a day, which violates the labor law. Can I confiscate the employee's illegal income?" Shen Zhao? Ah? Shen Zhaozhao was obviously stunned. She didn't expect Chairman Meng's heart to be so vicious. He is simply a living capitalist. A boss like you should be hanged on a street lamp. Oh wait, in the end-time environment, it seems that it doesn't matter if you don't get paid for overtime. That's fine. Meng Su seemed to sense Shen Zhaozhao's Sichuan opera face changing, and couldn't help but look back, and then saw that the door of the office was not opened, and immediately sighed deeply. Isn't this too rude? Meng Su was very disappointed. He and Lawyer Zhang were close, and they had been friends for a long time. But Lawyer Zhang refused to see him. This was the 3rd time he had come. Even if it was Zhuge Liang, he should have asked him to come out after 3 visits. Right? Since you don't want to, then I can only use coercive means. Meng Su made a prompt decision, picked up the fire axe, and aimed at the door handle of the office, and went up with an axe, destroying everything in his way, and sawdust flew everywhere. Roar! Lawyer Zhang Wei, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, rushed out of the office, baring his teeth and claws, and seemed to want to kill Meng Su. Profession, zombie. Level, 0. When Meng Su saw the profession of Lawyer Zhang Wei, his brain crashed for a moment. Wait. Lawyer Zhang Wei who turned into a zombie, is he still a lawyer? The next moment, Meng Su did not hesitate, and directly swung the axe, knocked Lawyer Zhang Wei to the ground, but did not kill him, and then he did not hesitate to pick up a stool, and pressed it on Lawyer Zhang Wei, and fell into entanglement and contemplation. Forget it, recruit first. Meng Su gritted his teeth and immediately chose to recruit. Lawyer Zhang, it is more promising to follow me. You can't use your talents in this broken law firm. Let's have a peaceful order. This is the future. Discovering the talent, Zhang Wei detected that the host has a strong desire to hire. Do you want to hire? According to the system calculation, hiring Zhang Wei requires a monthly salary of at least 30,000 yuan. Because it was detected that Zhang Wei is currently working as the chief legal officer of Zhang Wei law firm. If you don't refuse, I will assume that you agree. After the classic question, Meng Su immediately saw the small gilded characters in front of him again. No one was detected by Zhang Wei's refusal. You have successfully recruited new employees. The number of employees increases. The current number of employees is 8. The total number of monthly salary expenditures is 225,000 yuan. For details, please check the employee list. After seeing this line of small characters, Meng Su immediately saw that Lawyer Zhang Wei appeared new attributes. Occupation, Zombie level 0, Lawyer level 4. Position, Employees of the first business group of Peace Order Group K1 seeing this, Meng Su was relieved. Fortunately, it worked. But there is a new problem. That is, Meng Su looked at the zombie struggling under the chair and fell into deep thought. How to calm this zombie down. No longer so manic, and no longer showing signs of attacking anyone. Can it be done by just drawing a pie in the sky? Meng Su thought about it and began a series of attempts to tame zombie employees. This experiment is more valuable. Once I can learn from lawyer Zhang Wei about taming zombie employees, I can recruit zombie employees at will in the future, instead of having to consider zombie employees with a favorability of -100. A small step forward. A big step for the company. 5 chicken strips. Meng Su pressed the stool with one hand, pressed lawyer Zhang Wei under it, and reached out to Shen Zhaozhao behind him with one hand. Shen Zhaozhao immediately understood and handed over 5 chicken strips. After receiving the fried chicken strips, Meng Su stuffed them directly into lawyer Zhang's mouth without hesitation. Lawyer Zhang, come, eat the chicken strips. Our company pays the most attention to the welfare of employees. Think about it. In the end times, how many companies are so powerful that they can treat their employees to fried chicken strips? After that, Meng Su shouted to Shen Zhaozhao, take back the money that is pressed at the door. There is no need to consider whether lawyer Zhang Wei has money in his pocket. Anyway, he paid him a lot of consulting fees the first 2 times he came. He must be rich. Shen Zhaozhao did it immediately. After doing it, Meng Su began to have a headache. Lawyer Zhang Wei, now as long as you don't move, I will give you a promotion and a raise. By the way, I have a big red evolution crystal treasure. Do you want it? If you want it, just be obedient. Meng Su made a move, using the pie in the sky. Roar! Pie in the sky is somewhat useful, but it doesn't seem to be very effective. Seeing that the pie in the sky didn't work, Meng Su took a deep breath and showed a creepy smile to lawyer Zhang. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Zhang Wei, don't blame me. Since the pie in the sky didn't work, then Meng Su had to use special means to reduce his favorability to -100. According to previous experience, the best way to reduce favorability is beat hard. With this thought in mind, Meng Su put the fire axe on the ground, picked up an incense burner on the table, and smashed it on Zhang Wei's head. Are you obedient or not? Are you obedient or not? Be obedient. The incense burner was smashed again and again, and Meng Su restrained his strength and tried to make himself look more gentlemanly. Shen Zhaozhao, who was standing aside, was already dumbfounded, in the eyes full of fear. Ah? Chairman Meng originally recruited zombie employees like this? Shen Zhaozhao swallowed his mouth, feel unprecedented fear. She thought of Qi Wei's half-face, thinking of the late employee Zhang Tao's deformed head. Now she looked at Meng Su, who was approximately crazy. For a moment, Shen Zhaozhao's back was cold. The end of the world is terrible. I want to go home. She thought she was adapted, but now it seems she just pressed. No adaptation. Chapter 74. Chairman Meng has gradually become proficient. Everyone stop what you are doing. This is lawyer Zhang, who will be working in our legal department in the future. If you have any legal questions to consult, you can come to him. Meng Su's face was rosy. He took lawyer Zhang Wei by the hand and appeared in front of all the employees. He made a brief introduction. Lawyer Zhang will tell you everything he knows. Everyone applaud and welcome him. After that, Meng Su was the first to applaud. Several other employees followed suit. However, their applause sounded reluctant. It was not because they had any complaints about Meng Su's dominance, but because Zhang Luanping took a deep breath and looked at the zombie standing behind Meng Su, feeling deeply shocked. The great lawyer Zhang Wei looked extremely miserable now, as if he had been hit hard by someone. His head was completely changed, especially his forehead, which had a deep groove, which looked as if it had been hit by something hard. If it were a human, it would probably be in a daze by now. But zombies are fine. They are fine. Zhang Wenqi was frightened and cried again. And Zhou Yanni turned pale. Although Zhou Yanni knew that Meng Su was a good guy, the logic and means of this good guy's behavior were too terrifying. He was even more weird than a monster and looked scarier than a zombie. Compared with Meng Su, the zombies wandering outside were like harmless little white rabbits. Zhang Luanping was thinking about the significance of a lawyer joining the company team and how he should deal with the questions that Mr. Meng might throw out next. But Zhou Yanni keenly noticed a blind spot. That was Shen Daoao, who followed Meng Su around. Today, Her face was not very good. Even the hand holding the bag of fried chicken strips was trembling. What happened to her? Zhou Yanni was a little confused. She guessed that Shen Zhaozhao must have seen something incredible outside, so she had such a panic expression. She looked like her worldview had been reshaped. And Shen Zhaozhao was in a heavy mood. After all, for Shen Zhaozhao, her worldview had indeed been reshaped. Just 10 minutes ago, she learned how Chairman Meng recruited zombie employees. The specific process and steps were also very simple. Disagree? Then beat him until he agrees. And while beating him, he also cursed him. The curses, TSK TSK TSK. So dirty. Saying things like Lawyer Zhang. I am the same as you. I don't know anything. Can I be a lawyer? After your trial, can the plaintiff be sentenced to 20 years? Etc. It is called infinite rampant. During the beating and insulting, Chairman Meng also laughed from time to time, which matched the scene, and he looked like a perverted murderer. Shen Zhaozhao was a little scared, and his face turned pale. After beating for more than 10 minutes, Lawyer Zhang finally confessed, admitting that it was his problem, and was willing to become an employee of the legal department of the First Business Group of Peace Order Group, and took the initiative to reduce his salary, and took a salary of 10,000 yuan per month. After that, Chairman Meng forcibly pressed the fingers of Lawyer Zhang, the zombie, to make handprints and sign a contract to sell himself. It was really terrifying. Anyone who came here would be scared. But Shen Zhaozhao would keep all of this in mind, and would never reveal the company's top secrets. Let her bear all the pain alone. Loyalty. Sincerity. Thinking of this, Shen Zhaozhao's hands finally stopped shaking, and his eyes became firm. And Meng Su did not understand nor wanted to understand Shen Zhaozhao's inner changes. After all, recruiting zombie employees through special means is basically his unique skill. Others want to learn, but they can't learn it at all. Meng Su didn't intend to hide it. He was in a good mood now, because he could see the attributes of Zhang Wei as a great lawyer. Name, Zhang Wei. Occupation, Zombie Level 0. Lawyer Level 4. Position, Legal Specialist of the Legal Department of the First Business Group of Peace Order Group Level K1. Function, when Zhang Wei is in the company, any legal compensation-related expenses can be reduced by 5%. Monthly salary, 12,000. Meng Su was still very satisfied with Zhang Wei. It's not just because he can pay 5% less, but more importantly, after getting along with him peacefully, Lawyer Zhang Wei voluntarily reduced his salary from 30,000 yuan a month to 12,000 yuan a month. He is really a role model of the company, and he is worthy of being my longtime friend. Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder, and said to Zhang Wei seriously, "Work hard, the position of the director of the First Business Group is still vacant. I think you have a bright future." Lawyer Zhang roared helplessly, and his eyes towards Meng Su were full of fear and terror. Such a human expression can be said to be very rare to appear on a zombie. Okay, we have finished talking about Lawyer Zhang. Next, the whole company must take action. Let's go to the underground garage together, to the fruit store to move the fruit. The company has ordered a lot of boxes of apples there. It's not appropriate to leave them in the fruit store. It's better to move them back to the company as soon as possible, and make them the company's property. Meng Su spoke calmly, decided to launch the first official mobilization of the company. This mobilization requires a lot of employees, and it's very dangerous. Although the underground garage and the roads along the way were cleaned by Meng Su, it's better to be safe than sorry. If one of the human employees died, Meng Su didn't dare to think about what would happen to his newly founded company. But we can't just do nothing, right? Let's go! After hearing Meng Su's transfer order, everyone had no objection. After all, they had already made preparations. Living in the environment of the end of the world, who can do nothing every day? Whether it's for survival or for hope, we must contribute our own strength, so as to make ourselves feel at ease. Facing the mobilized employees, Meng Su expressed great satisfaction, and then said, "Let's go!" So, the group rushed to the underground garage. They also brought fried chicken strips. Meng Su had not forgotten his mission, and promoted fried chicken strips along the way. As soon as he arrived at the third floor, Meng Su ran into Li Xiang, who was guarding there, and Qi Wei, who had finished moving the corpse. They looked straight at Meng Su, and their eyes were hot and hard to hide. It can be seen that they have a desire for Meng Su. Seeing this scene, the human employees were stunned, and also looked at Meng Su, feeling quite distressed. Are the enslaved zombies going to riot? Zhang Lunping thought to himself. When Ming Su saw the scene, he was very calm. He knew why Chi Wei and Li Xiang looked at him. It was nothing more than the evolution crystal. But when did I say I would pay them the evolution crystal? What I said at the beginning was, clearly, there is a chance. Do you understand what a chance means? Ming Su glanced at the time. It was exactly noon now, and nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Li Xiang and Chi Wei earnestly, Li Xiang, Chi Wei, your group has made a great contribution this time. According to the judgment of this chairman, your contribution value has reached 99.9%. As long as you complete another 0.1% contribution, you can get the ruby. Are you excited? Go to work, don't just stand there. Hearing Ming Su's words, the two zombies roared immediately, seemingly unwilling, but still went to work. Facing Ming Su's words, Zhang Luanping, Zhou Yanni and Shen Zhaodao looked at Ming Su at the same time, showing an incredible look in their eyes. Zombies. Why can they understand human speech? Then, when we usually communicate with zombie colleagues, can they also hear us? Is Chairman Ming really crazy? Or is he wise but foolish? Or is he righteous but crazy? In fact, when he talks to zombies, he is not talking nonsense. But the real thing? For a moment, a doubt rose in the hearts of the three people at the same time, and they were completely confused about what the zombies were like. Ming Su was very satisfied with the success of his pie drawing skills. Since becoming the LV1 chairman, Ming Su felt that he was becoming more and more skilled in pie drawing. This evolution crystal can be used for at least 1 week. What? Isn't their contribution already 99.9%? Haha, you are still too naive. Ming Su learned from an excellent predecessor, and learned some advanced technology from him. Although your contribution has reached 99.9%, but to achieve the last 0.1%, you still need to go through 0.01%, gold coins, diamonds, acceleration cards, exchange cards. These 4 steps, in the middle of the 4 steps, there is a possibility that your gold coin / diamond / acceleration cards / exchange cards are stolen by mice. Want to exchange evolution crystals by making contributions? Hee, maybe in the next life. Only when I want to give, can I succeed. Although I have only been the boss of the company for a few days, Ming Su has perfectly transformed from an employee to the chairman. Because I have been caught in the rain, I want to hold an umbrella for the zombies? Wrong, it is because I have been caught in the rain that I want to let the zombies know that. To become a zombie, you must also experience the Bing6 mode. You go get caught in the rain for me. Stupid you zombie who has never used Bing6, just follow my orders. Ming Su's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. Humph, stupid zombies. Facing the abominable exploitation of capitalists, Zombie Li Xiang and Zombie Chi Wei are still ignorant. They are still working hard, even restraining their zombie nature, and not choosing to prey on the human employees under Ming Su. Zombies don't eat people and work hard. Zombies are good. Ming Su is very cunning in deceiving zombies. Ming Su is bad. After seeing the zombies being sent away by him, Ming Su nodded with satisfaction, and then called other employees to move forward. Let's go, move the fruit. Everyone, take whatever you want to eat, you're welcome. The employee died. In addition to the company's compensation of a one-time death allowance, the fruit shop that caused the employee's death also has to pay the corresponding penalty. Therefore, it is legal for the peace order group to empty the fruit shop. Please no. Chapter 75, are we also starting to become abnormal? We had a safe journey. There were still zombies outside, but Chairman Ming was kind-hearted and acted decisively. The employees of the first business group around him also took active actions and successfully protected the safety of the fruit transport team, allowing this batch of fruit to return safely to the Science and Technology Innovation Building. In addition, this operation was also very successful, and about 30 boxes of mineral water and a lot of bread were transported back. Although I don't know why these things appeared in the fruit store. It doesn't matter. The peace order group is enough to digest these things. After carrying the fruits, Ming Su went to the grassland. Looking at the buried Zhang Tao, Ming Su couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. If it weren't for Manager Zhang's personal order, I might still be scolded by the counselor as a dog in school. Of course, there is nothing wrong with being a dog, but coming to the company to be exploited by capitalists. For me, I can have a broader world. I didn't expect that time has passed. I have become an outstanding entrepreneur in this city, and Manager Zhang has left us forever. This is really a sad story. Ming Su mourned for a while. Personally placed the 1,000 paper cranes folded by employees in front of Zhang Tao's grave, and wrote an epitaph for him. Although you are not a good person, you died for the company after all. We will always remember you. Zhang Tao from the sanitation department of the First Business Group. However, everyone seemed to see that Meng Su had written the word Tao wrong, writing it as Tao. But no one spoke up. Zhang Luanping even started to flatter him, saying that Chairman Meng's calligraphy was first-rate and that he was willing to pay 100,000 yuan to buy an authentic copy of Chairman Meng's work for his collection. Shen Zhaozhao looked down on him and joined the crowd of people buying authentic works. There was no other way. She wanted to make progress too much. However, Meng Su did not advocate such things. He rejected their alternative bribery and hinted that if they really wanted to express something, they could treat them to tea or dinner after they received their salary. According to the current situation, floors 2-5, floors 11 to 13 have been cleaned up by me, and the only floors where zombies are roaming are floors 6-10, 14, 15. After moving almost all the fruits, Meng Su looked at the happy employees, and immediately thought to himself, the first step of the company is to bring all the science and technology building under its control. This plan should not be a big problem, and I don't even need to do it myself. Li Xiang, Qi Wei, Meng Xuanpin will do it, and even Zhang Wei, the lawyer in the legal department, will do it. It's just getting the zombies out of the building, which is not a difficult task. Then we need to determine the current situation. First, the purpose of these 15 floors. The 15th floor will be used as the chairman's office. The 14th floor is used to store food and goods. The whole floor is used for this purpose, which should be easy. The 13th floor is used as an employee rest area. It used to be Zhang Wei's law firm. The law firm is relatively wealthy, so the decoration is good. Floors 12 to 10 are work areas. I haven't figured out what specific work to do. Anyway, it has to be done. Floors below 10 are temporarily vacant. Meng Su plans to arrange zombie employees to wander around on floors 1 to 2. First, it can be used as a defensive buffer. Once someone wants to come, Meng Su can get an alarm immediately. Another point is to comfort the hearts of ordinary employees, in order to prevent them from looking at zombie colleagues every day, being frightened, and finally developing some mental illness. And they will have to pay compensation for mental damages, which will not be worth the loss. For now, Meng Su felt that he had 3 most important tasks. The first was to clean up the science and technology building. The second was to eliminate Wanxiang International's market share in the market and completely shut down Wanxiang International. The third was to find 2 other lawyers. After determining all the strategies, Meng Su took a deep breath, looked at the human employees, and then casually said, according to the plan, we need to make some adjustments at present. Meng Su talked freely and expressed his ideas. When the employees heard this, they looked at each other in bewilderment. No way. If we move so much water, fruit, and food to the 14th floor, wouldn't we be exhausted? But this was Meng Su's order. Although they were unwilling, they could only applaud and praise the chairman for his wisdom and bravery. But it's not necessary for now. Next, I will take action to clean up all the zombies on the other floors, Meng Su said lightly, as if he was ready for what was to come. We will strive to make the entire building a part of our company when the sun rises tomorrow. Good. Zhang Luanping was the first to applaud. And for a moment, the applause was like thunder. Meng Su was very satisfied. He picked up the bag of fried chicken strips and walked with vigorous steps, shouting the slogan, action. This action will completely solve the problem of slow sales of fried chicken strips. Hearing Meng Su say this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Seeing them stunned, Meng Su was also a little confused. By the way, do you have any questions? Fried chicken strips are a big deal related to the improvement of my experience value. And I can't be careless. No. It's okay. Shen Zhaozhao spoke first. The framework that Chairman Meng just mentioned was so normal that everyone almost thought Chairman Meng was a normal person. Now think about it carefully. How can a normal person still think about developing a company when the world is ending? Could it be? Shen Zhaozhao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Are we also starting to become abnormal? Finally safe. Sitting in the shaking bus, Wen Yuan felt deeply tired, looking around, even wanted to burst into tears. There were about a dozen people on the bus, and there were soldiers holding steel guns in the front and back, watching the surroundings, and being alert to the zombies that might pounce on them. These warriors gave Wen Yuan a great sense of security, and made Wen Yuan feel relieved. Wen Yuan, Vice President of the School of Architecture of Nanjiang University, Senior Engineer of Haodao Real Estate, was only over 30 years old. But he had already become a famous architect in Hitching City. However, no matter how famous an architect is, he is nothing in front of zombies. Zombies will not bite you less just because you are an architect. In order to facilitate work, Wen Yuan's temporary residence is in a community at the junction of Tao County and Qingnan District. He has been worried every day for the past 6 days. And he has been worried in his dreams whether zombies will break into the house, tear him into pieces, and feast on him. But fortunately, rescue arrived. Everything will be fine. Everyone on the bus was so happy that they cried. There were convulsions. Wen Yuan's nose was sore, and he wanted to cry out loud. But he stopped. He believed that after he arrived at the safe area, he would be entrusted with an important task: post-disaster reconstruction, which is an architect's specialty. Wen Yuan was in a good mood. He looked around the bus and saw the neighbors who were rescued with him. Most of them were faculty members of the same university, and some residents living nearby. Wen Yuan couldn't help but feel relieved. There was only one stranger on the bus, a young man sitting behind him. This young man looks gentle and refined. Just looking at him makes people feel elegant and easygoing. It is easy to have a good impression of him. Seeing Wen Yuan looking at him, the young man also smiled slightly, returned an expression, and said to Wen Yuan very enthusiastically, "Hello, Dean Wen. I am Chen Bin, a sophomore student of our School of Architecture. I also attended your open class not long ago. Your understanding of agricultural architecture is simply amazing to me. Hello." Hello. Wen Yuan was flattered. He never thought that this was a student of his college. He was even more delighted. "Do you live around here too? Why have I never seen you before?" "Dean Wen. I don't live around here." Chen Bin shook his head, showed a kind smile to Wen Yuan, and stretched out his hand at the same time. Wen Yuan didn't understand, so he also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chen Bin. "Then you?" Before Wen Yuan finished asking, Chen Bin continued, "I came here specially to see you." "Huh?" Wen Yuan was stunned. But soon, he felt a huge force coming from his palm, and a crackling sound came from his right hand instantly. It was as if the bones were crushed. "Ah!" Wen Yuan couldn't help but scream. This scream instantly attracted the attention of the soldier standing guard in front. The soldier immediately noticed something was wrong, and immediately stepped forward and shouted, "What's wrong?" Chen Bin ignored the soldier, who was walking quickly, but just stared coldly at Wen Yuan with a distorted expression, and said word by word, "Dean Wen, why don't you stay at home and wait for death? Don't you know how Dean Zhao died? You have such a deep understanding of agricultural buildings. If you don't die, it will be difficult to achieve the grand blueprint of purifying the world." Wen Yuan felt so much pain that he felt as if his hand was about to break. At this moment, the soldier had already arrived in front of Chen Bin. Before the soldier could speak, Chen Bin suddenly moved, let go of Wen Yuan, and quickly passed by the soldier's side, running towards the bus driver. "What are you going to do?" The soldier was startled, and quickly raised his gun. Seeing that Chen Bin seemed to want to attack the bus driver, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets in a row hit Chen Bin accurately, and 2 blood flowers burst out on Chen Bin's body, and his skin and flesh were torn apart in an instant. Chen Bin just staggered, without stopping at all, and instantly came to the bus driver. In the bus driver's astonished expression, he punched out, and actually directly hit the bus driver's head, and made him bleed, and even broke the side of the bus. Then, Chen Bin withstood the bullet again, and twisted the steering wheel fiercely. The bus instantly lost control, and in an instant, the whole car seemed to be upside down, and directly rolled to the side. Damn it! The powerful routine instantly threw the soldier who fired the latest shot out, and Chen Bin was still fine after withstanding 3 bullets, wiped the blood off his face, and climbed out of the car directly. One of them also climbed out of the bus in a mess, raised his gun without hesitation, aimed at Chen Bin, and started shooting. If you encounter an antisocial person with special abilities, kill him quickly. This was the order given by the superior before departure. He had retired for many years, and didn't understand why. He thought it was a new regulation, and a similar codename. But now he knows the reason. After a burst of shooting, Chen Bin was shot into a sieve, and fell to the ground in an instant, with blood gushing out. Before the soldier could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly saw that Chen Bin, who had fallen down, stood up again. But it was different from before. His eyes were red and shiny. A lot of saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. And at the same time, He let out a violent roar. Roar! After being shot dead, Chinbin turned into a zombie. Seeing this incredible scene, the soldiers were stunned. And at this moment, the zombie Chinbin had quickly rushed towards the soldiers. The flames were venting wantonly. But the zombie's body was strangely hard. And it took the bullets and attacked the soldiers. Damn! What kind of monster is this? In the midst of chaos, Wen Yuan, whose hand was broken, crawled out of the ruins in a daze. Terrified, he looked at the terrifying zombie behind him. His eyes were terrified, and he ran towards the alley in a panic. He didn't know where to go, but he had only one idea. Run. Run quickly. Chapter 76 Internal and External Troubles, Mr. Ming attacks? There are guys like that again. Where did these guys who claim to be the chosen ones come from? What exactly is this so-called lord? In the safety zone of Tao County, Heching City, General Director Lu Song sat in front of the chair, feeling inexplicably irritated. He received another report. The soldiers and buses sent to the School of Architecture had been wiped out, among them the architect who was specifically required to be rescued. The dean of the School of Architecture, Xiao Tingyu, was confirmed dead. Vice Dean Wen Yuan's whereabouts were unknown, and only a few of the remaining teachers were escorted to the safety zone. This is not the first vicious attack. These days, such situations often occur in the safe zone. Suddenly, a patrol soldier disappears, and suddenly a hole is opened in the security line that has been established, and countless zombies pour in. In the center of the safe zone, several zombies appear inexplicably. Although they did not get any intelligence, according to the instructions of the Self-Help Committee of Shunfeng City, the capital of Nanjing Province, they successfully captured an antisocial participant alive, who said something called the Lord. According to him, this zombie crisis is a test brought by the Lord to mankind. Only those who have been tested and those chosen by the Lord are new humans, leading mankind to a better future under the support of the Lord. The rest of the humans who failed to withstand the test were inferior, and would be eliminated. In addition, they would perform sacrifices regularly. The so-called sacrificial ritual was to kill people. They would brutally kill humans, and feed them to the zombies, as sacrifices to the Lord. This is definitely a cult. They would deliberately bring zombie blood into the safe zone, infecting people into zombies without anyone noticing, and would also rely on their superior physical fitness to sneak attack when the soldiers were patrolling, or simply sabotage to allow the zombies to break through the front line. And these so-called cultists cannot be distinguished. They behave like ordinary people. We can't refuse to accept ordinary people just because of these cultists. Right? If that's all, it's nothing. But the problem lies in the armed forces. Originally, Heching City had sufficient armed forces, including various military and police forces. The number should not be underestimated. But for some unknown reason, when the virus broke out, the proportion of people infected in the armed forces at the first time was much higher than that of ordinary people, and many active forces were infected. As a result, there was no proper force to provide rescue in the first place. The armed forces organized now are a mixture of retired veterans and active personnel, and the number is extremely small. It is very difficult to expand the scope of the safe zone. The network system is paralyzed, the signal is interfered, and many weapons and equipment are completely ineffective. Under internal and external troubles, Lu Song is under great pressure now. Originally, this matter was not his turn, but unfortunately, Heching City officials could not be contacted at all, and he was the only one left in the Tao County team. As the only one left, he could only take the lead. Lu Song sighed deeply, and then said to the secretary beside him, "Take Lu's command. Tell him to give up Taoyuan Town and Minjia Town. Evacuate the residents of the two towns as soon as possible. Move to Shay Town, and reduce the scope of the safe zone." At this point, what can he do? He can only take one step at a time. As a snack stall owner, you are really amazing. The praise rate is as high as 100%. My God, I have never seen a snack stall owner with such a high praise rate. Great. Keep working hard. Come on. I look forward to the day when you become a full-level snack stall owner. Default evaluation is praise. Complete the task. The task rating is perfect. Obtain task rewards. Professional experience +5. Cash +80,000. Points +3. The night is deep. Ming-Su stared out the window, sat on the leather sofa, and fell into heavy thinking. His mission was completed, and it went smoothly, with a 100% favorable review rate. Seeing such a favorable review rate, Meng Su was a little confused, and began to wonder if he was a little unfriendly to the zombies in this building. They all gave me favorable reviews by default. Next time, be kinder. Kill them if you can, and don't let them suffer in this world. Meng Su sighed deeply, but soon thought of the last time he sold fried chicken chops. He snorted coldly, and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. Don't let me catch you. Who didn't give me a favorable review when I sold fried chicken chops last time? Meng Su's voice was a little gnashing of teeth, and murderous intent was immediately filled. Shen Jiao, Zhang Luanping, and Zhou Yanni were shocked, and they lowered their heads repeatedly, not daring to look directly at Meng Su. Meng Su's murderous aura was very strong. But soon, Meng Su took it back, and Meng Su began to ponder other tasks. It was obvious that he could not achieve any results in the building. First, there were no lawyers nearby, and there were still 2 lawyers missing. Secondly, the key to completely eliminating Wanxiang International was Wang Wuzhong, the chairman of Wanxiang International. And Wang Wuzhong lived in the famous local luxury villa Chunfengli Villa area in Heqing City. And he would not come to the company normally. The other employees of Wanxiang International are all in the staff dormitory at the back. So, staying in the Science and Technology building. No, staying in the Order building. There is no profit point. The only profit point may be the task of the snack stand owner. But outside, it can be accomplished just the same. So, as the chairman, can't I still live the goal of lying down and making money in the company? For a moment, Meng Su's eyes were out of focus and a little dazed. It feels that there is still a long way to go before the ultimate goal of life is to lie down. Life is not easy, Su sighed. Seeing Meng Su staring at him, Shen Jiao blushed, standing aside with a shy face, feeling warm in his heart. Does Mr. Meng like me? Will I become the chairman's wife tomorrow? Meng Su came back to his senses, looking at Shen Jiao. He didn't know Shen Jiao was daydreaming, but asked Shen Jiao as usual, please take notes of the meeting. I have to go out on a business trip tomorrow, so let's have a simple meeting. Hearing Meng Su's words, everyone was stunned, and then they all sat down. However, Zhang Luanping was somewhat puzzled. He did not know what Meng Su meant by going out on field trips. Now that we have the resources, we have everything. Why would Mr. Meng still go out? But soon, Zhang Luanping suddenly realized. How could Mr. Meng's actions be measured by common sense? Whatever Mr. Meng said was true. Meng Su coughed lightly. And then he said, in order to make the company more international, I plan to combine the East and the West, and China and the United States. All employees of our company will go to work at 8 o'clock in the future, and get off work at 17 o'clock in the evening, that is, 6 o'clock in the morning in the East, and rest at other times. What do you think? Shen Zhao? Are you still a human being? This is too capitalist. Shen Zhao's face was full of question marks. Our company has always advocated democracy and freedom. Now please let the formal employees vote publicly. Interns are not eligible to vote. Those who disagree with this plan, please raise your hands. Before Meng Su finished speaking, Shen Zhao immediately raised his hand. Looking around, I found that other employees did not raise their hands. What is there to vote for? Except for me, Shen Zhao. The formal employees are all zombies. They won't raise their hands at all. Looking at Shen Zhao's lonely white and tender little hand, Meng Su shook his head. Xiaoshen, you have gone a long way. Zhang Luanping, Zhou Yanni also looked at Shen Zhao, not understanding why Shen Zhao raised his hand. Meng Su continued, after the company's research, it was decided to downgrade your job level to K2, and change your position from team leader to acting team leader. Your salary, there is no room for downgrade. What a pity. Why did you demote me? Mr. Meng? Shen Zhao looked at Meng Su pitifully. Meng Su spoke earnestly. The company's internal style is consistent, and you are the only exception. It seems that you still lack a sense of the overall situation. Therefore, the company's senior management held a meeting and decided to transfer you to K2 for training. Work hard and strive to return to the K3 position as soon as possible. It is getting harder and harder to make money. Moreover, Shen Zhao doesn't follow his own tune. It's really disappointing. If he can't even learn to flatter his superiors, he shouldn't stay in the workplace. I'll leave tomorrow morning. All security issues will be handled by Qi Wei, the dogs in the security department, and lawyer Zhang Wei. As for the others, you should pay attention to the situation. The rooftop, any place around. Can be used to collect water resources or dry perishable fruits. I'll be back in a few days. Meng Su spoke calmly and gave some instructions here. For Meng Su, the company is essentially just a way to gain experience points and tasks. It may be useful in the future, but definitely not now. But if something really happened, Meng Su would be reluctant. So he gave the order seriously. After a serious meeting, everyone agreed with Chairman Meng's decision and would definitely implement Chairman Meng's instructions and complete tasks for Meng Su every day. Among them, Shen Zhaozhao seemed to want to express his own opinion, but was pulled back by Zhou Yanni. Whatever Mr. Meng says, Mr. Meng is such a nice person. He won't really exploit us. And we don't have too many tasks. We have to do these things anyway. After hearing Zhou Yanni's words, Shen Zhaozhao suddenly realized and felt ashamed of his own stupid behavior. The meeting was over, and other employees left one after another, going to classify the materials, while Meng Su sat on the leather sofa and silently said in his heart, allocate 14 points of distributable experience points to the profession of snack stall owner. Allocation successful. Your profession snack stall owner can be upgraded. Meng Su chose to upgrade. Upgraded successfully, your occupation snack stall owner has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. As a snack stall owner with a 95% favorable review rate all year round, your achievements are obvious to all, and you are proud of it. I hope you will continue to work hard, continue to grow, and strive to become the most beautiful snack stall owner in the world. You get 0.5 points of agility bonus, 0.5 points of constitution bonus, 1 point of spirit bonus. Your current attribute values are spirit 12, constitution 14, strength 20, agility 18.5. Looking at the upgraded snack stall owner skill, Meng Su deeply felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to improve the attributes. From level 0 to level 1, Meng Su remembered that the blessing given was quite high. Now from level 1 to level 2, the attribute point blessing is not as good as from level 0 to level 1. But no matter what, I can only say come on. Meng Su clenched his fists, imitating a TV series with a protagonist named Lu Xkui, cheered himself up. Meng Xiaoxiu, you can do it, come on. Go to sleep. Let's go tomorrow morning. Chapter 77. Oh, can't this crush you to death? The next morning, the autumn weather was crisp and sunny. The blue sky was covered with ripples of clouds, and the clouds rolled and unrolled. The surrounding environment made people feel as if everything was normal, as if the so-called end of the world had never come. Only the rusty, bloody smell in the air made people feel a little alert to this beautiful environment. Early in the morning, Meng Su was ready to set off. He set off with a big bag of fried starch sausage. Nothing else, it's just a mission requirement. Meng Su casually took a car key, rejected the Mercedes-Benz E300 that was almost half scrapped, and planned to try a new experience. Don't worry, Lao Ben, I will definitely find the culprits who hit you when I go out this time, and let them compensate you for the scratches. Last night's zombie killing operation was relatively perfect, and a lot of loot dropped. Needless to say about mobile phones, the most valuable thing is actually the car key. Meng Su got more than 20 car keys in one go, but the difference is that he doesn't know which one is which. All the employees also got up at 6 in the morning and lined up to see Meng Su off. Among them, Zhang Wenqi, a little girl, held 5 fried starch sausages in her hands and stood timidly in front of Meng Su. It seemed that she was going to give Meng Su a wreath according to her parents' instructions. There was no wreath, so it was a woven paper wreath. It looked a little unlucky, but Meng Su said it didn't matter, as long as the intention was there. Thinking of this, Meng Su touched Zhang Wenqi's head very gently and said to Zhang Wenqi, during the time when your uncle is away, you must study hard. Shen Zhaozhao, after the company's top management's research and decision, you are appointed as a teacher in the group's education department, responsible for the education of the group's employees' children, and for assigning homework. Do you understand? I understand. Shen Zhaozhao nodded. As a graduate student at Magic City University, Shen Zhaozhao felt that teaching a child was easy for him. Hearing the news that she would have to teach, Zhang Wenqi was stunned for a moment, and then her face became even uglier, as if she might cry at any time. The world is about to end. Why do we still need to go to school? Zhang Wenqi was very unhappy. Seeing this, Meng Su just smiled and touched Zhang Wenqi's head. The school will not be closed unless the universe explodes. No matter what. Education work cannot be delayed. Okay. Go back to work. I can walk by myself. After saying that, Meng Su picked up the fried starch sausage and went downstairs decisively. With a firm step, he disappeared at the corner of the stairs in a flash. Looking at Meng Su's disappearing back, Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yanni looked worried, as if they were worried about Meng Su. Shen Zhaodao seemed full of confidence. He did not think anything would happen to Meng Su. Instead, he patted Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yanni on the shoulders and said to them, "Don't worry, Brother Zhang, Sister Zhou, Director Ming will be fine. It is better to worry about how we should reform than to worry about Director Ming. If Director Ming comes back and sees that we have done nothing, then we are really finished. Only when Director Ming leaves can we really exert our full strength. We are a burden when we are with Director Ming." Although he was reluctant to admit it, what Shen Zhaodao said was indeed the truth. Then let's start to act. Let's try to make our company presentable before Mr. Ming comes back. Buzz. The engine sounded instantly. Meng Su drove a car, humming a little tune, and drove away from the underground garage. Meng Su first casually checked the status of his two subsidiaries. There was no profit at present, and there was no reduction in staff. Meng Su didn't need to worry about anything. This time, Meng Su decided to change direction. Instead of going to Qinan District where he had been last time, he went to Tao County to have a look. First, to see what the situation is like in the safe zone. And second, because Wanxiang International CEO Wang Wuzhong's mansion is located near Tao County. And Tao County also has a relatively famous law firm called Dashun Law Firm. And Meng Su can also capture invite two lawyers back. So, this exploration in the direction of Tao County is Meng Su's current main fieldwork goal. While driving, Meng Su was very satisfied with the planning of his trip in his mind, and couldn't help but sigh that he was indeed a smart talent, with a very high IQ. Just when Meng Su was distracted driving, he suddenly saw a zombie crawling fast on the ground, and suddenly crawling towards him. The zombie's legs were rubbed bloody, and there were many fragments on his chest. One of the fragments looked very familiar to Meng Su, and it seemed to be the front bumper of the Mercedes-Benz E300. Huh? Meng Su was extremely surprised. He thought he had killed a zombie when he came back, but it turned out that he was not dead yet. With this thought, Meng Su stepped on the accelerator without hesitation and directly increased the horsepower and crashed into it. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you break in. I'm just going to settle the bill for the scratch on my car with you. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the crawling zombie was directly knocked out. Meng Su smiled contemptuously, but through the rearview mirror, he found that the zombie was not dead yet. Meng Su was stunned, then his eyes flashed, and he started to observe the zombie's expressions. Profession: Physical Mutated Zombie. Level 1. Through the observation, Meng Su found that the zombie that could not be killed by the collision was actually a mutant zombie, which really opened his eyes. What's going on? Mutated zombies are everywhere. Right? You can meet one wherever you go. Meng Su complained, then he chose to reverse without hesitation, and ran over the mutant zombie. Pachi. The car ran over it. Pachi. The car ran over it again. After running over it 3 times, Meng Su found that, although the zombie was not moving much, he could tell from its expression that it was not dead at all. Ah? It's not dead yet? You are a zombie Superman? Meng Su was shocked. After thinking about it, he chose to give up running over it with the car. He got out of the car with a fire axe in his hand. Looking at the zombies that were gathered around by the sound of the car, he swung the axe without hesitation and chopped and shouted, "Get out of here. I didn't receive the mission this time. I won't drive an online car-hailing service. Get out." Blood splattered everywhere. The slashing was over soon. Meng Su immediately came to the mutant zombie and looked at it carefully. This mutant zombie looks like dead. Oh, you can even play dead? Meng Su was happy. If he hadn't had the skill to see that this mutant zombie was not dead, he would have thought he was really dead. It seems that he has to observe each zombie one by one when he kills them in the future, lest some bastard pretends to be dead and attacks. Meng Su walked quickly to the front of this physical mutant zombie, aimed at his head, raised the fire axe high, and smiled. "Sir, wake up, don't sleep here. Let's talk about compensation. You hit my car so many times with your body, you have to pay me some money. Right? If you don't pay me, I'll have to find a lawyer. Unfortunately, I now have a new lawyer." After that, Meng Su raised the fire axe and called Shen Zhaozao. Beep. The signal was not very good. I called for a long time, but it didn't connect. But it didn't matter. Meng Su was very patient. During this period, the mutant zombie was like a real dead person, not moving at all. After about 10 minutes of talking, Meng-Su finally got in touch with Shen Zhaozhao. As soon as the call was connected, Shen Zhaozhao's surprised voice came over the phone. Huh? Boss, how can you still make calls? What do you want to talk to me about? The words were a little intermittent. And Meng-Su saw this and said calmly, give the phone to Lawyer Zhang. I have something to talk to Lawyer Zhang about. Shen Zhaozhao, if you have something to do, just call Lawyer Zhang directly. Why are you calling me? Shen Zhaozhao was puzzled. But she soon realized, I must be really crazy. I actually thought that zombies would answer the phone. Wait, zombies can come to work in the company. Why can't they answer the phone? For a moment, Shen Zhaozhao was extremely entangled. And she went to find Lawyer Zhang in fear. Lawyer Zhang downstairs had a bruised face and nose. It looked like he was beaten badly by Meng-Su last time. After seeing Shen Zhaozhao, Lawyer Zhang jumped up instantly. Just as he was about to attack, Li Xiang beside him roared in an instant, and immediately asked Lawyer Zhang to stand still. He dared not move, and could only make a low roar. Li Xiang with green hair was very calm now. The biggest difference between mutant zombies and ordinary zombies is, it seems that there is no difference. It is simply because Li Xiang is now tempted by evolution crystals far more than human flesh. Meng-Su had instructed before he left that company employees are not allowed to eat them. If they eat them, they will die. Therefore, Li Xiang would never allow Attorney Zhang to eat Shen Zhaozhao. Why? Because Li Xiang is a level 4 mutant zombie, and Attorney Zhang is just a level 0 ordinary zombie. Shen Zhaozhao carefully opened the door to let Meng-Su hear Attorney Zhang's roar. After hearing Attorney Zhang's roar, Meng-Su was satisfied, and then said, did you hear it? This is my attorney. Get up and stop pretending. Meng-Su hadn't finished speaking, but he suddenly saw the zombie lying on the ground pretending to be dead, as if facing a great enemy, and jumped up directly, wanting to pounce on Meng-Su. Seeing this, Meng-Su was quick-witted and swung his axe, splitting the head of the mutated zombie. You didn't die after being run over by a car 4 or 5 times. I wonder if you'll die after losing your head. Meng-Su snorted coldly, and then casually said to Shen Zhaozhao on the other end of the phone, okay, hang up. This guy not only refused to pay, but also intended to attack me. I have used the Ming family's unique instrument to help him with his salvation. It's justified defense. It's okay. He is a good boss who abides by the law and will never do anything illegal. Shen Zhaozhao. Then boss, am I okay? It's okay. You can go back. Meng-Su hung up the phone casually, and Shen Zhaozhao was confused by this part. He could only say to himself, the chairman's illness is getting worse again. Then, he returned upstairs with a worried look on his face. After killing the mutant zombie, Meng-Su originally planned to peel off the skull skillfully to find the evolution crystal, but he suddenly felt a familiar breath behind him. Turning his head suddenly, Meng-Su saw Jiang Xiaqiu, who was exhausted, walking towards him quickly. Meng-Su realized that the reason why the mutant zombie suddenly jumped up was probably because it was stimulated by the breath of its own kind. But Jiang Xiaqiu came back so late? Meng-Su frowned, and immediately called Jiang Xiaqiu. Why did you come back so late? Jiang Xiaqiu stopped moving, looked at Meng-Su in confusion, twisted his pale face, and the scar on his forehead had become a yoke. Roar? Okay, you don't have to go back. Meng-Su waved his hand. While he went to chop the zombie's head to get the crystal, he casually shouted to Jiang Xiaqiu, you look like a human, find a place to wash your face later, and just help me. Chapter 78 Chairman Meng is not particular about small matters. He personally helps his subordinates change clothes. If we use a more intuitive description, it would be Jiang Xiaqiu has joined the team. However, Meng-Su did not care too much about Jiang Xiaqiu joining the team. He was now prying the zombie crystal. This head was really hard. Compared with the mutant zombie kill before, it was much more difficult. After a lot of effort, Meng-Su finally dug out a yellow crystal gem. Yellow? Meng-Su was a little surprised. He did not expect that the evolution crystal this time was yellow. Primary evolution crystal physical type. Introduction. The introduction of this thing is exactly the same as the previous ruby, but the difference is that one is physical and the other is strength, and another difference is that it prompts you to swallow the ruby without improvement, while swallowing the yellow sapphire has a probability of getting 1 point of physical improvement. Wow! Meng-Su couldn't help but sigh. I only need to take a 30% chance to gamble, and I can improve my physical fitness by 1 point. 70% chance of turning into a zombie, only a fool would eat it. Meng Su snorted coldly, put the yellow sapphire in his pocket, turned his head suddenly, but suddenly found that Jiang Xiaqiu was looking straight at him at this moment, with a pair of red eyes, full of desire. Being stared at by a beautiful woman with such eyes, Meng Su felt very comfortable. However, Meng Su knew in his heart that Jiang Xiaqiu was attracted by the evolution crystal in his hand. Not him. However, Meng Su paused, and suddenly thought of many things. Zombies' eyes are divided into two types, gray, white, and red. Is there any difference between these two types of zombies? Although Meng Su was not a scientist, he still noticed this situation keenly. So he fell into deep thought. Ordinary zombies. Almost all have gray-white eyes, and only a few have red eyes. As for the mutant zombies, Jiang Xiaqiu and Li Xiang both had red eyes. The mutant zombie that he had just killed and the power-type mutant zombie on the roadside before, both had gray eyes. What's the reason? One person with onychomycosis can infect two? But Meng Su suddenly thought of something, lowered his body, standing in front of the headless corpse that was bleeding, and began to test the defense of the physical mutant zombie with a fire axe. Bang! The axe went down, and it did penetrate the flesh, but not very deep. Meng Su could feel that he had hit a bone, but it didn't break. Huh? Seeing this, Meng Su was stunned. If he had chopped down with such force, an ordinary zombie would have been split in two. With this thought, Meng Su immediately clenched the axe, used all his strength, and chopped at the arm of the mutant zombie. But he only felt numbness in the palm of his hand. When he looked again, the arm of the mutant zombie had been completely chopped off. It seems that the defense is indeed there, but it is not yet beyond the level of immortality. Meng Su muttered to himself, and he was quite certain in his heart. Spirit, physique, strength, agility. These are my four-dimensional attributes. And in the intelligence that has been learned so far, there are physique-type mutant zombies, strength-type mutant zombies, agility-type mutant zombies, and the evolution crystals in the zombies' brains are of different colors. This is already very obvious. The mutant zombies mainly follow these four directions. Their tendency to mutate is also the same. Physique-type zombies have extremely strong defense. Even if they are simple level 1, it is estimated that they can rush forward against bullets. Meng Su had also seen the power-type zombies. If it hadn't been for the car that ran over him because of his weak defense, it would have been difficult for Meng Su to beat him. As for the agile zombies, they were indeed fast. If Meng Su hadn't been an ordinary person would have been pounced on and bitten to death by Jiang Xiaqiu the moment he opened the door. He had seen all three types of mutant zombies, and only the last type of mental mutant zombie was left. He didn't know if he would have the chance to see this mysterious mental mutant zombie on this journey. After all, things on the spiritual level are often very mysterious. The word spirit is not easy to explain its use. Just by looking at the literal meaning of these three words, we can actually get a general idea. I don't know what color the evolution crystals of the speed mutated zombies and the spirit mutated zombies are. Meng Su came to his senses and decided to get in the car immediately. Jiang Xiaqiu said nothing and followed Meng Su closely, staring at Meng Su with her beautiful scarlet eyes. Her eyes seemed to be talking, expressing something like, "Give me an evolution crystal, please. Oh, I forgot about you." Seeing this, Meng Su waved his hand and took out a bottle of Qianshuishan mineral water from the warehouse. Then he looked inside the car, took out a tissue from the car, soaked it with water, and began to wipe Jiang Xiaqiu's face to clean up the stains. These blood stains and so on looked scary. This zombie was originally quite beautiful, so he had to dress it up so that it would not have much impact when following behind him. Meng Su had already deeply learned the lesson from Li Xiang. Having a zombie with a bad appearance following him, would it affect the company's image? In an instant, Meng Su had wiped off the stains on his face. He looked like Lu Shirshir, but unfortunately the scar on his forehead was a bit conspicuous. But there was nothing he could do about it. Meng Su chose to ignore it. After all, it was caused by Meng Su using a wrench. After washing, Meng Su felt that the clothes did not seem to be suitable for his status. Should he change Jiang Xiaqiu's clothes? It's a bit dirty. But I'm a gentleman. Meng Su shook his head, and then said very seriously, "Let's see if there is a chance later. If there is a chance, I will still ask for your opinion. If you don't agree, forget it. Of course, if you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. After that, Meng-Su casually opened the back seat door, pointed at the back seat, and said to Jiang Xiaqiu, "Go in and sit down. I will ask you to get off the car later." Jiang Xiaqiu did not move. Seeing this, Meng-Su, without hesitation, took out the yellow gemstone he had just put in his pocket. "Get in." After Jiang Xiaqiu saw the yellow gemstone, she lost control for a moment, and had a faint desire to rush over, but she restrained herself, and then sat obediently in the back seat, and did not move. Meng-Su closed the car door, and Jiang Xiaqiu stared at Meng-Su coldly through the car window. If he hadn't known that Jiang Xiaqiu was a zombie, he would have looked like an icy beauty. Unfortunately, it was a zombie. Meng-Su smacked his lips, then sat in the driver's seat, started the engine without hesitation, and rode away, heading towards Tao County. The intersection of Tao County and Qingnan District is a university town. There are 2 universities located here, namely Nanjiang University Hiqing Campus and Nanjiang First Medical University. Although there are only 2 universities, both schools have a large number of students, with a total of more than 50,000 students, plus faculty and staff on campus. There are no less than 70,000 people. Because of the large number of people, there are many businesses around, such as accommodation, internet cafes, food courts, etc. It can be said that this small area has nearly 200,000 people. It is really a huge number of people. At the moment of the zombie outbreak, this place became a living hell. Although the self-help committee was short of armed forces, it also sent armed forces in this direction to rescue the talents gathered in the 2 universities, but failed for various reasons. The last time even triggered a zombie tide with tens of thousands of zombies, which blocked the direction of Tao County and the location of the university town. However, this situation has also led to a sharp drop in the number of zombies in the university town, which is much better than the initial situation. Zhou Qing stood on the rooftop of a nearby shopping mall, looking around, feeling quite strange. He was now somewhat glad that he went out on a date with his girlfriend the night before the apocalypse. Otherwise, he would probably be trapped in the university dormitory now, living a life worse than death. It was hard to imagine what his dormitory was like now. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears, interrupting his thoughts. "Zhou Qing, Brother Wang asked you to go out with us today to search for supplies. Why are you hiding here?" "Ah, have I finished eating the supplies I brought?" Zhou Qing was quite surprised. That was more than 120 kilograms of supplies. How could it be eaten so quickly? Isn't that nonsense? There are 7 of us. How many days can 120 kilograms last? The voice was quite dissatisfied, urging Zhou Qing, "Hurry up. Go find fresh and tender ones as soon as possible. Don't look for those old ones." Zhou Qing heard it, nodded immediately, and then smiled. He said, "Don't worry. Brother Wang has a plan in mind. This time, we must catch at least 2 and keep 1 as a backup." "Right. Then we should do it as soon as possible. The more we catch these things, the fewer they are. After all, there are only so many of them. But you are ruthless, and took the initiative to bring 1 to join the group. Brother Wang is very optimistic about you. It seems that you will be the next chosen one." "Uh-huh. How long have I been here? I think the next chosen one will definitely be you, Brother Liu. Then thanks to my brother, I will become the chosen one as soon as possible. Don't worry, brother. When I become the chosen one, you will also get benefits." The 2 laughs gradually faded away. Soon, from this building, a group of 4 people, carrying various weapons, set out from the alley. I don't know where the destination is. In a small clothing store on the edge of the university town, there were 2 zombies lying at the door, which were obviously killed by hacking, and inside the door, there were 2 figures. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, quite pleasing to the eye. It's just that the way they dressed was a bit strange. The woman was okay, just a little messy, and there were more bloodstains. But the man was different. He was wearing a bloody shirt, as if he was cosplaying Li Huowang. However, compared to Li Huowang's clear mental state, Meng-Su's mental state has been stable. He can tell the difference. "Do you like this one? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as, forget it. I don't like this one. Change it." Meng-Su, holding an axe, picked a skirt at random, compared it with Jiang Xiaqiu, and found that it was a little inappropriate. He immediately shook his head, and did not choose to change this skirt. His requirements were not high. Only 1 point. That is, it should be easy to move. And it would be better if it looks good when worn. With this in mind, Ming Su visited several clothing stores around him, and finally picked out clothes for Jiang Xiaoqiu. They were all sports and casual styles. Ming Su was actually most interested in a store that made cosplay costumes. After all, who wouldn't be interested in cosplay? However, thinking that these cosplay costumes were too inconvenient to move around, he decided to give up. Next, it was the step that Ming Su was most interested in, and most reluctant to take. Although he was reluctant, Ming Su's hands were not slow at all. Taking off a girl's clothes without permission may constitute sexual harassment. I know you are anxious because you don't have a confidant. But listen to me. Don't be anxious yet. Suddenly, the small gilded words appeared in front of him. Ming Su frowned. Get out of the way. You are making trouble at the critical moment. Why didn't you say anything before? Does it not saying anything mean you agree? My acceptance does not mean I agree. Then not saying anything does not mean I refuse. And you can't say that. This is called Chairman Ming's informality. He personally helps his subordinates change clothes. The logic is reasonable. In an instant, the small gilded characters disappeared. Ming Su reached out, unbuttoned, and slowly took off Jiang Xiaoqiu's clothes. Feeling her smooth skin, Ming Su had no expression on his face. He just took a quick look at the size and planned to change into more intimate clothes. After thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Forget it. I don't understand it. The beautiful body was indeed pleasing to the eye. But Ming Su didn't have too much impulse, after all. This was a different era. Who hadn't seen underwear ads on TV? However, this was indeed the first time that Ming Su, a single dog for thousands of years, saw the attractive body of the opposite sex, in real life. Not on the internet. Facing this feeling, Jiang Xiaoqiu just blinked her red eyes. Without much movement. Her eyes only showed desire. Without any emotion. After a moment of appreciation, Ming Su quickly changed Jiang Xiaoqiu into clean clothes, and at the same time used the remaining half bottle of Qianswishan mineral water to wash Jiang Xiaoqiu's hands, making her look very delicate. In this way, Jiang Xiaoqiu did not look like a zombie at all. Her long straight black hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and her face was delicate. The only thing that was out of place was her red eyes that flashed with a strange light. It's strange, Jiang Xiaoqiu didn't feel bad about you despite such an offensive behavior. It seems that you still have your own way. You get the hidden achievement, gentlemen. Achievement reward. Cash plus 5,000, spirit plus 0.5. Not bad, there is an unexpected surprise. Ming Su nodded with satisfaction, and at this moment, he suddenly heard a scream in his ear. Ah! A girl's scream, the voice was very shrill, with a little panic. Ming Su was stunned when he heard this. Who else was surrounded by zombies? Ming Su didn't plan to care. But he thought that there were medical universities, and Nanjiang University nearby. Maybe there were some useful talents. Even if they were medical students, who had not graduated, they should have a lot of medical knowledge. Thinking of this, Ming Su immediately poked his head out, and looked in the direction of the sound. However, the zombies around were more active than Ming Su, and had already moved towards the direction of the sound. Ming Su followed behind these zombies. Occasionally, a few zombies found Ming Su, and before they could scream, they were killed by Ming Su with an axe. Ming Su soon discovered a problem. If Jiang Xiaoqiu continued to kill zombies with her claws, then changing clothes would be meaningless, and she would have to change again soon. That would be really troublesome. I still had to find her a weapon that would be more convenient. Ming Su was thinking wildly, and just when he came to the direction where the sound came from, he suddenly found that a girl had been tied up, lying in a pool of blood, with horror in her eyes. She was dead, and she was not killed by zombies. Ming Su frowned. Not far from the girl's body, there were 4 figures, hacking at the zombies around them. What was going on? An internal conflict? Ming Su was a little surprised. But soon, he heard some complaints, such as someone shouting, "We should have tricked that bitch back to kill her. Why are we killing her here?" Ming Su immediately understood something. "You stay here and set an ambush." "Understand?" Ming Su whispered to Jiang Xiaoqiu. "When I say I'll fight, you jump out and help me fight. Understand?" The arrangement has been successful. Looking at the small gilded characters, Ming Su was very satisfied. Then, without hesitation, he climbed over the wall and joined the zombie-killing army while they were killing zombies. There weren't many zombies, only about 10, because they suddenly appeared. They were a little panicked. After they killed all the zombies, they breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest. They were sweating profusely. Zhou Qing leaned against the pillar with a machete and said to the people beside him, "Didn't they say we are the chosen ones? Why do these zombies still attack us? This is not right. It is precisely because we are the chosen ones that these guys who should have been eliminated will attack us." Among the 4 people, a man in a black windbreaker spoke coldly, and then said, "Let's stop here today. Let's kill this woman first." Halfway through his words, the man suddenly froze. He looked around, and was a little confused for a moment. Besides himself, how come there are 4 people on the field? When did one more person appear? Seeing the man suddenly got stuck, Meng Su immediately said, "Why don't you say anything? I'm listening." The Chosen One? Such a familiar name. After hearing what Meng Su said, everyone's attention was instantly attracted to him. In an instant, the 4 people had an idea in their minds at the same time. "No, where did you come from?" Chapter 79. Chairman Ming Service is very thoughtful. He is simply a model of the service industry. Name, Wang Deli. Occupation, Gene Enhancer Speed. Level, 5. Name, Zhou Qing. Occupation, Perverted Killer Ogre Student. Level, 2/1/5. Name, Lu Renjia. In an instant, the information of the 4 people appeared in front of Meng Su. But Meng Su had already been calm, after all. Before he climbed over the wall, he had already caught a glimpse of them, and knew how strong this group of people was. The skill of slacking off has always been ignored by Meng Su. Today, he realized the power of slacking off. When he was killing the zombies just now, not only did his teammates not notice him, but the zombies also seemed to ignore him. This feeling was very complicated, and it made Meng Su feel the importance of slacking off for the first time. However, now that he was discovered, Meng Su was not panicked. He had a countermeasure. Meng Su smiled slightly and greeted Wang Deli enthusiastically. "Don't get me wrong. I am also a chosen one. My name is Li Xiang. I am from Jiangnam district. Have you always been here?" "Huh?" Wang Deli was stunned when he heard Meng Su's voice. He looked Meng Su up and down, feeling a little strange, because he didn't feel the same kind of feeling from Meng Su. Even if they had never met before, they could feel the difference when they met for the first time. "You?" Wang Deli cast a questioning look at Meng Su, and he had already clenched a short blade that looked very well made. Before Wang Deli finished speaking, Meng Su interrupted him and said, "What are you wasting time on? The Lord asked me to come here, although I don't know what's going on here. But the Lord asked me to come here. It must be useful. Do you want fried starch sausage? 3 yuan apiece." After saying that, Meng Su glanced at a guy named Lu next to him, and without hesitation, he attacked directly, chopping with the fire axe. The guy named Lu didn't expect Meng Su to suddenly jump up. His eyes were horrified, and before he could react, he had already, after a scream, he was hacked to death by Meng Su. Zhou Qing and another person were instantly furious, and looked at Wang Deli at the same time, shouting, "You are tired of living." Before the 2 of them finished speaking, Wang Deli had already stopped them from speaking, and said very dissatisfiedly, "Your strength is indeed not comparable to those eliminated. Although you are not the chosen one, I can see that you are an evolver." Meng Su heard this, and was about to shout for help and call Jiang Xiaqiu over. But then he heard Wang Deli continue, "It doesn't matter. You believe in the Lord. Then you are your companion. And after the ceremony, you will be one of us. It's just that you are too crude. Why do you have to chop him with an axe covered in zombie blood? Even if he dies, you can't eat him." Wang Deli was not satisfied with Meng Su. It was not because Meng Su killed his younger brother, but because Meng Su's way of killing his younger brother was wrong. Meng Su was stunned when he saw this. "No way. How can you be crazier than me?" Meng Su thought he was already crazy enough, but he didn't expect that there were even crazier tricks among the crazies. He was still too naive. Wang Deli ignored Meng Su's stunned state, but asked, "What do you usually do?" Since he was found out that he was not the chosen one. Meng Su thought about it, and said casually, "Sleeping." Wang Deli was stunned at first, but soon calmed down and asked, "What do you do when you are not sleeping?" Hearing Wang Deli say this, Zhou Qing on the side was stunned. Normally, if someone dared to talk nonsense to Brother Wang like this, he would have been killed by Brother Wang long ago. Why is Brother Wang so calm today? "Of course I'm awake." Meng Su looked at Wang Deli very strangely, as if he was very surprised by Wang Deli's question, and even confused. Of course he is awake when he is not sleeping. He can't be sleepwalking. Right? Wang Deli. In an instant, Wang Deli's expression became a little gloomy. The reason why he was nice to Meng Su was because in Wang Deli's view, only Meng Su, who was an evolver, was the same as himself, and the rest of the mortals were just consumables. They only had two ways. One was to be selected as the chosen one, and the other was to go into the pot. Most mortals will all end up in the pot. Although he regarded Meng Su as a fellow, but Meng Su actually ignored him so much, which made Wang Deli's face darken, and his eyes gradually became unfriendly. This guy called Li Xiang. Wang Deli's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he had already calculated in his mind that he should send him to that lousy safe zone as soon as possible, and let him make trouble in there. Out of sight. Out of mind. Oh! That's right. Suddenly, Meng Su seemed to have thought of something, scratched his head, and walked towards Wang Deli. Brother Wang, I have a question to ask you. I don't quite understand it. Hearing Meng Su's voice, Wang Deli narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Brotherly, what's the problem? Let's not talk about it here. Let's go back to the base. We just hunted a prey. You came from a long way. This time I can give you the heart to eat. After that, Wang Deli pointed to the body of the girl who had fallen in a pool of blood, and blood was still gushing out of her neck. Meng Su was also very kind, without any murderous intent. Brother Wang, it's nothing, just a small question. How did you and your mother meet? Did the obstetrician and gynecologist introduce you to each other? Ah? As soon as this question came out, Wang Deli's cerebellum shrank for a moment. While Wang Deli was stunned, Meng Su suddenly jumped up and raised his hand and swung the axe with murderous intent. No one expected that Meng Su, who originally looked kind and friendly, but had a little brain trouble, would jump up again. At this moment, only a blood axe was seen passing through the air, with a violent arc. Wang Deli was greatly shocked. He secretly cried out in his heart that it was not good, and in his rage, he could only dodge quickly. He could see that Meng Su's axe was fast, accurate and ruthless, and was aimed at his head. Although Meng Su's moves were fast, accurate and ruthless, but Wang Deli was also an agile gene enhancer, and with his quick reaction, he was able to avoid the vital parts. Meng Su's axe chopped directly on his shoulder, and only heard a swish. With a sound, Meng Su used all his strength. An arm instantly fell off his body, and blood could not be stopped. Blood splattered all the way, and Wang Deli was furious. While screaming in pain, while holding a knife in his right hand, he stabbed Meng Su fiercely. Ah! Li Xiang, I will kill you. Meng Su was also very agile, and was well prepared, quickly dodged to the side, just as he was about to swing the axe to give Wang Deli a fatal blow. But he saw Wang Deli had already fled like a gust of wind, to the corner of the wall where he came from. It was just a feint to the east to attack in the west. All this happened in a flash. Zhou Qing and another little brother didn't react at all. The two who were polite to each other in the last second suddenly turned hostile to each other in the next second. All this made people feel very surprised. Seeing this, Meng Su shouted, Jiang Xiaqiu. Do it! Stop him! Don't let him run away! An ambush? Wang Deli, who had already broken one arm, was horrified. As soon as he climbed over the wall, he ran into a pair of scarlet eyes. Jiang Xiaqiu's eyes were charming. After hearing Meng Su's order, she quickly pounced on Wang Deli. Fuck! Is it a zombie? Wang Deli was horrified, and quickly dodged to the side, while Jiang Xiaqiu ran headfirst into the wall, covered in dirt. This Li Xiang can command zombies. He had no time to think about anything, and quickly rushed to the alley ahead. A moment later, Jiang Xiaqiu also stood up quickly, and chased Wang Deli. Although they were both agile, Jiang Xiaqiu's level was obviously not as high as Wang Deli's. But Wang Deli felt his head getting more and more dizzy, and the tingling feeling became more and more severe, and his breathing began to intensify. Huh? Gradually, Wang Deli's speed became slower and slower. In his pupils, the originally lively look also faded, and his body began to twitch. No, the axe is poisonous. No, am I going to die? He was very unwilling. He had not yet fulfilled his great wish. How did it become like this? Li Xiang, Li Xiang, Li Xiang. I will kill you. I will kill you. Wang Deli's thoughts became more and more confused, and his thinking became slower and slower. Finally, he fell directly to the ground, twitching. When he stood up again, he had turned into a zombie. At this time, Jiang Xiaqiu had also caught up. Roar! Zhou Qing held his head with both hands, crouched on the ground, very obedient. And his other companion had been beheaded. He had no idea why Meng Su suddenly attacked, first killing Lao Lu, and then killing Brother Wang. This was simply insane, so crazy. Where is your base? Meng Su picked up the short knife that Wang Deli dropped on the ground when he escaped, and asked Zhou Qing casually, "By the way, do you want to eat fried starch sausage?" Meng Su now regretted that he acted too quickly. He should have sold the fried starch sausage first. After all, these four can communicate, and they can sell 20 copies at a time, which is 1/10. No, I don't want to eat. Brother Li Xiang. Zhou Qing was frightened and trembled, shook his head, and then said, "There is a big bone restaurant called Hongxi. Our base is there. Don't want to eat? You have to eat if I tell you to." Hearing Zhou Qing's refusal, Meng Su's eyes darkened instantly, and he took out 5 fried starch sausages, 15 yuan. "Pay quickly. Be quick." Zhou Qing? Seeing Meng Su's horrible expression, Zhou Qing didn't dare to disobey at all, and tremblingly took out a handful of money. But he didn't know how much money there was. But, with tears and snot, he begged Meng Su for mercy. "Brother, I just joined them yesterday. I don't know anything." Meng Su immediately took the money, pointed out the amount with satisfaction, counted out 15 yuan for himself, and folded the rest of the money, and handed it to Zhou Qing. "Don't worry. I will only take the part one deserve. I am very principled." Zhou Qing took back the money Meng Su handed back in a daze. Before he could speak, he heard Meng Su say again, "Since you have eaten my starch sausage, you are my guest. Don't worry. I will serve you with the most thoughtful etiquette." Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhou Qing couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that he can survive? At this moment, Zhou Qing was really ecstatic. His mood was like a roller coaster, up and down. Although Brother Li was crazy, he was still a very reasonable person, Zhou Qing thought in his heart. And the next moment, he suddenly felt his head being grabbed by a strong hand, and the next moment, his mouth was in great pain, as if there was a stick, which went straight through his mouth. Before he lost consciousness, he only heard a faint voice. "This chairman will serve you personally, and treat you to fried starch sausage. Are you happy? Is the service thoughtful enough?" Looking at Zhou Qing with 5 fried starch sausages stuffed in his mouth, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. "Isn't my service too thoughtful? He is worthy of being a model of the service industry." Chapter 80. It's the end of the world, and someone still wants to eat a free meal. After the 4 people were wiped out, their equipment was scattered all over the floor. Meng Su also picked up equipment from the floor. They were not rare items. 2 machetes, a bone-chopping knife, and a short blade that looked like it was customized, with a groove for bleeding. Meng Su waved the machete, but it was too light and boring. The bone-chopping knife was okay, but it was too short and not as useful as the fire axe. As for the customized short blade, its appearance was better, not to mention its offensiveness. So Meng Su put it away and hid the remaining 3 pieces of equipment in a random shop on the roadside, planning to take them away when he left. Although the level is mediocre, it can be brought back and installed on the zombie employees, regardless of whether it is useful. It is at least intimidating just by looking at it. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, then turned around, mourned for the murdered girl, and put on a piece of clothing from a roadside store, then climbed over the wall skillfully to find Jiang Xiaqiu. As for the fleeing Wang Deli, Meng Su had no desire to chase him. After all, he ran really fast. It would be best if Jiang Xiaqiu could be ambushed. But it didn't matter if he couldn't be ambushed. Anyway, Wang Deli's base has been exposed. If we rush over earlier, we may be able to stop him. Meng Su's mouth corners slightly raised, and he quickly climbed over the wall and followed him all the way. There was no need to investigate. Wang Deli's blood was all over the ground, and he just had to follow the blood. Following the blood trail, Meng Su soon saw Wang Deli lying on the ground, and Jiang Xiaqiu standing next to Wang Deli's body, holding a blue gem in his blood-stained hands. However, there was obviously a gap on the blue gem, and a row of neat teeth marks. Meng Su? Primary Evolution Crystal Agile Type. Introduction. A short introduction about the sapphire flashed before Meng Su's eyes. When he saw Meng Su coming, Jiang Xiaqiu quickly stuffed all the remaining sapphires in his claws into his mouth. The speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. It seemed that he wanted to prove his ability as an agile mutant zombie from the side. Seeing this, Meng Su immediately became anxious and hurried forward, shouting, "Spit it out for me." After that, he wanted to pick the evolution crystal out of Jiang Xiaoqiu's mouth. Although I don't know what this thing is used for. It must be very useful to store it. This little girl Jiang Xiaoqiu, a vice president. How can she disobey orders and eat evolution crystals at will? When Jiang Xiaoqiu saw Meng Su coming, she hurriedly ran away, trying to avoid Meng Su. In this way, a scene of people chasing zombies was staged on the street. If someone saw the scene, they might feel very incredible. It was so fierce. Seeing people chasing zombies. Name, Jiang Xiaoqiu. Occupation, Corporate Executive Level 15, Agile Mutated Zombie Level 3. Position, Vice President of Peace Order Group in charge of the First Business Group. Inner desire, don't want to get married, prove myself, eat evolution crystals. Looking at the information given to Meng Su by observing words and expressions, Meng Su instantly understood that Jiang Xiaoqiu had absorbed the evolution crystals, and was immediately furious. He immediately snorted coldly, and shouted, "I order you in the name of the chairman of the group, stop! Don't you want to continue eating evolution crystals in the future? Stop now, evolution crystals will be available in the future." The skill of drawing cakes, activate. As Meng Su's skill of drawing cakes was activated, Jiang Xiaoqiu immediately stopped, turned around and looked straight at Meng Su. "No, why are you running?" Meng Su was a little puzzled. He had no idea why Jiang Xiaoqiu was running. What was going on? Aren't zombies unconscious? Roar. Jiang Xiaoqiu stood in front of Meng Su, with a blank look in his eyes, seemingly knowing nothing, and nothing had happened. When Meng Su saw Jiang Xiaoqiu like this, he was immediately furious. But he had already eaten, so what? He couldn't be beaten to death by Jiang Xiaoqiu. Could he? Jiang Xiaoqiu had more than 30 billion. But he didn't know how to withdraw the money for the time being. But this is good. At least it can help Meng Su confirm one point. That is, after the zombies eat the evolution crystal, they will really evolve. The level of the zombies will indeed be improved by taking the evolution crystal. But this is only limited to the mutant zombies. So after the ordinary zombies eat the crystal, will they be upgraded, or will they also mutate? I can pick a lucky ordinary zombie employee to test it later. Meng Su nodded, and then looked at Jiang Xiaoqiu, looking at the clothes that were a little dirty again, and felt helpless for a moment. Forget it, find another one, and then follow me to that big bone shop. You will be responsible for bringing me fried starch sausage, understand? Meng Su calmly ordered. Jiang Xiaoqiu was dumbfounded and did not answer. Seeing Jiang Xiaoqiu like this, Meng Su shook his head in disappointment. You are a 15-level executive, and I am the highest level guy I have ever seen, but your level is just like this, and you won't answer even if the leader asks you if you understand? Although the level of this vice president seems a little unsatisfactory, Meng Su did not argue with Jiang Xiaoqiu too much. After all, from a certain perspective, Wang Deli's evolution crystal was obtained by Jiang Xiaoqiu's single kill. Just when Meng Su was about to take Jiang Xiaoqiu back to change clothes, he suddenly saw a flash of gilded small words in front of him. Flyer Distributor Task 1 refreshed. Please choose one of the following two types of flyers. Option 1. Conduct a new property promotion activity for Haodao Real Estate Group. Requirement must have a house purchase, and distribute 2,000 flyers at the same time. Task rewards available. Flyer Distributor Professional Experience Value plus 100, Points plus 10, Distributable Attribute Points plus 2, Cash plus 200,000 and 5% House Purchase Commission. Option 2. Distribute flyers for the Genetic Engineering and Research Laboratory of Nanjiang University. Pull sponsorship funds. Requirement must pull at least 10 million investment from well-known companies, and distribute 1,000 flyers at the same time. Available mission rewards. Flyer Distributor Professional Experience plus 100, Points plus 20, Distributable Attribute Points plus 5, Cash plus 50,000 and priority use of the laboratories for scientific research results. Meng Su? Meng Su was stunned. What's going on? I've traveled through time. Right? Meng Shiren was confused, and couldn't help but complain. Last week's flyers were still about legal advice, selling houses, and swimming and fitness. This week, well, there are still houses for sale, but there are also unfair terms. You have to sell one house. It's the end of the world. Brother, who's going to buy a house? Last week it was small Karami. This week the difficulty is upgraded. What does it mean next time? Should I? The snack stand owner. Sell 9 turn large intestine, fried sea cucumber with green onions, and God use VPN Buddha jumps over the wall? The difficulty is really getting higher and higher. Life is not easy, Meng Su sighed. Finally, Meng-Su chose option 1, to bring a home buyer to his old friend Hedada Real Estate. After all, option 2 is a bit difficult. Although in the end-time environment, 10 million is a bit like waste paper, but it is still difficult to take out so much waste paper at once. More importantly, his prerequisite is a well-known company. Where can I find a well-known company? Wait, Wanxiang International? No, Wanxiang International probably doesn't have 10 million in turnover. Let's buy a house. Huqing City is just an ordinary city. Howda Real Estate also has an industrial park in the suburbs. A few 100,000 should be enough. At worst, I can buy one myself. Meng-Su turned his head and suddenly looked at Jiang Xiaqiu beside him. An idea suddenly came to his mind. Wait a minute. Jiang Xiaqiu seems to be a rich zombie? In an instant, Meng-Su's face was full of smiles. Dear Miss Xiaqiu, I'll help you bathe and change clothes. Can you do me a small favor and buy 2 buildings? Jiang Xiaqiu was ignorant and a little cute. Ouch. 3 pairs. I can't afford it. In the bone shop, 3 vicious men were smoking and playing poker. The poker was stained with blood. The whole room was filled with smoke, and there was a smell of blood in the air. From time to time, the roar of zombies could be heard outside. Only when the roar came, they woke up and lowered their voices, worried that their voices would attract zombies. In the kitchen not far away, there was a female student with messy hair and a terrified face. In addition to this female student, there was a boy lying in a pool of blood, his life or death unknown, and another middle-aged man who was well-mannered and seemed to be a school teacher. The middle-aged teacher was hung upside down in the kitchen and looked like a livestock waiting to be processed. What do you think Brother Wang will say about us when he comes back? It's so funny. We were sitting here quietly, and suddenly 3 people knocked on the door. A man was playing cards roughly, suppressing his laughter, and talking to the other 2. His eyebrows were flying, and he seemed to be a little excited. Another man who looked a bit smart sneered, and then said, "Haha, let's hope that Brother Wang can bring back more than 3 prey this time. Otherwise, we caught 3, and the 4 of them only caught 1 or 2. What does this mean? Are you trying to slap Brother Wang in the face?" Hearing this, the atmosphere on the field instantly became cold. The other 2 looked at each other. It seemed that what he said made some sense. Don't worry. Brother Wang will at most blame those 3 trash. And it has nothing to do with the 3 of us. The man who spoke first laughed, and then said very domineeringly, "Keep fighting. It's agreed that whoever wins will go to the female student inside first. And you are not allowed to regret it. Can I lose to you? But we have to hurry up. Otherwise, if we don't wait for Brother Wang to come back, the 3 of us will be in trouble." In a moment, the 3 people joined the game again. But at this moment, they heard the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. Huh? The 3 experienced warriors, and instantly became alert. They picked up the weapons beside the chairs at the same time, stood up, and leaned downstairs. Before they looked down, they saw a man and a woman walking in. The man was a pretty boy, and he didn't look very strong. The woman was very beautiful, and instantly made the other 3 people's eyes light up. 3 people? Are you interested in learning more about fried starch sausage? It was 3 yuan in the morning, and now it's 5 yuan per stick. Each person is limited to 5 sticks. The boy showed a very kind smile, and it was obvious that he was easy to bully. In addition, please learn about the latest development of Howda Real Estate. If you place an order now, you will get a parking space. The beautiful girl followed the boy, without saying a word, just carrying a bag full of fried starch sausage. Cute, but without a head. What kind of day is this? We just dealt with 3 of them, and now 2 more idiots come, ha ha ha. The leading man was holding a machete, laughing loudly. His eyes were full of ferocity and evil thoughts. How did you 2 old, weak, and disabled people get here? Ha ha, since you set women in food, you can stay here first, wait for Brother Wang to come back, and decide whether you want to join the gang or get into the pot. Okay, give us this shitty intestine to satisfy our cravings first. After that, the man walked forward with a big move. When the boy saw the man's behavior, he immediately asked, "Sorry. No credit. Please pay first." Pay? The man was stunned, raised his eyebrows. Pay shit. Are you sick? Hurry up and give me the things. I will kill you with a knife later. Hearing the man say this, the boy's smile gradually disappeared. Then, suddenly there was a cold breath spreading throughout the second floor. So, you three want to eat a free meal, right? The voice was like frost and dispersed instantly. The man who was originally smiling and arrogant was stunned for a moment. And the other two stood up at the same time, frowning. They had killed many people in a week, so they could naturally sense some situations. This feeling of crisis was their inexplicable intuition. They were originally smiling and laughing, but now they felt a creepy feeling. The man who walked in front of Meng Su hesitated for a moment, then snorted coldly, holding a machete, and ran towards Meng Su. Hack you. I'll kill you with one knife and see if you can still play tricks. But at this moment, someone suddenly found that the short blade that Brother Wang often used was hanging on Meng Su's waist. He was stunned for a moment, and the next second he felt a severe chill, and immediately shouted, "Dog! Wait! There is!" Before he finished speaking, a head flew high, turned in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Plop! Like a ball. It even bounced slightly on the ground. The next second, blood gushed out, splashing all over the two people behind him. The two were stunned, terrified. Fuck. You forgot to sell starch sausage and hand out flyers to him again. Now that he's dead, is handing out flyers and selling starch sausage still useful? Meng Su, who was already very experienced, dodged the splashing blood at the first time, but soon thought of another point, frowned instantly, complained, and then suddenly looked up and looked at the other two. It's okay. There are still two. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not as they used to be. The end of the world, starting a business is so difficult. Why do people still want to eat a free meal? Is there still justice? Is there still law? The next moment, Meng Su adjusted his state, showed a smile that he thought was very sunny. You two, would you like to eat starch sausage and learn about real estate? The person who wanted to eat a free meal just now has been simply dealt with by me. What do you two say? The voice echoed in this silent bone shop. At this moment, the whole bone shop was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard clearly. And Meng Su's smile, in the eyes of the other two, was like the smile of the devil. Don't buy it? Bye.